The concept for e-part trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for e-part trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and to get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to epartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At e-part trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of e-part trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
E-part trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
morning. It is 6:50 a.m. here in California, and we are live from the ePortrait studio in Los Angeles. Welcome to Race Industry Week 2021, day 5. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of ePortrait, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry. This is our last day. We had, 4 incredible days behind us, and this is going to be another really good one. We have people watching us again today from all over the world. As I said, every time when we opened the show, we had more than 110 countries represented in attendance, and that just shows you how easy and convenient it is when you're online. With one click on your tablet, your smartphone, your computer, you can connect the industry from absolutely everywhere in the world. And as a matter of fact, we've been amazed by the amount of support we have received from the industry, and we're humbled and thrilled with the participation and the endorsement we have received. I mean, we built this platform for the industry, but it's really the industry that's making it work. So thank you to each and every one of you out there, for being with us this entire time. With me this morning are Judy King, the co-founder of ePortrait, and our special guest today, Mr. John Warniak. Judy?
Thank you. Boy, was yesterday a great day. I mean, boy, having AEM on here, I'm sure John saw that, all the EV technology, all the OEMs. We had new suppliers on here presenting, ones I've never heard of before, and that's the magic of this platform. There are constantly going to be new companies on this platform, so buyers could continuously come back. The days of showcasing, launching new product at the end of the year trade shows, that's days of the past. Companies are launching new product all year long. And that's the magic that we see on this platform. So yesterday was a great day. Today's going to be just as good. We have NASCAR later. I mean, it's unbelievable this entire week. So John, welcome this morning.
Good morning, amigos, and thanks for having me on today. And I'd have to say welcome to all the ePortrait subscribers and people listening in around the world. 110 countries, fantastic. But yeah, this is basically welcome to the golden age of new performance and racing, kicked off by Race Industry Week 2021.
How did you enjoy this week, John?
Oh, fantastic. I think, when we had a great week of what I'll call frontline speakers and leaders and visionaries from around the world in the racing industry, and fantastic content. But I want to make a point, and this was an observation of all week. Content is only half of what I'll call the winning equation. The other half is context. And if you think of content in engineering terms is a scalar. It has magnitude, and a great example of a scalar is temperature. It has magnitude, but no direction. But when you take literally content and add it to context, context, on the other hand, in engineering terms, is what is known as a vector. It's example of basically force and magnitude in a direction. And Race Industry Week is a force, and it combined the content and the context of that. I mean, Paul's interviews with so many great leaders of our industry and the other folks, sponsors and other folks that were on, they provided the content, but they put it in context for the ePortrait listeners from around the world. And with that winning combination, you need both. And with the digital twin, if you will, I like to call ePortrait, and the death of the conventional trade show, you need content and context with a digital platform. Just like John Kilroy said, there was a hole in the internet. ePortrait came along and filled that void with Race Industry Week and all the great content, and more importantly, the context, what we heard all week.
Well, thank you, John. And you played a big part. I mean, what we wanted to do this week, there is really 2 big goals. First, we wanted to have a true global presentation because travel has been so difficult in the past year. So we wanted to, have speakers and participation from absolutely everywhere in the world. It's been fun to travel, this week. We traveled around, came back here. We finished the day, we had yesterday from Australia. I mean, we went pretty much every place. And actually, we're going to go back to Europe this morning with the World Rally Championship. And so that was one thing that was really, really important to us. The other thing is we wanted to cover absolutely every aspect of the industry,
from F1 to grassroots and everything in between. And
Absolutely. Not just the racing part of it, but I like what a lot of the speakers talked about, the youth. Mark Miles talked about that. And it was great having Mark Rushbrook crawl in from Australia. Fantastic. So truly is a global industry with already a day ahead of time there. But when you think about why people race, particularly why companies and organizations race, they race for three reasons. One is to solve complex problems. Two, demonstrate technology on the world stage through racing. And third, inspire the next generation of what we call STEM and STEAM leaders, engineers and marketing leaders as well. And that's what a lot of people talked about, the next generation of you, if you will, of attracting the next generation of fans and leaders and engineers to racing and the next generation company. And you talk about what I'll call WTF, and that WTF is Watts to Freedom. It's not what you might think it is. And
I like that.
It truly is WTF. We talked about that with Jake Hawksworth and Dave Cole from King of the Hammers, and I want to get to some of that as well. But today's automobile and truck is basically 100 million lines of software code and 2,000 microchips that most of the industry can't even get their hands on. Compare that to like a Boeing 767 or an F-35 Raptor. They only have 2 to 10 million lines of code, similar to a race car. With 100 million lines of software and 2,000 chips, that's just way too complex. Racing can show the industry how to get it much more reduced in terms of complexity and in terms much more reliable, or you'd never finish races like the Indy 500 or Le Mans or Petit Le Mans or any of the other great races we heard about all week.
No, you're absolutely spot on, and I, I mean, your presentation on Tuesday with the new technologies was fascinating. So what I really also enjoyed this week, and that was part of our goal too, to cover every racing series as well, from NASCAR to IndyCar, F1, and everybody in between, but. The technology, and then also you mentioned the fans, like how promoters are engaging with new audiences. We had Grid Life Monday, just a whole new way of producing event and engaging with youth and new audience, and then new technology that's bringing new engineers in the industry. We had Beth Pareda yesterday evening.
Yeah,
we had so it's been a really good week, and it's not finished. We have an awesome day right now.
Today's just the white flag, and a lot of things
we have
on the white flag.
Mike Shank, who won the Indy 500. Then we're going to talk rally with the World Rally Championship, then Rally America. Then we have a series of tech webinars with our friends from IBAC, K1.
Gosh, yeah. I mean, you got Antron Brown, Brian Herta.
And at Charway, we're going to have Jason from Music City Grand Prix. We produced a stunning event this year in Nashville. We're going to have NASCAR talking about next gen car. We'll speed diagnostic on oil analysis. We've got Brian Herta, and we end the day with Stefan Papadakis talking about new audience, like a genius, like Mr. Drifting, Mr. Sport Compact, Mr. Cool, and I mean, it's true. That's good.
We talked about a lot of the new trends, and today's different. There's no doubt about it. How does the racing industry worldwide appeal to the conventional fans and our traditional fans, but how does it appeal to the next generation as well? They want to identify, and it was quite a few, I think it was John Doonan from IMSA was talking about it. He basically said fans want to identify with the brands and the technologies on the track. So you look at the 7 short years of Formula E, Extreme E. We'll be having the first King of the Hammers electric vehicle trophy truck and EV races coming up next month, January, out at King of the Hammers. Unbelievable stuff. And what that's attracting. Is it, are we at the tipping point for electric vehicles for you and I to have them? Maybe, 2% or so of the market share now, but it's coming. There's no doubt about it.
Hey, John, let me say this, John, thank you for all your insight and helping and inspiring us. We really appreciate that. You are so connected.
Well, it's an honor to be with you folks, and I'm looking forward to today, and got some great ideas for next year as well. So I was looking forward.
Stay with us a few more seconds, John. Thank you so much for your insight, your guidance, and we are welcoming Mr. Marshall Pratt.
Hello, Marshall.
Joe.
Hey, I've become a mister. Look at that, I'm a mister. So
Hey,
must be
man.
doing something right then.
We got so much feedback from your interviews with Zach and Andretti. People loved it. I mean, we got so many messages, and it was awesome. But we're going to have an awesome one next, right?
We're closing things out the right way with a dear old friend, Michael Shank. Michael's way too formal for Ohio's finest son. So we'll just go with Mike. Look at that. Look, a little bit of a flex there, Shank. Look at all the empty champagne bottles.
Pretty impressive.
Right behind us here. And we have a great view of our brand new shop we just moved in 2 weeks ago, out behind us here a little bit. And we're busy bees here getting ready to go to Sebring and Daytona next week with our IndyCar and sports car program.
Well, Marshall.
I heard that you just recently moved. You're expanding.
Yeah, we just built this great new 50,000 square foot facility, and we're really proud of it. My wife and I and Jim Meyer made a commitment and built this building for all the people that work here and for ourselves, obviously, and just takes us to a whole nother level here.
Great. Well, thank you very much for being with us, Mike. And Marshall, on to you.
Shank. So we kick this off Monday morning, 7 a.m. my time, with one of your friends and partners, Michael Andretti. And so seems fitting that here we are on Friday, the final day of the racer and epartrade.com Race Industry Week 2021 with the man who won the Indianapolis 500. Your first win in IndyCar, right? How crazy is that? We're going to get to the racing stuff here in just a moment. We're going to get to you first, actually. But I figured there's a bit of a tradition in your world. When you win, you celebrate. You've become known worldwide for celebrating with what? No, not those champagne bottles over your shoulder. Busch Light. So I figure what better way to kick off the final day? And I'll tell folks, I searched yesterday 2 different liquor stores and 1 major grocery store to find Busch Light, Northern California. They don't have it. So what could I find? The rot gut of my youth, Mickey's. Mickey's fine malt liquor. So Mike Shank, to you, let's toast morning drinking.
Cheers.
Let's kick off this interview properly, brother.
There you go. 10 a.m. down the hatch.
7 a.m. And it's just as bad as I remember it. Oh, Lord. And we still have the need for me to have my first Busch Light with you in person. So we'll save that. Let's talk about Michael Shank, race car driver, before we get to team owner and all the things folks today might know you about. For those who are watching, they might not know that you got into this as a young, I'm going to win the Indy 500. I'm going to be the next, you name it, celebrated driver. Tell folks about where racing came into your life and how strapping that helmet on, strapping the car was actually your first major introduction to what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm love that we're here. I love the PRI show. And of course, doing this around ePartrade is awesome. So I'm glad to be here. Racing for me was from day one. You know, when I was a kid, I could identify engine sounds, what kind of engine they were with my mom. She always told me that. And my dad was involved in SCCA club racing in the late 70s and 80s with some local people in Central Ohio. And I always went up to Mid-Ohio, IRP, Nelson Ledges, Road America, Blackhawk, those kind of tracks, and grew up. And I used to beg and plead just to stuff me in the pedals, and I'll clean around the pedals. And we're talking like Fiats and Triumph Spitfires and midgets and stuff like that. And the minute I graduated from high school in the late 80s there, I became a line mechanic at a Mazda dealership in Columbus and have made just enough money and lived with my mom and got a loan for my first race car. And it was a Taiga Sports 2000 car, and we just completely winged it. Had no idea what I was doing, just knew that I wanted to drive race cars. And really what it stems from is from the Indy 500. You know, growing up the month of May, getting the Indy Star at the club in Columbus, we'd have it shipped over for the month, watching all the news coming out of the Indy, you know, IndyCar for me was always the top rung and what we aspired to driving wise. And So, my dad made, $45,000 a year. He died a long time ago, but, he did everything he could, my mom and dad, financially, but you're not going to get anywhere on 45 grand with a kid, a family of 5 and trying to go racing. So we found other creative ways to pay for my racing. And most of it was all car preparation. So I started a prep shop, Marshall, just like you worked for back at that time in Central Ohio, though, in this area, the Central Division of SCCA, and started prepping cars for business people and drive my car, prep their car. And then slowly that just kept evolving to really where we're at today. And so did my driving. I've learned a lot about driving since then. It turns out that I was only slightly above average at best, looking back on it now, although I thought I was pretty damn badass back then.
Hey, you have an IndyCar start on your resume. I mention this all the time. I was there to see it, and I still blame you for taking out my driver. Even though you didn't really, but that's okay. Yeah, but you did at least get the IndyCar, man.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been that bad.
Well, no. Listen, I'm grateful for every opportunity I had. We drove a lot of cool cars along the way, but it just wasn't for. My brain's not wired for it. I believe the true greats. You think about guys that are coming up now, and even like Dixon and some of these guys, Elio, how Elio handles a speedway. They have another gear in their brain to manage information that I just don't have. And I figured that out after I was robbing my wife and of all the money she made outside of racing. And anyways, it was time for me to step aside, and we did in the early 2000s, and it worked out pretty good.
Well, I do love that we are starting out with a shout out where it belongs, to the SCCA. You with the Central Division out here, for me with San Francisco region, like you, going to tracks as a kid. My father, an amateur race car driver, also prepped some cars. A lot of similarities in our lives. And my first race car that I drove was a Taiga as well. Happened to be a Formula Ford instead of a Sports 2000. But little did we know, very similar timeline. You and I are doing a lot of similar things, except for, well, you're sitting there as an Indy 500 winner, and I'm sitting here tapping away on a stupid keyboard. But let's talk about current. Let's talk about where you are today with a state of relaxation on your face, unlike I've ever seen during the off season. That's because about 6 months ago, you won a little motor race called the Indianapolis 500. Now, you've been asked this a lot, the minute after you won, day after, etc. But maybe 6 months of separation will give us some new insights. How has that win changed your life, your wife and business partners, right? I mean, the Meyer Shank Racing isn't just Michael Shank, it's Mary Beth Shank as well. How has this win changed your life now with about 6 months of perspective? Jim Meyer's life, the team and such. Tell us where you're at, my friend.
Well, we always thought we were good at, we always thought internally here, we're definitely good enough to win this race, but when it actually happens, there's a lot that comes right up in your face, right? And it turns out it's a pretty big deal to win the race. It's the gift that doesn't ever stop giving. It has completely transformed our life in many, many ways, almost all positive. I'm super proud of it. It's something, even though you wear it, you almost wear it as a badge of honor, right? And it never falls off your body. It's pinned and it's always there because people who know of how difficult it is. I do feel like we deserve it insofar as that we've paid our dues. We've been knocked down a million different times, a million different ways. We've had to be very creative and selective how we get here financially. The bottom line is that with this particular win, I absolutely would not have happened without Jim Meyer. And I don't mean from a financial standpoint, actually, because I think financially I was scrapping for ways to get there anyways. But the depth that he brought to this team and has brought and continues to bring will never be recorded enough for me.
From a business knowledge standpoint, or relationships, or
all that, everything you just said. But his network is so powerful, and he has helped so many people along his travels in life. Like I feel like I have too a little bit, that they all want to be a part of what he's doing. And so I get to kind of lag on to that. So Liberty Media owns 30% of our team now. And we're really proud that, they won that, Liberty Media owned the Atlanta Braves, so they won the Indy 500 and the World Series this year. And we're super proud that we were able to give all them a ring for our side.
Wow.
We held up our end of the deal, So looking back on it now, without that Indy 500 win, it's a lot different right now. I'll be honest with you. It's a lot better now. And we have some financial stability under us right now, and it allows us also to plan for the future with this Drive for 5 with Elio coming up. In my mind, with Simon and Elio at the 500, we got two of the premier best guys at that speedway in live real time right now. And I think that gives us a unique opportunity for our sponsors, our partners, and our OEM Honda.
Let's talk about ramping up. We're going to come back to the crazy Brazilian and crazy Frenchman you hired and all that kind of fun stuff. We're going to get there in a minute, but I want to talk a little bit of, or mentioning the Braves, inside baseball. So you start out in 2017. Hey, we finally made it to IndyCar single race, Indy 500. You ramp up to 6 races the following year, 10 after that, full-time after that. Now, 5 years on or so, you're going to be 2 cars full-time in IndyCar. Tell us about the process of ramping up, finding people, right? The folks that were looking after the second car, Elio's car, the 06 Honda last year, those weren't necessarily all full-timers. Tell us about expanding your own team, full-time folks, engineering staff, Andretti Autosport, technical alliance, how you integrate them, engineering group you're going to put around both drivers. Tell us about that, because that's not easy. There aren't a line of folks out the door waiting to be hired. The entire IndyCar paddock is scrambling to hire engineers, mechanics, you name it. Tell us about ramping up.
It's been tricky, and that's a great question. The whole industry, in my opinion, right now, the racing industry, specifically what I know, which is sports cars and Indy cars, is just absolutely booming right now. So it is an employee's market right now. Lots of opportunity. So what we try to do and how we stand apart, and it can be counted both ways. We're in Columbus, Ohio. We're not in Indianapolis. We're not in Charlotte. We're one of the very few mid-sized teams that are at the 2 hubs right now that can work for us and against us. It's proving tricky a little bit because we got to get people here or train them up from here, which is the route that we are going actually. So we're trying to find the right people that we think we can train or are trainable with the right work ethic, with the right desire to go racing. We have to get very creative these days to get the proper people in here. Of course, we got to treat them better than everybody else. And I focus every day of my life to try to treat my people better than other people do. Now, we don't always succeed, but it's a real challenge. And that's the number one thing. We have a product. I want to go racing a certain way, Marshall. And this is how I want to go. Right. This is how I see it. Right or wrong, this is how I see it. Right. And how many people can I get to buy into that? Which is maybe a little different than the old school way and some similar in other ways, but we want to try to create this. And my competition director on the IndyCar side is a guy named Adam Rovazini. He's in his 30s. He's been with big groups for the last 15, 20 years. And he and I are trying to take the best of all that we've seen and put it at this place and promote that this is a great place to work. Everybody does the same thing. We're all trying to do it, but it's proven very tricky because if our product doesn't stay at this level, meaning engineering, the way we look, the results we get, we will instantly lose all this momentum that we have. So we really emphasize that.
Adam's a good man, a smart man. By the way, that wasn't just a sip to start the show. I'm determined to polish off those 24 ounces of nastiness.
That's worse than this, I guarantee it.
Oh, trust me. In my very early 20s, with about $2 a day to live, it was Mickey's and Fire Cheetos. So a little bit of a callback here for me. Let's talk about the Andretti Autosport relationship, Mike. That's been a powerful one. That's been something that I got to tell you, from the phone calls I receive from team owners wanting to be the next Meyer-Shank Racing or Andretti Autosport, Chip Ganassi, and so on. This technical alliance that you have created is one that a lot of other team owners would love to have, whether they're Honda or Chevy with a bigger team to help them step up, become more powerful instantly. Tell me about how this process is coming along as you are now expanding to 2 full-time cars. If we think of it from a satellite standpoint, Andretti has their 4 full-timers, you're going to be adding 2 drivers to that in their engineering meetings and such. Tell us the status of this relationship. Have you also decided who's going to be your engineers for the 06 car and the 60 car next year with Simon and Elio? This is an important thing you're doing, but not many others have been able to find similar deals.
Well, let me just say, in my mind, I think it is the modern way to break into IndyCar racing and have the best opportunity to look the best you possibly can, meaning get results. I really believe that. To go out on your own, these teams have had this car for 10 years, Marshall, more or less. And it's an evolving thing. I get that, but the gains we make now are just tiny. For us to expect that we would parachute into that 8 years in or 7 years in, whenever we came in, and expect to be competitive against them, even with the best driver in the world, is nonsense. It's not possible, right? So we felt like, we started with Schmidt Peterson at the time, right? And we had a good 2 years with them. We were very happy. We were very budget limited during that time. And, but we learned a lot. We set a lot of the way that we do things today was set during that period. We switched over to Andretti, the Andretti group with Michael and those guys, and it's been very good. So we've been 2 years with them. We just signed another 2-year deal, so we're this year in 23 with them going forward. It's been very, very good. Now it's easy to say that when you win the Indy 500 with them, but let's take that to the side for a minute. Just the way that Rob Edwards kind of runs that thing and shares information with us. Everything they said they would do, they've done, and then some. And it's been awesome. It's been really, really good. That doesn't mean someday we don't do it on our own when it's right, but we think it's the best of both worlds. Now, keep in mind, it's 80% MSR people, right? Yep. And even some of our engineers are on the project. They supplement the race engineer, the top level, as part of our deal, but we get the guys that have been with us from them. They feel a part of MSR, and that's what I want them to feel. They are a part of. They're in Andretti's stable, but they're with us when they're with us, and we get complete buy-in from that. Next year is a little different because we're going to have 2 full-time cars with this deal, and that was a negotiating thing that I had to work with Michael and JF and Rob Edwards on, because it's a bandwidth thing too. How much people do we all have, and how can we make this all work? And we came to terms with that, and I'm happy with that. We have new engineers. We have a new engineer. Garrett Mothershead is with Simon, and Mark Bryant will stay with Elio for next year. And both very experienced, both put a lot of time in around the paddock, know the game. But I can tell you for 2 months now, we've been working nonstop in the background, trying to get that process started. And it all begins this coming Monday, when we go to Sebring, and we're going to talk about this. I know we're going to test Nick DeVries. So, but that group, all of my guys are coming for that one car, just to get everybody's, motions moving forward again,
We're going to talk about Nick for sure, Shank, because that is, when I learned about that, I was like, okay, this man is aiming high here.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, why don't we come back to Nick in just a moment? Why don't we get to the 2 nut jobs that you have full time, at least right now?
Yeah.
Elio. I mean, we know so much about him, right? He's been a part of our universe for decades now. I was fortunate to work with him a long, long time ago. Tell me what he brings, the tangibles, the intangibles that he brings to Meyershank Racing, the stuff that, I don't know if I want to say you didn't have before, but now that he's come in, obviously won a fairly important race some folks might have heard of, but what has he brought to you, the tangibles and intangibles to improve Meyershank Racing? And I'll ask that about Simon in a moment.
Well, both cut from the same exact cloth, so I could answer one for the other, pretty much. At least my thought on why we did it. And I've talked about different shows of yours. We've talked about it. We had to make a choice when we knew we had the deal to run Elio. Do we want to go with youth? an inexperienced or less experienced, or do we want to go with the guy we think can win the Indy 500 for us? We obviously, and that was the real conversation at the time. Obviously, it worked out and we looked like rock stars, but it's so much more than that. That's just the experience part is great. And he knows exactly what he wants, especially at the Speedway. He knows exactly in what cadence it needs to come in. And if you give him that, then just stand back and just get your pit stops right, because otherwise he's going to be at the front. But it's beyond that. If you just look at how Elio treats people, anybody, how he treats me, my wife, our family, all the folks here and their family, how he interacts with our partners, how his willingness to do whatever it takes on the business side to make sure we accomplish all of our deliverables for our partners. It's next level on Elio. And by the way, Simon's the same way. Just Elio delivers it in a different way, a little more animated. That's all. But they both understand the business side of this is what's keeping us all alive. And it has to be prioritized. And both of them, by the way, you can argue they weren't quite ready to be totally done with this. And so they have a little chip on their shoulder. And it's hard to buy that. And they want to prove that they deserve to be here still. And we want a part of that. We want to be a part of that.
Let's talk a little bit about Pagenaud, someone who, prior to going to Team Penske, was definitely seen as a future champion when he was with Schmidt Hamilton Motorsports / Schmidt Peterson Motorsports. Went to Penske, didn't necessarily have a great start there, rebounded the second year, won the championship, had some ups and downs, won the Indy 500 in 2019. Bit of a fluctuating time with, in theory, one of the two biggest teams in IndyCar, more resources, more anything, more everything than anybody else. I do love the idea, Mike, of him leaving Penske and going back to a team that isn't as large, can definitely receive more of his experience and insights, maybe have a bigger influence on the overall organization, because at least at Schmidt Peterson, Schmidt Hamilton, that's where we saw the best of him, fully invested in all areas possible. Are you receiving that yet from him? Not a guy who just wants to drive the car and then go home, but get his fingers into every aspect of how to make Marshank Racing better?
Absolutely. At times 10. He is 100% bought in. He is, he's done everything I would expect and more. He's on the ball. He's working with my guys to make sure he gets exactly what he wants out of the car. And that comes from a little Schmidt Peterson, a little Penske, everything he's involved, sitting in this tub and being comfortable, and the pedals he likes and the wheel he likes. We're giving him every single thing he wants. We're also building the relationship between him and Garrett now too, because that's a new product. You know this, but he's been with Ben for 10 years.
I know.
Seasons. I mean, this is like a huge marriage, in my opinion.
They had to figure out, who gets silverware, who gets the dog. Obviously, Simon's going to get the dog, but yeah, it's a bit of a unexpected divorce of sorts. Not that there's anything bad that happened between Ben Brexman and Simon, but they have been together for so long that the idea of him having to start from scratch with a race engineer is a little crazy. But Garrett Mother said, good Lord, you're not going to find a guy in the paddock who other engineers respect more than Garrett. So that's a great move. But to your point, this is a driver who also somewhat like a race engineer, big brain, wants to know everything on the technical side. And here's a race engineer who's worked with everybody from rookies to veterans, won the Indy 500. I love this alignment here too, Mike.
These two guys fit my world, which is, a little bit of the underdog swinging as hard as they can upwards. They're hungry. Even Garrett, Garrett's had a couple of tough, not great seasons, and he wants to be back on top. So I got a drive from the engineers. Mark Bryant's coming back from doing Indy Lights full time to IndyCar when he wants to get in and prove his point. We got a bunch of people that want to be here and that want to prove that they deserve to be here at a high level. And I like those odds for us. Now, you and I can have this conversation in October and see how it ends up. But when I look back on, we're still talking IndyCar here, obviously. When I look back on our IndyCar season, there's a couple times this year that MSR, let Jack down, and it crushes me that it happened that way. But we got to learn. We try to learn from those things desperately. And by the way, the new drivers know what our downfalls were this year. We try to, and Elio was part of a couple little issues too that, so we all have to deal with these things that happen in racing that no one can get rid of totally, and how do we react and how do we respond to that? And I just feel like we got a bunch of people that want to be here in the right place for what they're at in their life. And, let's see what it brings us.
Except for Matt Swan, but that's always a topic that we can.
Yeah, that's a problem for you, I think. Yeah,
that's a charity hire, but we do appreciate that. Keeps them off the streets. We'll stick with IndyCar for a little bit longer, Mike, and we'll move to IMSA. Spoke about Nick DeVries, reigning Formula E champion. I got to admit, I don't give a fart about that. That kid should be driving for Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren F1. He is a bad ass.
Yep.
When I learned that he's going to be testing for you compared to about 50 other names I might have heard, I said, Shank is swinging for the fences here. Now, Nick is obligated this coming season to Formula E, one more year there, so he's not available to drive right now. But tell me about the decision here, because I'm not sure how this might be received by your brand new full-time drivers in these two entries, one being Elio, one being Simon, both veterans of the sport, achieved everything. Hey, by the way, we're going to Sebring and we're going to test a young gun who could be coming for your jobs. You're letting a rabid animal into the building that wants to be in one of those cars, I'm sure. Tell me about the mindset behind this test. Is this you trying to look to the future? Is this you putting a little pressure on the two veterans to know that, hey, I'm not just sitting here hoping and waiting. I am looking ahead. Could there be other drivers that you test?
Well, who said I wouldn't run 3 cars?
That's the answer I was trying to get out of you, Shay.
So listen, you pretty much got it though. This move is a preemptive move just to see how we all get along, to see if he, how he gets along. This car, I think Grosjean called it a steering monster or something like that. These things are tough to drive, man. And let's see how that interaction goes between us and him. I could use him on the sports car program potentially. He's an awesome sports car driver too. It's just in general, let's see what he can do. It is of no threat to anybody that's on this team right now driving race cars. And everybody acknowledged that. It didn't even come to my brain, to be honest with you. But we do want to keep our finger on the pulse of what's happening and who is coming up the ranks. This test on Monday, Marshall's turning into this little F2 battle.
I know. I love it.
Well, I just saw the last guy. I just lost his name. I'm sorry, but
Jack Aiken.
Aiken's going to come. So, it's going to be an interesting day and kind of like a mini race, I'm assuming, so look forward to that. But listen, Simon and Elio are pros. They've been down this road a million times, right? And we all got to perform though too at the same time. And they know that.
If you like what you see with Nick, any chance you think later in the year of a third car coming out, maybe after the Formula E season? Are you thinking that far ahead yet, or any possibilities if you want to actually get on track and get a feel?
I see another test potentially for sure, but I don't see a race just from an equipment and his scheduling. He's a reserve. He sits right next to Toto Wolff and all the broadcasts. You see him standing there. He's reserved for Lewis and the other car, and he's reserved for Toyota prototype, and he's got a P2 ride in WEC. So he's got a lot going on. But this opens the book. Right now, we can take a look and see how some of these guys react to the IndyCar that come from F2. I was impressed with the guy that Rahal ran at
Lundgaard. Yep.
Yeah, I thought he did a hell of a job considering this car is really difficult, and I can see why they signed him. So time will tell, but this is the direction we're going, the trajectory we're going.
Let's talk about Liberty Media, Mike. Talk about a surprise, but also impressive alignment with Liberty Media, buying into the team. What role do they play? What do they do for y'all? It's great to have an investor, but money doesn't get you all the way to victories and such. What do they do that folks don't know about that help you?
They're pretty active actually, and they're incredible people. Well, yes. So first of all, it gives us a very, very sound financial base. It also gives us potential opportunities to their network of things, whatever that may look like. I can't even predict what that would look like, but it does show its head once in a while when I try to help them. They're working on a million different projects in our world, Marshall. It'd blow your mind if you knew them all. Okay. And anywhere I can help them with what they're doing, I try to help them with my network. And it's just, they're in the racing business, they're in the entertainment business, and they're trying to figure out ways to expand that footprint, right? In only the way they know how to do. And it's awesome. And I don't know where that relationship will go ultimately, but I want to be a part of it. I know, and this is part of that thing that Jim Meyer brought to the table was Liberty. And they were all at the 500, including Greg Maffei, who's the president and chairman of the company, and got to ride up the elevator at the 500, which is an awesome experience. And then again, they won the World Series, which was huge for them also.
A couple more inside baseball IndyCar things before we move on to IMSA, Mike. So not so long ago, October, I believe, your team was part of IndyCar's or Firestone's running at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. IndyCar asked your team there with Elio to give some feedback on simulation of the 2023 car, added about 120 pounds of ballast, turned up the boost a bit, wanted to get some feedback. I know that I have spoken to all 4 drivers, 2 at Indy, 2 at Mid-Ohio, that have tested with this ballast and whatnot. They have all said, get us a new car now. We are at a tipping point with weight being way too high, almost sports car level. The vehicular dynamics are wacky with all this extra weight now. Any thoughts there? I know that new hybrid engine package is coming in 2023. IndyCar has said, without giving a definitive date, 24, 2025, maybe a new chassis. Having been part of that test, having heard the feedback from Elio and maybe others, any thoughts? If you could fast track a new chassis, would you push for that, or are you good with the timeline that we have right now?
I'm really torn on this. On one hand, I really appreciate what Jay Fry has done with the spreading out of costs for these chassis and cars. I can't tell you how much it helps the more we use the main car, the spine itself. It just helps financially so much, 2 cars per driver every year, So the economics of it are awesome. I mean, like, it really makes a group like mine, especially starting like when we first started a few years ago, makes sense. And I applaud Jay a million times over, but there is a but. The but is this car weighs nearly 2,000 pounds now in hybrid form. It's 10 or 11, 12 seasons old by the time we get to there. I understand what the drivers are saying, and I think it's going to be time fairly soon that we all take the bullet and get to a car that's optimized for these systems and not scabbed onto. We're rapidly approaching that, Marshall. Now, that's not good news for people thinking about getting an Indy car right now, because the later they get in, the worse the financial model gets as spreading asset costs over time. For us, we're in it deep enough now. We own 4 chassis, plus we have a pit stop car. It won't be fun. It will be painful, but it's also rapidly approaching the time we must think about this. And by the way, one of the great things that Jay Fry does is he allows some costs, and I don't want to get into how it happens, but some costs get spread across a period of time, which also helps teams. It's extremely helpful. And they did that when the DW12 came out, just from Jay. But also I get what the drivers are saying, and having spent, I picked up that multiple chunks of lead that went into our car. I mean, it's 120 pounds like a body running around in the back end of the car, like a human. And It's heavy. The car's heavy. So listen, we all have the same heavy bullet. The safety stuff that we have, I wouldn't trade a nickel for. I mean, I just would never trade that screen and when we've done that. That has been awesome. But at some point we got to probably think about it.
By the way, I think you have multiple employees streaming Netflix, Hulu, something at like 4K UHD because they're sapping up all your internet bandwidth here. But that's okay. We still love you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
no,
sorry.
It's not your fault. I'm just saying, you know, they see the boss is distracted for an hour, so they're off in the break room streaming everything they can and pulling down the good old internet service here. One or two more things here on IndyCar, Mike. You mentioned costs and value. One of the things I've been discussing, spoke with Michael Andretti about this, Zach Brown earlier this week, and that is value. You own an IndyCar team. What is that worth? Is it a commodity? Is it something you could readily sell, or is it something you could borrow upon? Different than back in the kart era, Champ Kart era, where we had franchises. You actually bought into something that had a known value, a tradable commodity almost. Any thoughts on whether that's a direction for IndyCar to consider, so that whether you want to sell a part of Meyer-Shank Racing, an entry among the many entries you have, someone else wants to get in, they know what the buy-in price is, something that makes things a little bit more being a stakeholder in the series than just kind of an unaffiliated business person with no real definable value to what you have. Any thoughts on how we might turn IndyCar teams into something that, again, are real assets that have a known value?
Listen, I'm 100% for this. I just, and I'm really good friends with Justin Marks, and just to hear what he's gone through buying the Ganassi deal out and the value of franchises over there, charters, they call them over there. Denny Hamlin just admitted to paying $13.5 million for his charter for Kurt Busch's car. I mean, that is unbelievable. That's 3x of what they started out at. And that's a true model that lots of people can get their head around. So I don't know how, I know that Roger Penske has talked about it. It's in a discussion point. I don't know exactly how it happened. I can tell you that we would support it. And we like that idea. We have invested millions and millions of dollars here. And theoretically, all we have really are our assets here. And that does grow by year. But to have a tangible, as you say, asset as a franchise could change the whole dynamic of IndyCar racing to the good.
Well, as a multi-hundredaire, I harbor a dream of investing into Meyer-Shank Racing. So maybe one day I could own 0.01%. I don't know if it becomes Meyer-Shank Pruett Racing. It kind of messes up the flow of MSR, but I harbor a dream.
That's all right. I love the idea. I love it. So,
well, let's close on IndyCar on this. You are a man who understands the business side more than I would say almost any of the long-standing team owners. Most of those you're trying to beat to the checkered flag. Billionaires, hundreds of millionaires, been doing this for a long time. None of that's bad, but you and your wife are folks who started with nothing and worked their way up, mortgaged the house multiple times. You feel the business side, and therefore I know you are always giving input to Roger Penske, Jay Fry, and whatnot, how to improve things, how to make things better for you, how to make your business stronger through the decisions IndyCar makes. Had a good season, right? There's been IndyCar on the rise. TV numbers are up a bit. A lot of things feel like they're better, but what's the next step? What's the next, hey, let's work on this to make things better type suggestions you're offering to RP and Jay and whatnot? Because I know you've got your pulse on that at all times.
Yeah, and I'm sorry about my internet connection. It's a new construction here. I'm continually bringing things as much as I can, to my opinion on things and why and how they affect us directly. My thoughts on open dampers and IndyCar, my thoughts on fees and IMSA. I share everything I possibly can with these guys. I think Jay came from where I sit today, Jay Fry. He understands our perspective from an owner standpoint, what's important. That's why he pushes so hard just to not bring new cars in very often. You know, he understands that commitment. He understands cash flow. To me, cash flow is everything. Every month is every month matters to me, right? And so how that affects our cash flow. Price increases or unknown price increases are a killer in our business, meaning one of the suppliers decide they need to do an increase, which they're allowed to by their contract, but it kind of gets laid on us at the last minute. And, you know, now we have to deal with it post our budgets being done. Okay, which happens a lot, unfortunately, on both sides of the aisle here. It can happen anyways. But, you know, it's a delicate line, Marshall, because a lot of appreciation for what the sanctioning bodies do, but I'm also trying to not lose money. I'm a small business in America, right? And so I have to get my point across, what things help us, what things hurt us. And most of the things everybody knows. They know we're all dealing with the same issues. It's just, you know, they just get in my position and how am I going to do a spread? If I have to update all my cars, you know, how does that affect how am I planning for that? Or if fees are going to change, entry fees are going to change. I need to know that a year before they change so I can plan for it. I'm giving examples, you know, so.
Why don't we move to IMSA, my friend, because we could spend at least another hour talking about sports cars. It's a rough first year for you, brother, with the Acura ARX-05 DPI program. You're not someone who sits well with missing targets and expectations. It wasn't terrible, but if you're not winning routinely, you're not going home feeling satisfied. Tell me about this past year, moving up from GTD with Acura, running the NSX GT3 and GTD. Tell me about moving back to prototype class type of racing you're super familiar with, very successful in. Have you been able to pinpoint some of the things about 2021 with this Acura prototype that didn't exactly live up to expectations to pivot from that and get to 2022 and get back to a place you're more comfortable with and winning?
Yeah, you know, admittedly, tough year. Totally don't run from that. Hate disappointing anybody, especially John Akay at Acura and HPD, for sure. Now we've had we have several really good years with Acura, so we have a little bit of credit build up. But the bottom line is that we have to produce every time we go out, and when we don't, you know, we have a problem. So we know that. Now, specifically, our problems really stemmed from not totally being up to speed with the current DPI cars and the way their aerodynamics are and the ride control programs are. And it changed a lot since 2016, the last time we were in there with the Ligier. And it's just expanded and gotten better and different and all kinds of things. Also, the way we race in prototype has changed a lot since we were there. So I break it down into two, you know, the first part of the season was really rough for us. And it wasn't from a lack of trying. We had some organizational issues on our side that we needed to fix, which we have. We had just general knowledge of the car, not up to where it needed to be quick enough, which we've addressed. And things like that. We had some driving mistakes, which didn't help us, but you know, you have that. That's normal, right? But not terribly, but we needed to catch up. More than anything, we needed to, number one, get organized on the MSR side. Number two, we needed to have a better understanding of what the car wants in all scenarios, street course, road course, whatever we had. Okay, bumpy, smooth, all that. And then third, implement a program going forward in 22 that makes more sense on all that I just mentioned. Now, from the second half of the season on, we actually had a pretty good race car, but unfortunately, for the most part, our bed was made with regards to the championship. So we were there to support the 10 car to try to help them win the championship. So we gave up on a lot of different strategies, and you know, I question about our strategies, but a lot of it we couldn't talk about. You know, we're there to help the other car when we're not going to get what we need for Acura. We're there to help them any way we can. So
but if you also look, Mike,
some races too to try to help.
I was just saying, if you look at the last race of the year, Petit Le Mans, you compare that to the opening race or two, drastic difference. So obviously didn't come home with a win at Petit, but boy, did y'all lead and show some strength as to how far the program had come along. So to that point, while the 10 car from Wing Taylor Racing was the one vying for the title, it's not as if you all were back of the pack fighting for nothing. You were capable of running up front as well. So it was an impressive development from the start of the year to the end of the year.
No, that's what I say to you. I mean, I'm happy with our progression technically. I need to get which we've done now. I need to correct some organizational things, which we've done. And now we have a couple new drivers coming on board with Tom Bloomquist and Oliver Jarvis. And we look forward to that. And time will tell about where we stand with this all, but we think we're have a great pathway to have a good year this year and focus on not having just to be a support role, but be able to go for the championship ourselves. And, we kind of look forward to this. The car is a tricky car. The Orca, it's a tricky car to keep happy all the time. And it's just something that we basically needed to learn on our own.
Was telling your awesome head of PR, Matty Komar, that I am so impressed with what Shank has been doing in terms of who he is pursuing to drive his car. So I already mentioned the test with Nick DeVries. That blew a lot of people away. It really did, Mike. A lot of folks weren't thinking that laterally to go after him, at least to get testing with. The Ollie Jarvis signing, not just inspired, but proven. Rocket, rock star. The Tom Blomqvist one, I'm like, I wouldn't have never seen that one coming, but I love it. Tell us a little bit about the decision on this lineup, and also the fact, I guess, if you want, give some insights on, you're not just looking through this past season's top 10 in the Drivers' Championship and saying, which from these well-known names can I draw from? There's something inside you, Shank, where you're like, no. We're going off the page. We're looking to some places folks might not expect.
Well, we did a kind of a hybrid of that, with Oliver. There's a couple things that really, his experience level across all bandwidths. He's driven, obviously the Mazda for a few years. He's helped develop the Audi hybrid systems, which, we're not talking about it a lot, but, we got coming. So, he's got experience with hybrid electric systems. He also has driven the Orca quite a bit in Europe. So he understands the Orca and its little things that make it tricky at times, and knows all of them North American tracks. So there's no learning needed. He knows every track. So that all check boxes. With Tom was, to me, the kind of right combination of all that. Knows the Orca, has been a factory driver, bloody, like super quick guy, and has proven that, he was on pole the first race at the last WEC race, and understands that we tested Tom also, and he was just lights out fast, So I just think they tick box, and also, by the way, knows electricity, simulation, driver sim stuff really well. He's used to doing tons of that, and that's the way we're all headed. So these two guys tick the most amount of boxes. I don't have a lot of leash here, Marshall. I've got to get some results, and I felt this gave me the best opportunity to do that.
I love it. A couple more IMSA questions for you, then we're going to let you get back to your day. Year away from hybrid prototypes, Mike. LMDH coming in 2023. Acura said they're in. Audi, BMW, Porsche, Cadillac. We know that there's more manufacturers coming. Big stampede towards this hybrid prototype format. How do you think, what do you expect, at least this early stage, for Meyershank Racing to factor into Acura's development, getting ready for this new hybrid formula in 2023? And then the second aspect of that, knowing that IndyCar is also going hybrid in 23, how does that change things for you from a business standpoint? Are you able to talk to new potential sponsors, business sectors? Does the hybridization, electrification open up anything new for you as a team owner to enrich yourself, get new technical partners? Seems like could be a lot of opportunity for you here that's new.
Yeah, I think it's a whole new avenue that's just kind of showing itself right now. We have not dived down too far into it yet. with regard to marketing the hybrid section of what we do, but it's coming. We're working on a lot of little things right now on the program for 23, for next year as we start getting ready for it. It's been, it's a whole new world for all of us. You know, it's not F1 level hybrid stuff, but it's a big step from where we're at today. And I think it's awesome. I'm hoping that the opportunity, like you talk about, to tie hybrid to technology and to what people are doing and the way our world's going today with clean energy and that type of thing, I hope it lends itself to the marketing side. We've been fortunate. We've had really, really good sponsorship sales for the next year or two. And that hybrid thing will just take it to a whole different, in my opinion, a whole different level. We look forward to it. And we're getting ready for a whole new era in sports car racing that we've never, you know, you can talk about the days back when the Lowenbrow Porsche was there and, you know, the Castrol Jags and all that. But I think this is on another planet when you look at the OEM involvement and what that could drive. It'll be interesting to see.
Wow. Two items to close, my friend. So for the first few years in IndyCar, you were pretty straightforward in telling me we're a sports car team, having to figure out this IndyCar thing. Tell me about where you're at today. Are you a fully vested, figured out, sorted, and understanding IndyCar team, completely independent from your sports car program? Do you feel like you've gotten all the way to where you needed to be in learning the open wheel side so that it's not so much of a blend between the two or having to pull resources from sports car? Curious where you're at there.
You know, so you're right. And early on, there's a lot of cross-pollination of people just to make it all happen between the NSX program and the IndyCar program. But that's no longer. They're church and state now. There's only two of us, myself and one of my managers, Jason, that go to all the races. And Maddie does too, actually, our PR folks. But otherwise, it's church and state. They do their own programs. It's the way that we wanted to run the program. It doesn't mean they don't help each other when they need it in the shop or anything like that. But however, that said, they both have to be able to stand on their own leg as much as possible. We standardize as much as we can, across both brands, meaning we have the same kind of tractors and the same kind of trailers. And, you know, we try to keep the pit boxes the same. And we're trying to make as much standard as we can just to make it easier on us. But from a people standpoint and from the ability to function on both sides without needing something from the other is 100% now. And that took 2 years to get to that point, right? And to be fair, we're probably still getting there a little bit today even. But just because the people market is so tough right now, getting people to come and work. So we're set up to run two fully different teams. What we're ultimately set up for is to run 2 Indy cars and 2 prototype cars. Today we have 2 and 1. So there is an open door for another prototype car potentially. That's what we built the shop for. So we'll kind of see. That's kind of our max world right there, Marshall. For me, for me personally, I don't need to do any more than that from any standpoint, ego, money, anything like that. This is plenty to do at a high level.
We got a hashtag me personally. It almost closed the show. So I'm as happy. I'm as tickled as can be. Let's close on this, Mike. Tell us about how decades of sports car experience has helped get your IndyCar team to where it is today. What things from endurance racing in Grand Am, IMSA now for many years, would you say rubbed off or fast track things for your IndyCar team to get up and running? And are there any things that, as you've learned more about IndyCar, you could say have come back to strengthen your IMSA program? You play in both places, and I love the fact that you have been very intent in trying to send whatever you can back and forth to make the overall team better. But curious that cross-pollination.
Well, let's be clear for one thing. I mean, on the IndyCar side doesn't exist without the sports car backbone to the business. Us winning and what Jim France did for our company early on during the Daytona prototype days and that series, allowing teams like ours to come in and compete for overall wins at the highest level at that time, it was it. That's the reason we're sitting here, period. Us winning the 2012 Rolex 24 was the first step in a series of events that led to where we're at today. So it legitimized us in many people's eyes, including OEMs, people with money, the sponsors that we have. Without that, we're not here where we're at today. With regards to specific car builds and endurance racing, it's all about how the car is built, right? It can take punishment for extended amount of times. I think that's something that has crossed over to our IndyCar program. The emphasis, and knock wood, we've had relatively good reliability on the IndyCar side. And then some of that comes from the sports car mentality on car builds, I think when you look the other way, the militant nature of IndyCar and how an IndyCar runs when it unloads from the trailer till it reloads at the end of the weekend, what I call a militant way they are maintained and run has helped the sports car side. Which, imagine the sports cars are a bunch of free loving hippies, right? And the Indy car is a bunch of military, right? That marched like this, right? And we're kind of coming in the middle there a little bit. And but you stand back and you look at this, and you know what? I actually like the military way, and why I like the military way is because everybody knows exactly what the expectation is. And by the way, when that expectation is met, we go home. We don't sit and drink beer at the end of the day and sit around the track. We do our job at the highest level we possibly can, and we go on with our life. And that's kind of the IndyCar way that I'm actually trying to move more toward peace and love in sports car.
Look at that. We got hippies, we got military, we're learning all kinds of stuff, and we got your internet connection back, so you're not frozen. Shank, okay. You, your wife, Mary Beth, Jim Meyer, Rovazini, Swan, all the great folks you have working for you. So proud to see what you all have done. Honestly, if you all aren't an inspiration for everyone else and whatever they do in life, they're not paying attention. American dream type stuff happening, and you're one of us. I always tell folks, you are the realest team owner in motor racing. You're one of us who's done good. So with the remnants of my nasty Mickey's beer and your Busch Light there, I salute you and thank you for joining us to help the final day here of the Racer E-Part Trade Race Industry Week 2021.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike. What an inspirational morning. We're just big fan of what you do. And you hire the French drivers. French drivers are good.
I do hire French drivers. Very true.
Mike, please stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning to our next session. And okay. Marshall, what a great interview again. That was awesome. I mean, I enjoyed every second. And
I'm drinking beer at 7 a.m., Francis, just for you. And I hope folks believe I don't do this every morning, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to sell that lie.
Well, you didn't warn us. I would have, bring one with me, but hey, we got Lawrence with us. Lawrence, good morning.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. Did you bring a drink as well to celebrate with Marshall?
I've had a couple of early coffees. Marshall, that is outrageous.
I'm with you, Lawrence. Coffee.
My stomach agrees, Foster. Oh man, coffee and Mickey's. That's my Friday morning, y'all. It's downhill.
Right. That doesn't sound too. The Mickey part doesn't sound too bad. That was a great chat there with Mike Shank. That was excellent stuff.
Well, he's one of us. One of the great things that Francisca's done this week, Judy has done, Paul Fanner, all the folks who've helped assemble this. No joke. The list of folks who've been part of this, it's ridiculous, right? We've got Zach Brown, CEO of a Formula One team, also IndyCar team and other things as well. Michael Andretti, who owns half of motor racing, like half of the teams in the sport belong to him. Beth Peretta, leading that panel with truly amazing women who are changing the sport every single day. Ross Braun, come on, Ross Braun. I begged to be on that, was told no, just no, Pruitt. But I'm not kidding. This isn't me overselling things. I'm serious. The list of folks available on this every day, it is some truly high achievement stuff. So what I can't wait for, because I haven't been able to watch all of it, is for all of these individual interviews, Francis, to get cut and posted so that folks can go back and watch in 55 hours. It's amazing. So thanks again for putting this on.
Well, and thank you for being part of it. You know, it makes a big difference. And people are so much more comfortable when they know who they are talking to, you know, and I've been fortunate, and Judy can say the same thing. We've been fortunate to, you know, meet with Zach. But Ross, I bumped into him once at MRIA event in the UK. Or you know, Michael Andretti. When you have the interview this morning with Mike, because of the relationship you have with him, that makes it so special as well. So you guys play a big part. But let's move on into rally. So Marshall, stay with us one more second, as we're going to be transitioning, and we're bringing Peter from the WRC. And I'm a big, huge rally fan, Peter. I grew up watching Ari Vatanen and the Peugeot the 205 T16. That was the poster in my bedroom. So I love rally. Thank you very much for being with us. So Marshall, stay with us one more second, and then Lawrence will let you take over.
Well, thank you very much. Well, Peter Toole, thank you for joining us. It's basically, it's 2 weeks since the final round of the 2021 World Rally Championship. If my sums are correct, it's 50 days before we start 2022 in the Monte Carlo Rally, 40 days before the actual pre-season presentation. So it's been an extremely busy pre-season for you already, for reasons we'll go on to in a couple of minutes. But first of all, for fans over here, for US race fans, just give us a little take on what makes the World Rally Championship such a unique motorsports proposition and such an unmissable motorsport, basically.
Yeah, we speak always, if it's coming to the athletes, to the drivers, to the crews, that it's a kind of decathlon. That means you have to be on every kind of surfaces very quick. That means on tarmac, on ice and snow, Monte Carlo, on the foot snow in Sweden or Finland, on the gravel roads in Greece, on the bumps in Finland, and so on. And this is, and also it's all about teamwork. You have two guys in the car sitting, and the driver can only be that fast as he get the information from the co-driver, because you're driving into the unknown. The drivers only have one time to make the pace notes. This is a short description of the stage, and on the next passage it will be corrected, and the next time they go flat out, and no mistake, any slight mistake can end up in the woods. Luckily the cars are super safe. And this adds up to a really fantastic fight and a spectacular event. And we just had the finale in Monza, which is an iconic racetrack. And around Monza, there are nice mountain stages as well. And we just got it until the finish. And then the champion was crowned after a 13-round fantastic World Rally Championship.
Now, 2022, fast approaching. Monte Carlo, the first event, the traditional kickoff in late January. It would be fair to say that the 2022 season for the top level of the WRC is going to be a transformational season. So if you can give us a little bit of an insight into the changes that are happening and also the reason as well behind those changes.
Yeah, the change is dramatic. That means the cars will be on the starting line in Monte Carlo, have nothing to do with the cars which were used now, successfully used since 2017. Because the cars will be equipped with the plug-in hybrid, they will all have sustainable fuel, and there's a clear reason for that. The motorsport is a part of the attempt of FIA, the International Motorsport Organization, to be carbon neutral, and in the meantime, it's our challenge to reduce our CO2 footprint as much as possible. This is on the environmental side. It's very important also for the sponsor, for the factory teams which are participating, for the manufacturers and so on. And on the other hand, we are like a testing bench for new technologies. Okay, some must say hybrid is nothing new. Yes, true. Plug-in hybrid is also not new. I agree. But never ever in the history, this system will be tested to all the conditions I have described, and all the learnings from this new technology will help a lot, because I know from the factory teams that their engineers are also connected to the normal let's say normal, from the R&D departments of the mass manufacturers. And so there is valuable input to give. And we also will show that this technology can be very sexy, because we will have spectacular and quick cars.
Because that's the thing. This is sustainability, but sustainability with spectacle. The starting point being that we don't just have the same conventional power from last year, but we have the hybrid boost. Just talk us a little bit about how the system works, and also, you know, the fact that we are going to get probably the most powerful rally cars since Group B in the mid-1980s. The spectacle is definitely taken care of, I think.
Yes, I agree. What means in kind of powerful and spectacular. But there's a big change. These cars will be the safest ever built, because the whole structure of the cars is new. There is a new tubular frame in, and FIA did together with the manufacturers a tremendous job to make it safe, because the fun is then there if you don't have to fear all the time that there will be something happen if somebody leaves the road, which happens from time to time at rallying. Coming back to the new cars, yes, they will be spectacular. They will have an add-on of 100 kilowatts. That means they will accelerate at the start of a special stage with an additional...
By the way, Peter, in American units, that's about 130 horsepower, I believe.
134. Sorry for that.
That's okay.
Let's say it's more. It's nearly 1/3 more than the standard configuration. So the cars will be really accelerating like rockets from the starting line, and there will be 3 modes. First of all, this starting mode when you get the full power of both worlds. Then there will be the chance to run fully electric. We want to have this in the city areas, and this will be also identified in the road book. This will be the EV zones, and then we have a stage mode, and there. It's on one hand very clear, because the drivers can define 3 mappings they can use. So it's not about just putting the pedal to the metal. A driver has an influence when he gets this power, and also how he can regenerate the power. And now we are coming to the story the motorsport has to tell to the standard production cars and to average customer. We believe that the plug-in hybrid system is something which will be also a system for the future. But a customer has to make use of it. They have to charge. Then you can see you have additional power. You have a regeneration. At the end, you have a very sustainable car. It only works if you charge the car. And some customers, okay, they just buy the car for tax reasons, whatever, and then the cable remains untouched in the boot. This is nothing what we like to see in the future. But if people see actively in the service park, the cars will be charged all the time. We will make visual in our fantastic All Life Plus program we have from WRC, a promoter, that everybody can feel and see when the car is boosting, when the car is regaining energy, and so on. So it will be really fascinating to see how this technology works in terms of efficiency and in terms of spectacular competition.
Now, thinking about the drivers, obviously, Peter, you as a former co-driver, you know, you're used to sort of the roller coaster ride while doing serious puzzles. But for the drivers, I think that's something Fernando Alonso said a few years ago about hybrid Formula One cars, and saying that at times he felt more like an airline pilot than a Formula One driver in terms of cockpit management. How much work, how much sort of extra thinking are the drivers going to have to go through with these Rally 1 hybrid cars?
Yeah, in terms of regulation, there was the attempt from the very start to keep it as simple and as easy as possible, because we don't want to have a video game, you know, we don't want to have, let's say, a push to pass button, all these artificial things, which maybe make sense on some racing formats. I don't say that it's bad, yeah? But on rallying, it's about the feeling and the attitude and the driving style of the driver. So it's totally individual. That means it's not about pushing buttons. By the way, the driver can't. There is no button to push. Yeah? Right. There is a strategy which is defined, which was tested, and live with it and makes the most of it on the stage. So that means he's not a passenger. He can really influence. For example, you are braking into a corner. How are you braking into the corner? How you use the engine to regen the energy. Then you have more power on the next corner. Also left, all this kind of stuff. And this will be an unknown land. And this led to the fact that, for example, Sebastian Ogier, who now won for the 8th time the WRC, normally he said, okay, now I'm a little bit tired, I want to stay with the family and I don't want to do a full season. But he is in Rally Monte Carlo, because he's so curious to find out how these fascinating cars will behave. And yeah, there's another record WRC winner, Sebastian Loeb, no secret. He is also now trying to go there. It's not officially communicated, but we can have a battle of the giants, which will meet young and fast drivers. I give an example, Kalle Rovanperä and also Oliver Solberg, who come a little bit more from this gaming corner, but they're very smart guys. So it will be quite interesting to see these icons of rally sport who have all this feeling in their feet with these new guys. And so I'm really curious how will be the outcome on the Rally Monte Carlo, which is on top one of the most difficult rallies due to the weather changes, surface changes, ice, snow, fog, whatever you want, dry roads, rain, everything. So I can't wait to see the start of the rally, and I think this will be a big, big spectacle.
And at the same time as adding hybrid, changing to the space frames, the sustainable fuel, you're also taking quite a big bunch of stuff away from the cars as well to put the onus more on the drivers. Just talk a little bit about how you're simplifying and removing certain things as well.
Yeah, some drivers didn't like it so much, because I must say that the 2017 generation cars has been really fantastic, very nice to drive, and I fully understand that some drivers are not happy that we take some of these benefits away. We will have less aero, wings will be smaller. We will have a 5-speed gearbox, which is nearly a mass production part, which is also in the WRC2. We will have a normal gear changer. That will be nice for us because we have these inboard cameras. So the drivers will have to work physically much more in the cars. And the wheel travel is also reduced. And the target was not to get the cost up and
we've got not Peter.
Money on the table. Hear me?
Peter, I think we lost you for a while there. I think we got a little bit of freezing. I think it was a sort of the equivalent of a hybrid integration glitch. Just lost the last of that last couple of sentences. But I think the onus definitely going back on the drivers with a lot.
Yes.
Now, the manufacturers, 3 manufacturers with Hyundai, Toyota, M Sport, Ford, where you've got a commitment now for 3 years with the new rules and with the new face of rallying. That's got to be a great position to be in. The fact that you can introduce these with such stability and such buy-in from the manufacturers.
Yeah, this is for us a really strong commitment from the manufacturers, and it's, I think, the first time that we have a commitment for three ongoing years. And they all believe in the technology. For Ford, it was a very big point to continue in the championship. Toyota is a pioneer of hybrid. They have all kinds of drivetrains. Hyundai is same. So it's good that these 3 manufacturers are not only fully committed to the sport, they are also, in terms of innovation and sustainability, they are really creating lighthouses in the car industry as well. So this is good to have 3 strong committed partners, but nevertheless, we also strongly hope that for other manufacturers, and I look a little bit in direction also versus Asia, it could be interested to come as well, because now we have these hybrid components are standard. That means in terms of development, you just add the car, which is in any way a little bit limited, so the costs are also on this side reasonable. And as we are now proving that our media data and the return on invest on the WRC, which is the second most important championship in the world, a part of Formula One, it's a good value for money. So we are quite confident, and we're looking forward to a good future with these 3 manufacturers and maybe 1 or 2 more to come.
And as you say, that value for money, as a kid growing up with rallying, I love to see the privateers diving in there. I love to go out into the Yorkshire forest and see Jimmy McRae and Russell Brooks mixing it with the factory Audis and etc. How is Rally One and the new cars, how does that fit with privateers with a price point and a profile that will actually make it compatible with bringing privateers back into the top level of the WRC?
Yeah, you just mentioned some famous names, but at this time the Group B cars were also far away from being cheap. So it was in any way an invest. But I learned from Malcolm Wilson that he has a lot of people interested in getting involved in the top level in the Rally 1 category to rent a car, to buy a car, and so on. And I think Hyundai also is open to customers. But first of all, I think the manufacturers, which have an average of 4 to 5 entries per rally, they are now fully focused to get it going. But don't forget that our focus on the privateers and on our customer sports is very big. We have these fabulous Rally 2 generation cars. By the way, there's also a Skoda running in the RIA, as far as I know, winning rallies from time to time, or getting champion last year, if I got it right.
That's correct.
Yeah, and this shows how attractive those cars are. And we have rallies when we have an average of 40 to 50 entries in this category. And these cars will also run in the future with sustainable fuel, not with hybrid, but sustainable fuel, which makes it also attractive for them to go to their sponsors and say, listen, I'm going on full sustainable fuel, and this is also something for the future. Plus, we have a kind of, not we, the FIA, the sporting authority, they have built up a famous rally pyramid where you can start from a front-wheel drive Fiesta, for example, into a 4x4 Rally 2 car, into the Rally 3 car, into the Rally 2, and then and we also promoting the European one. So we can really make a, let's say, kind of ladder to success. And this is important. We should not always talk about the big cars in the top category. We should always focus on the customer sports.
Well, Peter, that's a very good point. And maybe as a crude analogy, if we look at NASCAR, where NASCAR has the Cup Series, it has the Xfinity Series,
yeah,
it has the Truck Series, but NASCAR also has the ARCA Series there as an alternative feeder series. I guess that's kind of, as I say, a crude analogy, but looking at how you are working now with the European Rally Championship as well, and giving people destinations and giving people routes to the top, but sort of from different directions and through different routes, basically.
Yeah, if we just let's talk a little bit about money. So if you want to enter in a proper competitive car, for example, in the European Rally Championship, you get a more than 220 something horsepower front wheel drive Rally 4 car, which is, for example, Ford Fiesta, which could be a Peugeot 208, which could be an Opel Corsa. So we have at the moment 4 to 5 brands, the Renaults, and this is a nice competitive sport, and you can prove your talent in the European one. And as a next step, there's already a category called Rally 3, which is currently a Ford Fiesta, who has 235 horsepower, 4x4. The car is around 100,000 euro, very reliable. Just had its maiden season this year, and up to follow more next year, when it will be the basis car for the Arrive and Drive Junior WRC. And then we have the famous Rally 2 category, which has sold about 1,200 something worldwide, and every national championship nearly is run with these cars, which cost around 200. But the thing is that they really bring a good value for money. They're really quite quick. So sometimes we look on special stage times of former Group A cars, they beat them by far. And these were cars who were really, really expensive. So there's a good development in rallying at the moment. It's transparent. A good driver can prove his talent. And look at young guys like Kalle Rovanperä, who was just coming, okay, with the help of the daddy for sure, but he made it on his own. Or Oliver, they're just growing up. Or we have other drivers like Adrien Fourmeau, who grew up in the French Tarmac Championship and also coming to the rallying. So there's a really, let's say, so much to come and to see. So we'll be really interested.
So 2022, obviously major challenges in 2020, like every major international motorsport series with COVID. You got a calendar, you got a championship. 2021 managed to reintroduce Kenya, a new version of the Safari Rally. 2022, no return yet to events in the Americas. So we don't see Mexico, we don't see Argentina. But I just wanted to talk to you about bigger picture, you know, our market, the WRC, and whether how much America means, you know, as a market future otherwise to the WRC, and also how that calendar, in terms of, say, events like Mexico and Argentina, may sort of move forward beyond what could be another transitional year in 2022.
First of all, we are very sad that Mexico and Argentina are not in because they are iconic events and with a very professional organization. But we had the problem that you just said it, COVID makes it very difficult in the first half of the year to go overseas. On top of that, we have the new technology to come. So this was one of the parts. Again, we want to go back as soon as it's possible. On the other hand, as you said, yes, the Americas are fully interesting for us, and especially the US. The Olympus Rally was in 1986 with the Group B cars, first time, and it ran 3 years. And it was a nice rally with fantastic competition in the woods. But we think for our second attempt, we have so much more to give. So our plan is to come very soon to US. We are very much fighting for it. We have some encouraging talks. We have some interesting proposals for events. And this is something for us which has a high priority because we think we have to go there. But again, we will not forget Mexico and Argentina because generally we had last year a COVID-driven calendar, but we are proud that we had these 12 events, which went very well with Kenya in. Japan was planned, but Japan is a special story after the Olympic Games, so it could not work. Next year we will add on New Zealand and again Japan, and we have Kenya. And furthermore, we think that we will, let's say, we will have more international events to come, but we have to be conservative in terms of COVID. Nobody can hear that anymore, but it's a matter of fact. So we are hoping that after, let's say, step by step growing and getting, again, more overseas than we are at the moment, we have a lot of European events. And therefore, we are happy that we have the European Championship because some of them can rotate European, which allows us to have more events than overseas.
Well, Peter, that is extremely exciting news, listening to your talk about future events over here and in the Americas as a whole. Meanwhile, what we've got is a fan base for the WRC in America.
Just which here from the podium a question from...
Oh, sorry, Peter.
Yeah, no, you were interrupted. Again, say it again.
No, I was saying that that's exciting news about America. But for the meantime,
yeah, understood.
WRC fans in the USA, you have been, the WRC has been an early adopter and has really sort of fine-tuned the virtual experience, the immersive virtual experience. Just tell us a little bit about how you connect with audiences that don't, for instance, see WRC in the flesh, as it were, and things like WRC Plus, basically how you get that connectivity with audiences and with a fan base.
Yes, we have, as I already mentioned, the WRC Plus all live format. So you can, a rally fan can really, from the very start, from the shakedown until the podium ceremony, eyewitnessing the action. And we achieve that. We have inboard cameras, several angles. We have helicopter aerial view. We have cameras on the stage, and we have service park and background stories we deliver from the start, from the early morning till the evening. And also in between recaps, we are also providing this service to TV broadcasters worldwide. So there is a really huge coverage, and this is a service. It's you cannot miss any moment. So you know you are, because we have inboard cameras with a remote function. That means if there is an accident or an incident, we got this signal maybe a little bit later, so you can remotely access to this material. And we have a very good crews catching the pictures, and this makes the sport so dramatic. For example, there was the innovation is the power stage, where you can generate extra points, and this is something you can see, you can watch who is winning that stage, and then you have immediately the result. Because our problem, let's say the challenge is that compared to NASCAR, when you see every corner and you see car by car race, we don't have that. We are in a lonely forest sometimes. So we have to transport the sport to the screen, and this works very well. So, and therefore, I think we have a, let's say, a very fascinating tool we are working with, which is also great value for the manufacturers and also for the sponsors. And this is something we are also now transferring to the European Rally Championship. And yeah, this is something we can make rallying more transparent, more fascinating.
Well, Peter, looking ahead then to 2022, we've obviously taken 25 minutes of your preparation time for 2022, so we may have put you on the back foot somewhat, but what for you constitutes a successful 2022 season? I say, with it being such a transformational season at the top level?
I expect from the very start a fierce competition, and I expect fascinating challenge for sure. It's everything is new, but I know how professional the teams are working. And I just got a feedback from Andrea Adamo, the team principal of Hyundai, who was, let's say, had some concerns, which is normal being an engineer. But they are working really like hell. They are made for some weeks ago an endurance test in Italy when they're simulating a rally. And it's really nice to see rally people not complaining, they're just working. And if the flexibility you have on a rally and the way you can you are facing the challenges, I think it's a little bit similar to the NASCAR family. These are also a lot of teams which are family based and guys who are in motorsport and you cannot do this sport without having the passion. And this is, I think we are quite similar. Our guys are foot grounded and have a big heart and the passion, and this drives the championship. So I don't expect a boring transition year. I expect the maximum casino and the maximum action and challenge next year. So I'm really looking forward to that. And I'm confident that the cars will work. I'm totally sure.
And let's tell you what, as well, one thing as well, I've noticed a couple of drivers, maybe a couple of months ago even, were still maybe doubters over Rally 1. We're definitely now the guys that have experienced the cars, have got into that sort of full build-up mode, tested full swing. We seem to now have drivers who are really into the idea of what they're going to have as equipment and as the challenge in 2022.
Yes, I fully understand that they are sad because these 217 cars were really fantastic rally cars, spectacular, fast, nice to drive, and let's say you can say why don't we go on? And then the answer is very clear, because the time is moving, so we cannot go on with just normal ICE combustion engines. We have to make this move, and this move was done in a very smart way. So we will have good cars, we have fantastic, fascinating cars, and we have sustainable cars. By the way, I got a question, if I may answer.
Oh yes, please.
From Don Taylor, who was asking about the fuel compared to what Ross Brawn said and corn-based ethanol. I'm not so deep into this chemistry, but I can tell you that there are two pillars: biofuels, second generation, which are coming from waste, fully waste. So no food, no nothing. It's biomass food stock from waste, and through electrolysis, it will be furnished by renewable energy. Then we have carbon capture and water electrolysis. And it leads to the e-fuels. And this is mixed together. And at the end, we will have the WRC Fuel 2022, which is fully renewable and which is fully sustainable. And this is the way it works. So corn-based, I don't know, but it's definitely biomass food stock waste, because there were a lot of attempts in the past, and this is something very important. This is really a revolution. Also takes some extra work to the teams, for sure. They have to adapt the mapping of the engines and everything, so it's not so easy. But when it works, and it will work, then we will again have proven that we are in the industry able to develop technologies, fuels for the future, because sports car brands who doesn't want to go to full ICE, to full electric and still keep their ICE, there's no other way, because the time is moving, and that's the way it is. There was another question. I just see whether there will be a UK round in 2022. I can only say it's not yet fixed, but we are working on everything and to have an event. But it says it's TBC at the moment, not decided. For some reasons, we always like to do rallying in the UK, and there are many options. So allow a bit of time, and we will know.
Well, I know there are a few people in Northern Ireland keeping their fingers crossed on 2022 dates, and I'm with them on that. So, Peter, thank you very much for your time. As I say,
my pleasure.
Ridiculously busy off season for you with what's coming in 2022, but some fascinating insight on what's in store for the World Rally Championship.
Yeah, we're looking. As I said, we're looking forward. And I was just jumping into the session you had before with this NASCAR team, and I must say I love this sport too. I have some model cars at home. I really like it. The show and the action is great. The drivers are strong personalities, so we also can learn a lot from US in terms of, let's say, fan activation and so on. So it's always good to have a broader view.
Great, but thank you very much, Peter. Please stay with us shortly, a few more seconds. And I'd like to remind everyone, we are also streaming live on racer.com as well. And we are going to stay with you, Lawrence, as we are going to be talking about rally, but here in America, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And with our good friend Preston Osborne, who, again, like Peter, is a former co-driver. What is it about these co-drivers suddenly sort of, moving into running the show? I think it must be their organizational skills and the fact that they are nerveless.
Well, yes. I mean, David Richard is a good example for sure.
Absolutely. Well, Jean Todt as well.
Todt. Yes. Of course, I should have mentioned him first.
And here is Preston.
Hey everyone, great to see you.
Hey, how are you doing?
Excellent. So please carry on. Welcome back to the program, Preston.
It's nice
Thank
to have
you so
back.
much. I appreciate you guys having me.
Well, Preston, we've just been on with Peter Toole from the WRC, and obviously some huge changes in the World Rally Championship for 2022. Just want to start with you looking at, just like the WRC, you're just a few weeks away from the end of your 2021 season. You've got a few more weeks to prepare relative to the WRC before you get into snowdrift mode and the start of the national championship in 2022. But you've had a couple of, not quite a couple of years in the job now. Where do you see the ARA, the American Rally Association, and the National Championship at the moment? How does it sort of sit with you in terms of where it is and where it's going?
Yeah, of course. The off season seems to get shorter and shorter every year as we add more events to the calendar. So our last event is actually happening this weekend in Minnesota, a smaller regional event. But, of course, the difference with our series, say, compared to the WRC is we handle pretty much almost 20 events in the US, anything from small regional races all the way up to our full national calendar. So, our challenges are a little bit different. And so really it's a multifaceted approach. The way I look at the smaller regional events compared to the national events, for the national events, it's using the FIA and the WRC as kind of where we want to be. And obviously it's a long journey to get anywhere close to that, but really that's about the higher level competition in terms of things like the R5 cars or the Rally 2 cars now, of course, and certainly the top level of our sport here in the US, which is the open four-wheel drive. For us, the unique challenge is being able to gear the series to handle not only that level of competition, but also the smaller grassroots, since they're under our same banner.
Because that's a very good point. For guys who maybe follow ARA on a sort of more not so in-depth level, they're seeing Travis Pastrana, they're seeing Ken Block, they're seeing Brandon Semenuk, and they're seeing the factory Subarus. But the thing that really makes the championship obviously is the grassroots, the privateer competitors. So when you're basically looking at events and looking at formats, how do you manage to basically cover the bases for everybody, make it enough for Subaru to sort of realize that their investment and the profile is what it should be, but for the competitors who are basically working on cars in garages and the national championship really is the holy grail. How do you make it work for everybody?
I think the important thing is really defining the expectations for everyone. So not only our expectations of events and the national series, but also for competitors, sponsors, and from the top teams, as you mentioned, Subaru down to the guys just getting started in their garage. And our approach to national events, of course, is the show's a bit bigger and the technology we're using is a bit more cutting edge. So of course, a big addition for our series this year was the implementation of RallySafe, not only from tracking perspective, which for us was a big boost to the safety of the sport, but also using their system for timing and scoring, which really kind of revolutionized how we handle that. That, of course, is a premium system with its capabilities, but also its price tag. So that's not something that we're going to use, say, at the smaller regional events. But obviously something we're able to do at the national. So, in terms of looking at events, really we're looking at quality of the organization, quality of the roads, the amount of stage miles we're able to get. So there's kind of a working checklist, if you will. But again, that's us with events going, here's our expectations, here's what we want to see, and able to pick the national events from that.
And the 2022 calendar has certainly, after the challenges of 2020 and 2021, has got more of a familiar feel. We start off with a 2-day snowdrift. We have our West Coast swing with Olympus and with Oregon. In terms of what you've got next year, and in terms of finishing as well with Lake Superior, is that for you the optimum in terms of locations, in terms of the flow of the season?
The U.S., of course, is a very big place, and so we really want to be able to represent our country in its entirety when we're looking at events. Being able to have, like you say, the West Coast swing with Oregon Olympus is great for our series. We've obviously got a lot of competitors out that direction as well. And the fact that we run from Maine, which is as far northeast as you can get in the US, and all the way as far west as we can get with, say, Portland or Olympus, I think we've got good representation. The great thing that I like to see is we do have new events that we're bringing onto the calendar this year. The Bristol Rally, which started a couple years ago at this point, we're able to bring that onto the ARA calendar. And I think that's an event that's got a lot of potential. It's in an area where there's a ton of US motorsports, but rally, for one reason or another, is still in the process of kind of taking off and gaining traction on a larger level. And I think those are the types of areas we really have to look at, where we can bring not only rally fans into the sport, but people that are fans of motorsport that maybe don't know about rally.
Now, you said in the past that you view the way American fans interact with rallying as being very different to the way, for instance, European fans interact. As you say, European fans will head off to the most remote place, a bit like sort of following the Tour de France. They'll head off into the boonies and make a weekend of it. Whereas maybe that's not quite the culture over here. Now, the fact that you, for instance, brought in, the new tracking system, how are you sort of building up that sort of interaction with fans, that sort of virtual experience?
Yeah, of course, our reach is always going to be larger when you can do anything virtually. We can have at our big events, 5,000 plus fans on site, but reach 50 to 100,000 people online. And so kind of investing in the technology, which I kind of implemented coming in and was a big point for me coming as the lead of the series. It's making that virtual experience better. Of course, something like the tracking system is a big benefit for that, because you can see where the cars are on the course. And granted, it's a little bit following dots on the screen, but even something as simple as being able to watch the competition unfold pretty much live, with stage times and where the gaps are and where the battles are, that was not something that you could really do in our sport easily until this year. And so really following that trend and pushing so that the more casual fan is able to find the information, learn about the teams, learn about the drivers. I really want to find ways so that we can engage and keep people interested. So my wife has even complained in the past that I'm the one competing and she can't even find anything about the race or what I'm doing. So I'm really trying to change that trend.
Because for me, rallying is one of those sports that as soon as you actually are exposed to it, you get it, you're hooked, you're a rally fan. Yeah. It seems as well in the States that we have such an audience that is ready to be receptive to it. When you look at everything from an incredible demographic with a drifting scene, with a tuning scene, with time attack, the fact that we do have a culture of off-road racing, it seems that rallying is almost like, if you haven't discovered it, it ticks all of those boxes and more besides. I mean, getting the message out there, I think, is is one of the biggest things as to what rallying does offer to a motorsports fan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I am very biased, but I think rally is one of the most exciting motorsports out there. Not only from a car technology standpoint, you know, and we're seeing, of course, the WRC kind of getting on the cutting edge with running hybrids at the top end of their series, but obviously from the action. Everyone likes a car sideways throwing a big rooster tail in the dirt, and it's kind of converting some of those other fans, as you mentioned, of the off-roading series, or you know, I'm actually at the Nitro Rallycross this weekend, and seeing the fans that they're trying to reach is kind of a similar thing that we're trying to do, where, you know we have our core fan base in rally fans, but it's how do we bring in the NASCAR fans, the IndyCar fans, the desert fans, you know, as of course is maybe an easier transition for us. But for one reason or another, the reach hasn't been great in the past, and rally in the US has stayed mainly grassroots with some level of expansion, you know, up and down, and you're always going to have peaks and valleys. And so for me, we're kind of in the midst of a peak right now, and it's maintaining it so that when that next valley comes, it's not as far down, and we can go even higher the next time.
One of the great things about US rallying is how flexible it is in terms of what you compete with. You know, there are some great one-off cars competed in ARA, and I know that in a peripheral way, I was involved in something last year where we actually brought with the guys from the Toyota R&D team in Michigan, we actually brought a Prius onto the Olympus Rally. Obviously, it didn't run as a full competing car, but still the fact that you guys were so open and receptive to it coming on. How do you sort of see the future in terms of whether people do want to run hybrids in these classes, how you actually prepare for the future, keep your level of this is what makes ARA different, but also align yourself with the bigger world scene? That was a lot of questions. Sorry about that.
We'll see if I can cover it all. Really, I think at its core, as you said, US Rally is in a little different place because of so many unique cars and the character that we have. You look at cars up and down our field, and you have a car like, say, Pat Morrow's, which is a V8 Chevy Sonic, which is a crazy car, all the way down to the grassroots guys that are, say, putting LS engines into RX-7s and just about everything these days. But I think that's so much a character of rally in the US that I really want to make sure that I can continue to embrace that. On the flip side, I think to gain some relevance within the international competition, we do need to embrace some of what the FIA is doing. And so, of course, that's the biggest challenge for us, to be able to kind of adopt and promote some of the FIA classifications. We have the RC2 class here in ARA, which does that. It's the Rally 2 cars, and we actually had an R4 car come up from Argentina that's planning on doing the season next year. So it's being able to promote those types of cars, and I think another important facet of it is US drivers kind of coming up and learning in the more FIA style cars, because it'll make them more relevant if they do want to go compete internationally. And again, it's just that multifaceted approach of, I really want to leave the grassroots so that they can play and tinker and still build stuff in their garage, while still be able to increase the level of competition within those FIA classes, and seeing things like the Rally 3 cars, coming in the last couple of years within the FIA. Rumor is I'm going to see a couple of those in our series this year. And so it's how am I able to take those cars, class them within our series, and promote them so that we can get young drivers into them and move up.
That's an interesting point as well about young American talents and being able to promote that within ARA. Case in point, Sean Johnson in the WRC, in WRC2. Now, he made the move. Obviously, he had experience of competing in Europe with sports cars, but he made the jump straight to Europe. Do you see it where the last couple of years we've had it where Oliver Solberg has come across to ARA for experience? We've obviously got the the Irish contingent has been over in a big way in recent years. Do you see a more sort of logical progression where, for instance, young American drivers can choose ARA and know the point where they would jump off into one of the WRC or ERC levels?
Yeah, that's something that I really want to do, and we're starting to see glimpses of that. As you say, it's right now maybe more international drivers coming over to our series and competing for, say, a season or a few events and going back, which I love to see. It does nothing but brings the level of competition up for our series, which at the end of the day, everyone wants to see good, close racing, and that's part of it. Really what I would like to do, and what we're trying to work towards, is getting a homegrown driver to kind of make that transition. And we haven't seen that yet. Obviously Sean Johnson's a great ambassador for the sport and kind of a US connection for us. But the reality is he never competed in the US. And so it's being able to bridge that gap to more international competition, because that also increases the visibility for our series as a whole as well.
Speaking to Peter Toole before you, Preston, he obviously made great play on how important the US market is to the WRC, and in terms of it being a, fingers crossed, future destination. How would you, if the WRC came to the US, how would that sort of work with you in terms of leverage, in terms of profile, and in terms of, for instance, just simple logistics of being able to supply, the rest of the field or whatever? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, it's a very complicated proposition. To bring an event the level of the WRC to the US is a challenge for not only them, but also for us. As you mentioned, they're going to be using a lot of US resources, volunteers, and so finding a location and building up. Even something as simple as marshals that know how FIA controls work. That's a long-term problem that needs to be solved. And as interest is kind of picking up momentum in the US to do that, it's working with their teams to find a location, find the right organization team, and putting them in place so that they can have a successful event. For our series, anything the WRC is going to do, we want to be involved with, just because of the resources that the FIA and the WRC have is multi times higher than anything I have in the US. So being able to leverage their experience for our teams would be very beneficial as well.
Beyond Subaru, which has obviously been a huge supporter and a huge presence in American rallying for so many years, are you getting any vibes from, for instance, Hyundai, for instance, Ford in the USA, Toyota, where they are seeing a value proposition in maybe becoming involved in American rallying beyond the WRC?
We've had some surface level talks. I think the challenge is you look at the models that are used in the FIA and the WRC, and they're just not cars that are sold or used in the US. And I think that's kind of the biggest challenge we have right now. And I don't mean cars used in competition. I mean the models are just not sold in the US. And so obviously the promotion would look a little bit different. So there may be some opportunity for things like the Rally 2 cars to come and compete in the US, and obviously we're more than accommodating for that, and so that's really what we would be working for. I think for them to build one-off open class cars to our series now is unrealistic, and so that's why we're trying to figure out the direction of the series, or I should say we're working on the direction of the series to make it more interesting and more viable for manufacturers or high level sponsors. And part of that is crafting the rule set, for the next, call it 2 to 5 years. So
one of the things you touched on there was volunteers and marshals. And obviously one of the great things about rallying is it isn't just drivers. That there are so many ways. Well, you as a co-driver and a pretty successful one, who then obviously went into team management before coming into the bigger picture championship management. Just give us an idea of how people can get involved in rallying at the local and at the national level in the States?
It's a bit of a cliche, but we always say volunteers have the best seat in the house. But that's really true. Anything from working a start line and seeing the cars launch and actually really get an understanding of how fast the acceleration is on even dirt, or marshaling a position on a stage is a great opportunity to see the cars go by as well. As far as opportunities, all of the events need volunteers. Our average national event uses about 350 volunteers, so it's a pretty big undertaking. And really to find how and where you need to do that is to look at our schedule, the ARA schedule on our website, or find local events near you, but really that's going to be a good resource. From there, we of course have all the links and everything to the individual events, and they do volunteer signups anywhere from about 6 to 2 months in advance. The nice thing, and one of the things we're working on this year, is it can be intimidating to be a volunteer coming in, especially if you've never seen a rally before. And so one of the things we're working on is really upping our level of volunteer training we do on a series-wide level, rather than being too reliant on the events themselves, because the event organizers are volunteers as well, and they obviously have to prioritize making sure the event happens. So for us, being able to have some type of consistent training across volunteers, is another thing that I've really seen an opportunity for. So it's something in our very short off season we're trying to put together.
I just saw a question come in there from Don Taylor asking about the vexed question of liability and insurance when it comes to rallying. Yeah. And I know that when I first moved across to the States, I realized that everything and everybody was worth suing for something. How big an issue is liability and insurance?
US is pretty much the most litigious nation in the world. That's the reality of the world that we live in. And so there's only a handful of players in motorsport insurance in the US. And even past that, rally being such a unique challenge that it is on normally open public roads, difficult to cordon off so that people can't access it. That's always going to be a challenge. But for us, it's really working with the events, making sure the safety planning that we do is top notch, and that me and my team can lend our experience to create an event and a package that is at least something to be insured. That's pretty much step one. From there, we have the benefit of being a part of USAC, which is a very large sanctioning body in the US. And so of course we're able to leverage their resources, since our series is actually owned by them, to be able to get insurance through their carrier and working towards that. Really long term, it's making sure the events can be run safely, that we don't have incidents, and kind of the overarching one is always spectators. We all want spectators there, and they really create excitement for drivers and the teams, but at the same time, that's the biggest liability that we have from a racing series. So it's how we handle that. As far as going state by state, the process is very, very similar, and really, because we're dealing with so many different road owners, or I should say the events are dealing with different road owners, their requirements kind of vary state to state, and or sometimes even stage to stage. So it's just us working with events and making sure whatever they need in terms of coverage, or what their road owners are looking for, that we work with their teams and make sure it happens so that we can keep having events.
You mentioned USAC there, and USAC obviously being the sanctioning body. To begin with, that seemed a little bit of a left field choice, but that seems to be working remarkably well. Just tell us a little bit about the background and well, USAC is a as a sanctioning body for a rally series.
Yeah. If you look at history long enough, ARA is a spinoff of a spinoff. Of course, Rally America came into existence in the mid 2000s, and ARA came into existence in 2017. As a spinoff from Rally America. So the big benefit we have when USAC ultimately purchased the series or took it over was, again, the resources that they can offer. Rally being kind of that in between grassroots and professional level motorsport, it's difficult to get operating budgets when all the events are kind of individually put together, and creating that universal experience between all of our events really took somebody coming in and being able to oversee every event. And what I appreciate with USAC is we have access to their resources, whether it's insurance, or they were a big part on why we could bring Rally Safe in this year. But other than that, they really let us operate pretty autonomously. They understand that me and my team are the experts when it comes to rally, and so fortunately they really don't try and steer the direction of the series or try and make any decisions regarding competition, and kind of leave that up to us, which I really appreciate.
That does sound like the perfect situation. Being left alone is good with me. But
yeah.
So just to close then, let me think. You've got 11 weeks until Snowdrift. 10 weeks, 11 weeks.
Yeah.
Just set the scene for 2022. We've got Travis Pastrana, the overall champ from 2021. We're back to 2 days of Snowdrift. The quirk of Snowdrift being it's up there in the frozen north of Michigan, but no studs allowed.
Right. Yeah, that's the departure from a lot of snow rallies internationally, right?
So what are your thoughts on 2022? What will constitute another year of progress, a successful 22 for you?
We were so fortunate coming out of 2020, which of course was a challenge for everyone. But we carried a lot of momentum coming into 2021 and had a pretty good fight for the championship for the whole year between Subaru and Barry McKenna with his new car that he brought over. But even down to the RC2 class I've talked about before, it came down to the final race, pretty much winner take all for that class. So what we're looking at is that level of competition continuing through the season. We've got I think 18 events confirmed for 2022, 9 of them being our national championship. And so it's really just helping those events, promoting them, growing the sport. And for us, I mentioned the R4 from that Argentinian team coming over. And so with us getting more international interest, I only expect competition to be better for 2022. And that's up and down the field. We also had a year where we had at least near a record number of new drivers come into the sport. So it's really helping and fostering that side of it as well. Of course, we started the conversation with so much going on at the national and the grassroots level for our series. And so at the end of the day, it's still being able to focus on those two, not necessarily separately, but really with different goals and intentions in mind.
And Preston, once a co-driver, always a co-driver. Any plans to get into that seat again in the near future?
Yeah, so I was looking at my competition history a couple of weeks ago, actually, and 2021 was the first time I didn't compete in something like 14 years or something like that. So I would love to get back in a car for 2022. At the end of the day, my priority is growing and fostering the sport. And if maybe I can sneak a race in, I certainly will try. Whether it's driving or co-driving. Now that I'm not racing full time, then I have no problem going out and racing and getting 7th place in class. Maybe not as a co-driver, my expectations are different, but as a driver, it's more fun. But I understand my limits.
Hey, well, we will leave you to get back to preparing for the new season. That's, as always, Preston, some fascinating insight from a guy who knows all aspects of the sport. And yeah, really appreciate that. ARA is in good hands with you and the rest of the team.
Well, thank
Go
you
do
so
some
much.
proper work.
Yeah, I appreciate the kind words, and again, thank you to the ePart Trade team for having me on, and it's been a pleasure.
Of course, and keep up the great job, and we love rally as well. So stay with us a few more seconds, Preston, as we're going to be transitioning to our next session. Lawrence, great to have you with us today.
Always good to talk rallying, don't worry.
Great. No, you did a terrific job, and thank you for sharing your expertise with our two guests. And that was really great. I was very much enjoyed it. So stay with us, first, Lawrence. We're going to bring Joe Castello with us, and Joe is going to take on for the next few hours. Joe has a big, busy schedule ahead of him, and I hope you're prepared and rested, Mr. Castello, because you're going to be handling a lot of the interviews today, as our good friend Jeff Hammond had to travel today, and Brad Gilly is
recovering from Nashville last night. So I'm sure Joe brought a lot of energy today.
No, actually not. So we'll see. We'll just try to get. No, it's Friday. We're fired up. Yes, we've got a considerable amount. I will be here for a while, right?
Yes.
And so I know we got dark coming up, but notice from 1:30 on. But what about 1 o'clock? I'm gonna have to recheck that schedule. But no problem. We are good to go for the rest of the day here.
Wow.
Going to be
So Dart is a great company. I've worked with them for like 20 plus years at PRI. We have Steve presenting here. Hello, guys.
Excellent. I see Steve. Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
And, I'm sorry about your loss this year with Richard.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so are we. It's a tough one. Definitely tough. But even though he's gone, his chair still stays at the head of the table.
Perfect.
Good.
Well, and same with us with John. He stays in our video, and he stays in the spirit with us, and so we'll run a video after your session, and you'll see John Kilroy there as well. He's still part of what we do, and he's with us every day.
So Tony and Steve, you're in good hands with Joe.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Thanks, Judy.
Gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Judy. Hello, everyone. My name is Joe Castello. Call me WFO Joe on Twitter and Instagram, and I spend a lot of time at the NHRA. And so these guys, the parts and pieces that they work with on a regular basis is something that is just all over the place where I am. If you have questions, we're going to ask you to use the chat section, and feel free to put something up there. I'm not going to be able to come up with every perfect question for these guys because there are so many different products that they make, but I'm very excited about it. But Tony and Steve, let's talk about Big M, because it was in the NHRA pit area, this man was loved. Championships with Jim Yates and the Coughlin family, the outpouring of just, sadness, let's call it what it was tremendous. And that's from people in the pit area. For you guys who work on a regular basis, it must just be terrible. So I would like to talk a little bit about Richard, and Michigan Motorsports Hall of Famer, so involved in the evolution of the parts and pieces, cylinder heads, blocks, manifolds that have enabled our sport to advance the way that it has, like without his forethinking. Maybe drag racing doesn't look like what it does. Cylinder heads on Kenny Bernstein's first 300-mile-per-hour run. And the list goes on and on, but ultimately you worked with him as a man, as a person, as a mentor. Tell us a little bit about Dick Maskin.
Well, and we can get into that, but we actually have a little video for everybody to show. And I think you guys have it all.
Let's do it
up here. And
has ever gone quicker. No one has ever gone faster. Kenny Bernstein.
Unbelievable.
300 miles an hour.
My name is Gordon Hahn. I'm the manufacturing manager here at DART. I've been here since I started with Dave in 1980, and I'm responsible for programming all the machines, the process. Right now I'm standing in front of our Op1 machine. It does all the qualifying for all of our blocks. Everything starts out here. We qualify the blocks, machining the ends, and prep them for the datum points for Op2.
My name's Joe Solar. I'm the cylinder head production supervisor here at DART Machinery. I've been here 2 years. I come from an engine builder background. I own my own shop for 15 years and worked at some high-end race engine shops here in the Detroit metro area. One thing I like about working at DART is we get to work with several different types of cylinder heads, from Fords, Chevys, big blocks, LS's, and we're constantly trying to develop those heads, make things better for our customers and for the race engine builder.
Hi, I'm Scott. I've been working here at DART for 35 years. I'm the block supervisor in charge of everything that goes through the block department. Why I think DART stands out is consistency and how accurate our blocks are compared to what's out there on the market. But it's great to have it here in the United States, so everything's looking up.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lake. I work here at DART Machinery. I've been going on 13 years now here in the SHP department. It's where we do a lot of block preps for our customers. What sets us apart from everybody else is we really know how to hone. We've got an SP20, it's a CNC hone. We check all the bores with the profilometer and to reassure that we have the correct surface finish for today's ring technology. And ring seal is first and foremost in the performance of any engine that you put together.
Hi, I'm Mark Mickey. I'm the driver of Jason Carter's 78 Malibu. We currently run the car in Pro 275. This car still holds the RVW mile an hour record, 221 miles an hour. We utilize a big block Chevrolet, 540 cubic inches. We utilize a DART billet block. Really, the DART block changed our program around. It's a great product. The service, the durability of this thing is second to none. We beat the crap out of it. You know, we run almost 90 pounds of boost in these motors.
Amazing the performance world and some of those photographs, right? Like from the video of Bernstein going 300 to Mark Mickey, what he does in the 8th mile in such a heavy car, just amazing, guys.
Yeah, it really is. And you know, you touched on it a little bit about Richard and how he, you know, is a friend of all the aftermarket, all the companies, all the racers. You know, not a lot of people knew Richard like Tony and I have, and And there's a lot of people in the industry that have worked here, but Tony worked with Richard in the Pro Stock division for 15, 16 years.
Yeah, since '99, I worked with him in the engine room and with development on not just the Pro Stock stuff, but the product we sell on a daily basis.
And it's just when you grow up watching these guys race and you grow up listening to them, and then you grow up using their product, and then you come to work and you're face to face with the man every day, it's definitely surreal, you know. And with his passing, it took us all by surprise. It wasn't something that, you know, the sold out 3 years ago to race winning brands and then ended up passing away. It's not something that you know you like, but get that it happens. Actually, and Tony and I were talking a little bit ago. We got some stories, some really good stories on Richard and how he's helped the aftermarket. And the one thing that we both remembered, PRI, when it was in Orlando, I want to say it was in 2006 or 2007, where we used to have to come down the escalators. Well, when we came down the escalator, the GM booth, the massive GM booth, was right in front of us. And that's the year that GM actually had all their crate engines on display there. And Richard saw that, and we were all kind of just, you know, walking around, and he called us all over, and we stood in the middle of their booth and listened to him talk about how these crate engines are really going to affect the performance aftermarket. And not only for us on the heads, blocks, and manifolds, but also for the crankshaft companies, the piston companies, the connecting rod, gasket companies, everything. So he said at that point in time, that's the day that the SHP block was born. He went after and he said, this is it. We're going to go after, we're going to continue. We're going to make a block. We're going to change it just so slightly so the oil pan manufacturers have a play in it. So that the front covers manufacturers have a play in it. Everybody's going to get a piece of this block. And that's what Richard did. He always kept all the performance aftermarket in mind when he came out with something new. He didn't want to just create something and have you turn to us and buy everything from us. He knew that we couldn't do it all, but he did know that if we came out with something that had a little bit of a tweak over the OE, then everybody gets a piece of that pie.
Tremendous. No, a visionary. And I have no doubt that you guys are going to forge forward and continue to have great successes from here on out. And that's why we're here to talk, right? Like, I know there's a lot of positive things in the pipeline that we're going to talk about, but now it's almost as if, and I want you to speak on this. And by the way, feel free to drop as many stories as you'd like. You know, we've got time here today, you know, from back in the day or now, lessons learned especially. But now I'm sure you're doing it with the idea of making him proud.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we will want to keep his legacy alive. Definitely.
Well, I have a story from, because I was always in the engine room with him, so my friendship with him was more on a technical basis. He used to speak a lot about during the early 70s when he was racing the AMCs, how they would cut a head in half and add another head on top of it and weld it all back together, and all the problems it created, but the power it actually helped them make. And I think that's where he learned that he couldn't just think inside the box. He had to think outside of the box. He even spoke of, you know, because they moved the port over and they had to make their own billet rocker arms when nobody made that stuff back then. It's like, wow, today that's even a big venture. And they were doing this stuff in the early middle 70s. And that's where he got his drive. It's like, I gotta be better. I gotta be better. I gotta be better.
Amazing. Amazing. And, you know, like hearing those stories, and I spend a fair amount of time talking to engine builders, and that's it, like how to think outside the box and come up with the next something. But to do that in the 70s, right? To cut a cylinder head.
Yeah.
I don't even know how you would do that.
And they were cast iron on top of it.
Yeah, they're right.
Yeah.
They would brace them together, and what a nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, thank goodness we have the technology that we do. Not that I'm doing it, but for those that are. So let's advance the conversation a little bit. But if anything triggers, if a story or something related, drop it in. People want to talk about it. And, great success with in pro stock over the years, and really forcing the sport forward without someone doing what he did to give you the heart. You need the canvas to paint on, right? It's as simple as that. And without a great canvas, these great engine builders wouldn't have been able to do what they have done. But let's talk about the challenges that you guys have had over the past couple of years, like the world has had, the pandemic, and everybody kind of figured, in my opinion, things wrong at the start of the pandemic. Like they thought, oh my gosh, we're not going to be able to do anything. And that was totally wrong for the automotive enthusiast. No, you're going to have time to do everything. And all of a sudden, everybody went into their garages and they opened up their hoods and they tackled projects that they never thought that they would have time to tackle. And parts flew off the shelves and people got busy. Was that reflected in your situation as well?
Oh, absolutely. When the pandemic hit and we all got the stay-at-home order, we went from 104 employees in our building down to 30. And we were still running. We had a skeleton crew, and obviously we did like everybody else in the industry. We cut POs, backed off on POs. We backed off on employees. We backed off on trying to keep everybody safe inside the building. We didn't want anybody to get sick. We didn't want anybody to pass away, and that was our biggest concern. About a month into it, when the orders started flowing in, and I mean, it was like somebody just turned on a water spigot, and it was crazy because we're sitting there shrugging our shoulders saying, where, why, how, this is crazy. This can't be happening. And it hasn't stopped since. And it really has affected us as far as trying to keep up with production. And we're getting employees back. We're still struggling just like everybody else in this industry, outside supply chain. They're having issues with employees, and if they have issues with employees, it trickles down to us. And then unfortunately it trickles down to the racer and down to the end user and down to the engine builder, warehouse, whoever. But we're working. We actually have some plans in place, and we got some good policies, and that light that's at the end of the tunnel, we actually can see a light now. Before it was complete darkness, but that light that we can see, we know that it's the end of the tunnel, and it's not a train coming towards us. It's getting there. It's been really challenging, really tough. To dig out of this. But like you said, nobody saw the fact that, no, I'm sitting at home, so I'm going to go out and work on my car. Right. That's crazy.
But and yet it is true, and we've seen it in so many different areas of our motorsport community. But it makes sense, right? Like when you step back and you think about it, if everyone's got to stay home, what are they going to do? The automotive enthusiast is going to use the time wisely. These are the doers and builders and makers, and they want to be hands-on. And why do they have that car anyway? And they attacked it, and that's great news. So what on that thought process, you guys are importing or supply chain, raw materials, like give us an idea of how you were able to overcome some of the challenges. Everybody wants, there's not a lot of people overseas to create. Everybody's dealing with a pandemic situation. You worked some things out. Things are getting better. We know the ports are now open 24/7, and we hear from like retailers that they're getting stuff in, and now things are going well. But in the middle of it, did you have to get creative to get the materials that you needed to build your parts?
Well, on the import side of it, we don't import anything. Any of our castings are all here domestically in the Midwest. We had, unfortunately, right after the pandemic ended and the stay-at-home, everybody was able to go back to work. Our aluminum foundry down in Ohio that we've used for 25 years had a little accident where part of the roof of the building actually exploded and blew off. And that was at the end of May. And it was in a part of the building where the core room was located. So all the cores were built in that room. So unfortunately, we couldn't get any cylinder heads, any small block, big block, aluminum cylinder heads, or any of our big block or small block blocks out of that building for at least 4 months. Luckily, we had enough in-house to where we could manufacture and we can, fill some of the orders. But that 4 months was tough not having anything come in the door. And we did get creative. We did take some of our tooling and shipped it off to a couple other foundries. But it's funny, tooling at one foundry doesn't work at another foundry. It's all, everybody has to have all their customized whatevers. It's just crazy. You think about if you make a pizza, everybody can make the pizza the same way. No, not on the aluminum foundry side of it. So we ran into some struggles, some issues there, but we actually got it all figured out, and castings are rolling in the building now, and we should be in good shape. Unfortunately, it's just the orders and the backlog and the racers and the builders and nothing has stopped. Nobody's taken a step back and said, you know what, I can wait. It's everybody wants their stuff, and we're working through it. We'll get there.
Wait, no waiting for racers. That's just the way it is. And but that's the nature of the people. So it's interesting that it was more of a kind of a unique circumstance that slowed you guys down, but you're back up to speed now, and that's great. But at the same time, you have to advance your products as well. So I'm sure you've got some new products that you're putting out there. How has that been, balancing the backlog and also working on advancing your technology, and what kind of new products are you pushing out there?
Well, and I'll turn that over to Tony here in a second. He can tell you on some of the stuff that we're working on. But on the new products, typically on a normal, non-COVID, non-whatever, let's just go back to 2017, 2018, to come out and develop a new product from start to finish. It's typically anywhere from 6 months to about 1.5 years, depending on what the product is, from start to finish. With everything that's going on currently, again, with supply chain and employees and engineering and everything in the world, we're pushing products out now as far as due dates 1.5 years to 2 years. That's how long it's taken us to work on some of this. And one of the things that we can show you here, we actually have a little PowerPoint presentation on our new Hemi Gen 3 block. That block actually was introduced in the thought process, and this was the last project that Richard worked on 2 years ago. And it will be introduced here shortly, and we are going to have production hopefully after the first of the year. But I'll let Tony talk about some of the stuff that he's actually worked on here.
Well, as you were saying, during the actual COVID deal, there was a point in time when I was one of the first ones to come back to the shop, and another employee, and we were just the two of us running production cylinder heads. So it was just two people trying to kick out as many heads as we could on a daily basis. And then they started bringing more and more employees back to work. And that let me start to spend a little more time on doing some development stuff, because there was some stuff that I had started before the whole shutdown began. And I started to be able to spend more and more time to get back into it. And now it's looking more like I'm heading towards what's going to be the old normal for spending a lot of time on doing some stuff. But we've got 3 or 4 things out or coming up that actually are quite impressive. I've done a new LS7 port, because everybody's always, the drag racers wanted something that was a little bit better than what we already made, because the 380 port we had was more, or the 280 port, I'm sorry, was more of a street or a circle track type cylinder head. Wasn't a high lift head. It was meant for less than 800 lift. And the drag racers were like, we need something that flows more air at the higher lifts. So I actually spent some time and finished up a 305cc port with a 250 intake valve in it. A 55-degree seat, something for that 850, 900, 950 lift group of guys, drag race stuff. Been spinning, we worked on the LS 10-degree piece a little bit. We're coming up with a smaller intake port on that one, more suited for the street guy. So we're going from race back to street on that product, because the current race piece is a little too much for the street. It's more oriented towards, the 900 1-inch lift area. So we need to tame it down and get the cross-sectional shrunk back up on it. Something else that I I just started working on about 6 months ago. You're all familiar with the Big Chief 2. I'm coming up with a Big Chief 3. It will still be a spread port head, but it's going to be available in billet and cast. Billet initially. I've been able to move the valves around and put bigger valves in it, 250 inch 750s or inch 875s. I'm sorry, and I thought outside the box a little bit on this one because we always had the Dart X lifter pattern for the block for that cylinder head, and it straightened out the push rods, but we still had to use a Z rocker, and I always hated the Z rocker because I remember a day on the dyno and Pro Stock when we actually discovered, we made a rocker bar that got rid of the Z rocker and actually put a straight rocker on it at an angle. And I remember the power gains we made doing that. It's like, well, if we're going to do this Big Chief 3 thing, why don't we do this too? So I actually did make a rocker bar to get straight rockers on it and move left the Dart X lifter pattern. But now we got the straight rockers, the straight push rods, and I moved the push rods away from the port to get more room to do more with the port. So once again, trying to think like Richard outside the box and come up with a better piece. And I'm working with an exhaust port on that particular head that's more oriented towards the power adder classes, especially like the Outlaw 632s and stuff like that, where I've done some work with some of the other engine builders, and we've got a pretty good clue what these exhaust ports want to do with the power adder cars. So I actually went the next step further with this one, and it really has shown some huge gains, huge. So quite happy with that. In the meantime, we've done an LS1 6-bolt pattern cylinder head. So a lot of guys have been asking for that because I guess the street power adder guys like that LS1 platform. So we've actually come up with the cylinder head. There's actually one right behind me right here. So that's the kind of stuff that we've actually been able to do during COVID and since till now. The Big Chief 3 thing is not complete yet, but it's getting very close. It's in engineering at this point.
Excellent, excellent. I want to remind everybody out there, if you've got a question for Steve or Tony about this business Dart, their future, what they've done, certain parts, pieces, why they don't know Pontiac stuff. Just kidding, guys. Put your question in the chat section up there. I joke around. I'm a Pontiac guy, and for so many years, like there was nothing available, right? And we would look longingly at like Dart blocks and think, oh my gosh, you Chevy guys have everything, right? But now some people have actually gotten involved in that. So I was just kidding around. But folks, yeah, definitely put your questions in the chat section. Guys, what did you want to do with that PowerPoint? Did you want to delve?
A real quick story before we get to the PowerPoint here, but Tony just reminded me, this is a masking story. So it popped into my head.
Perfect.
But Tony was talking about that straight rocker bar that he was doing on the Big Chief 2 head. This has got to go back 10 years ago now. Richard was building engines for a Pro Stock team, and one day I walked into the shop, and Richard and Bob Glidden was the crew chief of the team. But Richard and Bob Glidden were standing there looking at the rocker bar, looking at the geometry of the valve train, the whole thing. First of all, I'm taken back by Bob Glidden, right? It's like, well, this is Bob Glidden standing in Dart, and then there's Richard Maskin standing next to him, and these two powerhouses are putting their heads together trying to figure out this valve train. Well, and I don't know if anybody out there knows, but Bob Glidden is a fond, he loves parrots. And I'm not talking the little tiny, parakeets. These are big, giant macaw type parrots. And he used to bring them to the plant. And the day I walked out there, I walked over and again, my jaws dropped when Bob and Richard are talking. And then I overheard one of the guys, the team members, asking what happened to the lug nuts off of the car. Where are the lug nuts? I can't find them. I put them right here. Where are the lug nuts? And so everybody's looking around. Well, next thing you know, this parrot is like walking across the floor, and we all stand there and we're watching this parrot walk, and it picked up another lug nut and it carried it back to where he squirreled all the other ones away. And so Richard turned to Bob and said, hey, listen, you got to do something with that parrot. So he picked it up and the parrot talked. It talked and it sang and it was all this weird stuff. And he put it in our conference room. Well, our conference room was right outside of all of the phone room. And so now we have the door closed, but now this parrot's in there talking and singing like loud. It was like Adele in there singing. It was crazy. So I'm like, and it was disturbing our phones. So I had to go back and I walked outside and I said, hey, Maskin, the parrot's in there singing in the conference room. And Richard really didn't have facial expressions, but he just said, we'd always say, all right, I'll take care of it. So he walked over to Bob. Bob went and got the parrot and he ended up putting it in Richard's office, which is in the front of the building, shut the door. Well, by the time Richard and everybody got done, walked in his office, this parrot, it was in there singing and talking and doing everything, but it ended up pooping all over Maskin's desk. He opened the door. It was one of those things. There was a lot of expletives that were being said, and it was just kind of funny because we heard them walk in there and say all this stuff, and we're like, oh no, we're going to see feathers just come poof right out the door. But there's another one that just popped in. But this PowerPoint.
For those of you out there who signed up for Industry Week on ePart Trade, I know you expected a lot of great information, but I highly doubt you expected a story about Dick Maskin, Bob Glidden, and a parrot.
All right.
That's what you get when you sign up to these kind of things. All right, Steve, go ahead.
What we have, actually, this PowerPoint presentation, it's on the new Gen 3 Hemi block that it's actually gonna be at the show next week. But we just wanted to talk a little bit on some of the changes that we've done and some of the things that we've, again, Richard worked on this program. This is the last project that he worked on before he actually went and officially retired. And just like this is I guess a solid drawing of what the block looks like and some of the things. So let me see if I can do this without screwing it up. So we'll go here. I think it's this one here. And let's see here.
Here we go.
Oops.
We're on slide 8 of 8.
Yeah, let's see. I gotta, let's see. How do I go back?
There you go.
All right, here we go. All right, so you can see this, right?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine.
Basically, this is our new Hemi block right here. It's the Gen 3 platform. It's kind of hard to see on that because that's kind of like a blueprint drawing on the block on the right-hand side. But just to give you an update on some of the things that we're doing with this block, it is a cast iron block. It does weigh 235 pounds. It's a heavy monster. But what we've done on this block is we've actually taken, no different than all the other blocks that we've done forever. We've taken it and we've made upgrades to it. And we've made some slight tweaks and changes, again, keeping the aftermarket involved so they can continue to come out with new products also. And the blue lines that you see there, that's actually the oiling system in the block. On a standard Hemi block that's this platform, that main oil gallery hole that you see that's going up at an angle, that actually comes straight over from the oil filter and from the oil pump right above the main cap. So what we did is we actually angled that thing up and got the main oil gallery hole down from up where the crankshaft is, moved it up to where, again, it's above the crank and it's close to where all of the other oil gallery holes are as far as the lifter valley or the lifter oil gallery holes. And this allows you to put a bigger stroke in the crank. So you can actually put a 4/100 stroke in these blocks. And again, we turn it into a priority main oiling system. So it oils all the mains first. Hemis work a little different. They don't go up to the cam and then up to the push rods and oil the lifters, and then they actually kind of work backwards where it runs up and then it runs down the push rods into the lifters. But this block, you can actually oil it either way. So if you want to do a traditional oiling like it's standard Hemi, that actually goes up through the cylinder heads, it'll go up through the into the push rods, down the push rods into the lifters, or you can go the opposite to where it actually goes up through the lifters, up through the push rods, and then oils the rockers. We've also extended the cylinder barrels on these blocks. We moved them down farther into the blocks, 375 thousandths or 3/8 of an inch. And what this does, again, when you put a bigger stroke in the engine, that way it gives you more piston support. So now you got another 3/8 of an inch where that piston's not going to come hanging out the back of the bottom of the block. We've increased the deck thickness and made blind head bolt holes. None of the head bolt holes actually go into water. And the reason we did all this, again, it makes the deck, the block more rigid. So, you heard that guy on that video where he's putting 90 pounds of boost into that billet block. Obviously 90 pounds of boost in this isn't going to work too well, but it allows you to put some kind of boost or some kind of power additive to this block. The other cool thing is that it is Siamese bore. So you can actually, with the bore spacing of the Gen 3 Hemi, you can actually take that bore up to 4-inch, 250 thousandths, and still have 200 thousandth cylinder wall thickness between the bores and from the bore to the water. So it's pretty cool, pretty badass. The other thing that we've done is we put billet steel main caps on all the mains. There's no side bolting. It's not. We took our LS concept and we developed it into this Hemi concept. We are using ARP main studs. This block actually can take like our LS block. You can put the standard stroke, which is 2,570, or not stroke, journal size. You can also do on the LS block, you can do a 2,750, which is the Ford size. This block can also do the same thing. Again, if we didn't take that into consideration, yeah, you'd be selling a bunch of Hemi cranks, but now there's an opportunity to make a Hemi style crankshaft with a 2,750 journal size.
Yeah, Cleveland Ford.
Cleveland Ford, there you go. Let's see what else. It does have the option for VVT or non-VVT, depending on how the engine builder orders it. The lifter bore sizes in this block, they do come standard at 842, but it does have the capability of putting a 937 lifter bore in it. You can actually even bush it, and I think Jessel has a set of lifters out there that are keyway, that you could put a 937 keyway bushing lifter into this block. The last thing that we did, which Richard always kept in mind, is to keep engines happy, you do have to keep them cool. So what we did is we increased the water jacket volume in the block. On the outside of this block and all of our blocks, you can see they're kind of scalloped where you can see the cylinder bore. Well, the reason we do that is, again, it allows up to about 30% more cooling in the block than what we had in the past. So this, and there's a couple other things that we've changed on the block, but the majority of the stuff that we're showing you here is, that's what Richard has always pushed on us, is to make this thing, again, you tweak it, you change it just a little bit to help everybody else, but we're going to make it a lot stronger and a lot better than what the OE is. Not saying that the OE is bad, but this is just again, it's an aftermarket performance part. That's it.
That makes sense. No, well, back to the painting and the canvas, engine builders, they want to be creative. They want to try things. They want to be able to expand. And it seems like you have given them that, right? You've given them the freedom to think. There's that outside the box once again with the stroke and the bore and giving them options.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what we have to keep all that into consideration. Majority of the people that are here at DART, we're all racers. If it's from drag racing to circle racing to boat racing to the midgets or anything, there's a lot of racers in this building, and Tony being one of them. There's a lot of things that we are geared towards the drag racing side of the business, because that's what Richard was involved in. But we also take into consideration everybody else. I'm on the phone all day, every day, talking to engine builders and asking different questions of, hey, what could we do to make this part? What would you like to see on this part? Some of it's easy to do. Some of it does cost money, and we're probably not going to do it if it's way outside the realm. But we like to think outside the box. We're not, we don't like being held down.
Let's expand a little bit on the engine builders. Like, what are you hearing from your customers and your clients? What they're happy with, and what do they ask of you? And the reputation of the company is so sterling that as I mentioned before, the products are bar none. But what do they ask you for? What are some of the things that you're hearing from engine builders, both what's going on now and for the future? Like, what are things that you think are on the horizon based on what you're hearing?
Well, go, yeah.
Well, like I was saying earlier, that LS7, the 305 port, that actually was based off of telephone conversations. Like, I was talking to a couple of engine builders, and they're wanting to build these drag race LS engines. It's like, well, you want to try one of our heads? And I'm like, nah, don't move any air upstairs. It's like, do you want me to make you something that does? Yeah, you make me something that flows air upstairs, and we'll buy it. So that's kind of where it came from, is listening to the customer what they wanted to do.
And engine builders, what on my side of the business, obviously in today's world, it's when am I going to get my parts? I place this order, when am I going to get it? And our lead times, unfortunately, with again, outside suppliers, outside vendors, it's tough. It's tough to really predict that. Everybody is working hard to get answers, and not just answers, but good ETAs, good lead times from our suppliers. And it's making it tough on us. But everything that you see sitting on this table, and actually in that billet block in the back corner there, that was all based on us talking to engine builders. That billet block in the corner, that's a 5.3 bore space block that we've made a couple hundred of them in the last 10 years for different engine builders. Then every single one of them is different. The head bolt pattern's different, the lifter bore pattern's different, the cam height is different. Everything is different from every engine builder that's out there.
Yeah, the liners are even different from engine builder to engine builder. I mean, it's completely different. It's their box, not ours.
Yeah, we're just making the shiny parts in it.
But you give them the options, though, and that's what you come back to. They all have their own spin that they want to try, things they want to do, things that they believe work for them based on 10 other things that they know that I don't know what it is, and you guys accommodate that.
Correct. We do it for a lot of engine builders that are out there that where our production blocks nowadays are actually our upgrades. I would say it's about 85% of our business. And that could be a cam bore upgrade, a lifter bore upgrade. Again, moving head bolt holes on the cylinder head side of it. We do a couple different tweaks. We got private label heads that we do for some big name engine builders out there, big name racers that are just for them that we do here internally. And again, this is all based on Richard and the quality and everything that he basically beat into us over the years, and we got to get it right the first time.
Exactly. So let's put an action step to this for the folks out there. And I'm kind of interested because you guys have done such a great job with marketing. Like, this is one of the major brands that people think of when you think, blocks and cylinder heads, fact, right? But, what are some markets that you're maybe reaching out to? And I'd like to make sure everybody knows the website and contact information. If they're an engine builder that wants to source some parts from you guys, or someone with a question about maybe a different design that they've been working on that is outside the realm of what we've discussed, what's the best way for people to get a hold of you guys and find out more information about Dart?
Well, the best thing to do is jump on our website. It's real easy. It's dartheads.com. In the contact section of the website, there actually is an email, and it is contact@dartheads.com. I get all the incoming emails. So if they have any questions or any concerns, they can send it there and reach out to us. And it's funny because we do get a lot of new inquiries weekly on, hey, you guys should look at this and look at that. Well, you know, even we might not answer that email, but we do take every single email, we do take every single inquiry, and we put it on the table and we look at it. You know, now it's a little different, you know, with Dart being sold, and Richard would look at it and say, yeah, we're not doing that. Now we look at it, we take it into consideration, we do market research on that product. And a couple markets that we're actually getting into, for us, it's out of our norm. We're actually looking at doing some sport compact blocks and cylinder heads. And the sport compact world, that's again, I drive a Volkswagen, I don't know what they do performance wise, but we have some really cool things where these guys are talking to us and telling us that, you know, these little 4-cylinder, little 6-cylinder engines are putting out, you know, 1,500, 1,600 horsepower. And it's like, it blows our mind, you know. It's like, no, that engine in the back corner there, that puts out 1,500 horsepower, not a 4-cylinder. You know, so that is actually coming out, and we're working on some really cool projects on that, and hope to have some stuff on that we can talk about in mid next year.
Excellent. No, and you know what? To me, that's what's intriguing. That there's just been such a revolution in performance that is not limited to any one brand or one style of engine. It's just like everything has gone rapid fire. I've seen crazy things like that 2JZ engine by Toyota. Like, oh my gosh, crazy stuff is happening. And how are they making so much power? But in the end, they're limited. Like they run into the limitations that Richard ran into years ago. Like the OE stuff can only be so good because they're pumping it out for, you know, hundreds of thousands of people. And an engineering shop like you guys can figure things out and make it better, make it more powerful, make it more rigid so that the people who really want to lean on it can do so.
Yes.
Yeah, and we have, and you know, the domestic market, the OE domestic market, they've actually, looked at, and I like to say they looked at Dart and said, you know what, we're going to make it more difficult for them to get into our backyard. And some of the products that they came out with, you know, GM, Ford, and Chrysler, it's pretty good right out of the box. It's pretty damn good. But there's also guys like Tony that could sit there and say, yeah, it's good, but let's make these changes here and let's do this. And again, that's what Richard has always taught us to, don't look at it and see, you can say, yeah, it's great, but there's always room for improvement.
Yeah, how much better can it be? Let's find out.
Yeah.
That was always the thought. Let's find out.
See, and that's great, Tony. Like, and that obviously comes from your background in pro stock, where you guys are fighting the fight on a weekly basis and looking for a half a horsepower or something like that. There's never going to be a product that's good enough for that kind of mentality.
Never. I'm sure to this day, it's still never good enough.
Amazing. So where's this, where do you think it's going, guys? Like, I'd like you to look forward a little bit. You know, we already mentioned some future products, but are we at the pinnacle of performance? You know, we talked to LS, obviously, Ford and Chrysler, you just showed us the new Hemi. Everybody's got their performance stuff out there. And, the average street car is way faster than anyone could have imagined. Where's it going? What's next?
We got a lot of stuff on the board in the back. For us, on the cylinder head side of it, we do have some upgrades and some improvements on our existing products that we're going to be doing. And that's first and foremost. Some of our chambers and our programs on the heads just need to be updated. So you are going to see some running changes, and we will introduce them when we make, everything is all based on airflow out there. And airflow is great. But Tony and actually Dart were one of the first manufacturers to have a wet flow bench. And Tony actually, and speaking of the wet flow, you should touch a little bit on that because it's pretty interesting. The wet flow bench compared to a dry flow bench. And we do know that we have competition out there. There's a lot of cylinder head companies out there, but there's two that have this wet flow bench that's still in production and still being used today. So
Yeah.
Tony, definitely go into that, Tony, but I'm stalling for Steve. Steve, you got, before we part ways, which we're almost time, we do have one question.
Sure.
But we got to get one more Big M story from you. So rack your brain. This question.
Okay.
Well, the wet flow bench thing, I'll tell you, that was a learning curve that took forever to learn anything about. And it actually, once again, it stemmed from a pro stock thing. I was working on some of the first symmetrical port stuff that we were doing, the DRCE 2 stuff that we were finishing up on. And I had worked on some ports that on the dry bench were just killer. And I was cheating, and I knew I was doing it. I was cheating the short turn, but I could get it to hang on just to the lift on the dry bench. And I thought, wow, this thing is going to be huge on the dyno. He's going to be so happy about this. We put it on the motor, ran on a dyno. The thing's down 40 horsepower. And I remember him looking at me, and I won't even say what he used to say. And he's like, well, we need to learn from this, because the dry bench is telling you it's a better head. He knew somebody at Roush. He says, take it down to Roush. They've got this, it was an old World War II carburetor machine is what it was. And they had adapted it to be able to flow cylinder heads with fuel in ports. So I went down there, got to know them guys really well. And they taught me how to run the machine. And as soon as I put fuel in that Airstream from the baseline that we were running, oh man, it stood out like a sore thumb. It's like, why would you ever bolt this thing to a motor? So he got on the phone with Joe Mandello, and he was custom making flow benches. And Joe says, yeah, we'll custom make you a bench. What do you want? And he, the guy that actually built it for him was Lloyd, I believe his name. He called me on the phone and said, what would you like? It's like, well, I want something that'll flow 55 inches of depression. I want something that'll actually give me the correct air fuel ratio. I want to be able to measure the pounds per hour of fuel and at the same time tell me what CFM is. He says, no problem. So when the machine showed up and got it up and running, and it was really a learning curve. We started with like the Platinum Series Pro 1 small block. That was actually the first pieces that we actually played with. And to this day, if you take the old Pro 1 small block, dry flow it, the Pro 1 Platinum, and you dry flow it, they flow the same. They flow the same. You put it on the dyno, it's 25 horsepower with a small hydraulic cam. Done it many, many, many times. People say, oh, you're lying. I'll show it to you. And what I contribute it to is the fact that when the fuel is in the Airstream, the amount of fuel or amount of air that actually goes through the port is considerably different. Considerably. It's like 52, 53% of what you see dry. You know, depending on how efficient the cylinder is to begin with. But what you also get to learn is, where does the fuel travel? Where in the port? How does it enter the chamber? And what does it do once it's in the bore? Then you know, the learning curve, you learn from that. You learn what it likes, what it don't like. And then what I would typically do is, after I like something on the wet bench, I'd go back to the dry bench. And then I would probe the port, check my air speeds, and things were considerably different than what I'd always thought was correct. So you start teaching yourself stuff on the dry bench from what you know worked on the wet bench, and you dynoed it. So now when I do development work, I'll start on the dry bench, and I'll start measuring these points. It's like, well, I know that works, and I know that don't work. So, you know, then you get, you know, 75% of the way done. Then you go back to the wet bench. It's like, yeah, I just confirmed, you know, that what I thought was right on the dry bench works on the wet bench. Let's go to the dyno. So yeah, the wet bench was a huge, huge learning curve. And I'll tell you right now, I bet I don't know 20% of the knowledge there is to be known off that. I'll guarantee you, I don't know 20% of the knowledge that I could know. I don't think anybody in the industry knows more than that.
That's great. That means there's a lot of room to grow.
You were asking about room, and you know, where can we grow? There's one of the arenas. You know, and now we're changing. We went from carburation, and that's a completely different conversation we could have, and wet flow bench, to multi-port fuel injection. That throws fuel in a whole different direction. And now we're direct injection. So we need to adapt to all of these scenarios. Even the direct injection on the wet flow bench, there's things that could be learned. I want to do it. I've never done it. I want to do it. I want to do that. I want to make that test. I bet it's cool.
I bet it is.
Yeah.
It is. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Francisca and Judy are back. A quick comment from the chat section. So happy with my recent intake purchase from the box, top quality. Everybody seems happy. And Paul wants to know about the 572 GM crate engine. If you guys are going to be doing anything for that, I just want to make sure I get that question.
On the crate engine, well, we have blocks, we have cylinder heads, we have intake manifold that we currently have that you can interchange. For us specifically going after a certain platform, if that engine right there, that big block Chevy, our big block Chevy cylinder heads are again going to outperform what they currently offer. Our block is going to be a lot stronger. On the 572, it's
I think that's based off the Gen 6 big block. So
yeah,
our Pro ones will bolt right here.
Everything will bolt right onto it.
So that technology is already in our books. You can buy it now.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, we'll see you in a week or so. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. Thanks, Judy. Thanks, Francis. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us.
Hey,
Stay
Joe,
with us.
Joe, if you're at the shows, catch up with me. I'll tell you a real funny story. My first experience with Richard Maskin. This goes back to 1990, and here I am 30 years later. I'm working.
Okay. No, I'll be there. I'm definitely going to track you guys down. Definitely.
Perfect.
Definitely.
Perfect.
So please stay with us, Tony and Steve, as we're transitioning to our next session. Same with you, Joe. And again, thank you for watching Race Industry Week 2021. We're going to run a little video from our sponsors. So stay with us, and we will be right back with you.
The concept for e-part trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for e-part trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and to get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to epartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of e-part trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
What we're going to be talking about today is our water methanol injection system and some of the changes that we've made over time. One of the most exciting parts about some of the changes is the V3 nozzle. The key to this is a swirl generator. Look at how broad that is. And just look at this, look at the inside of this case. It's literally a fog, a cloud. The whole mission here was to do more with less. Less nozzle, less injection, less fuel. Pretty cool stuff.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners, available for your entire car. Build complete race cars, customs, and bikes with ARP. 25% stronger than grade 8 hardware. Race car strength and show car looks at arp-bolts.com.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for late model muscle. From LS to Coyote to Hemi, ARP locks in power and performance for a winning combination inside and out when failure is not an option.
arp-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Week 2021. What is an NFT? We are going to be talking about this. George Tamayo, who is going to be our host on this webinar, which is presented to you by racer.com. And I think George is coming on, and then Taro Koki, who is going to be with us any second. So George, you
Hello.
Help us understand what NFTs are with Taro. So you guys are on for the next 25 minutes. I think there's a lot of anticipation on that one.
I hope so. Thanks. Thank
Francis.
you.
Thanks for the intro.
Hey,
George.
Taro, how's it going?
Good, good. How you doing?
Good, thank you. So let's jump right in. Taro, you, just to give a quick introduction, you are have a long background in YouTube video production. You were the founder or co-founder, I think, of GT Channel some years ago, and now you've moved into this new space called NFT, and you started a new company called Karuma NFT.
Yes.
But before we learn a little bit about what Karuma does, we got to figure out what an NFT is, right? It's a word I think that we're hearing a lot about in the news and in the tech space lately.
Yep.
So let's try and figure out what an NFT is. And it starts
Let's do
with
that.
this sort of funny word called a non-fungible token is what NFT stands for. And it has that funny word fungible in it. So let's figure out first what fungible means. Can you give us a little bit of a background on that?
Yeah, sure. So fungible means that it could be replaced or exchanged with another identical item of the same value, right? So a dollar bill is, I give you a dollar bill, you give me a dollar bill. They're fungible.
They're the
tradable.
same. Each dollar bill is unique in the sense that I have one, you have one, but it doesn't matter if I go to the store and I want to buy something and I have $3 in my wallet, I can pick any one of those three and hand it over to the cashier and it works, right?
Yep.
Now, non-fungible tokens, NFTs, are what?
So a non-fungible, the easiest way to describe a non-fungible thing is the Mona Lisa, for example, right? There's only one Mona Lisa and it can't be reproduced. That is a non-fungible. And a non-fungible token is a electronic token that's been created and it's absolutely unique. They have unique, like a VIN number, basically. It's a unique item, a digital item that has value and functionality at the same time.
Right. So another kind of buzzword that we're hearing a lot about that's associated with NFTs is cryptocurrency, right? So these are NFTs are generally purchased using a cryptocurrency platform.
Yeah.
And the transaction occurs on a blockchain, and a blockchain is part about what keeps that non-fungible token, that NFT, unique to the owner, right? So can you give us a little bit of detail and insight into what the blockchain is and how the NFT lives and is traded and valued on the blockchain?
Sure. So we might need to think a little bit about money first, which makes it kind of easier to understand and why money has value in the first place, especially for those that are skeptic about cryptocurrencies and NFTs in general, because the notion of NFTs are just these gifts that any 10-year-old can create, and they're selling for thousands and hundreds of dollars. It just makes no sense to a lot of people, right? So why do we think money is valuable? It's because it's a belief system, right? It's really not because the U.S. government backs it or anything. It's because everyone believes that money is valuable. Like you and I believe, everybody believes it. It's a belief system, and crypto and NFTs are basically the same. Some people might think, why pay for a digital asset? And why do some people pay for trading cards? It's literally the same thing. And when you put these things on a blockchain, as your question, going back to your question, a blockchain is a network that it shares a public digital ledger, and it's maintained by a network of computers, right? So the information that I gave you $1 and you gave me $1, or I gave you an NFT and you paid for the NFT, is shared by everybody on the network. And that's what we call a decentralized network. And a blockchain is a decentralized network. It's not a centralized network where like a government or a bank manages and keeps track of the ledger, right? That's a centralized network. If you go to your bank app and you pay someone, the bank assures that your money went to someone else, or it's same with like Venmo or any kind of financial app or system that we're accustomed to. But on the blockchain, it's all peer-to-peer. So when you hear about cryptocurrency and mining, that's what it's all about. It's like no one is actually regulating it because it's not a centralized system. It's all decentralized. And if I pay you a Bitcoin and you give me back a Bitcoin, or you give me a product in return, that's all on the common ledger that everybody's sharing, and that's the whole concept of a blockchain.
Right. So in effect, what you're saying then is that the blockchain is kind of the security measure that allows transparent trading of NFTs.
Correct.
Right. So and that is essentially, because one of the things that is interesting about the NFT is that, in a sense, depending on how it's used, in some cases they're used like a sort of like a virtual certificate of authenticity. In other senses, you actually almost like a publicly traded stock. You might own through the NFT either the whole piece of a artwork, let's say, or some valuable entity or commodity, or you may own a fraction of it, right? Yep. So that blockchain is ultimately what keeps track of who owns what and how each component of the NFT or how each individual NFT is traded. Does that summarize it pretty well?
That's absolutely right. Yeah. And like, just going to your point, I mean, blockchains are programmable, right? So we can, the current, like cryptocurrencies cannot be programmed. It's just a trade or a sell or buy transaction. It's a financial transaction. But for NFTs, since they're digital and programmable assets, you can expand their purpose over time, and you can actually embed a direct utility to the NFT themselves. So yes, you can have a piece of art like I have here behind me. We can mint this and turn this into an NFT, but we can also make it a a token, or it could be an entrance pass, or someone who has this we can add like real life functionality to it, and even virtual functionality to it. And that's what, people are talking about, like blockchain games and NFT utility for games. It's because whoever has this, NFT can, drive their NFT in a racing game, for example, or, a utility in a racing game could be, you go out and buy new tires, for NFT tires to put on your car to make your, virtual car go faster. So that's the big difference between a cryptocurrency and an NFT.
Got it. So part of why we're talking about, this sort of technology behind what an NFT and blockchains are, and you've just brought up yet another buzzword that we're hearing a lot about is the meta universe, right? So the meta universe, in a very somewhat simplistic form, is the virtual world, right? And so we've got all of these kind of VR type games or VR applications or virtual world games that are quite popular with younger generations at the moment, but there's applications really across a lot of generational uses. So it's important, I think, to understand how an NFT works on the technology side, so that we can get down to the fundamental question that we're here to talk about is how do you take the concept of an NFT or an actual NFT and apply it to something in the motorsports or automotive sector. So can you give us some examples? We tend to think of NFTs mostly as attached to art, which I think is by and large how it's being used initially, but there are other ways to use NFTs. So
yes,
tell us a little bit about where you see NFTs going in the automotive and motorsport space.
Yeah, so great question. So think about NFTs as a medium, right? So you have art, like a still image, for example, or you have a 3D image, or you have a video. These are all types of mediums, right? And NFTs, you can make an NFT out of any kind of digital medium. You can get PDF, like you were saying. It could be a title, for example, and make it into an NFT, and that makes it traceable and secure and tradable, and it's literally like putting your home title into escrow and waiting for the money to come in, and then the title is transferred, right? So NFTs kind of work like that because it's on the blockchain, so it's extremely secure. And so when you have a secure piece of digital asset, the possibilities expand, because now you can use this NFT to identify, the owner. If the owner bought a NFT from, say, a racing team, for example, or a car manufacturer, they can use that NFT as a reward system or a loyalty program, for example. Kuruma is going to be creating these Kuruma trading cards, right? So whoever has a Kuruma trading card essentially becomes a member of our community, right? And in racing, the same thing is possible. Like we're trying to figure out ways to bring the digital to real life experiences. So NFTs could be your ticket to, it could be a pit pass, it could be an admission pass, right? The NFL is doing this already, right? With a certain number of games, they're actually a ticket holder gets an NFT and they get to go to a real game. It's the same kind of concept, and so that way we can actually start using NFTs as a token with function, and not just an avatar that you can you enjoy and you collect. I mean, it has that aspect obviously as a collectible as well, because a medium is attached to it, but that's not it, right? You can use that medium and program in functionality into it to do all kinds of things. And I just mention a couple of examples, like a loyalty program or a reward system, like an airline can have, or a ticket to enter an event, but there's millions of applications out there right now that we haven't even thought of. And I haven't even mentioned all the things that we're even talking about. And that's what's really exciting for me is like, it's like the beginning of the internet, it's like the beginning of when, people started watching videos on YouTube and people were just like wondering, why the heck do you want to watch, this, random person's video? But now YouTube is the biggest streamer in the world. Right. And that's what's happening with NFTs right now. Is like, it's not just about, little avatars. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's natural, as you say, anytime something new, particularly in the technology space, which is in so many ways is a thought, right? It's not a physical thing in many ways. It's a concept, right?
Yep.
It's difficult for people to sort of wrap their brains around what it is. And there are probably a lot of people out there who are thinking that NFTs are kind of a scam, or maybe they're not really understanding yet how they can really be fully utilized. So if for example, if we kind of bring this down to something that's a bit more down to earth, if for example, I own a race team, let's say. Now, race teams are always looking for methods of funding. And let's say that I happen to have a car that won a significant race, right? I could give that car to a museum, or I could keep that car in my collection, or I could do all sorts of things, but that car has value, especially among people who know what the success that car achieved is. Could I, for example, sell a part of that car as an NFT? In other words, if I sold you that part of that car, a physical piece, right? It's almost like fractional ownership, right? So now the team is monetizing, and you could say, much like if I'm a shareholder in Ford, that means I own a little tiny chunk of Ford Motor Company. Right?
Yeah.
So is it sort of that way too? Is that another way to think about it? I could own something, a car, a piece of memorabilia, a piece of artwork, all of these sorts of things that race teams have as assets that right now there isn't really a good way to monetize those. Is that potentially a revenue stream?
Yes, definitely. So what you're referring to is what we call in the in the NFT industry a DAO, right? It's a decentralized anonymous organization, and DAOs can raise money and currency to it's like crowdsourcing Web 3.0, right? So now you can buy into this DAO, and whatever mission or vision this DAO has, it's Democrat. It is a organization that doesn't have any, central governing body. Everybody governs it, and the rules are set at the beginning. And it's a democratic system, and the DAO basically raises money and uses the money to do whatever they promised, and they reward the DAO contributors or the owners, part owners, with whatever they promised. And this could be tokens, this could be currencies, this could be real life. It could be you get a ride along, you could be a meet and greet if you show up at a race. It could be you get apparel. It could be anything, right? It's like crowdsourcing, but in a secure way because it's on the blockchain.
And so that point about it being decentralized is important. Why? In the sense that the owners of the NFT ultimately control its fate, right? The collective owners of the NFT on the blockchain determine its fate. So you're not going to have, in the case of real currency, or in the case of maybe perhaps a better example, if you own stock in a publicly traded company, the individuals who are managing that company can artificially inflate or deflate the value of that stock based upon what they do. That, if I understand it correctly, that can't happen with an NFT, because as a crowdsource or as a decentralized source, the owners of the NFT are ultimately what's determining its value. Is that correct?
Right. So it doesn't necessarily have to be an NFT. right? When you're part of a DAO, it doesn't. You don't necessarily. The NFT is just a byproduct of what you're getting in return. It doesn't necessarily, connect. So an NFT can simply be, an artist creates an NFT, puts it on a marketplace such as Kuruma NFT, and you can buy it and trade it and sell it like a trading card, right? And so there's no organization attached to this DAO, to this NFT, for example, right? It's just an NFT that an artist created, and the artist decide to sell it, right? So race teams can do that too. They don't necessarily have to create a DAO to publish an NFT. They don't have to do that. They can just decide, okay, we're going to create 1,000 pit passes for the year, for example, and to come to see, our car and meet and greet or whatever, and they can just sell it, right? 1 to 1,000. It'll be 1 to 1,000, 2 of 1,000, 1,000 to 1,000. They can do that. It could be 100. It's pretty. It's up to your creativity and what the team wants to do.
And in turn, the owner of that, in this case, that pit pass could in turn sell it to somebody else down the road.
They can, yeah.
Because it's tradable, right?
They could trade it, yeah, exactly, right. And they might buy it, or they could get it for free from the team, but they can go out and sell it on the market, right? They can go and sell it for $10, or if it sells for $1,000, they can sell it for 1,000.
So why? I guess my natural question could be, in that sense, why the NFT? Why not just send somebody a code or a physical pass? What's the value of doing it via a decentralized network or via an NFT?
Well, it's secure, for one thing, right? It's secure, and it could be a creative medium attached to it. So a trading card could be a physical card, right? That you have to find a box to store it in, or an album or whatever, and it could deteriorate in time. But a digital asset is there's a lot more liquidity to it too, because you don't actually have to, put it up on eBay and pay postage and send it, and you just put it up on a digital market, and you can trade it with someone across the world. You don't have to meet someone at, some swap meet and look through a shoebox, for example, right? So the secureness and the liquidity is what makes, NFTs unique, a unique medium that we're just it's just the tip of the iceberg that we're like touching right now.
So speaking of artwork, the company you founded, Kuruma, is going to be, as you say, dealing at least initially in trading cards, which is presumably some form of original artwork that gets converted into an NFT trading card type of token, right?
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about who you've got lined up in terms of artwork, and what kinds of different artwork Kuruma will have. And I think with that, again, one of the questions that a lot of people will have is, okay, so if I go to Kuruma and I buy let's say that piece of art behind you as an NFT, what do I get physically? What do I have?
So that's really up to what the artists and what the market, in our sense, Kuruma NFT works closely with the artists or the brand to promote and market a drop. We call it. It's like when you have a collection and you make it available to the public. So in some cases, they can actually receive a physical item in addition to the digital art, right? So this is a project that we're doing with a artist called Bakeneko. And he and Kuruma are doing a collaboration art collection. So they'll perhaps get a T-shirt or a signed poster from the artist himself, and the digital asset, right? And depending on the partners that we're talking to, it doesn't have to be a t-shirt or a poster. It can be, like we said, an admission pass, or it could be some kind of a collectible token that if you gather 10, you get something, or you get another NFT, right? So it's really, really up to your imagination, and that's what kind of business that we want to be in. And so on top of having the marketplace for automotive enthusiasts, we also want to make sure that the brands and the artists we work with are comfortable, and their business objectives are met. So we have an agency model where we'll work with brands and artists and work with them for a period of time, and then it will, and we'll drop it on the marketplace, and that's basically our business model.
So unfortunately, I got a message. We were hoping to have Paul Leggett join us on the show here in the last couple of minutes that we have. Paul, his name may not be familiar to a lot of people who are watching, but certainly his artwork is. He is a illustrator with us at Racer and Vintage Motorsport, and has created dozens of racer covers, as well as just a lot of the artwork that you see inside the magazine and online. And if he's able to join us, he can talk about it a little bit himself. But in the meantime, he is going to be selecting some pieces of original reissuing, essentially some racer covers. Oh, I see he might be joining us now. Paul, can you hear us? I think you might be on mute.
Yeah, I can hear you.
There you go. Welcome, Paul. So your timing is impeccable, Paul, because we were talking about NFTs and artwork and some of the artists that Karuma will be representing, and potentially you will be one of them with some reissues of some racer covers. So tell us a little bit about what you're thinking in terms of the covers that might be reissued, and if there's any good backstories to any of those covers.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I'm first off, I'm really excited about this project. And these first three that you see are my most recent covers, and probably my most favorite. I believe I've done 12 or 13 in all. Each one does have a great backstory, and it includes the editor of Racer, Lawrence Foster, who basically gives me the idea of what's going to go on the cover, and we kind of hash out a few ideas. And I've worked with him so long that our talents work well together, and we usually come up with a solution that we both get excited about.
Some of these covers, Paul, I'm thinking of as an example, the season 2021 preview that's on the right hand side of the screen there. Some of these covers, I think there's some interesting backstories in that they are generated because obviously the sequencing of when these issues need to be created and when the real life assets exists are not always in sync, right? So sometimes these covers are created because we don't actually have access yet to the real assets going forward. So is there some good story about that you have to tell us on some of these covers?
Yeah, I'm glad that you chose the 2021 season preview. That started out as an idea from Lawrence Foster, and it's an unusual illustration for the fact that you see Formula One cars on banking.
Yeah.
Kind of fooled a few people, but that's the banking, I believe, at the Dutch Grand Prix, and the cars. Like you said, there wasn't any photo reference of the cars on track. So Lawrence and I, we just kind of put that together and tried to figure out who were going to be the leaders and points, and looks like we kind of got them right.
Yeah.
But one thing.
Yeah. Well, obviously, at the Dutch Grand Prix, the banking made its debut this year in 2021, a year later than had been anticipated, but. There certainly were no pictures of a grouping of cars available on that banking when this cover was created in probably in January or so of 2021. Same goes for the cover there that shows kind of the Le Mans winning Mazda from 1991 and the most recent Le Mans winning Toyota LMDH car, again, you would never kind of see those cars side by side, would you?
No, not at all. Yeah, I'm really happy with that one. For a lot of facts. One, I don't think we ever had an orange and green car on the cover of Racer. And I really wanted to camp that up. So even before I drew or illustrated the cars, I sent Lawrence my idea, and you can tell that there's a lot of orange, the orange sky, and then the orange or the green below and brown. And I sent him basically a landscape comp, and I wanted, what do you think about this? And is it a little too scary to have so much orange and green on the cover? And I think it turned out quite successful. And the one reason why I love that so much is I did attend the Le Mans in 1990, the year before the Mazdas won. And I do remember that beautiful long sunset. I think that sunset starts at 6 o'clock and the sun doesn't go down till 10:30 at night. And you do see those colors. So the sky just goes off with so many different variations.
Yeah. Super cool. So in terms of, the artwork that you're thinking about potentially selecting for this NFT, can you give us any sneak peek on the ones that you're considering? Are any of these three potentially one of them?
Oh, all three. All three.
Yeah. So Taro, back to you in terms of when do you see, Kuruma getting online and getting to the point where people can start to, bid on different artist NFTs?
Early next year. So we're just building right now. We're lining up content partners such as Racer, and I'm so excited about this first collection with Paul and Racer. Racer is a iconic brand, and the illustrations are beautiful, and I think it's the perfect for further down the line, we have our Kuruma tokens and collecting cards that we'll be launching, and we have other partners that are we're discussing and it won't none of them are the same, right? Some of them might be video moments, some of them might be commemorative tokens, so it will be super unique and exciting, and I just can't wait to get things rolling next year.
Great. Well, there's no doubt it is a brave new world that we are all entering and learning about. So we'll see where it goes. Best of luck with Kuruma. And Paul, thanks for joining us this afternoon, and I'll hand it back over to Francisque and Judy.
Thank you very
Thanks, guys.
much. And
Thank
please
you.
stay with us a few more seconds. Taro, George, and Paul, we're transitioning into our next session. Again, my apologies to interrupt, but we have a program to run. And so we are going to bring Joe Castello back, and we're going to bring JR from K1 Race Gear. We're going to be talking driver safety with a very good friend of us, Mr. JR, who has been a very early supporter of the ePortrait platform. So again, thank you so much for your support, JR.
And K1 Race Gear had a huge win this year.
They for sure did.
With someone named Kyle.
Oh, wow.
Mr.
Hello,
JR.
There he is. There he
Welcome.
is.
Good afternoon, good morning, good morning. Race Industry 2021, what's up?
I see we're in your shop.
I am here, I have a parka on this morning because I cranked the air conditioning up to about 65 degrees in here because it is 77 degrees outside in Race City, USA today. And it's a little balmy. So try to cool it down in here a little bit, but pretty excited about being with you guys. Has anybody done more of these than me? I feel like I just should be, part of the team at this point.
You are. And I'm telling you, we're putting you in good hands here with Joe Costello. So we're going to get out here and you enjoy.
Thank you guys.
Excellent.
Thank you.
JR, thank you. Judy,
Yes,
Francisque, thank you so much. JR, I appreciate you. And I'm sure people's heads are still spinning on the whole, NFT digital token conversation, right? Which is great. You've got stuff that we could touch it.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, man, let me say on behalf of anybody that's over 40 years old, like, thank you for the previous webinar, because I still trying to figure out debit cards, honestly. I just thought, it is the future, and it's pretty exciting stuff. Yeah, we've got stuff you can touch, you can feel, you can wear, you can, you can't necessarily purchase it yet until I figure out how to use NFTs and Bitcoins, but you can certainly give our staff a call and check us out online at k1racegear.com. We got a lot of good stuff right now.
That is very interesting, and in no way to diminish. In fact, I was taking so many notes because it's just something that I know it's the future, but let's talk about something that is current and right now, and that is safety gear. And Judy referenced it, right? That you had a big year. Why don't you tell us a little bit about getting out there and having some great success in 2021 with one of the world's top drivers using your gear?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it was a huge year for us in regards to the NASCAR victory and championship with Kyle Larson and Hendrick Motorsports, the partnership that we truly value a lot. And I mean, even beyond that, obviously, with being with Kyle on his journey and from all the sprint car victories, it's hard to remember all the ones that he's won this year and last year, but it's been pretty exciting for the brand. Obviously, even beyond that, we picked up a USAC midget series win with Michael Buddy Kofoid this year. It's been a tremendous year for our brand ambassadors and for K1 Race Gear and my team that puts together our athlete program. I mean, it's one of a kind. Nobody does it like we do, and it's the results are pretty astounding.
So let's get into it. As a distributor of race gear, like, what are limitations? Like, how are we looking for distributors for you? Are we looking to sell direct to racers who are in need of fire suits and helmets? Tell me a little bit, give us a kind of 50,000 foot view of the business and how we can maximize this opportunity here on Industry Week.
Yeah, of course. So we primarily began this venture as a means to supply karting gear to our go-karters that were coming into our parent company's facilities, K1 Speed, who's the largest indoor go-karting facility in the world. When I took over in 2015, obviously with being in the automotive industry for going on 20 years, the goal was to transition that and our capabilities in manufacturing to the automotive market, and more importantly, the custom suit market and branding. And so that's where we were for the first 2 or 3 years, was building that market. In turn, what it has done is opened up the distribution channels of our standard products. And so that's primarily what we look to do. As both models with our partners, and what we're advertising is, we build the finest custom suits in the world by far. And our new line of products, whether it be, from head to toe, balaclavas, underwear, socks, shoes in both FIA and SFI markets, suits, gloves. And this next year, we're focusing a lot on our new apparel and lifestyle brand, which would be more tailored towards, obviously, retail customers, but teams who are looking to outfit themselves with team jackets and apparel. We have the capabilities of manufacturing all this and embroidered, printed, and sublimated. So that's another big one.
Well, and that's those are all related, right? Like in this industry, but it all kind of flows from the most important suit, which is the one the driver wears. And you mentioned, ours is the best by far. I know there are many out there. I don't know if so many is accurate, but there are many out there. Give us some information as to why you feel that that's true, that you guys are building the best in the business.
Yeah, of course. We sourced all of our Nomex out of France, out of a very specific textile plant that we've been working with for a very long time. We feel that we've tested all of our materials, obviously, with SFI and FIA, and not only do they pass, but they far exceed what the even minimum regulations are for the homologation standards. As far as what's best, so in our industry, it's never going to change, right? As far as what we supply for the driver, the goal is always going to be the same: stay safe, don't sacrifice that integrity, but lighter and faster, just like any component that we're trying to build. And there's areas of diminishing return there, right? And we do a lot of R&D to figure out where those are at. I think that I would say that our abilities on the custom suit side of things, because we are a true custom suit company, we rarely duplicate our designs for any driver. And we've used that technology. Our slogan is that we are the racers brand for safety gear and apparel. We utilize these racers and our partnerships with them to develop products. For years, it was just never that way. There was a gap in the market there for somebody to come in and say, okay, drivers, this is not just this blanket that you're going to put on yourself. Yeah, it's safe, but like, what do you want? What, give me some details about what you want. For instance, on a lot of our standard suits, what we're doing now, and I can not show you one of these suits behind me that's for a sponsor that hasn't allowed that to come out yet. But one of our drivers, a very big name driver, is he utilizes pre-bent arms with gussets in it. He likes the idea of long races not having to fight against the fire suit. So we've actually implemented that design into some of our standard suits now to give whoever it is, you want to call them average Joes, the walk-in customer, the retail guy, the Saturday night racer, weekend warriors, whatever you want to call them, we give them the opportunity to wear the same exact suit that the highest level driver in F1, NASCAR, IndyCar, anything would get. So we don't just utilize one material for one driver or one product. We use it across our entire scale.
Excellent. One thing that I've noticed, and I'm sure everybody else has too, is that once upon a time, safety gear, and you referenced this a moment ago, pure function, right? Pure function, baggy, everybody looked fat. But now it's like drivers want to, you tell me, right? Did they tell you, hey man, I want to look cool in this thing because the suits are tight and they just, to me, they look so much better than they did, 10 years ago. Talk a little bit about working with the drivers to make something that keeps them safe primarily and abides by all the rules and specifications, but also, keeps the image going of the, these superstar hero drivers that they are.
Well, because I'm a good boy and I've been sitting in here watching for the past 3 or 4 hours, and I want to piggyback onto one of the titles of the previous guys that were on here with NFTs was how racing brands can create value. I preach this to our distributors, but I preach it to my design guys, to my sales staff, to everybody that works in this is, we don't just build function anymore. That's priority number one, is always going to be the same, is to protect our drivers. But a few years back, and especially with the world that we're living in now with social media and with advertising and the cubic dollars that sponsors are spending to partner with these race teams and individuals, it's paramount that they look good. It's paramount that they are, not only are you a walking billboard, but what attracts sponsors to you, how you look, how you feel in the suit. These things are vitally important to race car drivers. I can tell you one of the reasons people say whatever they want, how I became involved with Kyle Larson is, just for an example, he was a guy that was looking for an opportunity to be more involved in what he looked like, and how he could represent, not only Hendrick Motorsports and Mr. H and the family over there, but, Kyle races sprint cars. He races midgets. He races outlaw carts. He's got, families and sponsors that have been with him for a very long time. And instead of just wearing, an old plain functional black suit with the manufacturer's giant logo on the front or the back, we got prime real estate on this thing. And these people are spending a lot of money and a lot of time to be involved with you. How can we make them look better? And a lot of times my staff works directly with a lot of the buyers of these particular suits instead of just the drivers. It's, what can we do to bring out the brand? How can we enhance your brand's recognition at the racetrack? And so that's really, really important to us. And I think, again, to go back to that title, it creates just a tremendous amount of value for not only the driver, but for the teams and the businesses that are involved in that team.
What does that process look like? Walk us through. You don't have to take very long, but it's intriguing to me that, obviously you got to measure a driver, but you've got a lot of parties involved. And, this is something they're going to be wearing for many hours from early in the morning, driver introductions to the end of the day in a 200-degree car. Talk a little bit about the process of getting it right for a driver like Kyle.
Yeah, certainly. So Again, to go back to our company's motto being the Racers brand of safety gear and apparel is that everybody here is raced. It's part of coming to work for me. It's a prerequisite. You got to know the game. You got to have been in it. And part of that is knowing what works, what's wearable. I've worked with guys that are like, man, I want to put this all over this, and that's great. I appreciate your design input, but in reality, the driver's not going to be able to wear that. Okay, so that's number one. It still has to be functional. The process generally starts. We've got it down to a science, obviously, with the amount of custom suits. I think this year we're approaching the 4,000 custom suits worldwide. That's a ridiculous number. So to be able to do that, we have to have all of our ducks in a row. And so we obviously have forms that are, before the process even kicks off, is measurement forms, whether we measure them. We have a video link in every single email that we send out there that walks through exactly how to measure, how to do it correctly. Get that part out of the way, because that is vital. The second part is creating or submitting high-res artwork, Illustrator files. Most of the race car drivers have a wrap company that's done artwork for them, so we can generally pull vectored files from those things. And then my brilliant staff of designers who are incredibly patient, they, like I said, we could talk hours about where a logo should go, how it should look, how it's going to function. They know all these things, and we're pretty good and steadfast about, teaching the driver, this is going to look good here. And, you're going to get some pushback from time to time about, well, that's not what I want this. And at the end of the day, you're a custom suit company. If a customer is being reasonable about what they want, we're happy to oblige. But that's from start to finish. The whole building of fire suits has not changed a whole lot, as far as the production of them and the manufacturing of these textiles. There's certain things, gussets and areas that we've changed materials around to make them lighter, a little bit more comfortable, and we do that a lot. But the integrity of a fire suit has generally stayed the same. It's just gotten lighter and a lot easier to wear. The design that you bring into that, again, can't change those things. It's gotta be functional, so that part is where, once you're past that part, manufacturing of the suits is, it's really just staying on top of your production staff, staying on top of the newest, latest and greatest. It's like CNC machine, with Dick and the guys at Dart. They're every couple of years you got to retool, and you got to be able to manufacture things to the highest standard and do all the retesting with SFI and FIA. So that's really what the process looks like on a daily basis here in that market.
Now, we spoke with the folks at SFI a little bit earlier this week. You've referenced SFI and the FIA standards. Like, what's the difference? You offer them both. Is one better than the other? And in your experience, like building suits to both specifications, give us a little insight into that.
So we touched on this a little bit back with Hammond, and it's a great question. I'll never be the judge of which one's better or which one's worse. They're both vital to our industry as a whole. They both have a place in this market, and worldwide, obviously, you see FIA standards being sort of the gold standard. The difference is, as the way I can explain it from a manufacturer who submits materials for testing, is that SFI's focus is primarily on the materials that we're using year to year, that those materials will stay up to standards. If we're changing a layup or a homologation that we're shooting for, then we need to submit those materials and let them do their penetration, heat, TPP, screening, and all that kind of stuff to make sure that it meets their minimum standards. Great stuff. FIA is similar in that, except they take more of a whole suit, whole glove, whole underwear approach, meaning the manufacturing techniques that are used, the stitching, the stitch count, the overall construction of the product that you're submitting. Those are really the differences. But again, both of the standards are meant to give the drivers and teams a standard that needs to be met by the manufacturer that they choose, to assure that, yes, this has been tested, it's producing or exceeding the results that we set as a minimum. And that's really what they're both doing. They just go about different ways of doing it.
Excellent. Does K1 offer, head and neck restraints in addition to suits, or are you guys just suits? You specialize in suits, or are there other safety equipment that you're expanding to? Give us some insight.
Yeah, no, we're currently, I say currently, and because I don't have an announcement on it, but we're currently, driver only head to toe with apparel and safety apparel. So anything from, like I said, balaclavas, socks, underwear, shoes, and certainly suits. We are looking into other markets. We're a fairly young company still. And a lot of companies, some of these legacy brands who've been in the industry far longer than K1 and have had the opportunity to test a lot of the head and neck restraints, as well as the manufacturing of those, the testing of those, and helmets as well. That's a game that I don't plan on delving into. But there's some other things that we are looking at. Restraints, belts obviously is a market we have a capability in. But like the K1 race gear stuff, I'm not going to push us in that direction until we can create something that is viable, that the market needs, and we can do it at a cost that's effective and that meets or exceeds any standards or what somebody else has out there.
And Garrett just asked a question in the chat section about exactly that. Other than suits, what products do you offer? And I think you just touched on that. You know what, JR, why don't you give your contact information for people that are interested? I do have a couple more questions for you, but no reason to make people wait, right? They already know what they're talking about. Best way to reach out to you, to the company, with questions or inquiries.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can reach us at k1racegear.com. Obviously, there's a contact list in there with both phone numbers, both locations, and our sales staff, each individual's email address that you can reach out to. Obviously, you can also use the portals through ePartrade you can issue questions that will come directly to us. That's obviously why we're here. This is a great platform. It's pretty unique in that you can, racer B2B or racer to brand, connection is made possible by companies like this. You can reach us on social media, obviously, with Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, all that. So we're fairly easy to get a hold of. We're rather visible in the industry right now. And any questions you have, whether it be about manufacturing, about sales, about anything like that, our staff will be happy to oblige. So you can find us there. The easiest way is probably at k1racegear.com and to give us a call. I mean, we love talking to our customers.
Excellent. Are you doing anything with drag racers? You name check Formula One, IndyCar, sports cars, rally, and definitely I understand the difference. Drag racers don't always necessarily wear a suit. Some do in the highest ranks, but what is your reach into that market?
Yeah, it's a new market for us. I mean, I grew up in drag racing, so it's not necessarily one for me, but we've started in the sportsman classes, obviously, with the 2 and layer SFI 5 stuff. Which is the largest market in drag racing. There's absolutely hundreds and hundreds of these people all over the world, and so we're pushing the brand through those avenues. We've got a pretty good response, really. And then we do have SFI 15, which is good up into the alcohol series drag racing stuff. And then we are working on a layup for SFI 20 as we speak. So I anticipate early 2022 that we should have at least all the segments of drag racing covered. And then it's really just about taking the ball out on the field and playing.
Well, exactly. And that's another avenue where we've seen from pure utilitarian to utilitarian and stylish and cool and people really going over the top. But I would imagine that you guys want to be there, and it's good to hear that you're going to be.
Well, it's still, much like sprint car racing and dirt car racing. I mean, the other half of that market, and probably more than half, is drag racing. The grassroots, they run deep in the United States, and it all stems from, my father was a fuel racer back in the 60s, so I've been intimately introduced to the NHRA as well as all the other drag racing associations. And I can tell you that it's a massive market with a firm grip and legacy in the motorsports industry. It's where it really all started was, hey, I think I can beat you from here to here. That all came from drag racing. So it's we're eager to get further into that and to bring our brand into the drag racing market a little more heavily this year.
Very exciting. Very exciting. Is there anything that you wanted to throw out there that we did not yet cover for folks out there? I always like to ask a question that's forward looking for the future of safety, very important. That's always on my mind. But is there something that we didn't quite get to just yet?
No, we touched on a lot of stuff, man, in the last couple of weeks. You and Hammond have been great. Thank you so much. It's always great to get on and talk with professionals. Like I said, we are knee deep in custom suit season. So obviously, if you are looking for custom apparel, any sort of apparel, here in our new store, this is our new K1 Race Gear retail store in Mooresville, North Carolina. Down the road, we are looking at in Brownsburg, Indiana right now for a retail store, so we can set up K1 Race Gear in Indy. Obviously, we're expanding the brand worldwide and distributors worldwide that we're looking for in Europe and other countries. Our capabilities are we've talked about those clearly. But yeah, just expansion. Being the little business that could, we're still cranking along and doing awesome and bringing the fight to our competitors, which is a lot of fun for us. So it's all good stuff.
Being on with a champion certainly doesn't hurt. And I love the fact that you've got to walk in like a retail store. Like, that's a great idea. People like to be able to go and see and touch. Hey, let's talk about the sublimation side of it though, right? Like, you've got a team, they go through all this effort to have you guys design a custom fire suit, and now you can bring that same look throughout the team. I think that could be a really good business for you.
Yeah, I mean, the limitations on what you can do in sublimation is there aren't any.
Right.
That's what's really cool about it. So where you might not be able to incorporate some of that design that perhaps a sponsor or somebody in the art department is looking for on the driver, you could certainly do that in the team apparel with sublimation. I mean, there is really no limit to what you can do in that department. And, we've been doing it with crew shirts for quite some time, but it's becoming more and more apparent that, even merchandise companies now who are wanting their drivers or the teams that they're affiliated with to be able to sell merchandise that is more of the liking of their driver or their team, right? So they want, instead of the t-shirt with the print on them now, they would like to have a t-shirt cut that is that looks the same as Kyle Larson or Logan Schuchart or Matt Crafton's Menard stuff. We can do that in sublimation and make it look a lot more realistic. So that's just a huge market. There's really no end to it. It's not even just motorsports. I mean, we're talking about fishing and corporate retail and all that. So it's a big market that we've always been in, but we're starting to progress further in.
Exciting. And as far as the future goes, keep up with what's current and what's hot. It's easy to say, but it's not always easy to do as world motorsports goes forward. Like, we've experienced the last changes of 10 years, and we've seen how much it has changed. When you look out 5 years, 10 years down the road, where do you see like safety equipment, driver suits, like what can change from where they are now?
Well, I think that a lot of the focus is going to be to take what we've learned in the driver level and to start applying that to other areas. I mean, one of the big topics that we've talked about with a lot of the racing organizations and the racetracks around the country, at least here in the States, is getting more education and more equipment available to track workers. I mean, that's a huge one. I mean, there's far more tracks than anybody actually knows about, and some of the safety standards that are at some of those places are lacking. So I think we're going to start progressing in that area a lot more. I think that our assistance, but also our knowledge of how fire works and how fire suits and equipment work, is something that we're going to focus on a lot. Beyond that, we're going to just, like we've always done, we take big swings. You're going to see some big things out of us. We're going to be progressing, obviously, worldwide into a little more of the open wheel stuff. Whether it be F1 or even F2 in the Mazda Road to Indy Series, IndyCar racing, we've dabbled in, and we're starting to get a pretty good response from. So I think you'll see our growth pretty well throughout that. And then, we're going to keep doing what we do. And what we do is we provide really high level safety gear, really high level equipment. And again, we're the Racers brand of safety gear and apparel. Everybody knows us. They know how to get a hold of us. We are at the racetrack. We are we're consistently, we're very lucky to be able to do what we do and be married to people that are understandable about it. So that's I throw that out there also because we're about to go on the road here next week, and I don't know, I'm not exactly sure when I'm going to be back home. So, but that's part of what makes our brand great is we truly live it and breathe it.
Excellent. JR, thank you very much for sharing so much information. I appreciate it. Congratulations on your championship season. That's a great thing. Judy and Francisque are back. Thank you again.
Thank you.
JR,
Great to be with you.
the beauty of talking to you, JR, every single time I talk to you, I always learn something new. Now you're opening up a location in Brownsburg. It's just, it's just amazing.
That's because I'm secretive and I don't like to give you everything all at once.
No, that's good. But it's been fun to watch your company grow because I remember when you first stepped into PRI and look at you now.
You remember the little wall that you used to push your little scooter on over to me and bring me waters and when I was all by myself.
Yeah,
well,
but
you
like
made
yours.
the difference. You made the difference, and this is an industry about people, and people make the difference, and that's really to your credit. So thank you for your support. Thank you for being with us today, and stay with us one more second, Gerald.
Thanks, Shara.
Transitioning into our next session. Wish you all the success you deserve in the upcoming season. And next we're going to bring our great friends from IBAC, and we're going to be talking suspension. So another company that's been believing in us and so that's we're very appreciative of our sponsors, ETS, Penske, AM, ARP, and Motul, but also all the suppliers on the ePortrait platform that make it possible for us to provide you this week and this platform at absolutely no cost. So this is because of the support of the industry that's behind us. So I think we are getting David on any second, and I think we're going to get Jeremy as well. And we are going to be talking suspension with Mr. Joe Castello. So it is 11 a.m. here in California. Again, thank you for being with us for Race Industry Week 2021. Joe, on to you.
Thank you very much, Francisque and Judy. Appreciate what you guys are doing. It's Friday at Race Industry Week here on ePartrade. If you're watching around the world, remember, you can always ask questions in the chat section. We'll get to them and take it in a direction, maybe different from where I'm going. We'll definitely feed it to the guys. David and Jeremy, how are you guys doing?
Hey, we're good. Welcome to IBAC, where it's springtime year round, as Wilfred Ibach likes to say.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so wait, who's David and who's Jeremy? Just so I know.
I'm David.
I'm Jeremy.
I gotcha. Thank you very much. And we're going to be talking about spring loads, static, dynamic. You've got springs all over the place, which I love. We're going to delve into it. This is getting the power to the ground is something that we are always talking about. Not only that, but performance. So you are in a very specific field that is, absolutely vital to the motorsports enthusiast.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I would say that a lot of people, the new racers are very aware of what spring can do, but the shocks are typically more sexy and get a lot more attention. So sometimes springs get overlooked, but I think these days, the more technology that comes out, the more rating tools and whatnot, the springs people are realizing what a vital part of the suspension they really are. So they're, getting a little more attention than they used to, but definitely, a key component to the suspension as a system.
So let's get into it. What the difference between static and dynamic spring loads for the uninitiated, like myself? Walk us through some of these, terms and why they matter.
Sure. All right. Well, let's start from the beginning. As a definition, a static load is a fixed load or a force that's applied gradually. So, for example, a spring that's simply holding the weight of a car that's not in motion would be considered a static load. A dynamic load is a changing load or a pressure or force that can be applied varyingly. So once the car is in movement, the spring's undergo a dynamic load as the force travels, through the different conditions, pavement or road conditions or whatnot. So the spring is, once it's in motion, is what we consider a dynamic load.
I guess a good relation would be race car in the shop, scaling it, measuring it, that kind of thing. And then dynamic load is what you're going to see on the racetrack, which obviously the easy term is always static load, but the most crucial, I find, of course, is going to be your dynamic loads. That's what everybody really needs to focus on more than static, in my opinion.
Yeah, so that's been the transition over the years, I think, is, typically people used to take a car to a scale, and that was kind of where they would, do all the magic, set it up and make all their measurements or whatnot, and then take it out and race it. Once the car goes into a race, dirt car, the body hills, right? So, once the car's up at attitude, or what the racers now call a dynamic or race attitude, all the scale numbers go out the door. So, and that's the same with the spring. Once the old theory used to be, kind of whatever held the car up to get through an inspection or whatever the case may be, a certain height measurement, depending on the series. That's kind of where they started, and then whatever it took to keep the car from hitting the ground or whatnot, kind of was the second part of that equation. Where now it's completely different. It's what they consider a static, or going through a inspection checkpoint height or whatnot is critical for obviously getting through the inspection. But the dynamic or the car at race attitude is definitely the most important piece of the component now, because that's where all the magic happens, right?
Well, exactly. And so you referenced the shocks or the sexy part of it, but how do they coexist together? Like, what are their specific jobs? Walk us through, as experts in this field, walk us through what each one does independently of each other, and then how do they work together and formulate what is a package that ultimately helps these cars perform.
Sure. So I'll give a quote that Mr. Eibach, Wilfred Eibach, once told me, and I'll never forget it because it was a great way to understand how the two work together. But he basically said the spring is the dynamic husband carrying the heavy loads of the family and bouncing all around, and the shock is the calming wife trying to control the husband's tendencies. So
interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny saying, but it's very true. So obviously the spring doesn't have anything slowing it down once it is compressed and opening back up. So it's literally controlling weights at certain points. We can get into more of that later, but the shock is obviously controlling the speed at which it does that, keep it from continuing to bounce on down the road.
Controlling that wheel load, keeping that tire in the ground. Shock's kind of goal is to slow that process or speed that process up through its travel. So spring holds the car up, spring applies that load to the tire, to the ground. Shock just controls that.
Excellent. So in terms of like current trends, we've been speaking with people all week, and the constant evolution of all fields in motorsport is like the only thing that we can rely upon, right? That things are going to change. What are the current trends in suspension, and how has it changed recently, or has it? Give us a little insight into that as the, what you guys do with research and development evolves over time. Like what's current, what's happening, and how is it evolving?
Sure. I think we can take the last question and kind of elaborate a little bit more and into this question, but springs have mainly three jobs. They store and release energy, they absorb shock, and they maintain contact between two surfaces. In street cars, spring has to support the weight of a vehicle, absorb imperfection, and keep all the tires planted on the ground. In a race car, comfort sometimes goes out the window if there's a traction advantage. So sometimes the drivers don't get the advantage of the nice spring or the shock absorption, if they're really making good traction or whatnot. So I think that's some of the where the advances have been made is the ability to really to see what those loads are with the different tools that are available out there with pull down rigs and spring smashers and whatnot, and the upgrades of shocks and whatnot as well. So that obviously affects what we're doing with springs, what we're making, how they're using them. So that's kind of some of the biggest trends. Jeremy can kind of tell you some of the preloading trends or whatnot that have been going on, but
yeah, I mean that the shocks, like you said before, they coincide. They do work together. You have to have that, and that allows us to have your preloads. So you got your dirt late models, your dirt modifieds. Even this has translated over to NASCAR, and a lot of the series there is like David said, is the preload. Mostly in the left rear, you're going to see a lot of preload in that spring. So we're going to much taller springs, much lighter rates. So our technology has been in that kind of realm of building a taller, lighter spring, keeping it to where there's no side deflection, aka bowing, keeping the spring in line with that. So as the shocks get better with that, they can control that better. We can build a much more superior spring to it. Translates to these teams are putting much more preload in the left rears and getting that left rear tire in the ground, even as a car rolls over. That even in the asphalt world, that's kind of a normalcy now. I know a lot of road course stuff, they're doing the same thing as well, both rear springs. That translates to, you got so much preload in the rear, you have to manage the negative effect on the front of the car. That turns into bump springs, bump rubbers. There's many different ways. Some guys are coil binding springs in the front. So we have to make sure that our springs are capable and have, the forward progression of that spring to be capable of those loads. I mean, it goes through the roof once that happens. So
I think it's in every form of racing too, Joe. Like let's take Formula One for example. I mean, completely different than the short track stuff. But look at the difference in these cars now. I mean, they're completely jacked up when they're sitting there at static, where the rears are up and you can see right under the rears. You look back at the old days, they were completely slammed on the ground. But what they're doing is they're going with a longer, lighter spring. Basically, same thing Jeremy was just talking about. Obviously, a different form of spring or whatnot, but they start with the car really high to keep the spoiler as high as possible, and the aero loads squat the car down until they're basically gone. When the speeds are pushing the aero down to where they want. This is obviously accomplishing a couple different things. One, the rear of the car is the spoiler is up in the air to get the maximum amount of aero when the car is going slow. But at higher speeds, when the car squats, the aero loads are greater than the spring load, which creates a battle of forces between the aero and the spring. So basically, it's the spring's wanting to unload, and the aero's saying, no, we're not going to let you unload because the applied force is greater. So it's allowing that spring to constantly have a force against it, pushing it down, which is obviously creating grip. So in that scenario, they're using the rear basically only to push it down, and the front's got the huge wing or whatnot as well. But that's where they're creating their force. If you're looking at a short track car like a dirt late model or something like Jeremy was saying, the goal is almost 100% opposite. The cars are stacking springs in combinations to keep the car as low as possible to get through an inspection. Yet when they get back onto the track, as soon as they hit the gas, that car stands completely up, getting that spoiler up in the air as much as possible. Now they're not getting the aero loads because the speeds aren't as high. The tracks are smaller and whatnot, so they want that spoiler up in the air to get that aero load pushing it down. So, but there again, with the technology of having the spring smashers, they're controlling the loads at every given point. So they know exactly once that car gets up at attitude where they want it. And this is helping, find that balance on the track. So, the balance of aero against mechanical, the old saying of what, mechanical grip would be. And I think that's the biggest difference is now, teams are really understanding how to utilize this information. They have tools to test it. And they're just getting, it's trickling down the system a lot faster from the upper ranks. So which again, I think leads back to what Jeremy was saying. It's forced us to kind of, make sure our springs are going to withhold these forces at the range that they're going, the length of the springs. A lot of them have gotten longer and lighter, and make sure that they can withstand.
Excellent. At this point, let's give the point of contact for folks out there. And I know, waiting to the end is like a thing, but I like to get it out there because people want to know where to go. They want to maybe hit the website while they're listening to you guys, or pop off an email with a couple of different subjects in it. So why don't you give that contact information? And at the same time, you folks out there on ePartrade watching, whether watching on YouTube or racer.com, or even through the Zoom call on ePartrade, you've got excuse me, if you've got a question for these guys, put it in the chat section right now. Let's take this in a couple of different directions. What I'm impressed by is, Jeremy, he's the motorsports specialist. Like, that's pretty broad. That is a broad segment. We're going to ask Jeremy a couple questions, but give that contact information, David.
Yeah, so ibach.com, great segue, because our website is actually a really, really good tool for racers. I think currently we have over 1,350 motorsports parts. Majority of them are springs, but we do make some other bits and pieces. But ibach.com, you can go and you can pull out our whole ERS catalog. You can search by a length or an ID. Give you all the rates, or a specific rate, whichever way you want to look it up. And under that platform, you can see all of the specifics of the spring. You can see the block heights, the max loads and complete load numbers and all that stuff. So the website's a really, really good tool. ibach.com once again, as well as all of our street performance applications, UTVs and all that stuff are listed there. You can punch in by your make and model or whatnot. So yeah, it's a great tool. ibach.com.
It also has YouTube links. We've got some video. We got a good marketing team that puts together these videos to show you what we do have, but also to show you how you can apply that to your specific car. Whether it's race cars, there's a couple of videos on there where we're showing preloads and travel, how you measure travels and this and that. The off-road world, there's actually a couple formulas on there where you can do your double spring systems, your triple spring systems on the off-road trucks. So you can go on there and see all that as well. So that's a good tool.
Excellent. And to that point, Jeremy, as the motorsports specialist, right? Like, you have to be very versatile because there are a lot. You mentioned, we're talking, off-road trucks, and we're talking Formula One in the same 2 minutes. And one thing, what's common between them? Well, they got wheels and tires, and they got springs. And that's about it. To be able to kind of walk in both of those worlds. We got a question right now from someone that says, what are the trends in front wheel drive road racing? So just kind of talk about some of the varying things you see out there in the motorsports world.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. It's Formula One. I always say, in comparison to go-karts, they're equally as important to us. And so I never say down to, but there's some oval kart stuff that's applying some springs now, quarter midgets. They're huge on springs. They're usually springs all the way around. And then, you have to understand enough in the off-road world, the road racing world. Drag racing is a huge thing. That's kind of become a very popular one over the last couple of years. Everybody here generally has a good terminology with race cars, and most everybody is involved, and we're kind of spread around. We got a bunch of guys in the road race world. We've got some drag racers here. David and I, we've always done oval track stuff. I've personally worked on a couple of IMSA teams, prototype cars and everything else. So between all of us, I think that's what helps, is having such a broad spectrum of real racers here, right? We all know what we want. We understand what our particular race format is going to need for a spring. There's a lot of technology and terminology that goes into building the spring, but then you have to also know how it's applied to everything from an off-road truck, buggy, UTVs is a huge market for us right now. So that's kind of everybody's on board with that one right now, just keeping ahead of the game. Anything with road racing. In fact, this morning, a couple of our guys are on an email chain with, making sure that we're staying on top of the homologation with a lot of the series, making sure that we're not slacking on keeping that in stock for those guys. They're stuck on making or using those particular springs. We got to be ahead of that game. At the same time, I get an email right afterwards say, hey, we're building for King of the Hammers. I know you had Dave Cole on earlier in the week. King of the Hammers is right around the corner. So we're dealing with road race. The next minute, we're bouncing over to let's build an Ultra 4 car. And the technology in that world has gone through the roof in the last couple of years. We go down and we have a couple of buddies with Fox Shocks. I personally go down there for a week or two for King of the Hammers, and we actually go out and we test. We watch the trucks. We do everything we can and measure it all out. And so the technology there, I personally think has been kind of on the back front, but now is on the forefront. So seeing some of these trucks getting built is pretty cool.
I think Jeremy's being a little bit modest there too. I mean, he's got a really big background in racing and understands it. I think that's the biggest key. I mean, like you said, we all have a different specialty in racing that seems like everybody here has got something they're involved with, but yeah, you have to understand the cars as well. And Jeremy's got a good understanding. He can go out and he knows personally, some IMCA modified teams that he'll go out and work with. Like you said, the off-road teams, worked on IMSA. So, just having a background and understanding the cars helps you understand what the teams need. So sometimes they don't, if things are changing or whatnot, they don't even know exactly what they need. So, or what we're capable of, or what, what the next thing is. So it takes an understanding of knowing cars and the rule packages. I mean, that's another thing. It's one thing to understand the cars, but to know the rule packages and stuff too. So yeah, Jeremy does a really good job at that, but the whole team does. And for that matter, we work globally. We manufacture in Germany and also in China. So we have a global motorsports division that we work together with. So I mean, we're literally dealing with Formula One, Nürburgring cars over in China. CC or what,
yeah,
whatnot.
There's so many series there.
And
too.
then, of course, America, we race everything there is, including lawnmowers over here. So
no joke.
Yeah, it's definitely a wide variety of stuff that we're dealing with.
All right, we got a couple of questions, guys, and everybody out there, load them up with questions out there in the chat section. General trends for front wheel drive road racing. Talk about a specific market, right? But it's happening out there, and you drive them differently, the whole deal. Talk a little bit about that for Raymond.
You want to touch on that?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say it's the same thing. I mean, freeloading is kind of the the name of the game wherever you go. So I think I don't have a lot of specific background in front wheel drive, even though a lot of these guys do here. I know we have played around with some freeloading and some bump springs and whatnot. I would definitely think that's depending on your rule package and what you can do. Give us a call. We definitely have some guys that probably can give you a little better info than we can, but definitely trying to store that energy with the preloading and then having fall to a rate that's gonna give you the grip that you want. So it's kind of the name of the game in any motorsports right now.
Yeah, I mean, to add on to the front wheel drive stuff, from what I've been seeing, kind of been in touch with, is making sure you have a long enough spring with enough preload in the rear. You kind of want to keep everything. I mean, your steering forces and your drive forces are on that front end, so you want to keep as much load planted there. Yeah, you don't want the back to lose grip either, but that's your biggest focus, keeping everything on the front tires and able to point when you're on throttle. So there's quite a bit of information. I think it's kind of specific to the type of vehicle you have, aero packages, By all means, give us a call direct. We'll sit here with you and tell you we're both comfortable with what your vehicle is and make sure you're going fast.
Yeah, and again,
There you go.
our phone numbers are on, if you go to ibach.com, all of our phone numbers are on there, so feel free to give us a call.
Exactly. Only nice calls, guys. Only nice calls. Garrett wants how often do you replace springs versus shocks? And I think it's a great question. Like, how long do springs last?
Well, that is a great question.
It's a loaded one.
Yeah, go ahead if you
Isn't
wanna-
everything loaded with springs though?
We get this one
So-
all day, every day, so we
Yeah,
should
we
be
do.
really good at answering it, but it's actually a
Yeah.
little bit difficult.
There's no solid answer to that, to be honest. But we've had national champions, circle track road race. It doesn't matter. They're on. In fact, the IMCA modified driver that just won Bristol Dirt Nationals this year. I was making fun of him. I was there myself, made fun of him because he literally has 11, 12-year-old springs in his car. He literally won that race with old springs. And so that gives a testimony to how long the springs actually do last. They do last.
Can last.
They can last, yes. Now, for peace of mind, as inexpensive as a spring can cost when you're looking at the broad picture of how much a race team costs, my personal opinion, I think David goes right along with this. I would say, yes, some series you can get 60 to 80 races a year. I say about that time, I would just go ahead and do it anyway. They're probably not bad. There's probably nothing changed in it, but for the peace of mind and for as inexpensive as it can be, why would you risk it? Goes along too, though. We always say, once you get a spring, get a good base for your notes. When you get a new spring from us, throw it on your spring smasher, spring raider, whatever you have, and get an exact rate, travel numbers, everything you get for that particular spring. Every spring is a little different, just a touch different. And then just follow through with that throughout the year. Go 20 races in, 15, whatever, however particular you are. Pull a spring out, you're maintaining it anyway, whether it's a part around it or the spring itself, the perches, whatever. Throw it on the spring raider. Just make sure there's no changes. If there is any change, it's your discretion, but if it was me, I'd start looking at a new spring.
Got
To
it.
add to
Okay.
that,
Yes.
Joe, to add to that, I think part of what we didn't explain is what could cause some physical damage is spring wire is extremely corrosive inside. So we go through a couple processes to make sure that the coating is really adhered very well, starting with a mineral bath that really adheres to the raw metals, and then our physical powder coating, which is a really good quality coating, and we do everything in-house here to ensure that everything's the quality is up to speed. But once that coating is starting to chip, and it can be caused by a lot of times, obviously, in the dirt, getting rocks and debris or whatnot, but it can also happen in coil clashing too. If coils really being pushed quick or whatnot, and the first couple coils are really banging off each other, or the spring is sitting there. This is a flat wire tender, but if the spring is completely compressed, if they're a coil bind setup like we talked about these days, it could start wearing. So once the coating starts wearing down to the raw metal, the actual spring wire is very corrosive. So that's where the rust veins can start to create. So chips are very known for that, especially in the off-road world. Anywhere from a modified to trucks and whatnot getting hit at high speed. So once that starts to happen and you start washing your vehicle, that's where the rust veins can start. You can't really see them from the outside. You'll see minor rust to start, but the chips are fairly small, but that vein can start going through the spring. It's amazing once you get the spring back after, it's broken or whatnot, we look at it and that rust has kind of gone, all the way through the outside of the circle or whatnot around the coating, or diagonally across, and that's where the weak points start happening. So like Jeremy said, it'll start to give you a little bit of notice if the spring is starting to lose height. That's a pretty good indication. But watching it, keep or a water repellent. Obviously keep the rust off. A spring bag or something to protect them while they're being raced is.
I agree.
A lot of people don't.
And guys, I just want to tell you that
I was referenced to, and I mean,
the last 10 seconds, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but your video is pausing, like it's just like stopping and starting a little bit. So I don't know if it changed on your end, but it was very stable and now it's just glitching a little bit. Let's see if we got it back working. Go ahead.
Starting to get a little bit from.
Yeah, you're frozen. It's bizarre because it was working so well, and now you're a little frozen. I don't know about now. Let's try to fight through it a little bit. Like Nick, does raising the spring seat increase spring rate? So let's try to get to that. As you guys are again, it's just you're pausing and like starting and stopping, like something's cutting in and out. But we see you the whole time. We just do not hear you. So let's try to get it. Try to get going again, and hopefully it'll clear up.
We're gonna have to get some flashcards.
Oh, I love that idea.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Just if you didn't hear the end of that, yeah, that once the rust veins start and you start seeing some loss of height or rate change or whatnot, that's a pretty good sign to get rid of them if you didn't hear the end of that. So, but protecting them with spring bags or any way you can, and then when you're washing them with some oil or whatnot, definitely is a good way to ensure the longevity of a spring. But once you start seeing some actual physical height loss or whatnot, it's probably a good time to move on and get a new set.
Copy that. Okay, Nick, does raising the spring seat increase spring rate?
No.
Well, it depends on the situation.
Now, I'm guessing that they're probably talking about the spring table. If that's the case, it does numerous other things. The spring is going to be what it is. So that doesn't change. Now, what you're doing with how the vehicle feels the load, that's a big thing. Yes, that is very important. It does not change what the spring is providing for load or your rate to get to that load, but it does change how that car feels that load. Yeah.
Well, it does depend on the situation as well. If you're talking about a fixed to purchase where the spring's taking up the whole distance. If you're adding something in there, of course, you're going to have to squeeze that spring more to get it in there.
That's preload. Yep.
Yeah, that's more of a kind of a strut type situation on a street performance car or truck. We're talking racing. Typically, we have a little bit of the spring doesn't completely fill the distance between where the two perches sit. So it depends on what application they're talking about. But yeah, as Jeremy was talking about in a racing application where the springs aren't completely touching the purchase when they're extended, no, it would not.
Yeah, I mean, it all translates to, example, 100 rate pounds per inch, right? So if you're compressing that spring past the 1 inch, the load's greater. So yes, if you're compressing that spring, it's definitely the rate doesn't change, but your load does. That's going to be 100 pounds per inch all the way through travel until you start touching coils together. But the load does change if you're compressing the spring. Yes.
Got it. Got it. What are some of the myths out there about springs that people talk about? Things that you guys hear that you're like, ooh, that's not how it is. So I know in every field of motorsports, there's something like that where people kind of come with a wives' tale, preconceived notion, something that's just a myth and incorrect.
Yeah, I'm sure we've all heard plenty of them. I mean, springs rebounding faster than the compression or something silly like that. That's definitely not accurate. Springs, that would be called hysteresis. Springs typically are going to push back at the same speed that they're going to close with. It's just simple physics, right? Whatever force you push upon it, it's going to push back with the same force. Whereas like a bump stop, not a bump spring, but like a rubber bump stop, will actually rebound quicker than it pushes, which some people use in their setups. But I think some of the stuff that we were talking about, I think all comes from the way springs are built. And they're definitely not all created equal. Once you get a spring next to each other and you have, the red one, the blue one, the black one, the yellow one, they all look very similar, right? Because they're
spring to spring, right?
Yeah, they're
It's
quite,
not true.
they're somewhat wound the same or whatnot, but that's couldn't be farther from the truth. So what's under the spring definitely is completely different. So I think what what separates Eibach from some of the other companies is it does start with the wire that we use. We operate, obviously, like I said, on a global level. So we manufacture in Germany, China, and here, obviously, in the United States. So we have the ability to buy the highest grade wire possible at a global level. So this kind of helps separate. We don't accept anything less than the grades that we recommend. So where some of the lower manufacturers possibly or whatnot. So that's probably the biggest thing that separates us from some of the other brands. But also what goes into that is all of our spring wire comes pre-hardened. So we do not hot wind any of our springs. Everything that we do here in the racing world is cold wound, which some people might be asking, what's the difference? But a hot wound spring is where you actually heat it up, coil it around a mandrel or whatever the case may be. But that creates another step in the process that's hard to control. So as you heat and as you cool metal, obviously things can change. We allow or rely on the professional spring makers to control the processes, like I said, of getting us the wire that we need up to the specifications that we request. And then we have some of the best CNC machines in the world that allow us to coil this stuff without being hot wound. So not only are our springs not coiled, they're wound, and they're wound. Our machines have a third axis on them. So it allows us to not only just coil in a two-dimensional way, but we actually have an arm that kicks that allows us, as we're turning, to push a third axis as well. So it allows us to turn and make some angles that are different than just what you could do on a mandrel. So when you sit back and you look at a spring, you would never see that, except for some of the the shapes of some of the springs that we have do definitely show that off. Like some of the NASCAR springs that we used to do definitely have some unique shape, and they were going for a really unique rate characteristic. So they were actually digressive because the old rule packages of the Cup Series, again, they were trying to get through inspection with the cars up, but as soon as they got on the track with a little aero load, they wanted them just to fall onto the track and stay there. And that's where the spring and shock package again would work together. The shocks were valved enough to kind of hold the cars there as long as possible, but when they came back through tech, they would slowly come back up, and they'd get through the line as slow as possible until when they got through the inspection line, they were back up at height. So it's all a game,
Races would never do that.
Yeah,
Never.
No.
Never.
We work with the teams just as much as they work with us to give them the product that they want. But those are some of the differences. And the other thing is we go through all the processes that it takes, which everybody might not know the processes. And I actually have a video here we can show you in a second. But shop peening, tempering, and presetting are all steps that we go through with every single race spring. Some of the manufacturers, if you see a lower price point, might be skipping some of those steps because they're not absolutely necessary for what you may see on the table. Yeah. But when you get that spring into a performance situation, when they're actually in a rating pull down rig or on track in a longevity situation, that's where it starts to show up. So
the biggest thing I can note to that as well is that the presetting on that. I mean, that's a huge step for us. Obviously, shop painting is relieving stress. You don't want too much stress in a spring. And every one of our springs, every part number has got its own design sheet to it. But as we build it, But the presetting, if you order a 16-inch spring, a 10-inch spring, whatever it might be, it's going to be 10 inches or 16 inches when you get it out of the box. And 99% of the time, it's not going to lose that because we've already stressed that spring and gave it its memory to where it's going to be that length when you order it. That's the biggest thing. When a racer puts a spring in his car, the biggest notable things to check if something's changed on the car, it's not driving the same. They keep making changes, but it's not actually changing the way the car is driving is another one. If you think it's spring related, pull the spring out, check the free height on it, check to see if anything's bent, if there's any side load or AKA bowing, anything like that. So our processes pretty much eliminate all of those risks when you order that new spring. Still can happen. You're gonna wreck, coil clash it. That's a big thing. You can lose a little free height from that. But yeah, all of our processes here, we do everything in-house. We have people here that understand it. They've been here for a long, long time, years and years, and they understand that spring is supposed to do that. Yeah, they get their tools out and they measure them, but a lot of these guys can see it with their eyes. They can feel it in their hands. They pull it off that winding machine and say, this is a little different than it should be. Let's go into further detail on this. Or yeah, this one's good, and I know it is, and then it backs up with the tooling. So yeah, the videos David's got up right here. See if we can get that shared. I'm sure it'll show all that.
One more thing, I think one more myth before we get into the it's just a quick video of how a spring's made, just so for the people who aren't aware. But I think one more myth I think that would be touched on is the spring feels flat. I think that's a common one. And that one's tough to quantify because, like I said before, there isn't, when you're talking in a dynamic sense of a spring, when that spring is in movement, there's not really a good way to quantify or measure that.
There's no way, yeah.
So what you have to do is you kind of have to take in a bunch of different factors and average it out. So I mean, there are ways to kind of sense that, but there is no way to just put it, in a machine and say, yeah, this spring is flat. So again, I think it goes back to, pulling that spring out, checking the measurements, put it on the radar, and not just at 1 inch, but 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch to see if the rate continues consistently down the line, and the back that up with the original documentation that you took when you got that spring, just to see if it matches. Once it starts changing, if there is a rust vein or something similar, or even the case, this is metal. This is the only type of metal on your car that's consistently, moving. Everything else is tied down and strapped tightly. The spring is definitely a unique piece of the car where it's metal, but it's made to continuously, move. It's got its own life. It is alive. So if something does start feeling differently, the only thing I would say and what we recommend is, it's cheap enough insurance, depending on what you're doing with this. If you're racing professionally or even at a high level, we just recommend replacing it. It's cheap enough. We got guys that, think that these things, they can feel a difference at 33 races. I don't know why 33 races, but seriously, I mean, we have guys that change out at a number like that. And if they go 34, they can tell a difference. So obviously racers have their own different beliefs and feels.
Yeah, exactly.
You can make them happy and they're going to drive harder or faster by changing it, then by all means, we're not going to talk you out of it. So that's.
Yeah. And not to say that it's not the spring's fault by any means, but when you take, say, a front spring out of a standard A-arm control arm car, I mean, you're either going to be pulling a ball joint down, you're moving perches, you're moving this and that. I mean, my personal experience, if you're going to do all that, you're cleaning the perches, you're relubing them, however the perches are working. So all of that coincides with that spring change that you think, oh, it's the spring that went flat, but in reality, maybe your perch was bound up or you had rocks in the control arm pinning the spring or whatever it could
Shock
be.
seizing up or what? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
there's-
ball joint could be frozen at that point. Just had to clean it up a little bit, and it rotates good now. So there's, when you do change that spring out, look at everything else that's around it. You should be good to go after that point.
Let's check out the video, guys.
All right, let's check it out here. Let's see if I can get this to work.
And for folks out there, if you got a question, put it in the chat section. We'll get to it as we wind up this session with folks at iBot.
You have to do another screen. There you go.
There we go.
Is that showing?
I see your files.
Video.
Is that showing, Joe?
We see your file structure. I would just click on one of the files. But we're definitely seeing your computer.
Hit play, and then on the right side, hit the expand.
Brad, you were screen sharing. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
Can you can't see the video right now?
I can see the video. No, we see your computer files. iBot-F and the two and the one above it. So you're sharing, just not the video.
It says it's sharing. You're sharing live. Let's start it over. Screen share. There we go. Maybe this will work.
There you go.
Is that showing?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, no worries. No worries.
Rookies
We
here.
can build springs, but if you can't.
No audio though. Whoa. Very good. Very interesting. I knew when I saw those springs, those were not for some light, dainty little race car.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like we talked about before, I mean, we make such a wide variety of parts here, but that's what's cool too is, you know, from the bottom to the top, we have such a great team. And the top would be Wilfred Eibach, and his passion has always been racing. And I've been here 10 years, luckily enough to been around Wilfred a bunch, and his passion for racing has pushed through the company. So he doesn't want to let the foot off the pedal. You know, he was just here a couple of weeks ago, and actually he's going to be here next week for PRI. He wasn't able to come over for 20 months, but when he got back over here, I mean, we've made some huge strides since he's been here. And he gives us 100% support. We're still family owned, and yeah, our racing heritage pushes through all of our performance aftermarket parts. So it's pretty cool. I mean, to work for a company like that where everybody's passionate about what they do. Most of us have racing backgrounds or at least performance backgrounds, and we get to talk about racers. I mean,
yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where even though, you know, we clock out, we go home. I know David's the same way as I am. Most of us here are, you know, we go home. I've got race cars of my own. I'm always touching it, you know, so it's nice to have, you know, they always say it's not a job if it's your life and it's what you want to do. This is the truth, right? So if I didn't have this job, if we're calling it that, I'd be doing it anyway. So why not, you know, be a part of it? Why not help as much as I possibly can? So yeah, it's definitely a good family operated deal here. You know, we love seeing all the coworkers every day, and it's an enjoyment to be a part of it.
And
excellent. But we will be seeing you at the show next week, it sounds like.
Yes, we will be there 100%, and hopefully Wilfred will too. So if you're
Excellent.
there, any of you there, stop by and say hi to us.
Absolutely. And I see Francisque and Judy are back, gentlemen. Jeremy, David, thank you very much. The education has been invaluable. So many different things. Good to hear you're involved in drag racing as well. I'll come track you down next week and ask you a bunch of questions that are very personal and specific. But thank you for sharing. The video was great, and thank you for your time.
Well,
absolutely.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, David. Please stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning to our next session. And in our next session, we're going to be talking drag racing with Mr. Castello, correct, Joe? This is
yes.
kind of like drag racing on drag racing on drag racing, right? Because
exactly. The next hour and a half is going to be all drag racing for you fans of the National Hot Rod Association. And what has been great, listen, that was my gateway sport to the motorsports world. I love and appreciate Formula One, IndyCar, NASCAR, sports cars, whatever. If it's got wheels, an engine, and a driver, and in cases, sometimes it doesn't, I still like it and appreciate it. But the way I got involved was drag racing as a competitor. So we're going to have Antron Brown, the three-time champion, who has gone out on his own as a team owner. We're going to ask him many different questions. It's going to be great. We're going to have the reigning current five-time Pro Stock world champion who drives for HendrickCars.com, Greg Anderson, who went through crazy trials and tribulations all year long to become the winningest Pro Stock racer ever. And then following that up, we'll speak with NHRA themselves, Brad Gerber from the NHRA, who is like the, I don't even know how to describe his job, but, head executive in charge of sales for the NHRA, is going to map out many future initiatives. We're going to talk a little diversity to build on the conversation that we had yesterday, and some things that the NHRA is doing, planning for the 2022 season. So if you love drag racing, you're going to love it. If you are not initiated into drag racing, I highly recommend that you stick around. And then after that, Jason Rittenberry from the Music City Grand Prix, a great friend of mine from, his Palm Beach International Raceway days and all the great things he did there. So hardcore racing, on-track action for the next 2 hours.
That is one race I wanted to go to this year. It's on my target list this year.
Yeah,
well, I'm going to try to work us all free tickets, Judy.
Jason is a brilliant promoter, and so we'll talk with Jason, then we'll talk oil analysis with Speed Diagnostic, and then we'll bring NASCAR. NASCAR is going to be on to talk about next gen's car,
And then we'll wrap the day with Brian Herta, who won again a championship this year with the Hyundai Motorsport. And then we'll wrap everything with Stefan Papadakis. So we're going to have a really busy afternoon. I can't believe that we have done 4.5 days now. So stay with us. We're going to show you a short video from our sponsors.
Hey, Francis, before you go there, we've had a lot of winners on the last 2 days. We had Ron Katz on yesterday.
Yeah.
Champion. Greg Anderson, champion. Antron, 3-time champion. No, it has been amazing to see the people that have been involved. And, you know, Judy, Francis, Forge Forward, right? But you guys deserve some credit for putting this all together. Even the thing with the NFTs, right? Like it was going to be a half-hour break. I could go do something. I'm in here taking notes. What is this?
I feel so schooled now.
Well,
that was good.
The
That was
thing
good.
is I said it many times since we started the week. That's the magic of being online, is you can bring people from everywhere in the world at their, you go at their place. It's instead of them coming to you, you go to them and they're available, and that's magic. And you can connect the industry, from anywhere in the world, and that's a great.
So one of the key words I've been hearing all week is educational, and that's the theme of this week.
Yes,
that's the point.
So stay with us. We will be right back. And again, a big thank you to our sponsors. And here we go.
The concept for e-part trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for e-part trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to epartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of e-part trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2021. Now it's time to bring a three-time NHRA World Champion who's going to be talking about, right, Mr. Castillo?
Oh, yes, very exciting. We're going to go from A to Z with AB, Antron Brown, who has just embarked on a journey to go from, we already know he's one of the greatest drivers and personalities in the National Hot Rod Association, but has gone out on his own as a team owner and starting AB Motorsports here in 2022. They'll be hitting the track, and Antron joins us now, and it looks like they got a little action going on there. For those that don't follow Antron on social media, you need to, because he's bringing his audience behind the scenes every day, something new happening at the shop. What's up, Antron? How are you?
You're on mute, Antron.
Oh, I gotta unmute myself. There we go. I was muted. Muted. We're in the shop and we are non-stop today. Non-stop for sure. You can even see the worker bees behind me right now. You know, we're all at our little cubicles desk and we're trying to make it happen. This is the start right now, and we have a lot of things going on. I wish I had like 8 of me to pull me apart so we can get it done. But I got some great people, so I can take a break and have some fun here and talk about it a little bit.
Welcome to the world of the entrepreneurs.
Yes. Francois, it's always good seeing you.
Good
I've
to
never
see
seen you in Pomona. You snuck up behind me, man. You got me, man. I'll tell you, you got to be careful about Francois, right?
Well, I'm excited to hear about your story, Antron.
Thank you.
It's been a long time coming for sure, but it's here now, and now it's time to get it together because the first race of the year is right around the corner for sure.
Yeah, certainly. All right, Judy and Francisque have abandoned us, Antron, and it's just you and me and the rest of the audience out there around the world. And Antron, you've always been so gracious to join me on my WFO radio podcast for many years, but that's kind of an NHRA drag racing insider kind of thing, right? We talk after your wins. You've won 66 races, 3 championships. I've been around for many of them, but this is a different audience, right? We've got people, fans of sports cars around the world, FIA, people in Australia getting ready for the Bathurst 1000, checking in, watching Antron Brown. We're going to talk a little NHRA drag racing. So we're going to kind of open it up a little bit. Also asking people out there for your questions for Antron, put them in the chat section and we'll go A to Z with AB. But Antron, you are a team owner now. How is it different? And you know, you're the face, you're signing the checks. Everybody's joking with you about added stress and intensity, but I imagine that it's there. You know, you can't fail at this. How is that reality hitting you?
Oh man, it's just like you have all that weight that you feel like you have on your back and everything else. But Joe, like we were just talking just a little earlier, is that I've been very fortunate for the people that are part of here of ABM. Like we're all family here and we got one another's back. So I know for sure that I have the right people. I have nothing but the best people. And that's the start. That's the foundation to anything that you want to, whatever kind of place you want to build. We're trying to build a single family house right now, but we're going to grow it to where it becomes a duplex and maybe into like a skyscraper one day. But you have to start off with a sturdy foundation base. And I have that with the great people that I have. And some of them are sitting right behind me right now. And the other ones are out in the shop getting busy on the race cars. They're working out there on them. And it's been a good time. It's been a lot of work, but it's been very rewarding already just to see where we come from to where we're at right now.
Who gets to share the office with Antron?
Well, right behind me, that's my wife, Billy Joe.
Hey,
That's
Billy
the real
Joe.
boss. You see
Yeah.
that, right?
All right.
And
So you get to
Brad
share the
Mason.
office with.
You got Terminator back there. You see, he turns his head around. He turns his head around. Look at it. Look at
Oh,
that.
there he is. There he is. All right. This is an inside show now. No,
Yes, and in the other office over here, you got TY. You got Ted Yerzik, who's full time, full bore, and then and that's all the people that are here. And we just got to make sure. Look, TY is going to walk right behind us right now. T, wait a minute. See
oh,
him?
there we go. There we go. There we go. Big fan of Formula One, by the way, Ted Yerzik, who he's jealous of me about my tickets for the Miami Grand Prix. He could purchase them if he would like. But anyway, all right, Antron, we got limited time. So let's talk a little bit about, past, present, future. You got to this point because of a tenacity that you had starting out in pro stock motorcycle, but your dad raced, your uncle raced, you grew up drag racing, you watched Let's Go Over Backwards at Englishtown, and it lit a spark inside you that you made it your life, your career, and now your future profession that hopefully will go on beyond your driving career, right? Like AB Motorsports. Talk about, drag racing and why it connected with you so much.
Drag racing is, to be honest with you, and the crazy part, when I was a kid, and I said, like my dad and uncle brought me to a racetrack, it wasn't like my first love. You know what I mean? It's one of the sports that when I was a kid, it grew on me because I was around it because I didn't understand it at first. You got to remember my family, we weren't professional racers. We were in the bracket racing category. And to understand how you have to run all these different like stock F, E, D, J, B, and X, Y, Z classes. And you have to understand you can run faster, but you can't break out underneath the index this much and that much. And it's a brain teaser till you get older, you understand it. And then I was brought to my first national event where we saw the professional ranked classes where they raced heads up, like you were just talking about in '86. And I saw it, and I always saw it on TV, like Diamond P with Ed McEwen announcing and stuff like that. I mean, I was just like, oh, look how fast they go. Like, oh, wow. And then I saw it in person, and TV didn't do justice.
No,
and then when I saw it, not absolutely. And when I got there and I saw it in person, it was the first thing in life that I ever been to that reached out and touched me. And like the noise from them just starting up, it was like boom, 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 just touching you, like making your heart pound. And then when he stepped on the gas at the starting line, it just like shivered your whole body, went like that, and your hair stood up on your arms, and you're like, the goosebumps came out. You're like, Lord, what just happened? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it was like all those special effects hitting you all at once. And that's when I fell in love with the sport. I fell in love with it. And from then on, I was like, how can I get there? And that's when the dream started for me.
And you had other options. You were an athlete, a sprinter. You went to Olympic trials, very quick on your feet. But pro stock motorcycles, right? And a connection to another professional athlete, Troy Vincent, got involved in pro stock motorcycle racing. Troy Vincent was drafted by the Miami Dolphins. You spent time in South Florida with Daryl Gwynn, another legend that is known internationally in drag racing. And he really, he molded you somehow. Tell us how.
Well, DG, he's just got that charismatic smile. You know what I mean? And anybody that has never met Daryl Gwynn, he's just a true angel, man. And if you ever knew him, like, I mean, Daryl's been through so much in his life when he had that horrific accident that left him paralyzed, you know what I mean? From like literally from the chest down, like he could operate his arms and does his wheelchair, and he talks and he still comes out to a lot of races. DG at the time, I never forget when I first started racing pro stock motorcycle, he came to me, he goes, the first time he met me, and after I was like raced my first race at Gainesville, Florida, and he goes, you should be racing a fuel car. You should be in like funny car. You should be racing like, when you see somebody from the outside looking in, and they're looking in and they see the potential and they see what an individual has, but that individual has no clue what they're even capable of. And I was that individual. I had no idea like what I could do, or, well, I was just happy to be out there. You know what I mean? I was smiling from ear to ear. But Daryl talked to me constantly. Every time I talked to him, that's what he always brought up. And it's all he talked about. And he used to tease Mike Dunn all the time. That's when Mike Dunn was driving for him. And he told Mike Dunn, he goes, Mike Dunn, this is your replacement. This is your replacement. You better ship up. This boy can cut a light. He's going to take your job. And I was always just like, it was just always the ongoing joke. And me and Mike got along really, really well. I mean, we got along well. And from then on in, I just kept going out there, just racing bikes. And then Daryl always stopped by. Hey, you should be racing a fuel car. And that's what he just dropped those tidbits all the time. And he always encouraged me and pushed me. And then when I finally took that leap and I got in the car and I raced for David Powers, and Lee Beer was a crew chief, and we went out there our first race and we qualified number 1. I was 16 laps down the track in a top fuel car and got my top fuel license. And then I went to Pomona for our first race and we qualified number 1 in our 4th race in. We won it as a team under David Powers Racing with all the great guys that we had. And I never forget getting that phone call from DG. And he goes, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? And he looked at me. I go, I didn't know, D. He goes, I only been telling it to you, AB, for over 10 years. It took you 10 years to listen.
Wow. Well, and I think that's a great foundational story. You mentioned Lee Beard, who is also an International Drag Racing Hall of Famer, recently inducted, and you've had some great people around you. But then let's fast forward now to your time with Don Schumacher Racing, which is, you became a 3-time champion. You won 66 races. And there's someone who I think has showed the way to so many. We spoke with Ron Capps yesterday, showed the way of, and in many ways carried the sport into its new and modern era from, single car teams and 2-car teams. At one point they had eight teams out there, and really the marketing side, the press and media relations side, like you got to see the highest level drag racing team that has ever existed kind of grow. Prior to you coming on, Tony Schumacher was the guy there. And then you came on and you won 3 championships. Tony Schumacher has said, he's the winningest top fuel racer, that, he enabled his own assassin in many ways. Talk about your time at Don Schumacher Racing and now how it has informed you for this move now.
Well, the thing about us being here at Don Schumacher, I was very fortunate and blessed, you know what I mean? And it started, it's like you said, from David Powers, and it went forward over to Mike Ashley Racing.
Yes, Mike, got to credit Mike.
Yeah, Mike is the one that really assembled all of us together. He brought the best of the best people together back then. And with Brian Karate, Mark Oswald, and then they joined Brad Mason and myself, because we were the last of the regime from David Powers, and we kind of all came together like that nucleus. And we came over here to Don Schumacher. They had all the parts and pieces, and Don was just very instrumental of just giving you what you need to win, plain and simple. He was a straightforward guy where he goes, hey, I'm going to give you everything that you need to win. It's up to you. No excuses. Just get the job done. Put your head into it. Put your head down, work. And that's what he's built. He's built an infrastructure here that is so strong, where he makes all these parts and pieces now, and everything else is just having the right people, but he's enabled people like Caps and myself to do different things. And for me, this has always been in the back of my mind forever, is that what legacy are you going to leave behind? You know what I mean? And DSR, Don is always push people and say, hey, if you want to make your own way, do it. Get after it. He never stops or knocks a person from trying to build and go their own way, but he wants to make sure that you're able to do it and that you're fit to do it. But at the end of the day is that I owe him a lot for all these years that I've been racing here, for him to help me be where I'm at today, you know, and surround me by the right people with all the, not just through him, but his people that he had around him, all the front office staff from Mike Lewis and all the people up here in the front office, Haley, Will Truitt that used to be here, the Mike Greens that ran this organization that was here, all those people up there, they've really made this culture here. And I was here from when it was Pro Stock Motorcycle. I raced Pro Stock motorcycles here, and there were literally Tony and one funny car, and it was 2 Pro Stock bikes till it built in where all the Pro Stock cars, top fuel cars, funny cars, to the mega empire that it is, and has really helped this sport reach so many different levels. And look at Don, he's in every Hall of Fame you can talk about.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So it just tells you what the guy is made of and what he's brought to the sport, what he's done in the business world, what he brought over here in the drag racing. He's still here. He still loves it. He's still going to have some teams, and he's got the opening to bring up some new people into our sport and help develop them. And Tony's coming back, the champ, driving next year full time. So it's a lot of stuff happening. There's a lot of stuff going on. With your Tony Stewart starting up their new teams, bringing new fresh meat over to the sport from the NASCAR arena.
Yes.
There's a lot of stuff happening. You know what I mean? With your Justin Ashley, Dustin Davis's racing that's out here.
Well,
Josh Hart's.
Well, and exactly, we're experiencing maybe a renaissance in the sport of drag racing. And I think about, we saw Mario Andretti on with Linda Vaughn the other day, and Mario was talking about Enzo Ferrari. And I think about Enzo Ferrari and his time and what he did. And honestly, I think of a Don Schumacher, and there are parallels, right? Like, you know, no excuses, get it done. We're giving you what you need, and an icon in his sport. But now it's almost as if like, hey, little bird, kick you out of the nest and it's time to fly as your own team. So let's talk about that. Sponsor, give us the facts, Antron. You're running out of the same like shop as I understand it, but just give us the facts of the team as we sit right now.
Yeah, so let's start off the facts of the team, because everybody wants to know, and everybody, like, you know, even on the social media world, they don't understand the whole process of what it is. And for me, this has been over a 3-year process for me to get to where I'm at. You know, we were supposed to do it earlier, but COVID, of course, slowed everything down like always. And like it did everything in this whole world, has stopped, right? So for us, we actually rent space here just like Bob Tasca does. Bob Tasca's in his own end of the building. I have another side of the shop. The shop's a big V shape. So Bob Tasca will be over here. We call it the north wing. I'm over here because the building's an L shape. I'm on the east wing. So we're down here to ourselves, and basically we're closed off from the rest of the main shop where all the other race vehicle is. And Paul Lee rents a section down in this part of the building. And we have hospitality that has the other section of the building. And we have a section of the building where total square footage, like all with the easeway, like, you know, the right of way, if you count all that, we're looking at, we have a shop that's probably close to, we're rating that's close to about 8,000 square feet. So I can fit pretty much 3 semi trucks in here and have a pit space on the side of one semi truck like we do at the racetrack. And then of course you see the offices that we're sitting in here. We have 2 offices, and we have a parts room that we store all of our parts in, and we have a rack out there by where we work at to store all of our stuff. So we rent and lease here at DSR, and we're at the end where we actually have our own part of a building where this is AB Motorsports. I'm just like, you know, Don's a landlord too, so he's got real estate property. So we're able to still get most of all of our parts and pieces from DSR, where it's like a stock room. You go order and you buy stuff and you go collect your parts. And then also we have a deal for the fab shop where they actually build all of our race cars. We could take our race cars. We want to get them front half. We strip them down. We take them right next door. They chop the fronts off, put front halves on them, re-engineer, put our cars back together, and we bring them back over here. Then we put them all back together to make them go to the racetrack. So we still have all the different deals that we can go and shop, get what we want, but we still do buy a lot of things from outside vendors also too. So like for us, it's really nice that we're opened up where we can use a lot of our sponsorships. We have a lot of part and product sponsorships through like one of our good partners. Hangsterfirst is one of our big sponsors that people knew for years that do the coolant metalworking solutions. And we're also have a partner in Race Winning Brands where they're tied together. And we get a lot of our part and pieces from Diamond, Trend, from like Victory, Manly, who's all a part of that big glamour group. We get a lot of those parts and pieces. Like Dave from Dart and Sleeves is also connected in with Hangsterfirst. So we get a lot of stuff from Dart and Sleeves who came on board. So we have a lot of people that are coming in. And of course, what you see on my hat, as you told how it works, our sponsorships that we can say right now, we have some big ones to announce coming up here very shortly at PRI show in this winter. We have some other ones that just came aboard that we're about to announce that we locked in, but we have Matco Tools, our long partner is signed on. And we also have Toyota, who's our longtime partner that is definitely signed on with Sirius XM Radio underneath that umbrella also. And we have Hangsterfirst, which I said in the past, and the other ones that I just also named too. And we have a big announcement coming up for a really big major associate sponsor that's coming up. That's going to be, that's huge. And it's going to be pretty awesome. And then we have an apparel partner that's coming on board. That's a big apparel company that's sponsoring us, that's coming on board. And there's a lot of stuff that's happening. We got a lot of stuff it's a lot of stuff that like real partnerships, like big partnerships that's going to be beneficial. It's going to be pretty cool for the sport. And future plans, Joe?
Yes.
I would like to add a funny car. Absolutely.
Okay, so
I see the question on the side.
Yeah, there's a question there. You posted a video and they saw the Toyota's GR Supra body in the background somewhere at your shop a few days ago, and that caused everybody to go bonkers. And so talk a little bit about future plans.
Yeah, everybody's seeing it. Everybody's seeing the Napa funny car in my picture. No, Napa is not being a part of my race team, so we can end that. I just like watching people just talk about all kind of stuff, and they assume different things and everything else like that. And we've been working with Toyota hardcore on our development in our engine program now to help up our engine program a little bit here and there on some different stuff that we're doing internally with some different things too. So it's been pretty awesome working with them, and also on that new super body and helping us with our clutch stuff and everything else like that through their new TGR. You know what I mean? Which is Toyota Gazoo Racing. So that's been really cool coming on board, which they're taking over where TRD used to be here in North America. So we have that going on in here too. So that's why our stuff is kind of top secret, closed in.
Hey, I like it. And it's we are running out of time. I did want to ask you something, and it sparked me yesterday. We're doing this all week, and we did a seminar, and I ended up watching it. It was about diversity in motorsports. And there was a lot of discussion about like what can be done to make motorsports more diversified and more friendly. And it occurred to me that I don't want to say NHRA drag racing doesn't have that problem, because that would be maybe overlooking it, but it's certainly far less than any other motorsport for many, many years. In 2012, you became the first North American, African-American motorsports champion, right? Or auto racing champion. I mean, you had Bubba Stewart in 2006, you had Lewis in 2008, and Antron Brown in 2012. So in drag racing, like diversity, we don't talk about it ever, Antron. It's not discussed because I don't want to say it's not a thing, but I'd like to know what you think about diversity in NHRA drag racing as someone who has won 3 championships, 66 races, now a team owner. Like the idea of being an African-American team owner in any other motorsport would be a front page story. But in drag racing, it's a story. It's Antron. Talk a little bit about that. for this worldwide international audience where it's you know, it's a thing, it's still a challenge. They're working towards what we're already doing. Why do you think, you know, the NHRA is what it is with diversity?
I think NHRA is what it is with diversity is because this ain't something that we have to try to do. We don't try to do this. We don't try to be diverse. We don't try to have women race. We don't try to make all these things happen. We don't have to force the envelope because when you go at the grassroots level of what we do from junior dragsters all the way through the sportsman ranks, you see every kind of color, every kind of culture out there, period. You know what I mean? I like, you know, it's people don't understand, like a lot of people push and they talk about things and stuff like that, like African Americans, Asian Americans and everything else. It's not about classifying yourself. I look at different races as different cultures. You know, we do different things. We got different things that and drag racing has all these cultures all in one. You know what I mean? Where you go to a drag strip, it's very accessible. Like you go to New Jersey, you go, like I live here in Indiana, I can drive 2 hours and go to probably like 15 or 20 different drag strips. Where can you do that with a circle track or a round track or a road racing course? Like, you know, they're not everywhere. Like we have 1/8 mile tracks, 1/4 mile tracks. We have all kind of stuff all over the place where you go up there on a test and tune night or a race night, you go there, you see every kind of culture out there, period. Yeah. You get what I mean? And for us, it's just a matter of time. It's just like any other professional sports. There's only so many professional teams in drag racing. Okay. Like you're talking about like touring, you're talking about in each category, you're talking about 16 that you might see like almost at every race. You know what I mean? We got 25 or 30 different teams that will show up at different venues, but you have probably 12 that you'll see at every race. You get what I mean? So to get there to where you become a team owner, it took a little bit to get there. You know what I mean? But for us, like look at all the women in our sport. Look at all the look at all the like, you know, the Spanish people, the you know, the Black people, like I mean, everybody. You know
everybody,
what I mean?
everybody.
You see them all there. Like you know what I mean? So for me, I think our sport has always been that way. That's why it's not front page news to see it, because this is how we live. This is what drag racing is right about. And it's a true American sport because it never had boundaries that you couldn't do it, because you can take a grocery getter to the racetrack and go up and down the racetrack. You can take your scooter. You could take a street bike. Like I came on street bikes because that's what I could afford. You know what I mean? So that's why I think makes our sport so unique and has never lost that flavor from the beginning. And what I mean by that flavor is accessibility flavor, is that you don't have to have a special pit pass. You're not separating people. You're letting people be able to come see how to do it. And when they be able to see and touch how to do it, they get that vision. And when they get that vision, they can see themselves there, and then they start putting themselves there. You know what I mean? If you can't touch something or see it, you don't know how to become it or do it. And I'm a product of what I saw back in 1986. And I walked the pitch and I was able to see, touch it, and visualize myself there where I became it.
And drag racing has been doing that for many years. And for folks out there, no attempt to diminish the hard work of other series. It's just what we see on a weekly basis in the NHRA. It's great is what it is. It's great. It's something that I know others are aspiring to and they're trying to get there. But, you know, Antron is a product of it. Shirley Muldowney kicked in the door years ago, Malcolm Durham, so many others. It's in the 60s and 70s, years and years ago, and now it's like normalized. So look to drag racing for what the future can be like. Antron, thank you so much. I see Francis, I see her Judy. You teased a bunch of news. You teased a bunch of news coming up. Is there anything you wanted to say that you didn't get to say, AB?
You know, I just really love coming on here and being like, you know, just coming here and just watching, you know, ePartrade every time is just like you really connect everybody together, and especially the way this world is now, where we can actually reach a lot more people, where a lot of people can't get out and go see things. And you were a heart and soul last year through all the hard times. Like you were you were our show. You were our getting in touch and seeing each other again, and actually keeping everybody's hopes up to where we can get back to this new norm now.
Well,
Thank you, Antron. It's our honor to have you on again.
Absolutely. And we also live a broadcast on racer.com. And so thank you so much, Antron. Please stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning.
Later, AB.
And we are going to bring Greg Anderson. He's such a cool guy. I mean, you know, it's just like
cool factor.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is like the Steve McQueen of drag racing, you know, kind of. Like
Who's that? Greg Anderson?
No, I mean Antron and Greg.
Okay, all right. Well, I think Greg is super cool too. I just wanted to.
I do too.
I'm almost not cool enough to speak to him.
What'd you do? You snuck up on him. You sneaked up on him, Francis.
I am so sorry. So anyway, we are bringing Greg right there.
There we go.
Hello, Greg. You look like you're muted right now.
You're muted.
How about now?
Better.
Good.
Much better. Hi, guys.
Hello. Good to see you, and thanks for joining with us today.
Yeah, it's an honor.
And congratulations.
No, thank you very much. Thank you. Pretty cool year.
I was there. I was excited for you.
You were there. Yes. Thank you.
Very excited. Well, you're in good hands. You've got Mr. Joe Costello with you.
He's an expert at this. He's an old pro.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
we'll
you
leave.
gotta show.
Pro,
Joe
maybe not
knows.
old. Not
As
old.
they say, Joe knows.
Joe knows. Joe knows drag racing, right? Oh, you
does.
There it is. There it is somewhere. I got one of those. Hey, everybody, we got Greg Anderson, the winningest pro stock driver in the history of drag racing, joining us here on ePart Trade Industry Week. If you're out there on Racer, wherever you're watching, if you can add to the chat section, you got a question for Greg, by all means, put it in the chat section. There are millions of questions that we could ask this guy, but I'm just super excited. Thank you for your comments and questions for Antron Brown. We're doing like an hour and a half straight of NHRA talk, Greg, so this is great. What a year. Inside stuff for drag racing fans. We do it on my show. This is a different audience, Greg. Like we've got, Formula One people, FIA people, sports car, everywhere. And I just love talking about drag racing and pro stock in particular. I think it's underappreciated how much technology, effort, goes into the category that we call the factory hot rods. Talk a little bit about pro stock for the folks out there. It's a naturally aspirated category. We're not talking about power adders, but it is also one of the closest classes in all of drag race.
Yeah, it definitely is, Joe. And that's the big thing. They're door cars, as you said. They're not top fuel dragsters. They're not funny cars. They don't burn nitro. And the good side of that is they don't usually blow up. You usually go down the racetrack in a blazing inferno. So that's kind of cool. I like that part of it because I really don't like fire. But bottom line to me is I got into this class because I felt that it was the most technologically advanced class as far as an engine builder side of the perspective comes from. I thought that's what the top of the mountain was in NHRA drag racing. And it's certainly not taking anything away from your top fuel dragsters and your nitro burning funny cars because they make so much horsepower. But honestly, Joe, it's all because of that nitromethane they burn. And that's what makes the big power. They don't necessarily have to massage every single part in that engine like we do. So I consider, this class to be more similar to your NASCAR, your Formula One, all those where they do have to massage every single part in that engine, and they have to try and find every exact horsepower they can extract out of that engine, burning gasoline. And with no power adders, with no blowers, with no turbos, with no superchargers of any kind. So to me, it's the biggest challenge. It's the ultimate challenge in drag racing. And that's why I gravitated towards this class. And that's why I've stayed in it all this time.
Excellent. And you had a great year. We already know you won your 5th championship, 99 career wins, surpassed in many ways your mentor, Warren Johnson, for career wins. We've got people checking in. This one, congratulations, Greg. I love watching you and your team. You did a great job for the Hendrick Automotive Group, a gentleman named John Bickford.
John Bickford. Wow.
How about that? Yeah, he would know,
sir.
He would know.
It's interesting, we find the more we learn about this whole deal, we find that not only do we pay attention to NASCAR but they pay attention to us. So that's kind of cool to have that tie-in. And obviously, you know, Jeff Gordon, everything he did over at Hendrick. I was over there a week or so ago, and they had their Randy Dorton Engine Building Challenge, which was all their engine builders in their shop competing to see how fast they could put an engine together. And it was an incredible deal. But you also found it, and everybody you talk to, everybody pays attention to what we're doing over here, just like we pay attention to what they're doing over there. So it's a big family. And Jeff Gordon was so doggone happy. He was like a kid at Christmas morning. It was a week after they had won their championship, and he was still on cloud nine and just grinning ear to ear and excited as can be about their whole project, but still excited to watch me the forthcoming weekend, see if we could close our deal. So I had a great time over there, and you know, it's just really a cool feeling to know that side of it. We consider them our big brother, obviously. NASCAR kind of our drag race big brother, and they're watching us just as much as we're watching them. So I guarantee it happens in all forms of motorsports, including Formula One. I certainly watch them, and I'll bet you even a few of them guys watch us occasionally.
Let's dig deeper into the relationship with Rick Hendrick and the Hendrick Automotive Group, because you had a long-standing relationship with Summit, and you still do. But Hendrick came on this year, and I don't know. My opinion is it kind of it put pressure on you in a way that you responded to. I'd like to hear you talk a little bit about it, because drag racing is a community and it's a bubble and it survives and lives on its own. But when Hendrick Motorsports and you have to look at the same logo on the side of Kyle Larson's car and the side of your car, and he won, and now you want to win, like that was a whole new universe. At least that's what it appeared to be. So talk a little bit about the relationship with Hendrick Motorsports and how it did drive you.
It absolutely drove me. It completely made me realize that if I didn't up my game, if I didn't find a way to become, to the top of the class and find a way to win races, win championships, it would be a one and done year, be a 1 year and done deal, a failed experiment by Rick Hendrick. Now, obviously, Rick Hendrick, he believes in winners. He's a winner. He knows how to win. His entire operation is built on winning. And he selected me, and that told me that he had faith in me as a winner. So I had to go out and prove that I could win again. And I hadn't won a championship in 10, 11 years. So not that I hadn't been able to win races and still compete for championships, but I hadn't just hadn't closed the deal. I hadn't got the job done. And when he put his faith in me, it absolutely lit a new fire inside of me. And every week I watched Kyle Larson go out there and just destroy the competition. I would go to my race thinking, man, if I do any less than that, I'm a failure. So it definitely, I've always liked that. I've always liked the extra pressure. I've always liked when we would go to Norwalk, Summit Raceway Park, and Summit's all over the side of my car. That seemed to drive us harder, and I seemed to have more success when that pressure ratcheted up. So same thing happened here with the Hendrick Group jumping on, and with what they were doing over there, and with them taking a leap of faith on me, and I just didn't want to let them down. And that seems to be my recipe for doing well. I guess the extra pressure, as you would say, seems to light a fire in me, and I guess I need that extra jolt sometimes.
Well, and it was a year of a lot of extra things going on as you chase a milestone. And everybody in all motorsports and sport knows that when you get close to these milestones, the attention is increased and everybody wants to know everything. This year, Greg was trying to tie and surpass the 97 career win total of Warren Johnson, the professor, who to many people is the greatest engine builder of all time. Warren is a legend. Greg, you worked for Warren for 12 years. You were there for the first 200 mile per hour run, and you knew the numbers. You were getting close to this milestone, and it was difficult getting close and breaking through a milestone. Talk a little bit about the 97 wins, the 97th win, the 98th win, and how that weighed on you over the course of the season, when really the goal is to win the championship. But we were asking you at every single race about this milestone.
Yep, and it was, and it certainly does, I guess, put extra pressure on you, but I was all right with that. Number one, I seemed to like the extra pressure. Number two, the goal was to go win a race. If you win a race, you get closer to or tie or set the record, right? So all that brings is the most points you could get. You win the race, you get the most points you could get. That helps you towards winning a championship. So it wasn't two separate goals. It wasn't that I was trying to, concentrate on doing that, but that might affect my chances to win a championship. If I found a way to win and tie the record and break the record, that would help me find a way to win the championship. So it was kind of a cool deal that it tied together like that. you don't always have it like that. So it wasn't a distraction at all to me. I welcomed it, and I liked every bit of it. So I had a blast this year, and you know, in the last few years, it's kind of been a bit of a snail's pace of winning races. It's just the competition is incredible out there, and anybody can beat anybody right now. So you don't see many teams going on a, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 race win streak through the season. It doesn't happen. The cars are too even. So there's not really any dominance anymore. So I knew it was going to take a while, and that's the way records should be. They should be extra painful. They should be harder to get. And this was certainly hard to get at the pace you're able to win races these days. But I never gave up faith. I never gave up hope. I just hope we could keep racing long enough to get it done. And then we get the pandemic come in, and you don't even know if you'll be able to race at all. And then we end up patching together 7 or 8 or 9 races in a season. And you know, man, if it continues like that, then it may never happen. But luckily the floodgates kind of opened this year, and you know, we were able to race a full schedule, and we had a great car all year long. And then it'll bring on the Hendrick group, and it just, all of those things together just propelled us to a great season. And the performance of the race car was fantastic all year. Obviously, I couldn't have won the race I did if I didn't have the horse to ride that I had. So, you know, my hat's off to the team. It's a team sport without a doubt. And it's not a Greg Anderson record. It's a KB Racing record. I wouldn't have won all those races without this KB Racing team and all my great, you know, team members and crew chiefs and team owner. It starts at the top with Ken Black. And I'm just blessed to have everybody around me that I've got, or I'd be nothing. I'd be absolutely nothing without them.
Well, I think it's great. You had more number one qualifiers than anybody else this year, multiple race wins, and you won the championship. We got some questions queuing up that are a little more technical. I do want to get to them. If you got a question for Greg, put it in the chat section. But since you brought up, you know, NHRA, and we just heard from Antron Brown. You know Antron, he's going out on his own. He started a team. He says there's all kinds of great news and announcements and people reaching out to be involved. You just told the story of Rick Hendrick reaching out into drag racing, likes drag racing to support you. We know Tony Stewart is starting a drag racing team. You've been involved with the sport for a long time. What is the state of the NHRA and drag racing in general, in your opinion?
Well, I honestly think it's great, Joe. And even to boil it down towards not just the entire sport, but this class in particular, we had one leg in the grave 2-3 years ago, and we had to make severe changes to get car count back up and be able to keep this class going. And I thought, you know, as things are going on, I want this class to keep going. I know I can't go forever, but I've got a son. Everybody that races this class is probably advancing in age. They have sons that want to get involved. And if we don't have a class for them to get involved with, we're going to feel really bad. So luckily we made some great moves, and we got the class back on its feet and saved it. And the rest of the sport has kind of paid attention, and they're making moves to do the same thing. So the sport in general, I think, is absolutely on the rise. It's definitely coming back. Had a couple year lull maybe, but it's coming back, and it's getting stronger as the years go by. So I now have faith that it's going to be around a while. And I couldn't have said that a couple of years ago.
Brad Gerber going to be joining us next, by the way. So he's going to give us some big picture stuff. All right, here's a question from Tim. Okay, this is, you know, the technical side of Pro Stock. It's a question that I feel like we've evolved beyond, but I want your opinion. Would you prefer carburetors and hood scoops, or electronic fuel injection and no scoops, or EFI and scoops, and why? So talk a little bit about that whole transition from the old world carburetor technology to the new EFI stuff, and how you like it, and how it's worked out, and maybe what you would like to see in the future.
Well, I made no bones about it when we first started this deal. I wasn't in favor of it because, number one, Joe, I didn't hardly know how to turn a laptop computer on. And that's not a lie. I was the guy that said that computers, that'll never catch on. You know, that was 15, 20 years ago, whatever it was. That'll never catch on. So I was a little wrong about that. And I had to go into this changeover, this fuel injection changeover, kind of dragging and kicking and screaming. I didn't want to do it. But we had to buckle down, and we had to accept it. And we had to learn. We had to learn how to turn on that computer. We had to learn how to tune that engine. And, you know, we had a great season when we started out. I think it was 2016. It was the first year. We had a great year, even though we made no bones about it. We knew nothing about it. So apparently the rest of the class didn't either. And we just did least worst, I guess, that year. And we were able to win the majority of the races. So it ended up being okay. As now the years have gone by and we're pecking away, we're chipping away at it. I'm okay with it. But would I rather go back to a carburetor and a hood scoop? You're darn right I would, because the honest truth is we're still not back power level where we were before we switched. And I've said it a million times before, I'm a racer. I just want to go fast. I just go fast. So I don't want to go race when I have less power than I had a year before. I want more every year. So that's what it's all about to me. So I'd go back to carburetors in a heartbeat. And you know, it's not necessarily just the carburetor versus the fuel injection. We made a lot of changes. We lowered the RPM limit of the engine. You know, we were probably running our engines close to 12,000 RPM at the time they made the rule change. And now we capped them off at 10.5, at 10,500 RPM. So that was a big change. The way we have to bring the air into the engine, it enters the front of the race car basically 3 inches off the bottom of the ground, which is a hot black asphalt track. So you got hot air most of the time coming into the engine. It's got to come up through a K&N duct, and it's got to make a 90-degree turn and go into the intake manifold. It's just not happy. The whole deal is just not that happy. If we could run fuel injection with, say, a hood scoop and two big, basically throttle bodies up top to run our fuel injection, then I'd probably say, man, we could probably make it run just as good or better than we could with a carburetor, but that's not the way it is. So a lot of changes. It wasn't just the fuel injection, it was the hood scoop and all those other things we had to do that basically chopped us down in power. So it's more the rule package now altogether what slowed us down. And I just want to go fast. You know, that's bringing carburetors and a hood scoop back. You bet, I'm all about it.
Okay, so I would push back and say, no going back to carburetors, but something that makes you go faster, yes. So I love seeing you guys work on maps and fuel injection. And to me, I think it's just so relevant to youth out there, youth who are involved in motors. They get in, they're messing with tunes, they can relate to their own car. You get a Camaro on the street, the first thing you want to do is change the tune. And I love being able to compare that to what's going on in the NHRA. But faster, better, definitely. Let's talk about that final race. You come into the World Finals, the Auto Club Finals at Auto Club Raceway. It's the final race of the NHRA season, and you're in a 2-horse race for the most part, not mathematically, with one of the greatest drivers ever. We were just talking diversity in the sport with Antron Brown, Erica Enders, who either she or you was going to win your 5th championship. You know, she's an assassin on the starting line, one of the greatest to hold a steering wheel. And you guys battled. You battled and ultimately had to race each other in the semifinal round. Just talk a little bit about that experience and, you know, squaring up with Erica, who got her first win against you, and you guys battled and you got a championship against her at the end. Talk a little bit about that just great person. I think, you know, Senna and Prost. I think of all these battles, and Enders and Anderson for the drag racing world is legendary.
Yeah, no doubt that was our dream scenario, and it certainly wasn't an automatic, wasn't a given. We had, of the 10 cars in the countdown or 11 cars in the countdown, you could have factored in every one of them as a possible champion at the end of the year. So for us to make it to the final race, basically the only ones alive, that was the big bullet dodged right there. Okay, so now we settle it out amongst ourselves, and then as the ladder finally settled out and shook out, if we were going to find our way through the rounds, we would meet up in the semifinals. So what more could you ask? That was absolutely all you could ask for. Would you want to settle it mano a mano? Absolutely, positively. And I'm sure she'd say the same thing. That's the best way for it to happen. And the win came down for me. It basically was a result of, just like when Kyle Larson had the best pit stop on the last stop to win that race, that final race, it was my team that got me set up on the ladder where I got set up, got me lane choice every round on Sunday. And that lane choice absolutely came into play when we ran in the semifinal, and she had trouble with the other lane, but that was earned basically by my race team, that lane choice. So a team effort, complete team effort. And you know, we were able to get by her there because she had trouble with the racetrack, and basically a complete team effort. So just how you'd like to have it all shake out. And I'm sure not in her opinion, but on our opinion, that's absolutely the perfect scenario. A complete team effort. We all got it done together, and without any one of those things happening, we wouldn't have won it. So pretty cool deal as it all turned out. It's been 10 or 11 years since I felt that feeling. Fantastic feeling. I'm still smiling everywhere I walk, everywhere I go. And it's going to be 3 more months before we race, or 2.5 more months. And I guarantee that smile's not going to go away for 2.5 more months.
Yeah, but you're not resting, and she's not going anywhere either. And I think that this is going to continue on to the entertainment of everybody out there, and hopefully new fans who are not really involved in the sport just yet are starting to turn on to NHRA drag racing and realize that, you know, if you don't like one class, there's definitely something in there that you will like and appreciate. Something else I think that's kind of interesting is you're mentoring a new generation of drivers. We spoke the other day and we listed all the people that were in the top 10 the last time you won the championship versus all the people that are in the top 10 now. And you're the only driver still around from the era. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but you've got a whole crop of young, in kind of the mold of every other motorsport. You look at Formula One, you look at NASCAR, it's this new wave of youth drivers. That is true at KB Racing with your team, and it is true in Pro Stock.
It's not, Joe, it's not only youth, new drivers, rookie drivers, it's rookie drivers that are jumping in equipment that is absolutely capable of winning races, winning championships right off the bat. They're jumping in the same exact equipment that I've got, running the same exact engine that I've got, same exact engine that Eric Anders has got. And they have all this youth and enthusiasm and lack of fear. They don't fear anybody. They don't really care how many races the guy in the other lanes won. They're just out to have fun and kick ass. So pretty cool deal. And we got a great crop of them. It's like they're rookies in this class, but they're not rookies as far as driving race cars. And so they've driven different kinds of race cars in the past, and they jumped into this deal like every one of them, like seamlessly, like they've been riding a horse forever, all their life. So pretty cool to see the talent that's in the class right now, and pretty proud to be a part of it. And it's kind of funny that I'm the only one left after 10 years. Eric and I are the only ones left, and it's a complete shakeout. And still somehow we found a way to make it to the end of the year and be the last two horses survive. So pretty cool deal. And as I said, I honestly feel like we dodged a bullet. We dodged that youth bullet this year. Can we do it again next year? We're sure going to try, but I'm telling you, the odds are starting to stack against us. There's more and more every year, and the talent level is just incredible, Joe. Incredible.
Well, it is. And those people out there that are interested, you can follow Greg on Twitter. Just search for Greg Anderson, and of course, NHRA and KB Racing. Couple of rapid fire questions. Luxembourg checking in, loving the panelists this week. John Bickford says, you mentioned your son, you mentioned Cody, who's an ace golfer, by the way. Is he following in your footsteps? Would you call what Cody's doing following in your footsteps, Greg?
Not quite yet. He's got a few more years to put in. I put in, let's see, about 20, 25 years of working on race cars, driving the truck, driving the tractor trailer up and down the road and all that before I even thought about driving a race car. So he's got plenty of time. And I can tell him every day, don't get nervous. You're young yet. You're 23 years old. You got plenty of time to do this. You need to learn more of the race car yet. So he's, as of about 2 or 3 years ago, he couldn't change a spark plug in an engine. So he's come a long way in the last 2-3 years. His number one passion was golf, probably still is, but he's getting more and more involved and more interested and learning more every day with his drag race deal. And I want him to learn a little more about the car before he gets a chance to drive. But someday I would love to see him get a chance to drive one. And he's probably going to have to push this old goat out of the seat for it to happen. And I don't know how long that's going to be yet. So I can't put a date on it yet, but hopefully someday it'll happen. Hopefully someday I can stand on the starting line and feel that proud feeling that some of these guys have had that have got out of the car before and had their sons drive. They claim there's nothing better. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool driving them, but they claim that's a better deal yet. It's like the grandfather deal. There's nothing better being a grandpa. The dad's cool, but there's nothing better than being a grandpa. So it'll be the same type of deal.
Oh, I love it. And Cody works on the car now. He does the back half. And so he's a hands-on kind of guy. All right, here's one more. And then I have a question about the technology in Pro Stock. Jay wants to know if KB is going to be involved with the new factory experimental category that the NHRA has announced. And for those that don't know, it's basically bodies that are restricted to absolute factory dimensions with the new Power Adder engines that we see in, Factory Showdown, supercharged Copo Camaro, Cobra Jet Mustangs, and Hemis, but with Liberty transmission. So there'll be a clutch and shifting. So everyone is very excited about this category. Greg, what about you? And is KB going to be involved somehow?
Well, we're definitely getting warmed up to it, Joe. We're not involved yet, and I would certainly never say never. So maybe someday. We're not involved yet. We're going to stand back a little bit and wait and see how it kind of shakes out. I love a lot of things about it. I love what you just said, that the 5-speed transmissions versus an automatic, that's right up my alley. I'm not a big automatic type guy. So I love that part of it. The rest of it's going to be cool too. I just want to see kind of how it all lands and how it all shakes out. And probably someday we will get involved. We're not jumping in just yet. We've got a lot of other projects going on here, you know, with all the customers we have in the Pro Stock class, and we do a lot of customer work for a lot of other things here at the shop too. So the plate's kind of full right now, but I'm never going to say never. It's certainly something that could happen in the future, but as of today, no.
Okay, in our final seconds, I do want to mention that Greg also mentored NHRA's Rookie of the Year, Dallas Glenn, who won 3 races and went to, I believe, 6 final rounds. Dallas has been a crew member on the team, worked his way up the hard way, and goes out there and actually gets to live the dream. And that's something that happens in the NHRA where, you know, you work your way up, and I appreciate it. But in the final seconds, Greg, thermal efficiency, right? Everybody thinks about Formula One engines as like the pinnacle and the peak, and they are, and I get it. They have the most R&D and they have the most technology. But from what I understand, to make 1,500 horsepower out of 500 cubic inches naturally aspirated on gasoline is really a miracle of modern engine building. And I don't know that the world understands exactly what's going on. We've done seminars with people who do high temperature and high tech coatings or pistons and ring, and every time they're talking about this technology, cutting edge technology, I'm thinking, yeah, that's in a Pro Stock car. Yeah, that's in a Pro Stock car. That's in a Pro Stock car. Can you speak generally to the world out there just about what's going on in front of the firewall and how amazing it is? Yes, it doesn't have a blower and it doesn't use nitro, but for the engine geeks out there, this is one of the top engines on the planet.
It is. And as it's shaken out, Joe, there's not been that many people that have proven they can build an engine at that level. So it kind of weeds out the wannabes, the tire kickers. It's 3 horsepower per cubic inch is basically what it is to make 1,500 horse on a 500 cubic inch engine. So, you know, if you look at any of your engines, whether it's a NASCAR engine or any small blocks or anything, you don't ever hear anything over three horsepower per cubic inch. So it's pretty impressive. And I've been around it a lot of years, worked a lot of years with Warren, and it's just every single day of your life, you work on all the internal components to that engine. And thank God it's been a class that hasn't been restricted completely by rules. So we're kind of wide open. We can do whatever we want, but we got to burn gasoline. So no power adders. So it just, every single piece of that engine is massaged every single day. And you find a horsepower here, a horsepower there. Pretty soon you got 1,500 horse out of 500 cubic inch.
Amazing. Francisque and Judy are back. Greg, I just want to say congratulations to you. Thank you so much for being so gracious with your time. 99 wins. You've allowed us the opportunity to see 100 at some point in 2022. I know you'll have good luck. Happy holidays, and thank you for spending time with us here on Industry Week.
Well, thanks for having me on, guys. It's been an honor. Happy holidays to all of you.
Well, thank you, Greg. Thank you so much, and congratulations again. Please stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning to our next session.
Later, Greg.
And our next session, we are going to be talking directly to the NHRA. One of the most important things this week we wanted to achieve is to talk to pretty much every sanctioning bodies out there, you know, from F1 to off-road, sports car, IndyCar. I mean, we have covered pretty much everyone, including short track racing, land speed. And now we're going to be talking drag racing with the NHRA, and later this afternoon with NASCAR. And we will probably have covered pretty much every aspect of auto racing this week, and as well globally. And that's a very important thing. So Joe, you are on the run. You know, we have packed, you know, webinars after webinars for you this morning. And thank you so much for your help this week. And Brad Gilly is going to join us back later this afternoon. But as Judy mentioned, he was busy yesterday and the day before at the NASCAR banquet. So he was hosting the banquet, I guess, over there. And so yeah,
I'm a little jealous about that.
Yes, you are.
Yes. I love Nashville.
Yes. And yeah, absolutely. We're bringing Jason just after NHRA as well, one of the greatest promoter here in the US. So that's going to be a very interesting one. So I can't believe we're getting close to an end here, Joe. You know, we have a few more hours. We have been live for 4.5 days so far.
Yes, but that's how it goes. You know, you look ahead and you think, oh my gosh, we've got all this content, and next thing you know, we're halfway through, and Now we're on the home stretch. It's almost happy hour here on the East Coast of the United States. And I'm just super excited to be able to connect with so many people. I think it was Judy who said earlier, might have been you, Francisca, about Antron, entrepreneurs, right? Like people who are going to go out and do it and build it and make it. And this is how they get the word out about their product to this community. And, it's an honor to be here. I want you to know that, and I appreciate it. Yes, I am banging the drum a little bit for the sport of drag racing, which I'm involved in. Just because I know these guys so well. I worked at NASCAR radio for some years and done some things with IndyCar through XM at the Indy 500, and heavily involved in Homestead Miami Speedway's growth here in Miami when people didn't really know and appreciate what NASCAR was. And but I've always been a drag racer. That's where I've got my license. That's where I race. I bracket race. And I really feel like the sport's having a moment. But really, I think the industry is having a moment where everybody is connected now. At the time, you tell these stories, Francisca, about going down to Australia and everything. Who gets to do that? It's so rare. But now we don't have to. Not that I don't want to, but we don't have to. We can connect face to face through the internet at events like this. And it's just exciting. It's an exciting time.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. And I think Brad is with us. Good afternoon, Brad.
Good afternoon, Francis. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for
Judy.
being with us. So it is 1:00 here in the ePortrait studio in Los Angeles. Welcome to Race Industry Week 2021. On to you, Mr. Castillo.
Thank you very much, Francis. Judy, appreciate you. Everybody out there watching around the world on racer.com. Thank you for joining in. We're going to complete an hour and a half straight of NHRA drag racing talk with the Vice President of Sales and Chief Development Officer of the National Hot Rod Association, Brad Gerber, who I can't think of a better person to have on, because we're talking about the future and growth and the excitement in NHRA drag racing. By all means, folks, if you've got a question for Brad, you can put it in the comment section. Brad, we just heard from Antron and we heard from Greg Anderson. Antron was especially energized because he is now a team owner and all these opportunities and sponsorship announcements. We referenced Tony Stewart going drag racing and Hendrick getting involved with Greg Anderson. Drag racing is having a moment right now, renewed interest for a sport that is 70 years old, that ultimately comes down to the most core emotion of the automobile, right? Which is acceleration. And you and me from here to there, who can get there first? The core of motorsports. What is your view of the spot of drag racing right now in this moment?
It's a very exciting time. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. As you said, with AB coming, Antron Brown, we internally call him AB, and it's AB Motorsports, obviously, coming out, and Tony Stewart coming in, and Tony Schumacher coming back, and Camry Caruso announcing that she's coming into pro stock as well, full-time next year. It's definitely exciting. We're poised to have an absolutely phenomenal 2022 season. Coming out of this pandemic, we are in a very good position. I know you know that we've made several announcements on some special things that we're going to be doing next year in terms of all-star call-outs, which should be a lot of fun. Those types of things, our new TV package, things of that nature. Lots of exciting things going on in 2022. Be glad to elaborate wherever you think I should.
There's too much for our 30-minute bit. So we're going to have to be surgical about this, but that tells you a little bit about what's going on, in that there's so much good news to decipher. We got to break it all down. So let's start off with, with something that was a negative, but was handled very well by the National Hot Rod Association. NASCAR was the first sport back after the pandemic, or during the pandemic, and frankly, entertained many people out there during that period. NHRA was the first motorsport back with fans in attendance. Talk a little bit about how the series handled the challenge, learned from the challenge, and has maybe grown from the challenge of last year's pandemic.
Yeah, handling the challenge, that was a very, very interesting time in 2020. Obviously we were at the Gator Nationals, and we were set to go. We actually started racing on Thursday Sportsman, and then all of a sudden had to cancel the race because the pandemic started. So we actually, stepped back, evaluated everything, started racing, brought back racing at our track in Indianapolis. Okay, we knew we were working very closely with the state there and the local county there, and as we were going through everything, we were working very closely. Kind of, okay, can we have 5% of the people? Can we have 10% of the people in the grandstands and things of that nature? We managed to finish 11 races, various levels of participation in terms of fan count and things of that nature. But what was really cool about it was everybody kind of pulling together and knowing we made a decision at the NHRA that we have to keep our sport relevant, have to continue going on, make sure that we're not only there for the fans, but also for the teams. Okay. And we pulled out of that. It allowed us to kind of evaluate what we were doing and how we operate. Okay. We had to make some significant changes internally. We made those. We're coming out of this, I believe, in a stronger position than when we were going into it, actually, with a lot of different things. And that's in terms of we're bringing back these all-star call-outs, which I made a quick comment on. Okay. We will have those. We committed to $250,000, in excess of $250,000 in bonus money just on 2 races, things like that. How are we coming out stronger? During that time, we also re-signed with Fox. Okay, so we re-signed a Fox contract. They were happy with what we were doing. They said, hey, given right now, let's go ahead and re-sign. We extended that through 2026. Not only did we do that, we doubled the amount of Fox broadcast shows that we have from 4 to 8 annually now. So we'll have 8 of our shows on Fox broadcast and 14 on FS1. So that's a much stronger position there, which increases our viewership, which increases value to all of the partners that work with us and the team sponsors and things of that nature. So there's a lot of things that we're coming out stronger. I think what really happened as well is people took the time to not only work on their cars while everybody was locked down. Okay,
Yes.
So they had those cars dialed in. And we had some great racing, and we had some great car counts as well. So we're in a very good position right now going forward, and excited about the future. We'll be making some more announcements next week as well on some new things that we're doing as well.
Excellent. Well, and I'm excited about it, and I want to delve deeper in those call-out races and those all-star races. But let's stay on the TV deal, because let's face it, NHRA has kind of got a multi-prong attack going on. And just like everything, like you've got your casual fan, and then you've got your super diehard fan. For your super diehard fan, you've got the streaming show NHRA.tv, where you put out, and that's what I am a part of, the in-venue product. And that's where a lot of hardcore racers, people in shops, they're on there watching their friends race. They're watching what's happening early on in the day. But how do you become that, right? And the channel surfer still exists. The person who is looking for something cool on TV, and the Fox broadcast show has improved so much over the past couple of years. You mentioned more than a third of the races are going to be on the big Fox broadcast network, and exposing this sport of 330-mile-per-hour race car stars like Antron Brown and Ron Capps and Greg Anderson to people who don't necessarily even know what it is because they haven't been exposed. How is that program going so far?
Yeah. Well, let me take just a little bit of a step back. A lot of people don't understand that when we made the transition from ESPN to Fox Sports, we also took all of our production in-house. So although we call it NHRA on Fox, it's actually NHRA Productions that airs on Fox. Okay. So everybody that from the announcers, yourself, things of that nature, camera people, reporters, production, everybody are employees of the NHRA. Okay. And Fox is our partner in broadcast. Okay. So when we're going into a venue, we're doing a couple different things, as you just said. We're producing our show for Fox Sports. We're also producing our in-venue product as well. That in-venue product actually streams OTT on NHRA.tv is an OTT platform. And we take that in-venue stream and you could watch it when we're racing, going down the track, it's live. Okay, basically Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, etc. So you can watch it live 100% of the time. When we did that as well, took all the production in-house, gives us a lot of opportunity. So we can actually create that narrative, as you know. Okay, the program that we have in terms of NHRA.TV is doing phenomenally well. We are also in the works right now of creating 2 more secondary program type shows as well. Okay, a lot of people are asking, what are you doing? There's been a tremendous success. I know a lot of people have seen the Drive to Survive series on Netflix, I believe it was, for Formula One, worked out extremely well. A lot of people are talking about that. We actually have 2 secondary program shows that we're working on right now. One's American Blacktop, another one is Give Me My Shot. Okay, both of those should be in production. They've actually been shooting them for the last 3-4 months. Okay, doing some stuff that you have to put together so then you can go pitch to the networks and things of that nature. But we have a very high quality studio that's doing that called 0.0. They actually did some stuff with Anthony Bourdain's Parts Unknown and created that series and things like that. So major studio that does this stuff. So excited about the future, excited about our broadcast and all the different ways that we're actually able to reach out. You know, we have this kind of thought process that, you know, always on strategy. If you want to watch the NHRA, if you want to watch drag racing, you could watch it via our Fox partnership, via the NHRA.TV on the OTT platform, via our AVOD partnerships as well. We have several AVOD partnerships. Most recently, we announced a partnership with Tubi on that. So you can actually go onto Tubi and watch NHRA drag. We have our own channel on Tubi right now. So it's an AVOD partnership there. So there's a lot of different ways that you can actually consume NHRA drag racing if you'd like to watch that.
No, it's exciting. Well, the cord cutters, right? They've got to be able to get NHRA drag racing. And I should have said this at the very beginning, everybody. In full disclosure, on the weekends, I work with the National Hot Rod Association. But then again, you probably figured that out.
Yeah.
Drive to Survive. Let's talk a little bit about that. Everyone says they're crediting the show with success of Formula One in North America. Could it possibly be that one TV show on one network could showcase the people and the talent in such a way that makes a non-fan become a fan? And I think the answer is absolutely yes. Look at Hard Knocks for the NFL. There are people that they don't care about the NFL and they watch Hard Knocks. There are people who didn't know what Formula One was. They watch Drive to Survive because of their Netflix subscription, and now they are going to races and becoming fans. As someone within the NHRA, I think it's very smart that we try to emulate that. And you know the characters that we have. Like, you can't do it if you don't have good characters. The driver characters within the NHRA are second to none.
Yeah. There's no doubt about that. And I think you can go all the way back to when Driving Force was on with John Force, right? The Force family. You know, he's our obviously the GOAT in our industry, in our series. And you know, we're looking forward to having that secondary programming. It'll be. You know, I'm a big believer in secondary programming. Obviously, there's no doubt that Drive to Survive actually did very, very well for the North American market here for F1. There's no doubt about it, in my mind anyway. And I'm sure most people that are linked into it believe so as well. But we're looking forward to that, and there's no doubt that we have a bunch of characters, and it's really nice to get behind the scenes and see the keep. I say characters lovingly, okay, because they are, you know, if anybody hasn't been to a drag race and they come out, it is so you know, you are part of the family when you come out there. You can walk right up, and if you want to meet someone, or if you want to get a handshake or a signature or whatever it may be, or a picture, if you really want that as a fan, you will get it most of the time. I mean, it's so open. And to this day, I've been involved in automotive and automotive media and racing for almost 30 years now, amazingly enough. And still to this day, I am amazed at what we do out at our races, how open they are, how crazy fast they are, how much power they produce, and the openness and the willingness for our racers and our drivers to actually engage with people day in and day out. I just had a producer out at our finals, one of the largest producers in the world of major motion pictures. And he'd never been to a drag race, and he was just blown away, wanting to take video and wanted to, you know, I have to be involved with this. Great. That's why we have you out here. Okay. We'd love you to be involved with it. I had a Baja 1000 racer out, a champion. He just won Baja 1000 last year, out to Sonoma. And he was so excited about the whole thing that he came back to our finals race as well, and wanted to come back with his family. because he brought his crew chief and things of that nature out there, and they'd never been to a drag race, amazingly enough, but just could not believe the type of excitement and what we have going for us here. So it's something that a lot of people want to emulate: our diversity, our openness, the way that we engage fans, and something that we have organically. It's not something that we have to. We always want to. Our tagline that I have right here, "Speed for All." It really means exactly that: speed for all. If you want to come out, we don't care who you are, just come out and race, have a good time. And so, yeah, a lot of good things we have going on right now, Joe.
Very, very exciting. Well, we just spoke with Antron. We did a bit yesterday. One of the seminars was focused on diversity. And I never asked Antron Brown or Erica Enders about being a diversity driver, because honestly, within the community of NHRA fans and viewers, it's a non-issue. But here it is an issue. It's something that we should celebrate, right? It's like, wow, we in this community, and I'm not saying like everything is perfect everywhere, but generally speaking, it's a non-issue, and the drivers will tell you that. But we should celebrate it. We have created, or NHRA has created, or drag racing has created an environment like you just described, where people are welcome to come to participate and race. And as much as we talk about the Camping World Series, the pinnacle of drag racing, the sport extends down to the local level. The grassroots racer at a member track, bracket racing their mother's station wagon with a wood panel on the side. And it is an all-inclusive motorsport, but you guys manage that, right? From being a Fox broadcast television sport to a grassroots motorsport for youth. What kind of challenges does that present?
Well, it really presents a lot of opportunities, is the way I look at it. The opportunities are that, hey, we are organically diverse, which is great. And it goes all the way down. The diversity goes all the way down to our junior drag racers, which start at 5 years old. And if you go to a junior drag racing race, you will go there, and there will be, I mean, there's probably 25% of the junior drag racers out there are females out there right now, which is amazing. Okay. And if not more. And I mean, I'm so excited about that. And you talked about racing a station wagon. I mean, you could do that. You could do that as a 14-year-old. You could jump in your parents' car in our junior street series that we have. And we started that series basically, we wanted to make sure that at a young age, when people are learning to drive, that they actually get off the street onto a safe environment and go down a drag strip. Okay. So we wanted to make sure that at 14 years old, you can get into your parents' car as long as your parents sitting in the right hand in the passenger seat and go down the drag strip at your local drag strip. So the diversity goes not only at our top ranks, so the pros, and all the way through our sportsmen, the Lucas Oil Sportsmen, but also all the way down to the Summit Junior Drag Racing League. And it's all throughout. So it's far and wide. And the diversity not only continues with our age and our gender and our ethnicity, but it also in our cars, the types of cars that we're racing. There's a lot of talk about electric racing right now and things of that nature. And you heard Greg Anderson here talking about fuel injected cars and things of that nature. I mean, there's so many types of racing out there in drag racing that it's really speed for all, as I say right here. Okay. And that means people as well as cars and areas that we race in as well. So it's really it's exciting times right now. I don't know if you could tell by my voice, I'm always excited.
Yeah, no, but, I know you're that's why you're in charge of projects. We've got a celebrity commenter out there, and I just get excited, reading these people. We got John Bickford checking in, but Lynn St. James is out there and wants to come to NHRA for the Junior Dragster program, because I think it contributes significantly to their ability to have such a diverse population of racers, and it absolutely does. Like you get anyone started off young, there's gonna be a good chance that they fall in love with whatever they're doing. And think of youth athletics, they throw a baseball into the crib when you're 1 year old.
Yes.
And we're now able to do that. And we see that the family that races together stays together, and the kids, are making friends, and some of them grow up to be professional racers. Others take that skill into life, into business, and, keep racing as a part of their formation.
Yeah. You brought up a good thing there in families. Okay. And this is a family sport, and it's so easy for families to come out in your motorhome and camp all weekend and race. And when Marcus Lemonis and Camping World came in to the sport a couple years ago now, amazing that it's been a couple years ago. It's been a year and a half actually. He made that statement. He made that statement that this is so much of a family atmosphere out here, and that there's just a different vibe going on at the drag races. And it really is, as we already said, diverse. But on top of that, it's a family sport and a lot of fun to be out there. So a lot of cool things.
And to Lynn out there, thank you for watching, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lynn St. James. I've always been a fan of yours. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Right. Okay, so let's rapid fire a couple of things. You mentioned the All-Star Shootouts. Next year, NHRA is bringing back 2 shootout races for Top Fuel Dragsters and Funny Cars. One's going to be at the Gator Nationals, the East Coast opener, Gainesville, Florida. The other will be at the U.S. Nationals. Give us the breakdown. And you mentioned these all-star call-outs. You know, if you run road courses, you might not know what that is, but in the outlaw drag racing world, they do things a little bit differently. And NHRA is learning from something that's popular. So talk about it.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. We're excited about that. So our first one is going to be in Gainesville at the Gator Nationals. It will be the Top Fuel Dragsters. We'll take the top 8 Top Fuel Dragster teams and drivers and line them up, and they're going to call each other out for $100,000 to win. Okay, so it's $100,000 to win, and then it pays down from there. But it's traditional call out, which we haven't done. Okay, and it takes place. It's a race within a race. So not only the Gator Nationals are going to be going on, but we'll be having this all-star call out going on Saturday as well. So that'll be a kind of a running down there. There'll be a lot of extra excitement there as well. We're going to produce.
Makes it personal, right, Brad? Like it makes it personal. Like if I'm
it'll be exciting.
Fire and you're number 7, and I call out Brad Gerber, I want to race you. How do you not take it personally?
Yeah, that'll be good. There'll be some fun there. There'll be some fun, and I think as much as a lot of these drivers are good friends, obviously they are very competitive, and we anticipate having a lot of fun with it. And then also there being some fun, great storylines along with it. And so much so that we are actually going to produce our own show around that as well. So we'll produce another 90-minute show around that will air on FS1 as well. That'll be only the Top Fuel All-Star call out. Okay. So on that 90-minute show, it'll be dedicated to that. Not only aired on FS1 while we're airing during the Gator Nationals, but we'll also produce another show, a 90-minute show for Fox Sports as well, just dedicated to that.
Oh, very nice. With maybe some more behind the scenes content and the
exactly.
And then we're going to do it again at the U.S. Nationals with the Funny Cars.
Correct. Yes. So we'll do it at the U.S. Nationals with the Funny Cars, and it'll be a call out there. So it'll be the top 8 drivers at that time for the Funny Cars, and then they'll be calling each other out as well. So we'll have a stage set up there. It'll be a lot of bantering going on. I'm sure you'll be involved with that bantering in some form or fashion.
I would never. I would
you're usually the instigator.
I would never. I know he's right. I do try to instigate. You guys watching this for a week know my personality by now. A lot of excitement going on. You did touch on something I want to put out there. For those of you in the news media, you're getting all kinds of nuggets right now from Brad. Electric vehicles. A lot of people think, oh my gosh, combustion, drag racing, nitro, it doesn't work. But it's got to work, because NHRA has always been the place where someone who wants to work, tinker, go fast, they go to do it safely. Like that's what NHRA's core foundational principle is, to race safely. And you guys are doing some things for electric vehicles. Talk about how it's happening in the NHRA.
Yeah, so you can actually race electric vehicles right now within the NHRA. But what we did was we actually formalized it. And let me take a step back here again. In 2019, we had the eCopo Camaro that broke 10 seconds. Okay, and it was almost surreal. We were at the finals race and in Pomona, and we were making the announcements. Hey, this is the first electric car that's going to be breaking 10 seconds, et cetera, et cetera. And it did a burnout. You can hear it burning out, and then it kind of whined because it had the gears in it actually can whine. Okay, but then it popped a wheelie and took off. It probably had a 40, 50 foot wheelie and took off, broke 10 seconds, And it's the first time I actually heard the crowd actually.
Yeah,
it was really cool because you could actually hear the crowd yell now. I mean, with our nitro cars and our racing going on with the pro stock cars, it's always loud and you don't hear the crowd as much. Okay. But it was really kind of surreal when it broke 10 seconds. And then in 2020 and 2021, we had the CJ 1400 out there. That now is the fastest door electric car. Okay. Ran, I'm going to do this off the top of my head.
812 is the record. That happened at NHRA.
Yeah. 812 and 172 miles an hour or 3 miles an hour, somewhere in that neighborhood. So that's exciting. So what we did was we announced this year that we're actually going to create a 5th category in the Summit ET series. And in the Summit ET series, that series races on a divisional level, and we crown divisional champions. So there will be divisional champions within the EV category in the Summit ET series. All those divisional champions will race at the Las Vegas race right prior to SEMA, and it'll race the Las Vegas race. And we'll crown a national champion on EV, the first national champion on EV racing in 2022. So that'll be in November of 2022. So that's exciting. And then on top of that, it gets a little complex because we actually announced this Factory X class, okay? And the Factory X class, the reason why I announced that, one of the reasons why I announced that, it helps us get to Factory E. We will have a Factory E category. We'll plan to have exhibitions in 2022 and 2023. Or actually 23 exhibitions, 24 category, okay, on Factory E. So it'll be a Factory E class. That'll be all electric drivetrains and within cars that look like the Factory X. So it'll be like Factory X, but electric, okay?
Wow. And that I think is going to be news to a lot of people. We just spoke with Greg Anderson. Everybody is super excited about Factory Experimental, clutch cars, engines with power adders, but wrapped as they should be wrapped. It looks like a Mustang. It looks like a Challenger. You're saying that a year or two down the road, that same body chassis combination can be Factory E with an electric driveline.
Yes, that's our plans. That's our goals.
Wow. That is very exciting. And I know a lot of people out there. I just want to put an underline under the idea for people that are interested in EV. There's a series where you can go race for a national championship against other EV drivers only. And to me, that was big news for all the, the Tesla folks or the Chevy Bolt folks. You're bracket racing, but you're still winning a national championship. That's amazing. Brad, we're getting a little short on time. Is there anything that we didn't discuss that you want to put out there for the people out there? I mean, I would love to ask you about the greatest challenges and all, but I want to keep it positive. I know you're always looking for, new marketing partners, and we've got races that we could get some sponsors in there. But if you're going to talk to the world out there, what would you like to say about NHRA drag racing?
Very bullish on the future of NHRA drag racing, no doubt about it. We're very happy to have our youth program back in full swing next year, which you're well aware of. Our what we call our NHRA Youth and Education Services program happens on Friday mornings. We'll have approximately 30,000 in-person students there, high school students, all students looking for careers. All of them don't need to go to college. They may want to find a trade that they want to go into, whether it's building cars or whether it's being a mechanic or painting and body or being in construction work. Doesn't matter. Or working on a race team. There's a lot of teams out there right now that want that. But I think, very exciting times. There's no doubt about it. We're excited about it. I think Francis and Judy are back now and they can kind of feel what we're saying right here. But I'm very, very bullish on what we're doing and how we're doing it. We have a great president, Glenn Cromwell, that knows the industry, has worked from the ground up, from the DD all the way up to now the president of the NHRA, and we have some really good, exciting plans. So good things, good things down the road.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you for thank you for having me, Joe, Francis, Judy. Appreciate it. Thank you for the time. It's great to be a part of it.
Of course, that was very important for us to have NHRA represented directly here, and thank you for your contribution. We always say that with Judy. I mean, we simply the producer. You guys, are the stars. You are the industry. You are the reason people are
tuning in and listening. And it's not only just on Zoom, it's on racer.com, it's live, it's streamed on YouTube, it's streamed every places. So excited to have you being part of this. So stay with us, Brad.
Thanks, Brad.
Thank you, Joe.
We're going to be transitioning to our next session. So I'm getting a message from our producer, Reed Kineski. We should be getting Jason anytime soon.
Jason.
He's not on yet, but he should be on anytime. So, well, we kept you busy, Joe.
I can't wait to hear about this last event they had in Nashville.
Oh my gosh, me too, Judy. I'm super excited. I'm going to work them for the thing we were talking about. Yeah. I decided to up it, right? We don't need tickets. We need access to the Rittenberry suite.
There you go.
Well, it was interesting yesterday to listen to Jay, from IndyCar, as well as Mark Miles on Wednesday, and mentioning that it's, that was interesting, like especially on Mark's explanation how when you run tennis versus running the Penske Corporation, that having the organization owning the series, some of the major track, it makes them work closer with the producer and how close they work with Jason and his team. So we should be getting Jason hopefully any second. And I know we've been trying to get in touch with him, and I'm getting a little signal. We need 2 more minutes. So we need 2 more minutes with a little technical chat.
Fashionably late.
Oh, well, we have been live. We'll give him some trouble for that, because we have been running for 4.5 days within the minutes. But no, it's we understand everybody has a busy schedule, but Jason should be with us anytime. So Joe, let's go back to how this whole thing started earlier this week. Jason is here.
There he is.
There he is. He made that 2 minutes go really, really fast. So
I think he's right on time, because we finished ever so slightly early with Brad, but
absolutely no. Let's give him trouble just for fun. But
there he is.
There you are.
I've already started my video. It kept saying start your video. I've already started my video.
We see you now.
I could see myself, but nobody else could see me.
Very good. So welcome to the program. Thank you very much for being with us. Mr. Castello, you're going to be running the show.
Thank you very much, Francisque and Judy. Appreciate you, to everybody around the world watching on ePartrade and Racer.com and on YouTube. Hello and welcome. We are joined by the CEO of the Music City Grand Prix, Jason Rittenberry, who I know for many years. Excited about this. And also, Jason, this is my final seminar of Industry Week. So it's like happy hour for me. So, forgive me if I have too much fun, but I just think, go ahead.
I was going to say, it is 4:30 your time on a Friday afternoon. So it technically is happy hour already.
That is true. That is true. But I'll try to hold it together, everybody. And if you got a question for Jason, by all means, put it in the chat section and we'll hit him with it, because he's done so many things. First of all, Jason, I would love for you to give your rapid fire, where you started, where you were, and how you got to where you are now. Because right off the top of my head, you've worked at some grassroots facilities and elevated up to some of the best facilities on the planet, and now are the CEO of the Music City Grand Prix, which was perhaps the biggest motorsports success of the year. But tell us how you got started.
Absolutely. Give you a very quick tour of my career. So I started in the business actually 21 years ago. So at March of 2000 in Memphis at the Memphis Motorsports Park, where we hosted NASCAR events, NHRA national events, but also had, as you mentioned, grassroots. We had a dirt track as well as a road course. So spent 10 years with that company. It was owned by Dover Motorsports. So a great 10-year run with them. Moved from there down to your neck of the woods, Joe, in Palm Beach, Florida, where I joined as the CEO of Palm Beach International Raceway. And very shortly after getting there, we started expanding that company. And I went on what I like to say is a 4-year spending spree, buying up racetracks and sanctioning bodies and all kinds of things across the country. And we ended up selling that to private equity in 2015. When we sold it, we had 11 different companies that we had all rolled up to what is now, well, what then was IRG, International Raceway Group, Sports Entertainment. We sold that and then moved on from there, moved back to Nashville, and then shortly after went to Circuit of the Americas, the US Grand Prix and Formula One. Spent 2 years there running that venue, as well as the amphitheater, Austin 360. From there, I was there a couple of years and moved back here to Nashville to start working on this IndyCar race. And this has been a 5-year, believe it or not, work in progress to get this race done here in Nashville to make this happen. And love that you say maybe one of the most successful events of 2020, first year events. We like to feel that way internally as well, but we've heard a lot of people share that same sentiment. We're very proud of that. But it took us 5 long years, but we got to there, got to the event and made it happen. And, I feel like it was a fairly successful first year event and was absolutely a good time by all here in Nashville.
Excellent. No, well, I'm not just saying that because, we've worked together in the past. I'm saying that because that's what everybody says. It's very rare that there is near uniform press for any event, especially in the first year. And frankly, I think Nashville is a bit of the star. This is a city that's got some buzz right now as one of the hippest places in the world, let alone in the United States of America. Before we go any further, though, I have to know where you are. Where are you? I see chassis.
Yes.
What is this?
I am at Scott Borchetta's Big Machine Racing Shop here in Nashville. So I was told that we wanted a cool background for, and instead of putting something digital up, I thought I would just come over to the race shop instead of, a shot at the stadium of the street course with no racing on it. Thought the race shop would be a great location. So we have a little bit of everything here in this race shop. Some Trans Am cars, some SVRA cars, some Corvettes, some vintage. Scott has a little bit of everything. Some vintage Indy cars around the corner. So I just thought it would be a great spot to come and do the broadcast today.
No, great job. And he's a serial entrepreneur as well, right? Like Big Machine, the sponsor of the Grand Prix, but they're involved in multiple facets. And I can think of some synergies that happen with drag racing. There's spirits. What's it like being involved with Scott?
Absolutely. Scott is absolutely a serial entrepreneur, but huge supporter of our event. Not only is he an investor in our event and helped us get it started, but also our title sponsor. So it is the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix. And you're right, he has multiple brands here. He has the Big Machine Label Group, which is their primary brand, but also he has the Big Machine Distillery, Big Machine Vodka, the Big Machine Racing team, which now has an Xfinity team in the NASCAR series, as well as a couple Trans Am teams, some vintage SVRA teams, and as well as 2 distilleries and bars and restaurants here locally in Nashville. So he has got a ton going under that Big Machine brand.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. So let's talk about some of the challenges, though. To go from nothing to something always takes a lot of hard work. And there's a lot of stress and there's a lot going on behind the scenes. Get us up to speed on, as best as you can in the time we have allotted on how this success happened. I'm sure a lot of local government, are they all going to just go along with this idea? Yeah, we got a great idea. That doesn't always happen. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I wish it had been that easy, but in the end, it did end up being that easy. It just, we went through, honestly, here in Nashville, we went through 4 mayors in 3 years. So we had to restart and start the conversations all over again 4 times in a 3-year period, which was probably one of the toughest parts of getting this race finalized and getting it on board. The IndyCar schedule was just getting local government's involvement and getting them to finally approve it. All the mayors were on board with it. They all supported it and they all felt like it was going to be great for Nashville, great economic impact for the city, drive hotel rooms, drive tourism dollars, which it did. It was just a matter of getting there and getting to that point and making sure that we met all the requirements that the city was asking for, and all the stakeholders really were asking for. But not only the city, Our other big partner in this was Nissan Stadium and the Tennessee Titans. We could not have done this race without them. It would not have happened without the property and the stadium, the assets that they brought to the table. I mean, they allowed us to dig their main parking lot up in front of their building and put a pit lane in permanently. And so a lot of things had to happen to make this event, but those are the top two, is getting the city on board, as well as the Convention and Visitors Corp here, and then the Nissan Stadium and Tennessee Titans team. Getting those two entities on board was crucial to making this happen. And like I said, that took 5 years to get us to this point.
And it's interesting, an analogy, something similar is happening at Hard Rock Stadium, which is right down the street from our studios here in South Florida. As we get ready for Formula One in Miami, they're using the NFL parking lot, the stadium. They're doing a pit road, just the same thing. I can't help but wonder if what you guys did in many ways gave a direction, showed a way, and sparked some obviously like, hey, this is possible. Let's try to do this.
Mm-hmm. Well, we haven't had any direct conversations with them, but there are a lot of the same people involved. Tony Kottman being involved with both of those projects as far as track design standpoint. So, I would say that they probably learned a little from us, as we learned a little from, Long Beach or Toronto or St. Pete.
Let's see. Judy says super cool background, Jason. And I'll be talking to you about Judy a little bit later. And Paul says, so amazing how the Music City Grand Prix looked earlier this year and how similar the Jetta F1 track looks, except for some extra curves. But you're getting like uniform praise on this. But, you came out of the box strong. What about the local community? Did they know what they were getting involved in? Was there... Nashville, I'm sure there's some motorsports there already, but IndyCar, I don't know. What was the response you got from like the bars and the restaurants and the people who, this nightlife and live music?
Mm-hmm.
How did you get them involved?
Well, I think a lot of that started with the relationship. So a lot of us that are involved with the event and our partners, and we all have those relationships here in Nashville, and it all boils down to relationships at the end of the day. I think if there was someone from out of town coming in trying to promote this race or this event in Nashville and tried to get the local community involved, it probably would not have gone as smooth. But we, the group of us have a ton of relationships, and so we were able to fill them in and let them know what this was all about. And so they knew a lot about it even before we'd even announced it. Most all the large players in town, and from a bar and restaurant and entertainment perspective, they were all involved with the event in some way, shape, or form, and had known about it months before it was announced publicly. Those were a group, again, more stakeholders that we needed to get on board initially. We didn't want them, fighting against us or even asking a lot of questions after the fact, after it was announced. I mean, we heard a lot of people even outside the city say, "Oh, are you going to race down Broadway?" Absolutely not. No, we're not racing down Broadway. It's the busiest street in the city. And for all, there's 40,000 tourists there at night. So no, we're not looking to close the bars and restaurants along Broadway to race down the middle of Broadway. We want to use Broadway, and that, supplements our event and provides us with a built-in nightlife and entertainment and things to do after hours. And so we felt like Broadway was the last place we wanted to race. And so we looked to design a course that had the least amount of interruption to business. And so all those things that we did on the front end allowed the local community to really get on board and support this and get behind it from day one, to support not only the event coming, but the street closures and all of the things that come along with that. We got very little pushback from businesses here about closing streets for 4 or 5 days, or putting barriers up 2 weeks before the event around the city. I mean, it's a lot went into this. And as you know, with COVID last year, we had a very short time period to plan all this. To go from nothing to a full event in 11 months was crazy. We had hoped to have 18 months. We were planning to announce this in March. It didn't happen until September. So we had from September 15th to August 5th to have everything from literally no plans and not a single plan on paper to developing a plan, signing sanction agreements, designing a course, building blocks. And we built everything. That's something that, a lot of people may or may not know, but we built everything that you saw at our facility from a track standpoint, all the concrete barriers, all of the fence, all the tire barriers, all of those things we built. We own that. We have it here in Nashville. It's available we can put that on a truck or a train and take it to another city right now. But it was a lot of work, but we were very fortunate to have the local community on board, as well as the city and the metro government and the state.
All right, let's look forward. We got a couple of questions from some folks out there. The first one was a hit, but now you set the bar and people are going to want to go, right? Like I can already think, in fact, this is where I try to work you for tickets for Judy and myself, because Judy want to come. We want to come out there. We want to be in the Jason Rittenberry box for this event at some point in the future. Are we in?
You're in. Come on. August 5 through 7. You're here.
There it is. There it is. All right. So Collie wants to know, is your agreement to have the same support series for future Big Machine Music City Grand Prix, like Trans Am, Super Trucks, et cetera? So how does that work, and how do you want it to work, and what lies ahead?
Well, I think for year one, we honestly had not planned to have that much on-track activity. It just kind of happened the way it did. We initially planned to have IndyCar and one sports car series, and possibly something along the entertainment lines of Super Trucks. And so we started down that route, and then Scott came on board, and Scott's actually a huge supporter and a racer in the Trans Am series. And so we felt like that was a good series to add. And then Vintage approached us, and we heard from a lot of fans that wanted to see Vintage. They don't run a lot of events each year, and they really wanted to see those cars. And so with an inaugural event, we ended up adding Vintage as well. So the full lineup of on-track activity was pretty spectacular, from IndyCar to SRO, GT America, to the Trans Am series, Super Trucks, and Vintage. And so moving forward, at least for year two, I can't speak past year two at this point, but for year two, our plan is to keep all of those same series on track, and we'll continue with those same series for 2022.
Excellent. All right, this next question from Kevin, and it's a little, I can see where this is going already, but I'm going to hit it with you. Hit you with it. It's here's the deal. Jason, can you please address some of the significant issues you encountered with this year's event, such as incomplete spectator grandstands, oversold hospitality venues, i.e. the East Side Club? And can you discuss why spectator access was limited compared to other IndyCar events? And so I don't know if the answer is right, but I'm going to answer for you. Hey, first year event. That's my assessment, but please address Kevin's concerns.
Yeah, absolutely, Kevin. I can address each and every one of those. And we've not tried to hide from any of those. We have addressed all of those immediately. There was one grandstand that did not get completed until Sunday. We absolutely did everything in our power. It was not us. It's not Jason and my staff out putting that grandstand up. Those are third-party vendors. We had a contract. They had schedules. We had dates. They knew the date it had to be completed. With the labor issues that everyone in not even our industry, everyone in every industry is facing right now, they came up short on some labor. They did not get one grandstand finished. They had 11 to do in 7 days. It was a very tight schedule. There was very, very little room for error. It did happen. We could not get one finished, and I hated it. I stayed up all night Friday to try and get it finished. I was up Saturday night to get it finished. Doug Bowles, the president of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, was out there Saturday night with me, sitting, trying to push these guys to get this done. So, everyone did everything in our power to make that happen, including bringing additional labor, finding additional labor for those guys. But at the end of the day, yes, it was a failure. Yes, it did not get completed, but there was not a lot we could do about it. I mean, we did everything in our power to make that happen. Now, after it did happen, we did our absolute very best to take care of every person that was sitting in those grandstands. Friday and Saturday, trying to relocate them to other areas. Sunday, that was sold out. There was nowhere to relocate them to, but their grandstand was open. So everyone in that grandstand received a full refund, all of their money back for Friday and Saturday as well. We're still allowed to attend the event. Yes, they did not have a grandstand seat, or not everyone had a grandstand seat, and I regret that happened, and I hate that it happened. Like you said, Joe, it was a first-year event. It was a vendor. That vendor's obviously been replaced. That vendor will not be back for year two. There was someone else building grandstands for year two. But we did everything that we knew in our power to make it right for those fans. We offered them additional seats. We refunded their money. We gave them credit vouchers for food and beverage on the Friday and Saturday of the event. So from a customer service standpoint, we did everything we could to take care of that. The there was a little we could do to avoid that happening. Like I said, it was a third-party vendor. With regards to East Side Club and being oversold, that I will credit that to being a first-year event. We went with what the Titans use, being in their venue. We used their numbers on what East Side Club could hold. What we didn't take into account as much as we probably should have is everyone would be in there at the same time. We thought in our mind, and based on our, everyone on our team and our experience in the industry, we felt that most of the people would not be in there all at one time. Some would be out in the paddock, some would be walking around, some would be in the fan zone, some would be in other areas, etc. But sometimes there were everyone there at once, and it was crowded. Yes, we've reduced the capacity of East Club moving forward for next year. We've added which we haven't even announced yet, but we've added a grandstand for that East Club that's going to be on at the start finish line, right behind the flag stand. So those folks will have a grandstand to go down to if they don't have a great view inside the club. So all of those things, yes, they happened. It was a first-year event. There were learning opportunities for us. We've addressed them. We're doing everything we can to make them better moving forward into year two. And the last issue is, I'll probably disagree with Kevin a little bit on this. It wasn't severely limited. There were 6,000 people in there in the IndyCar paddock. And so we could not open it up to the general public because at the time when our event was announced and our ticket sales were announced, IndyCar was not sure if the paddock was even going to be open or not. There were several events leading up to ours. The paddock was closed because of COVID. We weren't sure if we were going to have an open paddock or not. So we could not even put those on sale until 60 days prior to the event. So, at the end of the day, it's not our paddock. We don't control it. We don't control the number of people that are in it. So we sell what we're able to sell and what IndyCar feels comfortable with. So,
Good answer. Good.
We'll sell as much as we can.
Jason, good answer. Thank you for addressing it. Everything can't be positive, but the glass is half full kind of deal. Like, you guys put on an amazing event in the first year. Of course, there's going to be some issues. There always is. But you addressed them, and I love what you did. So Stephen has a question about the track configuration, though. Like, did drivers give useful feedback? Will there be any reconfiguration to allow for more green flag racing?
Absolutely. Yes. Again, first year event is what happened there. I mean, it's what we designed the track. Tony Kottman designed the track in conjunction with IndyCar. The drivers were here. The drivers reviewed it. They drove in simulations all leading up to the event. And so it at the end of the day, I feel like some drivers got a little aggressive and we're all, going to battle for that first year inaugural win in Nashville at a new event. That was exciting. So we did what we could with regards to the track. Tony Kottman is making some changes to it for next year, along with IndyCar. And they are we'll be moving the restarts. So there will be more green flag racing.
Excellent. Sasha's out there. What can fans look forward to in 2022 with the Grand Prix? So, and this is where you tell everybody where they can get the tickets, Jason, right here. Just go into it. I think the buzz around the event speaks for itself. The city's got buzz. The event has got buzz. What about 2022, and how can we be there?
Absolutely. Everyone can be there. MusicCityGP.com. Tickets not available yet. Our renewals will be starting in early January, and then by mid-January, new tickets will be on sale. We are adding additional reserve grandstands for 22. We sold out of all 3-day reserve grandstands last year, so we're adding new grandstands for this year. There'll be 10 to 15% increase in reserve grandstand seats available. Look for some amazing concert announcements. I think that was, the one thing that we haven't touched on a lot, Joe, and I'll just say it very quickly is, our event was more about the event itself. It was not just about a race. The race was the reason that we had the event, but we tried to create an event that encompassed all of the city, that encompassed what Nashville is. Nashville knows how to throw a party, and that was our goal. That's what we tried to do, and I feel like we did that. There's some improvements we could make. There's some improvements we could make to the racing, and we're going to do all those things. But overall, at the end of the day, I think everyone that came here had a great time. The concerts were amazing. Broadway was great to add to the excitement of the event and provide entertainment every night. And so for 22, fans can expect that plus more, even more music, more concerts, bigger names, bigger acts, and tons of on-track racing excitement again.
Very good. Very good. Well, you got me excited about the big musical acts in Nashville. I know you're going to have people that want to be involved in. I'm sure having a successful event makes it easier to book big acts because they know they're going to be associated with something positive.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, being in Nashville and first year event, a lot of the artists wanted to be involved with it. Unfortunately, timing for us, coming right out of COVID at that time, I say we hit the perfect time. There was a little bubble there that people thought COVID was over before it really kicked back in, and we fell right in that window. But unfortunately for us, that fell right in the window that all the artists went back out on tour. So while we had some big names, we had some great artists here. We had great concerts every night. There were some even bigger names that really wanted to be a part of it, but they were out on the road. They were touring. They already had shows booked for that weekend. And so now that we're far enough out that they know the date, they know when it is, they're putting it on their calendar. So a lot of the artists, the big name artists in Nashville, want to be a part of this event. They're adding it to their calendar, and we'll see a lot of them on stage August 5 through 7 next August 22.
Where does this fall? You've done a lot of things that I'm sure are pretty rewarding to you, but from something to nothing in 11 months and putting on a hit of an event, where does this fall?
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is probably at the top of the list. It's pretty close. I mean, some of the things I've done in the past have been very rewarding, but most all of those were already in existence when I got there. So I was able to continue with them and hopefully improve them and make them better and grow them. But this one did not exist. And as you said, we went from nothing, not existing, no event at all to putting on, a hell of an event in 11 months. And everybody had a great time in downtown Nashville.
Lawrence says he'd love to see an IndyCar race in the Northeast. Your thoughts, please put it on your to-do list. What about that, Jason? Is this a package that you can bring to other locations?
Absolutely. And it's not out of the question for us down the road. We never know what the future is going to bring, but we do own everything able to put on truck or put on a train, a rail car, and take the road on the show on the road. We have all the concrete blocks and barriers and catch fence and tire barriers and the pedestrian bridges and everything we need, literally, other than grandstands and suites, which we built here in Nashville. We can build in other cities. So who knows what the future will bring? But for right now, we're focused on Nashville and Music City Grand Prix and making this the best event we can and the improvements for 22.
And your general assessment of our larger motorsport community as someone who has been involved in literally all aspects now, touching Formula One, drag racing, sprint cars, Indy cars, stock cars. When you look at the greater landscape, how positive are you? What is your general attitude about what we're looking at in the future?
Well, I'm excited about the future. Like you said, I have been involved with a lot. I've seen a lot, and I think there's several areas that are on the rise. And I think IndyCar and open wheel racing is one of those. Formula One and their Netflix series has done a lot for us in the open wheel racing in America, whether it's Formula One or IndyCar or anything else. It is popular and it is becoming more mainstream now because of that show and because of that series. And so I think that's done a lot for us. We'll continue to ride the wave of that. And I'm very happy to be right where I am, right with the series that we have, and look forward to seeing the growth of open wheel racing and IndyCar, not only here in Nashville, but the entire series.
Well, and they are looking good as well. You got to have good drivers, right? Like you have to have good personalities that people want to root for. And I think IndyCar has that right now, and some interesting, characters, and the cars are cool and getting cooler. And those are all like little elements that make people want to watch.
Absolutely. And IndyCar has all of that. I think we've got a great mix of drivers right now. Looking forward to, see what comes down the road. And then in the future, there's a lot of drivers moving up into the IndyCar series, and looking forward to working with them in the future.
And Kevin, who asked the question about the Grand Prix, says, Jason, thank you very much for addressing my questions. You could have dodged that question, but you did not. I tried to be respectful. And he goes on to say, thank you. He had a good time with him and his wife, and that's great. So thank you for addressing that. I think call
Absolutely.
positive and Puff, and you attack that right head on, and I appreciate it. Jason, I see Francisque and Judy are back. Judy, he says
I just want to say I'm so proud of you for what you produced. I heard nothing but great,
Awesome.
and especially in today's world, it's so upside down and there's so many unforeseen obstacles. Things go wrong no matter what in a normal year. So I'm thrilled for you.
Well, we had a few of those upside down obstacles, but I think we did our best to manage them and manage through them. And in the end of the day, our goal always was to put on a great event and take care of the fans. And that, as Kevin said, we never tried to dodge or hide from any of those issues. We addressed them all head on. We used them all as learning experiences, and every one of those we addressed not only immediately, but we've addressed multiple times since then and looked at every way, shape, or form to improve the event, to make it better, and to hopefully put ourselves in a position to not have to be addressing those issues year two. There will be other issues that come up. It's an event. It's a temporary circuit. It's on the streets of a downtown. Everything is built temporary within a 10 to 14 day period. So issues are going to come up. It's going to happen, but it's how we manage them and how we take care of our fans. And that's our goal at the end of the day.
Well, I think you did a great job.
Thank you, Judy. We hope you and Joe really do make it here in August.
I'm putting it on my calendar.
Well, you did a hell of a job.
Thanks, Jason.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Thank you very much, Jason. And
thank you all for having me.
Please stay with us a few more seconds. And again, thank you for the questions going through the chat. The beauty is when you're on the Zoom section, on the Zoom, it's true that when you have live streaming, you can't ask the question. So, if you want to ask question and you're watching us on the streaming, then go on the Zoom link and log in, and you'll be with us, and you can ask the questions directly there. So, thank you, Joe, for your wonderful.
Thank you.
For your help this week. You were terrific. Joe is gone.
Yeah, we could not have done this without Joe's help, Brad Gilley, Jeff Hammond. I mean, they've very much elevated our game here, and they do a superb job.
Yes, I mean, it's just we're so lucky to have them. We absolutely so grateful. And talking about Mr. Legspeed is back. And he is
it's deja vu all over again, Francie and Judy.
Yeah. So actually talking about our host, we have a little issue that we're going to resolve. Is Brad Gilley had a very, very busy week this week. He started with us, then he went to the NASCAR banquet, and he is a little bit behind. So he was supposed to be hosting your session. He's running a little late. So I'm going to have to step in.
You really think I need a host?
I'll be quiet. Let's
just call it like it is. You haven't even met Billy yet, but yeah, you don't even need him. We're good.
So that's I told Brad, don't worry. So we'll wait patiently, and then but he's going to be back with us in probably the next 40 or 45 minutes at the latest, and we'll be able to take care of the NASCAR interview. So is Keith joining us, Lake?
I think he is. Okay. If he doesn't, then we can swing it without it. So it's okay. I'll talk for him. I can try to duplicate myself.
So I'll stay on. I'll be quiet, and if there's questions, I'll pay attention to it, and I'll bring it to your attention. So thank you very much. Again, welcome if you're joining us now to Race Industry Week 2021. What I was saying just earlier is that if you're on the Zoom version of Race Industry Week, you can actually ask questions through the chat button. So if you're watching us on streaming right now and you want to ask questions, please join us on Zoom, and you will be able to get your question through the chat. So we're streaming live on racer.com, on YouTube, and multiple channels. So it's 2 here in California. So Mr. Legspeed, on to you.
Thank you, Francis. So introduce our buddy Bill down here. So Bill Alexander is also a certified lubrication specialist and a tribologist. So there's not only one of me, right? There's two of us running around in the motorsports industry. So everyone, you better run and hide, right? Because it's gonna get scary.
Yeah, that's right. We can
Scary in a kind of a good way.
can do some talking too, so don't worry about that.
Yeah. So anyway, the one thing that Bill and I really have in common, besides being, oil guys who understand chemistry and love chemistry, we're also really passionate about oil analysis, because it's one thing to have a bottle of oil and trust that it's going to do what they said it's going to do. But you may think we're both from Missouri in that, how do you know that it's doing what it's supposed to do? The other day we were having the analysis or the talk about surface finish. We were saying, okay, how do you know the surface finish is right? Well, we have this little tool, the profilometer, that can measure the surface finish, because as we discussed, you can't see it with your eye. You're talking microns. Well, same thing, that little bit of wear, if you can see the difference in wear in an engine or on a gear or transmission with your eyes, it's already gone way too far. So what you really want to do is be able to measure that wear before it becomes so big that it's a problem. And that's where our friend used oil analysis, and you got to hide it from the background filter, right? You got to be able to take that sample. And no different than any of us that go to the doctor for an annual physical. So I'm getting to be that age where that has to happen now. Take your blood, and from that blood sample, they can look and tell what's going on in your body. And Bill, why don't you talk a little bit, because Bill's got the actual practical hands-on lab experience of running those machines, because you don't have to just rely on guesswork. Kind of like the other day when Keith and I were talking about the surface finish, and you can't really do it with your fingernail. You really need one of these.
Yeah, that's exactly true, Lake. And when you look at, I've seen people do it for years as I've been in this business, is they'll put a ball of oil or a jar of oil up, and they'll look at it and they'll go, oh, I've got fuel in it, or oh, I've got this. But we can, with the machinery and the technology that's available today, this blood test, as you call it, which I think is the perfect analogy, is going to tell us what's going on in your engine in ways that you just cannot see by looking at it, especially when it comes to, which I know Lake's gonna get to, it's my favorite subject right now, is fuel dilution, which is a really big deal, and it's not something you can measure other than doing this type of analysis.
Exactly. And Keith, why don't you just, since he teed it up there, speak for a minute about the scourge of fuel dilution, because I know you see it. Earlier this year, you sent me some pictures of some rings that were just destroyed with very little time on it. Just talk about that for a minute, Keith.
Yeah, fuel dilution is probably what I would like to say is the bane of my existence, because it is an every single day phone conversation, whether it's with myself or with the other guys, with Lake. This is an every single day thing. People put them together, whether it's, again, carbureted, fuel injected, whatever your system is going to be, mechanical injection. It is so critical in that initial run-in time that, that fuel trim be correct. Fuel wash, fuel dilution is such a common thing today, especially on ethanol-based fuels, alcohol, E85s. I have guys trying to tune E85 engines using gasoline O2s and try to, do, say, mathematical corrections for, the stoic versus one versus the other, and they're just lost. And, when it comes down to it, when the guy sends me a Pepsi bottle full of gas to look at, and, or full of oil, excuse me, and I've got a 1/4 inch of fuel sitting on top of it, go, you've got a fuel dilution problem here. You think? Are you sure? So that is, not to keep going on, it's not a scientific approach, but this is a very, very common thing. It happens. This is an every single day phone call. Talked to a guy yesterday doing, dyno work, and we talked about, dynoing the engine. and he's working on a chassis dyno, looking at the numbers. And we talked about how much time do you actually spend working on the fuel curve on this thing? You know, how many cars a day are you running across that chassis dyno, putting your tune on it? 6, 8, 10. I remember working with Matt on his Corvette when we were working on a fuel map on that. It was driving that car every day with a drivability laptop, and it took a month to get the fuel curve right. And it's still probably not right, but too much time is, we'll say the concentration is always on wide open throttle. Most of the damage that I see done is not done wide open throttle. It's park throttle, it's idling, it's cruising. No one's really spending a lot of time looking at that. And those are the real, that's where the bulk of the damage is done, at least from what I can see.
And we had a great question here already from Tim that's actually spot on. The question is, can engine coolant temp affect oil fuel dilution, say running 160 degrees coolant versus 190 degrees Fahrenheit? Yes, the answer is 100% yes. And one of the other interesting things here too, Francique, in this whole thing is that, as Keith alluded to, all the different fuels that are out there. So every different fuel has a different distillation curve. Essentially, at what point does that fuel transition from a liquid to a vapor? And say like a fuel like methanol, for example, which is a single molecule. It's only one thing. It essentially has a single boiling point where 100% of the fuel becomes vaporized. Now, gasoline, but being a blend, it can happen over a range of temperatures. So like most fuels will have a spec sheet that will tell you what the 10% distillation temperature is, the 25, the 50, the 90, the 100. So where I'm going with this, Tim, is the hotter the engine runs, the more the fuel is going to evaporate. So you typically are going to have more fuel wash problems in a drag racing environment than you are in, say, an endurance NASCAR type environment. So that's a big one. And the other part, like I said, is that fuel. So for the same engine temperature, so it could be the coolant temperature, say, is you're dyno in a blown engine, big boost, and so you're maybe only running at maybe 120 degrees water temperature. You could have two different fuels in that engine, roughly the same octane, with completely different fuel dilution characteristics, because one fuel is heavier, and that's a bad term, but just kind of relative things thinking. That fuel is going to need more temperature for it to evaporate. That fuel will get more fuel dilution because it's not turning into a vapor. It's maintaining its liquid form, which means it's going to get into the oil, versus a fuel that has it's a lighter fuel, has a higher Reid vapor pressure. And that's one thing you can look for. Just one number alone on the spec sheet you can look for is the Reid vapor pressure. The higher that number, the easier that fuel wants to become a vapor. So that's one thing to look at. It's a real practical way of doing it. And like Keith said, it's something we struggle with. I mean, hell, I did it myself not long ago. We were out at EFI University with Ben Strader working on some video stuff for the Engine Performance Expo in January. And, Lake Havasu City, Arizona, most of the year is pretty warm. And I've been out there a lot with Ben doing a lot of engine testing. And typically, the ethanol free fuel around the lake isn't really great high octane stuff. So in a higher boost, higher compression engine, you need a little bit better fuel. So we decided to get some higher performance fuel. And I looked at the vapor pressure, said, it's not great, but it's warm enough in Havasu, we'll be fine. Well, the problem was it was a cold week. And we weren't running the engine that hot like we normally would because it's got a lot of boost and we wanted to be careful. Well, those two things ended up making the fuel dilution in the oil sample 4% fuel dilution, which anything over 2% gets my stop. When it's really good, it's less than 1%. So we're at 4%, and that was self-inflicted. We changed fuel to a fuel with a higher Reid vapor pressure, boom, right back down to almost 1%. just by making a change in fuel without changing the temperature. So it's one of those things, like Bill said, there's no other way to check it other than this without an oil sample. And Bill talked a little bit about what that test is and how that works. How do we know there's fuel in the oil?
Well, in that, you almost have to think of it. And I always kind of go back to the whole water thing. Water and fuel. There's two kinds of water and fuel: emulsified and demulsified. Meaning you can see it on the top. So it was like he said. Here's a guy and he's got a jar and there's this much fuel in the bottom. Okay, so that's free. You can see it. But fuel that gets emulsified or is actually blended into the lubricant, in some ways can be more damaging because it's really affecting the viscosity. So there's a couple of ways you can do it. You can do it with flash. Obviously if your motor oil has a flash point of whatever and it's significantly lower than that, well, then you've got fuel dilution. You can do an FTIR. There's a couple of different ways to do it, but it's so critical to know that. And not to bring up another point without fully answering your question, but it really affects the thing about fuel dilution to always remember is it is affecting your viscosity. So you need to choose your viscosity based on your anticipated fuel dilution, boost, ethanol, all these other things that are going on out there, because you're lowering your viscosity. The oil analysis is going to tell you whether your choice of viscosity is correct based on your fuel dilution. So, your 30 weight might be a 15 weight or a 20 weight, once it gets diluted based on your application. So, I mean, it's generally one of those things that I don't know a lot of people take, into consideration is when choosing your viscosity, you've got to kind of look at your application and, are you running boost? Are you running E85 or a myriad of other fuels? But then also, are you adjusting your viscosity correctly with an analysis report, and that's really what's key.
Right. Because back to ring seal, if you kill the viscosity, now it's not going to hang on the cylinder wall. And then back to Keith's favorite saying, if you had a flat tire by the racetrack, it's the ring's fault. Well, the ring's dead and they're blaming the rings. And it's like, well, no, you killed it with fuel. You killed the oil with fuel. So now it can't stay on the cylinder wall. It's washed off. Now your blow by goes up because you can see that as soon as you put more fuel in that engine than the cylinder wall can hold, it's game over. The blow by just takes off. And we saw that with the boosted engine. It goes back to what we talked about before, the surface finish. It's that ring seal soup we keep talking about. It's all of these things work together. And it's not just, I put fuel in my oil there before my viscosity's lower. Okay, that's not good. Well, no. It's all these other things that knock on from there that cause problems. Increased ring wear, decreased ring seal, which is then that's that downward spiral, because once you lose ring seal, now you get more blow by into the crankcase, which that's going to kill your oil. And now your oxidation starts going up and things like that. So again, the only way to really know that is to take that sample and to look at it. And, the one nice thing about the Speed Diagnostics kit is that, that test for not just looking at viscosity alone, but also looking at what we call gas chromatography, GC, where we can actually look for fuel molecules, because fuel molecules are different than oil molecules. And GC lets you see that.
Kind of expand on something here, going back to just the previous thing, and then talking about the oil analysis. We talk about E85, we talk about gasoline, nitromethane, all these different things. But something that I've run into in my world quite a few times is the simple change of brands of fuel. I had a gentleman a couple of weeks ago, uses our products, I love your stuff, you guys are great, never have a problem, but man, I'm having a problem. I'm wearing parts out, it's doing these things. I haven't changed how I hone it, I haven't changed my oil, I haven't changed any of these things. And we go down that checklist and it's like, yep, that looks good, check, that sounds good, that seems right, man. Something changed. There's always those guys out there. So I didn't change anything, and but yet it's doing this. Well, no, you did. Something changed. It doesn't. If you didn't change anything, it wouldn't have changed. Well, I drilled down. Hey, where do you get your fuel? I buy it at the racetrack. I said, has the racetrack changed brands of house fuel? Well, yeah, they changed brands of fuel, but it's the same octane. It's 110. I go, bingo.
Yep.
And that simple thing. And I went back to, look at the world of hurt when it changed, fuels in the Pro Stock cars from this brand to that brand, what they had to go through. And that simple change caused this guy a world of hurt, even though he had no idea that it would affect it that way. Then another thing I want to touch on real quick, talking about the oil analysis test. I had a customer over the midsummer, went in, visited their shop, wanted to know a couple things about some wear that he was seeing, thinking, again, we're back to maybe got a ring thing going on. And the oil analysis found high titanium levels in the oil. Lake may remember this one. And that led them to looking at some other parts of the engine that they weren't looking at, and found they had not had a failure yet, but found the potential of a failure.
Yes, great point, Keith. Back to, like you said, that change in the fuel brand, it can be the same octane, but that read vapor pressure can be completely different between those two fuels. And octane will throw you off. I was, Bill, you can appreciate this. So this summer we were, had a customer that was doing the oil analysis stuff, and they were traveling around the country, following the Porsche Motorsports deal, right? Different racetracks all across the country. And of course, they have to run the fuel at the track. Of course, it's a spec fuel, or spec octane at least. Well, they found that as they went from track to track, every once in a while, like manganese would show up in the oil. There's no manganese in the oil, and there's no manganese parts in that engine. What's it coming from? It's coming from octane booster, right? It's NMT. They added to their fuel to make it the spec octane. Then they go along, and you can see it in the oil analysis. The trend, right, is nothing, boom. All of a sudden, it shows up.
It is.
Then it starts to go away again. Then all of a sudden, they get to another track. Oh, guess what? There's a little bit of lead in the fuel, right? They went and got like avgas or something to make it have 100 octane. Boom, lead shows up. No copper, no tin, so you're not seeing any bearing materials. It's just lead by itself, which is always an indication that, if there's no bearing material besides lead, then probably the fuel. Same thing. They had to go through a whole batch of fuel because lead hangs around. As you know, it took like 2 samples for it to kind of finally clear up and go away.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting to see, Keith, like you said, it can be the same octane, but that's not going to tell you enough. And then to your point about the guys who have done the sampling this summer, is that, like you said, a lot of people don't realize that titanium valve retainers, which are lightweight, they wear easier than steel retainers. In that titanium wear particles are pretty hard. And I don't know of an oil filter on the planet that can filter small enough that you put on a race car, at least, that can capture those particles. So as a result, all the wear throughout the engine increases because of that. So I know we got a couple of other questions here. Said, what % of race teams do you think pull and analyze oil samples from their 18-wheelers? I'm going to guess probably none. But I can tell you 100% of the Formula One grid analyzes their oil every time the car comes off the racetrack. They actually have a guy like me and Bill that goes with them to the racetrack, and they have portable oil analysis equipment, and they do all the analysis things we're talking about at the racetrack every time the car comes off the grid, because they're using trend analysis to determine when a gearbox or engine needs to be changed. They can tell what's going on. In fact, we have a customer at Speed Diagnostics that's a big-time NASCAR team, been doing this for a long time. They've built such a trend history from doing this that they know what's normal at certain tracks for certain drivers. That a driver's style, how he brakes, how he accelerates, all that will affect the oil analysis. And they can see that, and they can know that, okay, we're at Bristol. This is normal for this driver at Bristol. And that'll be different than, say, that same driver at Kansas Speedway. But then the other driver will be slightly different than that guy at Kansas Speedway. So they can kind of look at the results now over time, because it's really what we're talking about here isn't so much the science, Bill, like we're talking about in the lab, right? We think about the lab part of it and all that. The best way to look at oil analysis is big data.
Big data. That's exactly where, here's the thing. I've said this a lot of times. One oil analysis generally doesn't tell you much, unless now if there's glycol in it, if the wear metals are through the roof or whatever, fine, But where it really becomes a valuable tool is trend analysis, where what that engine, what you get on that report. You can see various metals that are in the oils. So okay, my rings, you know where they come from. But when you start to see that spike, that's when you go, it then becomes a preventative maintenance tool. In other words, that you've got wear going on in a certain area of the engine, it before it's going to affect you and affect your performance. So that is one of the most important things about oil analysis is if you do it consistently, you can generate just an incredible amount of data that you can use really to get in front of problems before they happen. And that's when that happens one time, you'll be sold. I mean, one time when you kind of go, okay, we know this is going to happen, you get in there, you get it taken care of. That's usually all it takes.
Well, you think about it, if you could save one engine,
right,
the cost of one race engine will pay for a lifetime of oil analysis. You'll never outspend that over years, saving one engine. And
So when would be the good time then to do your own oil analysis? You mentioned temperature, you mentioned drivers having influence. So when would be a good time? How many hours you need in the engines, how many miles? Is there a better time to do the analysis than during the weekend, or you wait until the end of the race? What would be?
I would do it after the race. The best thing to do is to be able to take a sample after the race. Typically at the racetrack. So I know there's several teams that we work with that have they've even gone to the length of purchasing the sampling pumps, so they can go in there into the dry sump tank right after the race is over, because everything's nice and warm still. Everything's still mixed properly. You just go to the dry sump tank and you put the dipstick down there and pull the pump and take your sample right there. Get back to the shop on Monday, drop it in the mail. If you pay for the expedited 3A processing, you drop it in the mail on Monday, then you'll have the results back by Wednesday. So before the next race, you can already know what to do. Now, that's the highest level of service. And if you're racing for millions of dollars and you have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of sponsorship on the line, I say that $120 is pretty much worth it, because you can't spend that much in a year doing it, but it could save you a championship. And we've actually seen it happen. We have a customer that they were able to save a championship. They actually caught 3 potential failures in one season because the engine supplier had a problem, and they couldn't figure it out for a while, but it was very hidden. But eventually, because of their persistence and the oil analysis, they were able to prevent the failures. They were able to give the engine shop data that they could look at, and then they were finally able to isolate what was going on and fix the problem, so it doesn't happen anymore. Which is, in the day, what you really want to do, right? You just don't want to catch the problem. You want to solve the root cause. Right. So I'd say the easiest thing, like I said, for instance, is to do it after every race. But for some guys, that's maybe they're more grassroots amateur. They do it for fun. At that point, maybe if you don't change the oil after every race, if you're going to run multiple races, then do it every oil change. That way you can at least build that trend, because like Bill said, the trend analysis is so much more important than the single sample. You can get the Perry Mason, kind of moment every once in a while. There's a smoking gun. I found it. I'm a genius. I can tell you what's wrong from the one sample. More times than not, that's not the case. What you really want to see is that trend over time and know what you're looking at. That's where you see the most benefit.
Okay. Can you take us through the graphs that's behind you? Yeah,
sure.
What you extract from it, the information you're getting, and a little demo so people can understand.
Yes, yeah. I'll move out of the way by that. I'll try to point There we go. I have to kind of look at it both ways. So we start off with basically the information, what the sample ID number is. So every sample's got its own unique identifying number. That's the kind of key thing that holds it all together, so you know what you got. And then the sample date. Go ahead.
If you have it on your desktop, might be easier if you share your desktop or no. I mean, it's up to you. Just for people watching.
I'll do it this way, just because if I have to go find it, who knows where it's going to be, and I can point it out. So anyway, we start from the top down here, right? I'm going to find my finger, point it the right direction. Wrong way. There it is. Bingo. We're going to start with viscosity, which, like Bill said, is the most important characteristic of the oil. So we know from the report what the viscosity grade should be. So we can basically look at this and set a sample marker here based on, is it in grade or not? Every SAE grade has a high and low value. So if it's within that range, it's good. It's going to be green because it's good. In this case, this one's a little bit low. And the main reason for that is the fuel dilution. It's almost 2%. That's the reason why that one's just a little bit low, right? And then oxidation value is the health of the oil. How long has it been run? Yeah. So in what conditions it's been run. So that's all about the health of the oil. And this one is still okay. It's not bad, right? And then we also have water and glycol, again, contaminants. If you have a coolant leak, you can see that. So these are the ones that are like the biggest oil health ones, right? If you get a problem in here, you're going to have problems below. So these are kind of like your first line of defense where you want to know what's the most critical thing about the oil. Is it right? Is it in grade? Is it still okay? Is it contaminated? That's what you're going to learn right here. Then this is the additive package. Okay. So this is going to go through and tell you, okay, this is calcium. Well, what's calcium? Most people don't know. Well, it's a detergent, right? So we've got that listed over here. So it will show you what is what. Then you can kind of see all the different additives in the oil, what their job is. Then you get down here at the bottom and, okay, now I've got all my wear metals, right? Iron, chromium, that can be a ring face coating. It can be other things, copper, tin, lead, aluminum. You can't see the rest of them, but there's a few more down there. And then the other part of it going back is the trend analysis. That's the real key, is looking at across, and we're using over here an algorithm to determine, hey, what's that deviation from these numbers? Because as long as they're not moving wildly up or down, because down can be just as bad as up, actually. Bill, why don't you talk to say, how can going down actually be a cause for concern?
Well, first of all, it depends on what you're looking at, but if you're
Let's
going
say
down,
iron. Let's say you had iron trending at around like 20 for normal samples. Then all of a sudden it goes to 40 and then to 60. Then all of a sudden it drops back down to 15.
well, I mean, there could be a number of reasons, but I would probably, initially go straight into a problem with our viscosity or our fuel. I mean, because what you're going to see is, and it could also be a filtration issue too, if you go back to that, but that's one of the things we can find out by having that data is it a filtration issue? But when you start to see, typically, well, you never want to see your wear metals trending up, but when they're trending down, it's one of those situations where I'd have to probably look at the rest of the data to try to figure it out. I don't know that I have one simple answer for it.
Now, what I was hinting at is that one of the things people don't recognize about oil analysis is it can really only see particles up to maybe 10 microns. Yeah. So as the wear progresses, those particles can get bigger and bigger and bigger. And at some point, they can be so large that you don't see it in the oil analysis anymore. Like you can visibly see oil that looks like metallic paint, but the oil analysis comes back normal. Well, why is that? Well, it's because the wear has progressed to the point that the particles are so large you can't see it. And I've actually seen that happen on a couple of cases where that trend's going up, and then all of a sudden, magically, it cured itself.
And then,
back to what Keith said,
and the worst
things
part
don't
about
fix
that,
theyselves. Doesn't happen.
No,
nothing happened.
And then you've got work hardened particles. You've actually got harder particles because now they're work hardened. They've actually been compressed into denser particles.
So, I mean, those are the things you want to kind of look at, is that the trend analysis is really the key. And again, you're looking at all these wear metals going across the board. You want to look at that fuel dilution. And that's the nice thing about the report, is you don't have to be a chemist or an analyst to read the report and make sense of it. If it's in green, it's good. And one thing too is, because again, Keith's got the expertise and background on this. We've been doing this stuff together for a long time. I mean, all the engines we did together at Joe Gibbs Racing, they were Total Seal's first NASCAR customer, right, Keith?
Yes, it was. Yes, they are.
So we have the background, the algorithm behind this isn't based off of fleet stuff, like the guy was talking about. We call it the
over the road,
the 18-wheelers, right? We don't base it off that. We base this off of a really an algorithm that's been built off of a decade and a half of doing race engine samples, from NASCAR to whatever else we get our hands on. All the testing we did out there at Ronnie Shaver's place on the little test engine at Driven and with Total Seal, we literally have thousands and thousands of dyno samples where we've been able to actually measure the parts, right? So you're not just taking the sample and say, well, this looks like it's good. The other part of it is we were actually measuring parts. So we could, for example, just back last summer, we did the gas-ported ring test, and we ran these tests, a 16th, 16th, 3/16 ring package versus a 0.7 millimeter, 0.7 millimeter, 2 millimeter ring package. And of course, we saw all the horsepower difference. We saw the blow-by difference. We also saw the difference in the wear metals, because that bigger, heavier ring wore the ring, the cylinders more. And it showed up in the oil analysis. You could see that, it was almost double. I think it was actually double the amount of iron, which is from the cylinder bore, just by making those changes. So when you have the ability to measure the parts and measure the oil, then you get that real strong correlation, so that we can actually tell you, not just on, the book says it's this. We can say, well, we've seen this before in another engine, and this is what it's telling us. Because really, like you said there, Bill, one sample doesn't tell you that much. And in this case, we may be able to come back with a question, because we don't know enough, because you're never going to know all the answers. This isn't fortune telling or palm reading or something like that. We're going to.
I was going to say, like, to your point on that, that's really key when you look at that algorithm, because I've been involved in an oil analysis for 20 years on, like, the question we had on diesel trucks, locomotives. So the parameters that are set up, a diesel truck isn't going to get probably flagged for the same level or whatever that, a race motor will, or the fuel dilution maybe not be tested, to the same level. So when you don't have an algorithm or a set, we said one oil analysis doesn't mean anything. Well, you've got a lot of oil analysis, years of data that is reflective of the actual application, which is a high performance race engine. So you're going to pick, that's going to pick things up that, maybe, a diesel truck could have tons of wear that, we look at it and go, wow, but in that environment, it might be somewhat normal, or not something to be concerned about. And that's a really good point to mention when you talk about, that is having that data that is specific to the application that we're sampling.
That's a good point, Bill. It's because we're not comparing it to just that generic standard.
Yeah.
When you get one of these, you are comparing it to an actual race engine. So, and depending upon what kind of engine it is, I mean, we do a lot with the guys at LN. We do a lot of Porsche stuff. So if you send us a flat 6 Porsche sample, guess what? We know exactly what it should look like.
So my question is, if you doing sports car, 24 hours of Daytona, you're doing, a NASCAR or whatever, I mean, you're basically going to be able to get a report based on the type of engines you're running, correct?
Yes, sir. You'll get a report based on the type of engine you're running, based on the oil you're running, right? Because we'll actually change up the specs based on what oil you're running. If we know what that oil is, if we know what the oxidation value of that oil is brand new, now we can do it versus that oil, not versus just a generic standard. So we can really dial it in. And then obviously you can look at the wear per 1,000 miles. You can look at wear per 100 miles and know what kind of fuel as well, right? So we know that there's a difference between a methanol fuel and unleaded fuel or a leaded fuel. Those are all going to change things up. So we get it very specific. The more information we have on the front side, the more information we can give back to the customer in terms of being able to hone in on what's going on. And, you know, and Keith, I know we talk about, we see this fairly regularly. Let's say you're in Australia or something like that. You're not here in the US where this service is. That's fine. You can still send us, take the samples. You use who's available for you, because we've had that before, haven't we, Keith? Where we've had the customer send us something.
I did, working with some of the teams down there, and this is a perfect, we'll say, segue into this, because we know what ring pack they're running. In this particular case, it's a 0.7.72 millimeter ring package. And yet there's things happening in the engine that, from a ring point of view, it's like, nah, this is not a ring thing. This is another thing. And once we started working with the oil samples and getting that trend, looking at wear metals, it's like, for that style of ring package in a small Chevrolet based engine, we're seeing way too much wear metal here. And what this came down to was going back to the oil company. Their sponsored oil company made a change in the oil. And guess what? We're not, the friction reduction that we're expecting in that oil, it's not doing its job. So their engine problems really all came down to an oil problem of the oil simply just not doing the job that it was expected to do.
Oh yeah, and that's a perfect segue into Dean Harvey's question: would it pay to do a before you run analysis on new oil? Yes. Yeah, you want to know what you've got, because then that reference is going to tell you more than anything else. Because if you're just looking at it generically, any change in oxidation or viscosity is not as close. But if you have that new oil, then you can look at it and see, okay, this is the batch that I had. Now I can see any variation, because one of the other things that we've come across, and Bill, I'm not sure if you've ever seen this happen or not, but a buddy of mine, Jake Raby, who does a lot of Porsche stuff, he noticed a trend years ago, and he kind of pointed it out to me. I was like, I was kind of curious about that too, because I've seen it before. Not very often, but I've seen it before. That in the early stages of an engine experiencing premature wear, the phosphorus in the oil is being consumed. So let's say that oil new is normally, say, 1,000 parts per million phosphorus. Before it ever goes crazy with wear metals, that phosphorus level might drop to, say, 800. Because it's like the oil is doing everything it can to try to save that engine from dying. But at some point, it just runs out of gas, and then the wear takes off.
Yeah, you're experiencing more boundary lubrication somewhere, maybe somewhere you don't quite want it, and so you're losing your ZDP, your FOS is activating, your ZDP is doing what it's supposed to, and it's getting depleted quickly, and that's it's almost like a segue again. Another thing that oil analysis tells us is your additive levels and additive depletion levels. We use it as a tool here with a lot of our customers. And one of the benefits, go back to the previous thing, was, I know our formulations. I know what they're all supposed to be. I know what they're all supposed to look like. So I can interpret through some of the data a little differently because I know my raw materials and my starting point. But, if you have, a situation where, all of a sudden one of the additives starts looking weird, that's just that gets you to that preventative, predictive point quicker, because wear metals are going to go one way, additive levels are going to go one way. So all of a sudden now we're able to really look at it from a little bit pulled back perspective, and that's the key. That's the whole key to this, is trying to find out that problem before you have it.
Oh, one thing we've seen this used for before is every once in a while, somebody will put the wrong oil in the engine.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And it will stick out like a sore thumb if you already have that new oil sample. This is what's supposed to be in the engine. And this is what came out of the engine. And they're not the same thing. Then you can know. It's like, okay, well, it wasn't the engine guy's fault. It wasn't the piston rig's fault for a change, right? It actually wasn't. It was the fact the guy put the wrong. I mean, we literally had this years and years ago. The drums of XP1 had blue lids on them. The drums of the 75 110 gear oil had blue lids on them. Anyone want to guess where we're going with this? We go to Charlotte and engines are blowing up left and right. And the engine guy comes down and he's about to choke me to death. He's like, every engine we got is blowing up. And we're like, let's go look at it. And we go look over there. Of course, I walk up before I even get there. I can see it because the gear oil is a different color. It's very light color versus the XP1, which is a darker color. I'm like, that's gear oil. What?
We got a question from Kai. What is the best way to take a sample to ensure accuracy?
Wow.
Okay. Well, from a engine, the engine needs to be warmed up, have been run fully up to temperature. Because here's what happened, right? Back to fuel dilution, right? Here's a way to get a false positive on fuel dilution is to go out in your garage, crank it up, and let it run for a minute and pull a sample. Because Keith, what does your ECU do when you crank the car up? Why don't you tell them real quick?
Oh yeah, you're going into the startup mode, and just like pulling the choke on your carburetor, she's putting a whole lot of fuel in there to get her started up.
Yep. So you'll dump a bunch of fuel in the oil, take the sample, and guess what? The engine's not gotten warm enough yet to actually get the fuel gone. You put a bunch of fuel in it, so you get a false positive. So the best way to get the accurate reading is to get the engine fully up to temperature. And then what I always would do, it's easier on the dyno than it is anywhere else. I start a 3-minute clock. From the time I turn the key off, the ignition's off, 3 minutes, pull the drain plug. Count to 3 Mississippi. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Put the sample bottle in midstream, take the sample. Fill the bottle 3/4 full, close it, because when it gets to the lab, we got to shake it back up because it's going to settle. So you don't want it full because you would like to have some space in the bottle in order so when they shake it up, it can be agitated to really get the metals to mix well. Because an improperly taken sample, and I see Bill nodding his head. What's the problem with improper sample, Bill?
It's going to give you improper results. And I can tell you, I had a customer one time that was doing a lot of oil sampling. All of a sudden, boom, wear metals were through the roof, just through the roof on a bunch of different units. They had a new guy in the shop and he was doing what he was supposed to. He was taking an oil sample, but the second he pulled that drain plug out, he threw that bottle up underneath there. I mean, literally catching the oil almost as it was pouring out. So he was just getting everything right off the bottom of that pan in every sample. The wear metals went through the roof, and it took us a while to actually figure out, that was what was happening. But when you do an oil analysis, and this is, Lake and I this goes back to all of our training with the STLE, the Society of Tribologists and Lubrication Engineers. What we need is a representative sample. So you want to picture trying to get a sample out of the middle of the oil in the oil pan at proper, at operating temperature as close as you can, and keeping that consistent, because going back to that wear, trend analysis, all these great things we can do, lower your viscosity, increase your horsepower safely, all the stuff that everybody wants to do. The consistency is key to having that data consistent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's almost like anything, right? In an engine and in any kind of scientific method, you have to be consistent in your procedure. It's just as important as anything else, because if you vary on that, then your results are going to vary, and now your data isn't trustworthy. And the whole thing we're trying to do here is build that database, and then you can tap in to this existing database in order to move your program forward, because like Keith said, it can help you find things you wouldn't have found otherwise. I mean, because without the oil analysis, they would have never even thought to look for that, would they?
Well, I'm gonna play tourist here. I'm gonna throw a question out because I got two great oil guys right here.
Yeah.
I deal with a lot of engines, a lot of builders out there that use, we'll say, mechanical injected alcohol engines. So we're talking, copious amounts of fuel going through these things. And there's kind of I don't want to call it a wives' tale, myth, whatever. And it's like, it is, we know there's a lot of brands of oil out there. And we'll just say, I know where I lie, but I can't use that brand because it doesn't keep fuel in suspension. And that brand doesn't keep the fuel in suspension. What's the truth? Truth and lie. What is there a difference? And if so, what keeps that fuel in suspension versus letting it get mixed in with the oil?
I have an answer.
You go first. I'll let you go first.
Fair enough. So temperature, we'll go back to that once you reach about 180 degrees Fahrenheit, which is pretty much close to the boiling point of methanol, that fuel should go away. That's one thing, again, all the time out at Ronnie Shaver's place with Dyno Don on the dyno. It's everything we can do. One thing he does, by the way, in terms of their break-in procedure, is the fuel flow valve on that mechanical system. He only puts it halfway. That valve's not wide open. So he's running it with less fuel flow possible to the injector system because it can be a little bit lean because he's not putting any load on the engine. And it helps the engine come up to temperature faster and put less fuel in the oil. Once the engine's fully up to temperature, he's at 180 degrees Fahrenheit oil temperature. And oil temperature is the key. You got to measure oil temperature. If you're just basing your oil temperature off water temperature, you are lost because you can be 30 degrees under your water temperature on oil temperature in a short run application. Now, in an endurance application, it'll probably be 30, 40 degrees hotter than your water temperature. So to really do this right, you need to have a measurement on your oil temperature. Once that oil's at the temperature, open the valve wide open, they can go ahead and start making their runs. Everything's good, and there's no issue. So from a mechanical standpoint, just leaving the oil chemistry out, there is a right way, a better way of doing it to keep that fuel dilution down. And part of it is using the oil temperature as your help. The second part of it is the chemistry of the oil. And that's where the detergent package in the oil is everything. If you have a lot of detergent, a lot of dispersant, like say a diesel oil, it will, we all call milk up. And we've all heard people use that term. We've probably all seen it. Oil that looks milky. Well, the oil looks milky because it's suspending, back to what Bill was talking about earlier, the free fuel versus emulsified fuel. Those agents are emulsifiers and they hold it in suspension. And fuel is a really bad lubricant. Methanol, especially bad lubricant. So you want an oil that has low levels of detergent and dispersant so it doesn't want to milk up. That's the key in those applications, especially when you don't have heat. But even when you do have heat, you'll find that some oils, and I don't know if, Bill, you've come across this or not, but I've seen it happen a couple of times. An oil can have so much detergent, so much dispersant that even with the temperature, you can't break the emulsion. It doesn't want to give up.
No, and actually we've done that here, and I've been working on that even recently, because the other thing that you'll find is alcohol is polar to water. So they'll mix, they like each other. So when you've got, say you've got a lot of, free alcohol, dilution, and then you've got a lot of detergency, and then you just get a little moisture in there, and you get moisture comes into engines from combustion. It comes in from all these different ways. You've just created an emulsion cocktail. You've put everything there you need to mix all of that together. And what I was, and literally we've just been, it's one of the things we're working on because of the prevalence of E85. And this is more for the street guys, but running LS motors, twin turbos, going to E85, and not thinking about what impact that has on the oil. But what you'll see is when you add a little bit of moisture to an alcohol and a high detergent oil, it blends together. It creates an emulsion that does not break. And that all of that becomes a precursor to the other additives, the ZDDP, everything. It's a catalyst to cause it to go, south pretty fast. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's it's exactly like Lake said, it's temperature, it's mechanical, but and you know, if you think about it, when we race, it's always the hottest, most humid time, you know, of the year. You know, there's a lot of moisture in the air, and if you don't change your oil after, say, your event, like, you know, and you put the car back on the trailer and it sits there 2 weeks, and you go out and run it again, well, in that 2 weeks, you know, it's literally, you know, drawing moisture in, so you're just, you know, kind of adding to that problem, and we see that quite a bit.
I'm sure it can cause a lot of rust issues too.
Absolutely.
And just, you know, what I'm, you know, gleaning from all this, and this is something that, you know, people out there really, if they don't get this, they need to understand is that, you know, getting that oil up to temperature to get the fuel vapor, the water vapor, to get all of this out is super critical.
Very.
I had a customer this last summer, drag race guy, and we as drag racers are all on to, man, we got to keep that engine cold. It makes power. You got to keep that intake manifold cold. So we keep this thing cold. Well, at the professional levels, they're chilling the cooling system and they're heating the oiling system. But this gentleman didn't have that. He just iced everything down, kept it cold. Well, after about 5 weekends of racing, it's literally rusted the rings together. He jumped this engine because that oil is expensive. I'm not going to change it every weekend. Right. So
and
that's,
detergent,
you know, just you know, lesson learned there. You got to get that oil up to temperature.
Yeah. And like I said, so detergent helps prevent rust and corrosion. In a racing oil, though, you don't want a lot of detergent because it is also a surface active chemical that's going to get in the way of your ZDP and your moly and all that good stuff. They're going to compete for the same surface area. So it's a real balance. But if you lower your detergency, you're kind of lowering your rust and corrosion protection, but you need to kind of lower that detergency to keep it from emulsifying with all the water and the fuel. So it's kind of one of those situations where, you know, I hate to say it, being in the oil business, I don't always like to sound like I'm trying to sell everybody oil, but it's a lot of times change the oil. You know, it may not be a function of the actual this brand A, brand B, whatever. It's just, it's a fact of the application that you're in. It's and the environment that you're creating based on what you're doing.
Exactly.
Well,
and the thing is, we want to mention to warm up your engine, you're not going to warm it up idling it. Idling your engine is the worst thing you can do for your engine. It is death for a performance engine. I know people like to warm them up and fire them up and let the buddies hear the cam in the garage and all that, and it's cool. But you got to realize every time that you're making the cool sound, you're actually kind of killing your engine. That engine is a thoroughbred. It's designed to race. It needs to get warmed up and go. Don't be afraid of it. Don't baby it. I mean, I know, Keith, let's talk about that for real quick. I only got a couple minutes left, Francine, but proper break-in procedure is key. And way too many times people baby stuff when they shouldn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly right. Again, we can all go back and recall conversations. I had a gentleman yesterday building high-end Harley Davidsons, 4,600 bore, 8,000 RPM, all this stuff. And, we went over, rings and cylinder bore prep and, a whole lot of things. And then I brought up, well, how do you break it in? Oh, we've got a dyno. Okay, engine dyno or wheel dyno? Wheel dyno, okay. Well, run me through your break-in process. Well, I run it for 10 minutes and I let it get up to XYZ temperature. I go, what how are you checking that temperature? Oh, I got a laser temp gun. Okay. I go, what do you do after that 10 minutes? I go, well, then you got to let it cool down. And he goes through these 5 different heating and cooling cycles for this engine to a total of about an hour's time, never having put a load on it. This is the baseline of the issues the gentleman's having. We converse like, no, you got that dyno, light it up. As soon as you've got reasonable oil and water temperature in it, get after it. Put some load on that thing. I don't care if it's a Harley, a Honda, helicopter, whatever. You want to get that engine on there and get a load on it as quickly as you can safely. Do not let it sit there idling.
Right.
Well, thank you so much. That was fascinating. Again, I stepped in for Brad Gilly, who had last minute situation. I enjoyed so much.
You're a great host, Francine. You're a natural.
I mean, I just know, but usually we on the back end because we have to get prepared for the next webinars, bring people on, and so I listen to everything. But I can't pay as much attention as I had to pay attention on this one. And it's fascinating. And that's what it makes our job so cool, because we talk with you. Then the next thing is NASCAR. Before was drag racing. Earlier was F1 rally or whatever. And that makes our job so cool and so great, because we have the opportunity to interact with all of you. But again, thank you so much, Lake, Keith, Bill, and being with us. We have pushed a speed diagnostic product back on the homepage of ePowerTrade, so you can see all of a speed diagnostic product as well as Driven as product. We came on board recently, so we're very much appreciative of that. And of course, Total Seal has been supporting us since day one, so we could not be here without the help and the support of the industry, and all the suppliers are showcasing on this platform, and of course our sponsors this week. So thank you very much. Brad Gilly is with us. So while we bring Brad Gilly on, please, Bill, Lake, and Keith, stay with us a few more seconds. And we're going to bring Brad, who is going to take his job back, unless I want to keep it, who knows? But I very much enjoyed it. That was great. We missed a little question from Kyle again, but Mr. Gilly is back with us, and so thank you for being with. I know you had a really busy week this week, right, Brad? What don't you tell us about it?
It's really been fantastic, because this week NASCAR was able to celebrate its champions here in Nashville, Tennessee, where I'm sitting now, and to see Kyle Larson and Daniel Hemrick and Ben Rhodes, the Cup Series, the Xfinity Series, and the Truck Series champion, be able to be crowned in a wonderful award ceremony last night was just a lot of fun. So there's been all kinds of different activities and burnouts and a lot of fun surrounding the entire race week, or the entire Champions Week here, I should say, in Nashville. And it's actually been just wonderful to see the culmination of a great season that we had here in 2021 all come together with a great awards ceremony.
Oh, beautiful. And thank you so much for being with us earlier this week. We kept you really busy this week, and thank you for being with us. I think we got Steve and John.
We have both Steve and John with us now. Thank you both for joining with us. And I want to hear some details.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Brad,
so again, thank you very much. Racing Spirit 2021, welcome back, and we are live on ePowerTrade, on YouTube and on racer.com. So thank you very much. Brad, on to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Francis. We really appreciate this. And it has been a wonderful week here on ePowerTrade with Race Industry Week, and all of the different people that we've talked to, all the different people that we've heard from. And now it's very exciting to be joined by NASCAR. And Steve O'Donnell, the executive vice president, as well as John Probst. I mean, just to have you guys on here this week and today to talk about everything that's going on in NASCAR and what's happened with not only 2021, but what we can look forward to in 2022 is pretty exciting. So welcome, John. Thank you so much.
Hey, great to be here. Thanks, Brad.
Yeah, thank you, Brad.
All right, Steve, let's start with you, executive vice president and chief racing development officer. We saw you on stage last night in Nashville, Tennessee at the Music City Center presenting championship awards, which was a lot of fun. But let's take a quick look back here on the 2021 season. We have 3 first-time champions, a lot of young drivers actually having a lot of success in NASCAR, winning championships and everything that we've seen on the racetrack. Kind of give us an overview of what we saw here in 2021.
Yeah, I mean, last night for sure was a late night, but a fun night, celebrating all of our champions in Nashville with Ben Rhodes, Daniel Hemrick, and then Kyle Larson. Really fun night to see the industry come together, and I think a culmination of an incredible year. Certainly from as we look at it from an eye test standpoint, but then you've got to look at what are the facts, and we've got a loop data system that I think you're familiar with, Brad, in terms of measurements. So we've got to go back and look at how did we do from green flag passes on track, green flag passes for the lead, and that goes back to 2007 and our best year by any measure since 2007. So really successful on-track product when you look at the racing. And then when you looked at the storylines that happened during the year, a number of new venues that we'll talk about, lots of new markets that we're able to enter with some race fans that were eager to see NASCAR in person that either hadn't seen it for a while or we were back. You had some rivalries take place on and off the track, some good, some we had to get, unfortunately, involved with. New ownership, with 2311 Trackhouse, Live Fast, really exciting to see as there's new ownership not only comes on for last year, but going into 2022 as well. And then, a run for the ages with Kyle Larson. I mean, what can you say? Not only in NASCAR, but across all of motorsports. I'm not sure that'll ever be repeated in terms of not only the number of races, but just the number of wins he stacked out. What he went through and what he learned and grew as a person. And I think really proud of him representing our sport as our champion.
Steve, we saw records broken this year. It was even talked about last night. Kyle Larson became the driver who has led the most laps in NASCAR Cup Series competition over a 36 race schedule. He went to victory lane 10 times this year. And it wasn't even just Kyle Larson, because Denny Hamlin completed all but 3 laps throughout the entire season. Yet we still had a big variety of winners. We had first-time winners to start the season with Michael McDowell and Christopher Bell. You mentioned Bubba Wallace, another first-time winner here in the 2021 season as well. In spite of the fact that Kyle Larson was dominant in a lot of race weeks, it was still a highly competitive season. What does that say about what NASCAR has done when it comes to parity throughout race teams, throughout manufacturers, but also just the highly competitive level throughout the entire sport?
Yeah, I think it's a tribute to the other guy we've got on the screen here, John Probst, and his ability to work with the race teams, ultimately to put the best package together for each team to go out there and compete. And we've still got work to do. We've got a new car coming for sure, but I think that working relationship and an understanding from all of our OEMs, we believe we've got the best engineers in the world working for our race teams, and they all work together to really provide, what's next and where do we want to go as a series. And they understand that, more drivers winning, more teams competing is great for the sport. It's great for fans to look at, who might win. But also, we've missed kind of that dominant driver too. We were in a little bit of a period where, you kind of had who knows who's going to win. And so seeing, Kyle Larson, superstar, future superstar, but also drivers coming up through the ranks, our veterans saying, hey, not so fast, I'm here to win as well. Really created when you went to a race, you didn't know who was going to win. And I think seeing the playoff format, play out and the regular season really mattering, taking Kyle Larson where he probably needed some points, and then elevating his game throughout to the Final Four. And then in Phoenix, once again, proving it's a team sport with a great pit stop as well. So exciting to see what's going on track, not just in Cup, but I think all throughout our ranks, especially our touring series as well, with some new talent coming up.
John Probst, I know your official title is Senior Vice President, Racing Innovation. And I know we'll talk a lot about what's coming up here in the 2022 season, but let's take a look back at 2021 and what got us here. We've had a car that NASCAR has been racing for a number of years, and realistically a platform that NASCAR has been racing for much longer than that as well. How hard is it to keep all of the manufacturers close together, all of the race teams close together? Because I know they come to you and say, oh, we want parity, we want this, and we want that. Yet they're going to spend every resource they have to try and find the edge up on the rest of the competition.
Yeah, you and Steve hit it square on the head there. Like the platform we have right now set the bar really high from a parity perspective, and we're constantly working with our OEMs and our teams to make sure that our submission processes are as complete as they can be. And, it's not unheard of for us throughout the course of the season to bring some cars and engines back to the R&D center, just to evaluate, kind of how people are developing the packages and, where they're working, and just to, try and keep our finger on the pulse of where the development is happening. And, obviously we try to make sure that as best we can, we're competing on the racetrack. We want our fans to watch every bit of the competition. And, like Steve said, we have the best engineers in the world, but, we want to make sure that when our fans are at the racetrack or watching on TV or online, that, they're seeing the absolute best possible racing, on track.
Steve, let's take a look at what we had in 2021 as far as the new schedule went. We went to Circuit of the Americas for the very first time for NASCAR, and this is a track that was built for Formula One. We got to go to Road America with the Cup Series, which we had already seen the Xfinity Series race there. We ran a dirt track at Bristol Motor Speedway. We got to go back to Nashville Super Speedway for the first time in a decade, and the first time for the NASCAR Cup Series, among the many other changes that we had throughout 2021. As far as revamping the schedule, the difficulties involved, number one, in just doing that from a logistics perspective, but also when it comes to what it means to NASCAR to be able to be flexible and move wherever you can and actually find new markets, find a new fan base, or service the fan base that we have in a way that we did in 2021.
Yeah, it's a great question, right? I think it goes back to, what took place even prior to what we dealt with COVID, and with the France family kind of bringing ISC and NASCAR together really gave us some opportunities. Marcus Smith as well with what he did at SMI. And as an industry, we all recognized that it was really time to evolve. And when we talked about that as a group, particularly with our broadcast partners and listened to our fans, it was also clear that, one new race or one new market, that wasn't what people really wanted. They wanted to see as many changes as possible, but done in a smart way. And again, I go back to just the industry coming together and talking about what are the opportunities, what can we pull off as a group. We were very aggressive. We learned a lot of things this year, certainly that we can't control the weather. We also learned that, from a NASCAR scheduling standpoint, we didn't want to go somewhere and be one and done. It was important for us to, know we're going to go into a market, learn some things, and then how do we improve upon that? So you looked at Bristol. The weather was a challenge, but the most anticipated race we had on the schedule, and the fans really reacted positively. So much so that when you look at 2022, it's going to be prime time now on Fox. And that was huge for the sport and the industry to get that prime time window for us. COTA, Formula One, as you've said, we wanted to make sure we didn't go in there and embarrass ourselves in terms of, okay, what's NASCAR going to do here? How's this going to work? But when you look at our road course product really over the last few years, it's been terrific. And once again, our drivers continue to prove that week in and week out. The weather certainly caught us. We have said we're now going to race in the rain. I think we had some critics, rightly so, in terms of how far that went. Definitely learned some things from that we can apply when we go back to COTA. Hopefully we've got great sunny weather because the fan base was unbelievable there. The town, a great place to go racing. And I think everybody, to a person in the industry, thought, hey, this is awesome for the sport. And then as you continued on and looked at Nashville, and Brad, you there, we just got back, and you looked at 2019, the enthusiasm for the banquet, sold out facility out at the super speedway. And what was neat about that was not only the crowd at the track, but when you went into the city, you just saw NASCAR everywhere. And it's a really important market for us. And then Road America, same thing. That Midwest market, when we talk to our OEMs about where do you want to be and where do you want to race, to a person, they all talked about, Road America, an iconic racetrack. How do we get back there at the Cup level? And over-delivered in terms of what the track did and the fan base and just the enthusiasm for the campers. Really felt good and just a great season for us to kind of learn. We certainly learned. By no means do we knock it out of the park. We had a lot to apply to next year, which I think we'll do. You look at that even around the Indy road course as well. Like that's something, we've worked with the track of how do we make adjustments. And we've also that got us to some discussions of, hey, let's look at the oval as well. And kind of, could we go back and forth? So, I'm really excited about, the risk that everyone took, but more importantly, how we came together and said, we know we won't be perfect, but let's work together and let's deliver for our fans and let's build upon something.
When it comes to the event itself, or the events, I should say, for Circuit of the Americas and for Bristol Motor Speedway, I mean, those were faced with big challenges with literally just a deluge of rain. I mean, people were wondering how you're going to race on dirt with all this rain. Or at Circuit of the Americas, how are you going to run with all this rain? But the fact of the matter is the fan base showed up for both of those races in a big way and even walked away a rain shortened race at Circuit of the Americas, the challenges we had at Bristol, thinking, wow, these are great events. Then we go to Road America and we see record numbers of crowds show up. We come to Nashville Super Speedway and we look at it, and look, I know a lot of times in NASCAR we go, oh man, we got to fix a traffic problem. But sometimes we look at it and say, wow, how great is it that we have a traffic problem because people are showing up. People showed up this year, right?
They did, and it was really neat to see. And it was one of those that you catch yourself sometimes on traffic, right? Like, oh, what's going on here? And Nashville, I think again that goes back to learning some things. I would say everything else 100% home run, but some things have been put in place for next year to alleviate some of those issues, and some different apps we can use for fans coming to the race. So those are parts and things that we kind of build upon, especially around the rain, that you mentioned. A lot of work had gone into that with John and folks at Goodyear, and what can we do for the cars? And then how far can we go as an industry? We have not raced in the rain. So we jumped into saying, okay, we're all in. And in hindsight, we've got a lot of equipment at the track that we can utilize that maybe others don't. So we can utilize that in a good way and go back out probably a race quicker. But we've got to do that in a smart way and really coordinate that with the industry. The drivers, were very vocal, rightly so. But what came of that was some really good ideas as we head into the 22 season and what we can do to go racing and make sure the fans get as many laps as possible when they're there.
John, on a competitive side of things, the one thing every time we talked to race teams was about the parts freeze, was that, originally before the pandemic, we were going to go to the next gen race car in 2021, but that pushed it back a year. So all of the teams had a parts freeze. You changed the amount of wind tunnel time that they could have in 2021. Yet we went from 2020, where a Ford and Kevin Harvick won 9 races and a Toyota and Denny Hamlin won 7 races, to now 2021, where Hendrick Motorsports won 17 races with their Chevrolets across the entire 36 race season. How did you manage that? How were you able to manage that? Yet we still saw innovation from race teams and sort of a shift in the competitiveness of the field.
Yeah, I think, for even prior to the pandemic, we work together with the teams through our competition meetings that we have probably 8-9 times a year. We get together to talk about things that, like we were talking before, we want to race on the racetrack. And if teams are racing, let's say in radiators or oil coolers or something of that nature, it's something that just creates a lot of expense for the industry. And frankly, our fans don't relate to it as far as all the expenditure that goes into that. So we picked parts and pieces prior to that. Prior to COVID, we had frozen, I used the example, oil coolers and water radiators there. But then as, COVID hit, we, under Steve's leadership there, challenged us, and we met like every day from that day after, the Atlanta race didn't happen. And we tried to get really aggressive to, help the race teams, frankly, at that point, get through the COVID situation. And we got really aggressive on freezing chassis and, freezing suspension parts. And, like we had said earlier, we check the parity all the time. And when we do that, a lot of times we find that the cars are very close together. The engines make the same horsepower, but everybody continues to work away because, we're all racers. We constantly try and find an edge, and just identified a lot more parts than we had ever done before. We limited, like I said, chassis, uprights, lower control arms, truck arms, rear housings, you name it. We were just trying to grab all the big pieces. But then, as Steve was saying earlier, we have the best engineers in the world. So we didn't lock the entire car down. So these guys are able to continue to apply their simulation, their tire modeling, their approach to how they control the platform versus grip for a particular race. And I think you saw like there's still ebb and flow to, and you see it a lot, right? Teams that struggle work a lot harder than the teams that are running really good. And I don't mean to say that the teams that are running really good don't work hard. They do. But like, even from my time on the team side, like when you're running good, you'll be like, yeah, I didn't change a spindle all year and we ran really good. And the guys that weren't running good will be like, yeah, we ran 13 different spindles trying to figure it out. So you're like those teams, like when you're running good, you're scared to change anything because you're going to mess up your luck. And when you're not running good, you're more aggressive and you can make bigger swings at things. And I think that's what you see happen for, a team like Hendrick. They've got, as good as engineers as any of them. So, you give those guys, a challenge, and you got the carrot hanging out there. Like you said, Stewart-Haas cars were really dominant. I think you see what happens. And, I think our new car won't be any different. We make use of a lot of common parts, but that car is going to be able to be configured from anything from a road course to, you guys had talked about, next year, we're going to go to the Coliseum, and, that same car could be run at the Coliseum, a road course, or a super speedway. And they can set it up anywhere in between for any track that we go to. So I feel like from the bucket of parts that they have, their ability to set the car up will probably exceed what we have even this year.
Yeah, and I look forward. We're going to talk about the new car, the next gen race car, which is coming online here shortly. But Steve, John had mentioned the Los Angeles Coliseum. The first time we're going to get to see the next gen car in competition is going to be on a quarter-mile racetrack, which has not even been constructed yet, because we have to actually wait till they stop playing football there before we can actually build a racetrack and go there in early February, the week before the Super Bowl. A lot of times when it comes to change in the sport, and I'll use an example, I had the opportunity to ride around the Roval at Charlotte Motor Speed with Adam Stevens before the race weekend. And he said, when we first heard about the Roval, and Adam Stevens being Christopher Bell's crew chief, we thought, God, this is crazy. There's no way you can do this. And now all of a sudden the Roval is just another racetrack for them. I know a lot of people have the tendency to hear something new in the sport of NASCAR, really auto racing in general, and go, first reaction, how are you going to do that? That can't happen. How, who's going to make that work? And then the next thing you know, we do it, and it happens, and it works in a big way. When you guys first proposed running in the Los Angeles Coliseum to the race teams, to anybody else in the industry, what was the initial reaction?
Yeah, probably similar of, what are these guys thinking? And it goes back to, though, some of the history of the sport, and, Ben Kennedy has led this, and we were looking around at what can we do and what could be different. And you look through some of the history books, and the first trip we made was actually up to Soldier Field, because we used to race there way back in the day. And, just because of some of the challenges in the space, realized that that's not something we could do, but it kind of spawned the idea of where else could we look at? What's an iconic venue, within the United States? The Coliseum came up. We made a visit over there, and, I would put us up against anyone in terms of our ability to make something happen. We're going to learn, certainly, and we'll make some mistakes along the way, but, really proud again of the industry saying, hey, let's take a chance on something and let's go out there. It's around the Super Bowl. It's at a time when there's a lot of activity in the marketplace. And I think some people forget, in terms of viewership for NASCAR, that's our number one market, and there's a lot of interest there. Really a growing fan base as well. So, we wanted to do something different, refresh the clash a little bit. And it just was an opportunity we felt like we couldn't pass up. When we talked to the USC, athletic director and sports administration, they said, hey, this is worth a shot. That went to, all right, we could open it up, and we're going to start paving in 2 weeks. So we had enough time to make some things happen. Then we went through the Fox folks, who thought this was fantastic. They were able to kind of combine some things around the Super Bowl and, some talent that's out there. It'll be a lot of entertainment and racing, but still some folks who say, what are you doing? But I think the Bowman Gray test that John put on with the new car, you had Tony Stewart, Dale Jr., get out of that car and say, hey, there's something here. This could be a lot of fun. So I'm really excited to see what we do out there.
When it comes to a NASCAR race weekend, there are events and there are races. So there's the competitive side of things, and then there is the promoter side of things, if you will. And obviously, what's going to happen at the LA Coliseum is an event, but it also has to be a good race for this. And I shouldn't say for this to work, but a lot of people look at it and say, oh, well, let's hope this isn't a crash fest. Let's hope the car survives and all of that. How do you balance where you're trying to figure out, okay, what's going to work from the sports competitive side of things, but what's also going to generate the interest from the event side of things?
That is the $1 million question, Brad. I think it's a great one, because the LA Coliseum will prove out some things, hopefully, for us. It won't be perfect, but we do believe we can go out and race there. Very similar to Bowman Gray. You watch what happens at Bowman Gray each and every week, some beating and banging and some fun. And I think it also will hopefully prove out that, we're well aware that we've got some short tracks around the US that we could also maybe take this concept to in the future. And so hopefully it'll prove that out, and kind of a combination of entertainment. The good news is, when you look at the ticket sales already out there, I think 60% are fans who've never been to a race. So it'll be interesting to see what they think in terms of, how this works. but also we've got to make sure that, you know, our hardcore fan who's going to Talladega wants to tune in if they're not able to get out there and say that was fun. And I like that. And that was a cool launch to the season. So to us, that's the balance, is really for the fans to make sure that what they see on the racetrack, first and foremost, is what we're all about. And we deliver on that aspect. But if we can add to that experience when someone's at the track, you know, that's fantastic, because we know people are going to tune in, and they tune in to see a great race, but they go to the racetrack not only to see a great race, but be entertained outside of that. Otherwise, right, they would just watch on television. So I think we're striking the right balance as we go forward.
As much as it would be fun, Steve, to ask you to break some big news here, I'll ask you this more in a general term. Street courses have been talked about. If the LA Coliseum works, basically, I think some people look at it and say, we can pick any place, any particular venue, whatever it might be, and actually build a race course there. In fact, the first ever road race in NASCAR happened at an airport in Linden, New Jersey. So are the possibilities endless now? Are we truly thinking outside of the box of where we can actually hold events?
I think in a balanced approach. So when you look at the schedule, we are always going to innovate now. We know that we want to continue to do that, but we also feel really, really good about the schedule that we have, and want to build some date equity for the tracks who have certainly been part of our system for a long, long time, that the fans think, hey, don't touch this. This is really working. So continue to build upon that event experience at those venues and those iconic venues. But, you know, there's one or two that, you know, maybe we can rotate, do some new things, kind of freshen it up as well. So I would definitely anticipate for 2023 seeing, you know, at least one kind of new venue or something new from us again. But part of that will depend on, you know, what did we do in LA? How did it work? What did the fans think? What did we learn? And if we can apply that somewhere else, we certainly will.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll circle back to some schedule stuff here in a moment. But John, I want to ask you, for all of these things to work, obviously we have to have a platform that works with it. And I've always felt that no matter what, NASCAR can figure it out. I think we saw that in 2020 with the pandemic, where we literally had to use industry buzzwords, we had to pivot and say, well, we can't race here, so let's run the road course at Daytona. We can't race here, so let's run 3 races at Darlington, whatever it might be. But in developing this new race car and to truly move stock car racing forward and get it into, you know, the century where we are now, how much of a challenge has it been, number one? And number two, when you guys sat down and said, what do we do and what direction do we want to go? How did you land on where we are now?
Yeah, good question. And I think that in hindsight, you know, if next gen car had been done prior to the pandemic, I think our sport would have navigated it even better from the perspective of, you know, today teams have super speedway cars and intermediate cars and short track cars. And, you know, Steve was part of a lot of those discussions when we were trying to figure out, hey, could we race here in 3 weeks if we had to, you know? And at that point, we're like, well, the teams might not have this type of car ready. And, you know, with this new car, and I think we saw it, you know, we tested it, the Roval, converted the cars and tested on the oval the next day. It took them about 4 hours to convert the cars from like road course spec to oval spec. So we felt like, you know, that was one of the things, you know, when we sat down to design the car was, you know, we need a platform like you had mentioned. The platform we have now has served us well, but that platform, you know, it's become dated over the years, but, you know, at the same time, it set a very high bar for the new platform, you know, to meet and exceed over time. And, you know, we also, it's no secret, right? Like we value the 3 OEMs that we have. We constantly talk to other ones, trying to encourage them to, you know, come into the sport, and, you know, we have to be relevant to them. You got to have parts and pieces on the car that are, you know, more stock. You know, when the car was launched in its day, you know, that was more stock, you know, that things have progressed over time. It was a natural evolution for the car to do the same thing. So we did that, certainly not just from the parts and pieces on the car, but also the powertrains. So we have protected in the design of the car for, you know, everything from the current ICE that's in it now to hybrid technologies to full electric. And I don't know that we can anticipate, you know, everything that could come at us. So one thing COVID taught us was that the pace of development gets really fast, quick, and sometimes unexpected. So we feel like the diversity that the car allows us now will allow us to pivot better into whatever direction we need to in the future. Beyond just the car itself, you know, we want to attract new owners to to the sport. And I think you see that now, with some of the new ownership that we've seen coming in anticipation for the car. Our OEMs as well. We wanted to sit down with them, and a lot of the early development of the car was pre-COVID. So with respect to the body design, we ended up with a more coupe looking aspect ratio to the car. And we literally just took the production cars, took the silhouette of all three of them and locked ourselves in a room on multiple days with the OEM representatives, negotiating, lines here and there and design cues here, and landed what I think was in a good spot. And I think when our fans of these cars, the feedback so far, and I'm sure as they continue to look at them and get familiar with them, they're going to fall in love with them like we have. The folks at the R&D center and at Goodyear and our engineers that we work with at the teams and the OEMs. The one thing that's pretty resounding across everybody who's been with the car is just, it looks like a stock car. We put the stock back in stock car. So we're pretty pleased with where we're at. It is a race car. I don't know that I've ever been part of a race car that was, done. You're always working on race cars. You're always trying to make them better. And, we're gonna, obviously we got to be smart about it. We're not going to be sitting there tuning on it every week, but, we feel like we've got a really good starting point. Again, we'll stay engaged with our teams, our drivers, collect their feedback and work as an industry collaboratively to just keep us going in the right direction.
When it comes to designing a new race car, there's obviously a lot of layers that go into it. Number one, you want it to be competitive. Obviously, the race teams want something that economically can be viable for them. And we hear a lot of times, how can the sport save the owners from themselves? Because just when you find a way to save them money here, will they take that big pile of money and move it over here? And more often than not, end up growing that big pile of money that they're saving on something. But what we've landed on is a race car where you have several different vendors that are coming together to produce parts that will ultimately, inside of these race shops, become a whole and become the race car. And the way that race teams are constructing this race car and putting it together and delivering it to the racetrack and putting it on the racetrack is different than what they've done for decades. How do you get to this? How do you say, okay, this is what makes the most sense for the industry as a whole?
Yeah, I think one for us, like from the engineering side of it, as we designed the car, Delara was our design partner in designing the car. Now, we had regular reviews with the industry, and when we had particular parts of the car that were mature enough, we went through an RFP process where we had put out a tender basically saying, hey, NASCAR is looking for a supplier for X part. We have a pretty, Tom Swindell at the R&D Center led the charge on this for us. Very rigorous RFP process. Takes about 43 days to go from sending our request out until we end up with a selection and notification of the vendor. But part of that process is like reviews with the industry. We have team reps that sit in on that, OEM reps, and they all give us their feedback. We select what we feel is the best, and it's not always the cheapest supplier for this car. We took what we felt was the best supplier. And sometimes that has to be taken in the context of where we feel the technology will go over time. So we wanted to, not just grab the solution of today, but also have a mindset that can this solution be adapted to the future, what we can anticipate today. And if there's some, curveball that we didn't expect, how adaptable is it to, configuring it a little differently or modifying it to meet some new unexpected function. And that was taken into account as well. And now, you see, to your point, like all these parts now are showing up at the race teams, and as most race teams, you never have enough parts. So we're working through all of that now. We feel like we're in a good spot. We'll have plenty of race cars to start the season. So that's kind of how we got all the parts coming together.
Yeah, I think John, to your right, it's probably important, Brad, to talk just quickly about too, kind of how John and his team even came to the model, and it was really important for us. And John led the way on this of looking at where are we today? And you don't hear us talk about, and we won't, because fans just don't care, right? They want to see good racing. But the business model for the sport has to be sustainable long term. And so we really started with, what does it take to be a top performing team in NASCAR? And we looked at the costs to do that versus the potential return. And we looked at our teams were really becoming, complete car manufacturers. And we knew that wasn't a sustainable model going forward. We know that we feel like we're in a really good place in terms of where the sport will be with the new broadcasts package and charter value. So if we could combine all of that with a car that we felt like could go out and race on the racetrack, really race in terms of, John says this, race at the track versus in the wind tunnel, that was going to be a successful model for us. So a lot of the work that's been done already in terms of getting these cars on track, getting these cars to do a lap has been incredible by John and the team, and a lot of pressure for everyone, but really feel like we're continuing to work together, get good feedback, and make sure we're able to be in a good position as we head out to the Coliseum.
Steve, on your end of things, there's a huge challenge, and I've heard Steve Phelps, the president of NASCAR, refer to the sport as a whole sometimes as maybe a three-legged stool. You have the sanctioning body, NASCAR, the officiating leg of the stool. You have the racetrack side of it, the promoters, the people who are selling tickets and sponsorships and entitlements and all of that. And then you have the race team side of it. Now, all three of those don't always see eye to eye, and all three of those have their own individual things that is important to them. So on the race car side of things with the race teams, well, number one, they want to beat their competitors, and they want to be able to find any way they can to do that. But they also don't want to go bankrupt in doing so. For the racetrack side of things, well, they want to sell tickets. They want to promote the sport. They want the help of every side of things to be able to do that. And the sanctioning body wants to make sure everything is equal and that we've got a very highly competitive field. In trying to manage that, when you're building a new race car, obviously there's a lot of time that's dedicated to the race team side of that. But when you're changing the schedule, there's a lot that's dedicated to the racetrack side of that. And then, of course, anytime you have something new, you have to dedicate time to the officiating side of that. How do you manage that?
Yeah. Well, we manage it daily. And I'll give you a good example, maybe just around the car, first of all. So, and it really, I know this is overused by even me, particularly the word, collaboration, but you look at this next gen car, we're in Nashville for a banquet. Everyone's exhausted in the industry. They probably want to go have a beer or whatever they want to do. John and I set up a 2-hour meeting for next gen, and we invite drivers, OEMs, team members, owners, to just come in and help us. And where are we at? That room could have been empty if everyone chose to say, you know what, this is on you guys and you figure it out. But we had a number of people show up, a number of people very candid with where they want to see it. Not everyone agrees. But what was great about it was just candid feedback of what people want to see in this car, to be able for us with the common theme of we want to put on the best racing possible. So certainly there's some times where there's selfish feedback of, hey, I like this particular aspect of a car, so build it this way, and others are shaking their head in the back of the room. But all in all, the theme has been that let's all get to a good place as an industry. So I think the tough part of that, especially for John and his crew, when it comes to the race cars, is really filtering, fact and fiction. And I don't mean that someone's just making things up. I mean, the fiction of what you said, Brad, of, I want this because I am really good in this area and it's going to benefit me, versus is this going to benefit the sport? And I think for our perspective and what we have to do is over communicate. And I've learned this the hard way in my time at NASCAR too, because oftentimes when someone will bring up an idea in a meeting, it was great that you had those folks in the meeting. But if you don't follow up and say, we listened, here's why we didn't do that, what you have happen is I gave my opinion, those guys don't care, and they don't listen to me. And so we've kind of learned along the way that anything that comes up in a meeting, no matter what it is, there are no bad ideas, circle back. And, why did we go a different direction? Maybe everybody thought, give you an example, a bunch of people thought we should have points as part of qualifying. As we talked through it with, our broadcast partners and others, we figured, we're making such a big change next year. It's new. Let's hit pause. Let's get it right here and let's see where we're going. We've had debates on, backup cars, right, John? How many backup cars should you have? And we got to cut costs. And, one of the ideas that came from the meeting was, hey, I get all that, but let's make sure we have enough cars at a track for the first quarter of the season so we don't embarrass ourselves without a backup. Kind of the fundamentals, but it's good to hear from folks and talk about, just things that would really help the industry. So all in all, I'd say it's a balance, but it is over communicating things I try and do every day. And it's one of those things I think Mike Helton said, he's got a little thing written down on his desk of who needs to know about what I just did, and just making sure that you over communicate about what's happening.
I like that. Who needs to know what I just did? That's actually a good way of thinking. Yeah. John, on your end of things, if you listen to race teams at various points of this race car development, maybe the sky was falling, maybe this is something we don't understand, maybe this is the greatest thing in the world. It felt like to me a couple of weeks ago at the 2-day test at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and I know subsequent of that, we're even going to have more test sessions and a lot more is going to happen in the development. But it seemed like just walking around the garage, the mood of it was, okay, the race car is in our hands. And now let's take this race car and find out how we maximize that. Did you feel almost like a tipping point of now we're using this race car, the old one is gone, and now the teams are starting to kind of move forward in a positive direction with it?
Yeah, certainly. And especially as we got towards the end of the season, you saw a lot of the teams, in particular, the ones as they fell out of the playoffs, you could tell that they kind of got out of their R&D group and into their race teams. And you could just tell by the level of feedback that we got and the input that we were getting at the racetrack and the level of intensity was, climbing and culminated there. And even for me, actually, like we had done all our tests up till then. We had 8 of them at most at a test. When we unloaded at the Charlotte Roval, I think we had 21 or 22, and then very similar amount at the Oval. Man, when I walk in there and you see like haulers on both sides of the garage, and you're like, oh boy, man, this thing is coming to life now. So even for us, the intensity went up. Steve handles all that much better than I do. I didn't have any gray hair when I started at NASCAR, but that's changing quickly. It's definitely ratcheted up in the last few tests. Like we have a lot of testing coming up. We're in the wind tunnel today. We're going to be at Charlotte Motor Speedway next Friday, testing some things that we learned in the wind tunnel. We're out at Talladega on the 13th of December, checking some stagger with Goodyear for the Daytona tire, and then back to Charlotte on the 15th and the 17th. So, we still have a lot of testing to do before we even, break way for, Christmas holiday. So when we get back, right back to work, back down to Daytona on the 11th and 12th with, pretty good field there, and then out to Phoenix on the 25th, 26th, I think it is. So a lot of testing to be done before we even get to the Coliseum. So looking forward to the Coliseum. But right now also just trying to make sure that up to the very last second that we can make this car as good as we can make it for that debut race. That, I was telling, our guys, I want our tongues hanging out, that everybody knows we did everything we could up until the last possible second to make this absolutely as good as it could possibly be. Like I got full effort from the folks back at the R&D center with, Eric Jacuzzi and Brandon Thomas and Chris Papillia, to, Murphy and all those guys. They were all in the wind tunnel today. I was getting reports when we were flying back from the banquet there in Nashville. These guys were in the wind tunnel. So it's kind of cool that, we got the depth. They're in there with the OEMs and several of the team's aero guys in there. So, we're not done. We're still working on it. We'll continue to work on it as we need to. But yeah, it's definitely the pressure is on, and we're working absolutely as hard as we can.
Steve, you had mentioned that you didn't necessarily go with the lowest bidder when it comes to the vendors for this race car and the people who are manufacturing and producing the parts. And here on ePartrade, I mean, we have several different suppliers and manufacturers and vendors of things that we're doing. Can you give us an idea of just the vetting process, the selection process, and some of the things that you had to go through, and maybe some of the criteria that you had in selecting the people who were going to actually build and manufacture these parts and pieces?
Yeah, John, I'll let John do most of this one, but I would say in general, it goes back to the first piece being the collaboration with the teams in terms of, have there been any long-term partners that we have a really good relationship with, first and foremost, that we could have some initial conversations before we even got into the RFP and bidding process, just to know, how have those team relationships worked. And to John's point, having John from the team side, having a number of our folks who have worked directly with the teams, I think enabled us to have a fairly good feel for, okay, here are some directions we'd like to go, maybe not lead the industry, but, kind of kick off the process. And then, John and the team, I think, did a fantastic job of bringing everyone together. But John, you want to kind of walk through maybe an example of what we did for them?
Yeah, sure. And I would say it varied pretty greatly depending on what part we were actually trying to RFP. We had some where we had one. So like, yeah, that's a good luck winning that one, right? If you're the only one that wanted, now granted, it had to meet. I'm not saying that we only had one proposal. We had one that made it through all of the filters. So, it starts off with us writing the specification for the part. That includes mechanical drawings sometimes, but also functional specification on how the part has to work. We would send that out to all of the industry, if you would, like to Steve's point, we all know who the suppliers are today in our industry for parts and pieces, but then also to the greater racing industry. So we reached out to not just traditional NASCAR vendors, but also, you'll see some vendors that are supplying parts for this car that are in sports car racing, Formula One, IndyCar. So, we expand or broadened our net, if you will, tried to cast a much wider net across the field of suppliers, and then actually reached out to some that may have had team connections. Our garage is a who's who of the Fortune 500, and there's a lot of manufacturing across that and a lot of interest from our team side with partners that they've had who may not be on the cars, but had been technical partners with them. So we would send it to pretty much anyone and everyone that showed interest. We'd usually give them a couple weeks to respond to the RFP. We would internally review it. We would perhaps remove a few here and there that were just flat off the mark. But then we would send all of that out to our race teams and our OEM representatives for their feedback. We would then schedule pre-COVID. We would schedule. I think we went through 15 or 16 rounds of RFP. So it was a very involved process, probably took a little over a year. And, the suppliers would come in, we'd give them 45 minutes to an hour to tell us who they are, why their part was better than the competitors, how they would be able to supply the part. And, now I think that, knock on wood, we made good selections, because if you look across the world right now, supply is an issue in a lot of areas. And obviously, we're strained, but, so far we've managed it. And I think you've had some guests on earlier in the week talking about some of the supply chain and maybe some of the near misses. I was talking to, Fernelli there at SRI, and we had lunch the other day, and he was telling me about all these near misses. Like, don't tell me this. Like, I would rather for some of this just be glad the parts are on the shelf, So we were laughing about that. But yeah, coming out the other end, the teams, after we'd sit through these, would send us their top three. Here's the three that I think should be in. The OEMs would do the same. Tom Swindell, like I'd mentioned earlier, was sort of running point on all of this for us. He would put that all into spreadsheets, and we'd sit in a room, again, pre-COVID. And then when COVID hit, it obviously all went virtual, but we followed the same process, just not as, I don't think, effective when we have to do it over the computer versus face-to-face. And, we'd argue over it. I don't know if we had any hurt feelings, but we would certainly, we would argue our case to each other and come up with our final recommendation, and then take it out and have to defend it. And after we did that, then we'd obviously notify the supplier that they were selected, or if the unfortunate case they weren't selected, we'd notify them as well. And, you try to, even the ones that didn't get it, you don't want them to go away, because like eventually, there's a lot of parts and pieces, and we're in a lot of forms of racing. And, we want to keep our supplier base as wide and as healthy as we possibly can.
And I think, Brad, I was going to say, what's probably interesting too, if you go back to even the pre-RFP process, some of the folks that, John and I, Doug Yates, had a concept of, hey, what could be, and talking to Doug, and, you look at some people who've been around the sport for a long, long time of, hey, have you ever thought of this? And then, we went over to Le Mans, and, we're talking to the guys from BMW who were hugely helpful actually in the process of, as you go down this path, make sure you don't make some of the mistakes we did in terms of, we built a car around a specific engine and didn't have a capability to change. And that was a great eye opener for us. So it's really been neat to kind of see different perspectives, learn from not only US racing, but what's going on around the world as well.
Yeah, I would add to that, from our perspective, it's been very encouraging that anytime that we have struggled with this car, the folks that have reached out to us to help are, obviously the folks in our garage are frontline to a lot of that. And everyone realizes we're all in this. This is our future. We're rowing the boat in the same direction with this. But, like steering is a good example, like when we had issues at the Roval, with vibrations, we had multiple non-NASCAR related OEMs and teams reach out to us trying to help. And at that point, when anyone's willing to help, we're all ears. We listen. We have no pride in trying to figure this out by ourselves. We are much better as a collective than we are. And there's no single person, and everybody knows this in racing, that's smarter than the rest. I would rather race with a collective IQ any day than a single, IQ. So really, really encouraged with just the racing industry as a whole. When we have struggled, has reached out and helped.
Yeah, I like that. That's great, talking about just having a lot of minds together coming up with this. For either Steve or John, one thing when it comes to using common parts across an entire platform, people start to wonder, how do manufacturers end up having their own identity? And I know in the truck series, for example, you could even look as late as last night during the awards ceremony, whereas the truck series runs a common engine with the NT1. We heard a lot about how Toyota came back with ThorSport Racing, and ThorSport won the championship. In this regard, we obviously have the manufacturers designing their own engine, but also going into their own R&D with the race teams. How do you keep the manufacturer identity when you do have so many common parts and pieces?
Yeah, I think I would say that you hit a perfect example right there with, we heard Dave Wilson last night talk about, Toyota and marriages and divorce. I wasn't sure where it was going at first, but it was actually really well done. If you look at that series, we're actually able to take what we've learned on the next gen through the submission of that car and allowing, what has got to be an unprecedented amount of OEM character in the next gen car. And we took those lessons learned from that. We actually implemented it in the truck series for 2022. And it's not something that I've heard a lot out there yet, but actually for 2022, all 3 OEMs are going to be launching brand new trucks. And they've already announced that have more character in them than we've ever had because of what, the lessons we learned together as we submitted our cars through the next gen. We just replicated that for the truck series. So I think that from a brand identity perspective in an OEM, in the truck series in particular, you'll from the exterior of the car, obviously in that case, when you have the more engine in them, you'll have that eye. If you're the fan in the stands with your eyeballs, you're going to be able to easily tell, which OEM is out there competing. When you look at the next gen car, again, the same thing. You look at the car, obviously more brand identity in those than we've ever had. The engine is still a competition amongst the engine builders and the OEMs to make the most horsepower that they can. And I think that even when that hood's up, when you look at the new induction system on the car, like today, if you did that, you see the same air box for the most part on our cars with the Gen 6. When you open up the hood of a next gen car, all 3 OEMs have their own air box and intake assembly that's very characteristic for that particular OEM. So I think that when you look at the DNA of our OEMs around their bodies and their powertrain with the next gen car, I would say that we probably have as much OEM identity as we've ever had, and they will still continue to compete, on the intellectual property and simulation around, driver simulators, tire modeling, race strategy, all of that. So I think that, from an OEM perspective, there is as much or more to be working on with this new car than we had with even the Gen 6.
Well, Steve, let's look ahead. Schedule-wise, we're heading to even more venues this year. We talked about the Los Angeles Coliseum. The Cup Series gets to race at Worldwide Technology Raceway Gateway in St. Louis. We get to go back to Auto Club Speedway for the first time in 2 years because the pandemic kept us away from there. And a lot of the things that we even mentioned that we talked about, the possibilities of even more new venues moving forward. So let's talk about the sport moving forward, not just from a schedule perspective, but just from a progression standpoint.
Yeah, I think, first and foremost, it's the car and managing expectations. We all know the pressure of going out and putting on great racing, but I think it's important to also look at, how we got to where we are today. And that was the ability to probably use safety as an example, that you're never done working on safety. Each and every day you learn and you apply things, and that's the same approach we'll take with the car. Within reason, we've got to manage obviously the costs and know that when we make a change, we've got to really think through and the longevity of that change. But I think the discussions that we're having are going to allow us to really work together when we see something on the track that could make an improvement, around an intermediate or around a road course race. We can do that together, and we can start to approach that in a much more strategic way, because we're coming from that common space of knowing what's working and what's not. So, I'd say getting the cars out there, going to see the race will be really fun and really cool to see. But then, when you look at those new markets, Gateway for us is going to be fantastic. What Curtis Francois has done, incredible partnership with us in the trucks, what he's done around IndyCar and the community, and a well-deserving award that he received at our banquet as well. And I think just a great partnership and a great marketplace. And, we'll be out in Portland, which will be fun also to get back out there, a place we used to race, a place that from an OEM perspective, it was important to see what we can do in that part of the country. It's been a while. I think back to the Evergreen days when we raced the trucks. So it'll be fun to go out west. And you mentioned California. We've put on some pretty good races out there as well, and kind of have that double Coliseum back to the East Coast and then back out to LA. So it'll be important for us to get off to a good roll through the West Coast. And then, our work won't stop, right, John? We're out, we're talking to new OEMs. We're talking about new technology of what could this car be? What are we going to race in the future across our national series platform? There's a lot of enthusiasm as you look at that into the future, all the different engine technologies that we could apply and with fuels. So a lot of exciting things going on, particularly with the folks that are participating, in this, and suppliers to all of motorsports. Really unique time to be part of it. As John said, COVID took some changes that you thought were, 10 years down the road and made them 12 months. And so, trying to really work together in a calculated, smart way to set yourself up for the future is going to be really important.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Portland. I miss when the Truck Series used to race there, and I think it's great that we get to go back there with the Xfinity Series. Well, Steve and John, the one thing, NASCAR has shown us a lot of things, and really motorsports in general, not just over the last year, but over the last decades. More recently, obviously, when it comes to any challenge that's thrown in front of us, racers will find a way. And we showed that throughout the pandemic, to be able to get back on the track and race, and then be back on the track and race in front of fans in the grandstands. But also, the one thing I love as well, that it doesn't matter if we've had a successful event or if we've had a scary looking crash or something come up, that the sport never sits back and says, oh, well, we figured it out, we're done. Because you well as know as anybody, you're never done. All you can do is take what you found and learn from it and make it even better.
Yeah, I applaud, John and his team, and particularly Dr. John Padalecki that we have at the R&D Center. It's a one of a kind place, and the hours that they put in, there are unsung heroes, because when things go wrong, we're all visiting them, but when things go right, which they usually do, it's just kind of, hey, that's what we should be doing. But we put a lot of faith in them as a group, and they constantly deliver. And there'll always be challenges, as you said. We are in a sport where we race cars, and we race cars fast, and things can happen. So I think it's our job to put people in the best and most safe position as possible to allow them to go out and do what they do best. And from NASCAR standpoint, that's beating and banging and racing hard. But they've got to have faith in that vehicle we put together. And John and his team do a phenomenal job with that. And they work with the industry to do that.
Well, I do want to thank both of you, Steve O'Donnell and John Probst, number one, for coming on here for Race Industry Week with ePartrade. I know throughout this week, we've talked to a lot of wonderful suppliers and vendors and sanctioning bodies. We are talking to a lot of people within the racing industry day in and day out right here. And we appreciate NASCAR being part of this and really look forward to the next time we get to have you guys on here and kind of talk about where we were, where we've gone, and where we're going. So thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you all.
Well, thank you very much, and stay with us a few more seconds, Steve and John, as we're transitioning to our next session. And we are going to be starting the last hour of Race Industry Week, Brad. And we're going to end in style with Brian Herta and then Stefan Papadakis. So what a week, Brad, what a week.
It has been a wonderful week, and to look at everything that we've had so far, and not just when you talk about the entire racing industry, we've literally covered just about every single form of motorsports involved. And with the vendors and suppliers that we have here, with the different sanctioning bodies that we've talked to, everyone from Formula One to off-road racing to land speed records to NASCAR to IndyCar to all of that. The way this has gone and the way this has continued has been incredible. So it says a lot about the racing industry as a whole, but I think it says even more about what you and Judy have put together and everyone at ePartrade to be able to bring everyone together and have a great online forum to be able to talk about it all and to be able to share all the innovation and all the exciting things happening.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Brad. I mean, you play a big part of those, and without your help and support, and same with Jeff, I mean, you have done a lot of our webinars,
Thank you.
And so we
You have talent that we do not have.
well, I had to host my first webinar today.
It was awesome. I got to see the end of it. It was great.
Well, actually looking scared.
No, but look, I really enjoyed it because that's what I told Lake and Keith. I said, usually we're in the back and we're just running the clock and making sure people are just like on the production side. And so I listen and I pay attention, but when you host, you really have to be on your toes and listen to every single word. But I really enjoyed it. It was really fun.
Thank you for all your help, Brad. Always.
Thank you. Thank all of you. Thank Paul and Racer Magazine as well, and everyone's participation.
Well, Brad, you're a superstar. You're a tough act to follow. That was an awesome interview. I just can't wait till February in the Coliseum after listening to that interview. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Gilly, thank you so much for your help, and we'll see you again soon.
Sounds good.
The weekly series again.
Take care.
So, thank you, Brad,
Thank you.
and stay with us a few more seconds. Mr. Planner, this
White
is the
flag
closing-
lap.
This is the closing act.
Yeah, we're going to try to go for the win here with these two final sessions.
Well, it's been fun to watch on Zoom, but to also watch the streaming on racer.com, on YouTube and all these places. And it's been great. And while we wait for Brian, I want to say a special thank you to our sponsor, ETS, Penske, AEM, Motul, and ARP. Mr. Herta, welcome back. How
Thank
are
you. Thank
Well,
you.
Well, thank you so much. You were on the opening day last year, and this year we have you back on the closing segment with Paul, and you had another big season this year.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I probably have the unique distinction of bookending the Race Industry Week with you.
You have. You are.
What it means if I was on opening day last time and how it went, that now I'm on closing day. I'm going to take it as a compliment. Finishing with a flurry, but man, oh man, I've been following along, and great job, you guys. I mean, what an interesting and unique, diverse group of panelists and topics that you've covered in a week. It's amazing. So my hat's off to you for doing that.
Last year was so good. I was worrying all year how we were going to do better. And I think we did. Every single day was jam-packed with education and just learning so much industry insights. It's just nonstop.
Yeah, and I guess it's up to Brian and I not to blow it now.
Yeah, here we go. So
Pressure's on.
The pressure's on, Brian Herta. You can handle it.
have fun.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Now, I barely have enough fuel to make it to the finish, Brian. You need to talk me through what I have to do to balloon foot my way to the checkered flag here.
Okay. Well,
We're on an
hopefully
alternate strategy.
as well as Alexander Rossi did the last time we did.
Yeah, let's just do that. But Brian, it's great to see you.
Thank you.
And I get to say happy anniversary to you for our little adventure in England 30 years ago when we went to the Formula Ford Festival together in the fall of 1991.
Yes, amazing. 30 years, hard to believe. It does go by in a flash.
It does, and a little bit's happened since that fun adventure. You've managed to win the two most important Indy 500 since the first one.
Yeah, be part of it anyway. Yeah.
Yes. Well, Brian Autosport was a big part of that,
Yeah.
and you personally were.
It's an interesting story because I don't know how many people really understand why there was two 100th Indy 500s. But in 2011, when we won with Dan, that was the 100-year anniversary of the Indy 500. But then we won the 100th running with Alexander Rossi in 2016. And the reason for those 5 years was there were some years in World War I and World War II where the race was not held. And so that's why the 100th running and the 100th anniversary didn't coincide.
Right, and you know, everything's connected. So our company, Fanner Communications, was hired by the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to plan the Centennial era. So in all those decks and all of those presentations we did in 2006, 2007, 2008, and 2009, little did I know it would be my friend Brian Herta that would be standing in victory circle in both of those events, and our late friend Dan Weldon, who I miss. I'm staring at a photograph here in our conference room of Dan. You know, he's the patron saint of this place. We still love him and miss him.
Same here, absolutely.
And Alexander Rossi. So, you know, let's fast forward to this moment we're in right now. You've just won another championship for Hyundai in IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge.
Well, yeah, we were lucky. We had a great year again in the Michelin Pilot Challenge Series in IMSA. We run TCR cars for Hyundai in that class, and this year we introduced the Elantra N TCR alongside our venerable Veloster N TCR car. So we had sort of two different dual programs, two Velosters and two Elantras going.
Yeah,
and we were able to bring home the Drivers' Championship with Taylor Hagler, first female champion in the Michelin Pilot Challenge and first TCR champion alongside Michael Lewis, her co-driver. And then also Hyundai won the manufacturer championship and the team won the team championship. So it's, you know, they don't always go as well as this year did. So we're definitely trying to enjoy it as much as possible.
Well, congratulations. I know many people on your team, and I know how hard all of you work. And I know there's never an off season for you too, but well deserved and well done. It was fantastic to see a woman on top of that podium this year and winning a championship. I personally believe that seeing women at the front of the sport across the board is the key to growing the sport, and Taylor earned this championship and really did a great job with Michael.
It's changing, and there's more and more female drivers participating, which is the first key, right? If you go to the go-kart tracks now, you see a lot of young girls racing karts, and that's the key because the more participation. You there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Oh boy, technical difficulty. Here I am. Sorry. The more participation you get early on at that level, the more drivers you're going to have later on. And yeah, I went to the Turkey Night Grand Prix with the Agajanians just last weekend.
Yeah.
An all-female front row.
I saw that. That was awesome.
In a race that, by the way, included Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. So There's a lot of great young female talent coming up through the ranks right now. And I think that's going to become more and more commonplace in the next 10 years in the sport.
Yes, I learned that lesson early when my dad used to take us go-kart racing, and my sister Diane would beat me on a regular basis. And I'm still not over it. And if she's watching, she's raising a glass in celebration. But that was a pretty consistent theme in my childhood. And what I realized very early on is there's no reason why a woman can't beat you in a race car. And the ego that I think men have about this, or the rejection of females as being valid competitors, faded away about 35, 40 years ago, I hope. And I just see nothing but opportunity and blue sky for our sport if we all show up to compete on this playing field that welcomes everyone. And
well, you're right. I'm pretty sure the race car doesn't know the gender of who's pushing the pedals and turning the wheels. So,
although I do believe that go-kart was favoring my sister. But the thing I think that strikes me about your team too is that it's got kind of a smart energy about it. I deal with a lot of the people on your team on a more than a daily basis, I think, and you're hungry for more always, and you have a relationship too with your friend Michael Andretti and his team, and you're still in the game and involved with your son Colton, who I remember as a kid crying in a bassinet at your house when but yes, but you've got a diverse set of responsibilities. How do you balance all this, Brian?
Well, I'm lucky to have great people. You mentioned, some of the co-ownership I have in the teams. I have, Sean Jones and Eric Chase are partners. You don't hear about them as much because they're much more behind the scenes on the TCR team. I've got the Halpert family, which is a big developer family down in Orange County that partnered up with me on the IndyCar program, which we're partnered with Michael Andretti on. And just top to bottom, we got great people within the team, and I can rely on and trust them, and they let me go do the big picture ideas and call them up and say, hey, we're going to add a car for this, and we're going to go build a race car for that. And after they pick themselves up off the floor, because I throw a lot at them, they get it done. We just dig in and we figure it out.
And you get it done too, your team. And and again, everything's connected. But my third client, as I started this journey in the I think 1973, was Chuck Jones, Sean's father, and he was hard on me a little bit. He wasn't easy. But his whole thing is, if you complain to him about anything, it was, what are you going to do about it? And it really hit me that it's up to you to do something about it. And what I see in your team is everyone has this attitude. What are you going to do about it today, now, to win, to succeed, to be there, and be competitive? And you were that way coming up. You had a disciplined way about you going racing. And how does that translate, going from being a racing driver to operating a team? I've always been curious about what's the same and what's different.
So the analogy I've heard that I like the best is it's still all about managing risk. But when you're a driver, you're managing physical risk. When you're a team owner, you're managing financial risk. But really beyond that, I would love to tell you I learned so much as a driver that helped me as a team owner. I was fortunate to be exposed to a lot of great teams and team owners in my career, and that helped me a lot.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of on-the-job training, and we started small. I started this team with Steve Newey in Indy Lights with one Indy Lights car back in 2009, and we've just continued to grow. And I think I've learned and grown from all the people I've been able to have involved in the team. And if we had tried to do what we're doing today back in 2009, I'm certain I would have failed miserably at it. But I've learned and continue to evolve and grown a bigger staff that's allowed us to do the things we're doing now. And we keep trying to grow and doing more and bigger and better things as well.
Yes, and the ambition of your teammates that I interact with is boundless. You want to do more. Your team is hungry for more.
I take a lot of inspiration from Michael Andretti in that regard. He was the first one to run 4 cars, 3 and then 4 cars. Everybody used to be a 2-car team in IndyCar. That was the model. And when Michael started doing 3 and 4 cars, people said, well, that's crazy and you can't do it. And now you see all the big teams are running 3 and 4 cars because the efficiency of it, the economy of scale, and our most precious resource is time on the track anymore. So if you have more cars, we can learn more in a shorter amount of time on track. And he's been right in that, and he's runs cars in multiple disciplines. He's built a really substantial business by having a very diverse motorsport platform and offerings. And so I guess I'm inspired by that. I'm also a little bit daunted by it because Michael's really good at it, and we're trying to evolve in a similar sort of way.
Yes, and both of you are intensely competitive people. And aside from having been teammates for a good period of time and know each other so well, I do see some similarities in that you see the big picture of what you're trying to do, and you hire people or aligned with people around you who think big picture. You're not tactical in what you do, and that, to me, you have to be tactical to execute, but you have to also have a point to what you're doing. And when you're looking forward, I mean, this is one of the core things I want to talk to you about. What do you see for Brian Hurta Autosport going forward? What do you want your team to be?
Well, first and foremost, we need to continue to try and do the things that we're doing now at a very high level. We've got a tremendous partnership with Hyundai. We're very fortunate to be aligned with that brand in a really significant way, and we continue to grow that business both on track. We're gonna run 6 TCR cars next year in the Michelin Pilot Challenge Series. We're also going to enter ourselves 2 TCA cars in the SRO TC Americas Championship. And those are cars that we built from the ground up, the TCA cars. We literally bought Elantra N-Line cars from our local car dealer and stripped them out and built race cars out of them. So, really proud of that project and looking forward to that. And so, right, we want to keep doing a great job for Hyundai and growing that, as they are a growing brand, and I think there could be new and different and exciting things down the pipe with them. On the IndyCar side, I'm having this incredible time in my life because I get to be on the radio with Colton.
Yes.
And that's a unique thing to be able to share with him, and I know that won't last forever, so I'm trying to enjoy every minute of that while we can do it. But at the same time, I still, with the Halperts, we co-enter cars for Marco still at the Indy 500, and we may even try and add a couple more races in the next year or 2 to the IndyCar platform there. So, those are probably the core things. And, really, I'd like to do something in WeatherTech, possibly with Hyundai. But I want to continue to grow and evolve the team, and we've got a group of people from the engineering and the management side who I believe we could roll any car in the work bay now, and they could operate it at a very high level.
And yes, having seen the way you present your team at a racetrack, I'm absolutely certain of it, and the results prove it. So you've got these projects. The project beyond this, is there ever any thought of you becoming a full, time IndyCar team again that's operated out of a facility that's a Brian Hurta Autosport facility?
I think that's a possibility. I'm very fortunate to share the relationship and the partnership with Michael Andretti that I do. And I don't see a scenario where we wouldn't continue with Michael.
Right.
But it could be that we grow to a point where we would run cars in parallel with him. Who knows? I'm open to looking at those things. Michael's about as supportive a partner as you could have And so if we did something like that in the IndyCar space, you know, it would have to somehow remain connected with Michael and the Andretti Autosport folks.
Yeah, well, given the performance over the long run here with that team, I think that's wise. And I think there's some even greater assets in terms of the other relationships they have and the learning and data that's going to flow through the bloodstream of the combined engineering side there that will make it wise to stay connected. You know, and you are in a unique position because you've been on the development side working with HPD and Honda before. You've always enjoyed that part of it. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I think I've always been interested in how it works, you know, the how of how to make a race car better, how to make it faster. Because of that, I think I developed a way of providing feedback that was well received by engineers.
Yep.
And really, that's what extended my IndyCar career far past just my driving ability. Was I've learned and found a way to contribute to the team that was meaningful beyond just trying to win races for them. And that, you know, I learned a lot in that process, you know, and I was able to play a role, you know, in my years at Andretti Autosport on the car development side that, you know, was probably the biggest reason why they kept me around as long as they did, frankly.
Yeah, you were good at that, and I think you do have an ability to forge a strong bond with the manufacturers you've worked with. Obviously, you have a very close bond with Hyundai. You clearly had a close bond with HPD and Honda.
Still do.
I know. Yeah, that's the remarkable thing, and I think you understand the sensibility of why a manufacturer goes racing and what they're trying to learn.
I'll tell you like a real quick 20-second story why I love Honda and why I love going racing with them is years ago we were in Japan and at the Motegi race and I met the then president of Honda globally. And there was a ceremony and we sat, then we stood up, we sat, we bowed, you know, we actually had to rehearse just to meet him. And I remember he said 3 words, Honda must win. And that was it. And it struck me, right? I'd been with other manufacturers and I'd heard executives say, you know, I hope we win and do your best. Honda must win was incredible for me, incredibly powerful. And I'm still inspired by that today because in 3 words, he told us exactly the level of commitment they were bringing and the level of commitment he expected us to bring from our side of the equation. So, you know, I just love they've got a winning heritage, and that's why they go racing.
Well, again, that touches on my favorite slogan. You know, victory travels at the speed of thought. And first, you gotta think that that's what you're there to do, and not compromise to achieve that goal. And what you have, I think, as a father, you've raised a son who clearly has that DNA in him. You know, I will admit to being absolutely awestruck by Colton's time in IndyCar. I was already a fan as he was ascending the ladder to get there, but I don't usually end up yelling standing in my living room watching a race on TV, but when he won at COTA in his debut season, I think it was the 2nd or 3rd race, if I recall, and he was he 18 years old at the time?
18, yes.
Yes. Just as a father, tell me what that feels like.
You know, when he won his first Indy Lights race at St. Pete, I actually shed a few tears in that moment. And then when JF Thorman and Michael Andretti like to tease me about it. But then when Colton won his first IndyCar race, it was just an amazing rush of emotions, but no tears. Yeah. And I remember JF and Michael asking, we thought you'd be like a blubbering mess after because of how you were after he won his first Indy Lights race.
Yeah.
And why do you think it was different? And I had to think about it. I said, because when he won his first Indy Lights race, it was the first time I knew he could do it.
Yeah.
That he was good enough and that he was on his way. And I think there was almost like a sense of relief because, my job there was to try and help give him opportunities to find his way. And that was like just a big emotional release when he finally won the IndyCar race. And when I say finally, his third IndyCar race, but when he won the IndyCar race, it was just a different set of emotions. It was just pride and excitement and joy and all that. And that's still what I have. I still have a lot of awe for what he does. I get far too much credit because obviously we went racing when he was a kid. I took him go-kart racing. We did all that stuff.
Yeah.
But he was the one that moved to Europe at 13 and put himself through hell in a way to become the person and the driver he is. And, he deserves all the credit for that. Even like when he won at Laguna Seca and everybody says, wow, you must have really told him how, you're lying around there or anything. We have never had a conversation about how to drive around Laguna Seca. And people are surprised by that. But, I would absolutely tell him anything he wanted to know. And we talk about a lot of things, but he never asked me about that. And I guess he didn't need to know. He figured it out on his own.
I guess he figured it out watching that race. He spanked him again. And so you have now an equal win tally at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca with your son. I'm thinking of renaming the place Herdopolis.
Well, I'm very quickly completely running out of things that I accomplished in my racing career, in my 20-year racing career that he's pretty much already matched or exceeded in just a couple of years. So very proud of that.
As you should be. And I'm, as someone who's watched you develop from a very young guy to the amazing man you are and your family, I think there's just so much more to you than purely being what I like to call your typical selfish racing driver. You've given opportunity to a lot of people. I look at the breadth of talent you've helped nurture, especially in your team in IMSA now. You have a lot of promising talent driving for you, and you always seem to have an eye out for that. Well, tell me the motivation there.
Well, there's nobody succeeds at this on their own. Nobody. Yeah. And so having kind of had those experiences myself, trying to become a racing driver, trying to start a team, then also as a parent, trying to help a child move through the ranks, and all those things are difficult in their own ways. And so I think I have empathy for anybody involved in the sport, and the huge mountain that they have to climb, and you have to want this so badly to be able to do it that I do try and where I can help and assist and advise others that are trying to do that in their own time now.
And with that in mind, before our time together tonight ends, I think you're one of the best people that could give advice to a young person that wants to be either a driver or be involved in the sport in a professional way. What would your advice be?
The cliche thing is, right, don't give up. That's especially true because it's going to get hard, and there's going to be, even when things go well, there's going to be setbacks and there's going to be challenges. That's the single biggest thing. The other two things I tell people are there's no shortage of people that will tell you that it can't be done, that you can't get there. If you don't have rich parents or this or that, you can't do it. And it's not true. It's harder. But I also believe that you have to work harder, and that makes you better, and it's almost necessary. Mm-hmm. So don't believe people who tell you can't do it, and that it's worth it. If you're able to work hard and find success and be lucky enough and all those things align, the stars align, it is worth it to have put yourself through the hell that it is to get there, because it's a great life and a great sport, and I love it. And I'm lucky to get to wake up every single day and go motor racing, because that's, people say, what would you do if you won the lottery tomorrow, right? Exactly what I'm doing now. So I feel extremely fortunate.
Yes, and you also stay grounded. I remember the conversation we had after the Indianapolis 500 in 2016. I went to the garage to just say hello to you and say congratulations personally. Racing's personal for me, especially when I've known someone I've watched them evolve and develop since they were young. And we had a very brief conversation. But what I was really impressed with is you are already on to the next race in your mind. You are already thinking about what came next. This had been great. You just won the Indy 500, but you made the comment, well, it starts again next weekend. And and we've got all these other things we've got to do, and that's not going to wait.
Part of me wishes it stayed with you longer, that just could kind of live in that moment, but it doesn't last very long, because there is always another race or another challenge. And I guess that's what drives me, right? The result part is the cherry on the sundae, but it's the effort and the preparation to get there that I really enjoy. So that's what I am excited about doing all the time.
Yeah, and you do it very well. And I think that when I think about you and the friends that I made along the way, I always think about integrity, optimism, and you really treat this sport as the medal game that it is. And it's a good example for all of us who love the sport that it's deep and it's smart, and the people in it are special. And to me, Brian, you remain one of the more special people I've met in the 49 years I've done this, and I'm proud of you and your family. I really appreciate you being on here, and I love your team and your teammates as well. It's a joy to know you, and I wish you and everything, all the racing you're going to be doing and next year and beyond in Colton. I wish you only the best.
Well, Paul, I appreciate so much, and thank you guys all for having me on. And that was the kindest, nicest, most touching interview I've ever done. And I'm only doing interviews with you, Paul.
Pretty good.
I'm only doing interviews with you too, Brian. From here on out, we're going steady.
Deal.
Deal.
Thank you so much, Brian, and we wish you the absolute very best for 2022. And please stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be wrapping everything up. And it is the last pit stop. Thank you, Brian. So last pit stop, Paul, and we are going to bring Stefan Papadakis. What a week. So we have done 54 hours and 30 minutes so far live. And for the last 30 minutes, we are going to bring the man, Mr. Papadakis. Stefan, thank you so much for being with us tonight. Congratulations on winning the championship this year again. And so I think we're going to leave you in the hands of Paul to wrap this absolutely incredible week.
We've just had a day full of champions.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Great. And
Stefan.
Stefan, welcome. And you're not going to probably remember it. You meet so many people, but I've met you, I think, at Long Beach a few years ago at Formula Drift event, and I was in awe because my secret guilty pleasure is I hop on the live stream and watch Formula Drift. I'm a fan, and you're the man.
Thanks. Yeah, that's interesting to hear from what I would consider a traditionalist, motorsports traditionalist.
I like things that surprise me and that are fresh. And when I met Jim and Ryan years ago and got to know them and was really exposed to Formula Drift in the early 2000s, actually, when they first got together, I just was taken with it. And along the way, you've written the story of Formula Drift. and you had a life before that where you were already known to me. I was aware of you and what you were doing. But you've defined greatness within this category from the beginning, and I would first like you to share with our audience how you got there, you know, the backstory before Formula Drift, and talk to us about, you're a mad scientist with a race car. I'd like to have you talk about that a little bit.
Sure. So I'm 44 years old, and I've been basically racing something since I was 13. I did radio controlled cars, you know, I was really young. I thought I wanted to be a professional radio controlled car racer. And until I got my license and found that you could modify and do all kinds of fun stuff with real cars. And the toys went away and the real cars came in pretty quick. And when I was 16, 17, 18, I had a little Honda Civic. And, you know, I lived in Los Angeles in Orange County. And that was the reliable first car that I was able to get from my family. And, but little did they know that there was a whole underground scene of people drag racing and stuff, of these little Honda Civics and Acura Integras and whole, you know, import scene. So that attracted me a lot. You know, obviously I liked the Mustangs and the Camaros and the big V8s, but, you know, that just wasn't what I had available to me. And it actually worked out great because working with the 4-cylinder engines and drag racing, the front wheel drive cars, and something that was really obscure at the time. Like, we'd go to the drag race track and they'd be like, what are you even doing here? Why would you even bother with the front wheel drive car?
Yeah.
It gave me the ability and friends as well, to blaze our own trail and to figure out ways to get a front wheel drive car to have traction drag racing, which nobody had figured out. And high horsepower turbocharged 4-cylinders, which were only the, only high-end motorsports and maybe Toyota doing their GTP program, and some of those other things were doing such things with 4-cylinder, or maybe in Europe and far away. But the local tuners or anybody that I would meet, you know, they only knew about or the guys that ground camshafts and stuff. They only did V8 stuff. So it allowed me to learn a lot. Progressed with Battle of the Imports, which was the import racing, and then the NH Race Sport compact drag racing. And then by the time I got to my mid-20s, I'd been drag racing for 10 years, and we had gone, you know, quarter mile in 6.52 seconds at 215 miles an hour, and a rear-wheel drive, a pro stock chassis, but with a twin turbo Acura NSX engine. It was really fun. And it was a lot of trials and tribulations along the way, trying to figure out all these engines that no one had made that kind of horsepower with. But I was ready to do something different, and I had been drag racing for a long time and had, what is that, dreams of grandeur. I thought, oh, if I'm drag racing and I could handle these really high horsepower, you know, cars, you know, I should be able to go out there and road race and stuff. And got myself a shifter card and went to the local track, and pretty quickly realized that, oh, these 12-year-old kids are smoking me.
They have a tendency to do that. Yeah.
And you had Brian Herta before, and I'm sure his son, you know, very young age, were, you know, excellent drivers, you know, around a road course. And for me in my mid-20s to try to pick that up was challenging, and also trying to run the racing business at the same time. And so I got into the drifting. I thought maybe this would be a fun way of sort of reigniting my driving career. Kind of starting down at the bottom, but at the same time, the sport was just starting to get popular, you know, around 2005, 2006 here in the US. And, you know, after a couple of years of driving the B car, I had brought in Tanner Faust to drive our A car. And he was out there winning already, and I was running the team and not really practicing as much as I should have, and not doing great in the competition. I realized, hey, I'm actually really enjoying building the car and building the cars and running the team, and guys like Tanner are such good drivers, and they could really take the cars that we were building at the shop and extract the most out of them. I felt like, well, there's probably a really good formula here, and I'm going to continue with that. So I retired from driving professionally, and just focused on building the best cars we could for the best drivers.
And it's worked. You know, and I think that when you changed basically direction here. Did you have a vision for what you were going to do? Because you caught a wave when you were in the import drag racing scene too. That was really happening when you were involved in it. And then you caught this, right at a moment when it was surging in interest in really the it sport within motorsport. What were you seeing the outcome? Where were you going with this? Did you have a vision?
There was a vision, but my personality is very, I'm always looking around and wandering eye and seeing what's new, and is the grass greener over there, and because I'm always trying to stay interested in what I'm doing, and for whatever reason, if things get monotonous, I just kind of lose interest, and it feels like Groundhog Day in my life, and I just don't like that feeling, and so, the drifting, it felt like in the mid 2000s, 2005 or so, it felt like, oh, this is import drag racing. It was 10 years before that, in the mid 90s or so.
Yeah.
And I was ready to move from straight line racing to something with curves. And it just seemed like there was an opportunity. The cost, this is really what it comes down to. It looked like fun. The cost of entry was low. The rule book was really thin. Right. And the cars were not expensive to build. So having that formula, it allowed me to sort of do it on the side with the drag racing for a year or two and not make a big investment. And if it didn't work out, have some fun doing it and learn something, learn about what makes these cars good at drifting, and learn another level of prep. And some, that situation worked out well with drift, and we're still doing it very successfully today. But in the, around 2008, or 2010 or so, I wanted to go off-road truck racing, and looked at the Lucas off-road short course series.
Yeah.
And I was sure, I was like, man, this thing is going to be in stadiums in a couple of years, because I grew up in the late 80s when I was a little kid watching the Mickey Thompson off-road.
Yeah, I love the Mickey Thompson off-road championship. I miss it actually, and I miss the Lucas championship.
Yeah, so that's what I saw. So I bought a truck, and I was like, I'm going to be the driver for this. And we started racing. We raced for a couple years with it, in parallel with also doing the drifting. And it was a lot of fun. I mean, literally the most epic racing I've ever done. But the new tracks that they opened up they started the next year were Reno and Lake Elsinore. And pretty quickly I realized this isn't going to stadiums, and it's going to continue to be, an extremely fun, extremely competitive sport, but hard for me to make it, do it professionally.
Yeah.
So pulled back on that, and then doubled down on drift, around 2020, 2012, 2013, there was another acceleration in popularity, especially globally with drift. We had taken a lot of what we learned in off-road actually, with suspension setup and making the cars, the trucks handle well, and I was able to learn certain things from that and then apply it to even the drift. And just in a little sidebar, I was also doing some Honda Challenge racing with NASA just for fun.
Yeah.
Just grassroots stuff, and learning stuff there with front wheel drive, Honda CRX racing that we were to take and help with the drifting professionally as well. So I'm kind of a little bit all over the place, but I guess that's kind of how I am. I'm always trying to learn as much as I can. And what we do as like team owners or as a chassis tuner or a crew chief, you can't really go to school for these things.
No, you can't.
You have to experience it, right? And I feel like if you spend too much time just in the sport and in the same circle of people, then you're kind of limited in what you're going to learn. So I try to get out of that and learn as much as I can.
Well, I got to commend you for that, because that actually, for me, in my journey through the sport, that's been the lifeblood of it for me. I move around from one area of the sport to another, and I find I learned something. I learned something from Formula Drift I hadn't realized. I hadn't realized the power of culture within a movement culture, within a sport. Just observing the energy that Formula Drift had culturally. There was a cultural gravity to pull people toward it. There were belief systems. The energy drinks were all involved in Formula. You're wearing a rock star shirt at the moment, the reach and power of the culturally connected brands that were involved with it. You know, it was interesting. And early on when I was racing, I had a mentor and a person that helped me along named Mike Hull, who runs Chip Ganassi Racing as the managing director. And he said to me early on when I was complaining and blaming the car, he stopped me and said, racing is learning. And that stuck with me since I, in my early 20s. And you find people like you that treat everything as a learning opportunity. And I think that one of the questions I have to ask is, what have you learned about yourself in this journey? Because this, your accomplishments are quite remarkable. And when I look at the people that have been flowing through these panels, very few of them have the consistent accomplishments year after year after year in a very competitive arena. What did you learn along the way about yourself?
I learned that I like setting goals that are lofty, and I really enjoy the journey there, not necessarily getting to that goal. Because every time I get to any goal, it's like, okay, what's next? And I'm trying to pick goals that I'm going to enjoy the journey there. And I don't want to have a life of, oh, this is hard to do, and being a masochist and trying to, making all these sacrifices in my life in order to have some championship goal or race winning goal or something like that. It all has to be enjoyable. So I remember watching an interview with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and what he was saying, what made him a very successful bodybuilder was he would get in the gym and he would lift these massive weights and he would get this crazy pump. And he said it was like sex. It was like having an orgasm. And he was saying like, he enjoyed the training so much that is what allowed him to have so much success. Because he's like, imagine if you go and you do what you do every day, but you enjoy it that much, like you're just going to get really good at it because every day you want to do more of it.
Yeah, so it's basically almost this continuum of dedication and commitment, being open to learning through good and bad. And I will tell you, I was in a meeting in an office building in Santa Monica, and I kept hearing this thumping, every now and again when I was having this meeting. And I finally asked the guy, I said, what is that? Oh, that's Arnold. He's in the office above us and he has a weight set. and it was just, and it's freaking, lunchtime. This guy's just pounding away. And, I thought to myself when I first got into the sport, I found a lot of people that were always in the mindset of what it took to be a racer. They were absorbing everything. They were observing. They were processing. It was a journey that was never over. They were never completely off, actually. They could not turn it all the way off.
Yeah, that's something that I'm trying to work on a little bit. Every time I hang out with a friend, it like segues into something with work or cars or something, but it's fun. And that's why I have friends that have similar interests to me.
Well, I've been black flagged at the supermarket for being too aggressive with my cart. But traffic there is really irritating, and there's nobody with a white flag, so you just got to make your way through the traffic. But I think that where I'm going with this too is, along the way, you've done some pretty crazy ass stuff with cars. You are a mad scientist, and you built a few Franken cars here. I would like you to talk about what inspired you, because obviously they're favorites of mine, because I just look at it and go, no way. And I think that's when I first noticed you. I thought to myself, really? So run down the list of mad science projects here.
Oh, geez. Okay. So, some of the more recent ones would be with Scion, one of the Toyota brand.
Yes.
We built a Scion TC, the first generation. I want to say it was a 2010 or so model. And in order to do drift, you need a rear-wheel drive car. Well, these cars came front-wheel drive, so we converted it to rear-wheel drive, and we said, well, would it be an exciting engine? And kind of looked around at the different engines that Toyota had, and they were racing NASCAR at the time. And then we said, hey, I talked to my buddy, with the guy that worked over at Scion, one of the executives. I said, hey, how do we get one of those, NASCAR engines? He's like, you can't get one of those. Like, we don't even know anybody over there. Let me make some phone calls. What if I was to maybe find something? So we were able to, I knew somebody down at TRD who knew somebody else and connected them, and we were able to get a couple of those NASCAR engines, and we put it in a used to be front wheel drive Scion TC and went out there and we're very successful with it.
It wasn't boring.
No, it sounded, I mean, it was amazing sounding, and we did a merge type of, so we did that one. We built a what was it, a Volkswagen Passat for Tanner Faust.
Yes.
Tanner calls me, a couple years after he kind of retired from drift. He's doing the rallycross stuff with Volkswagen. He's like, hey man, we want to do like a demo, or actually he wanted to come back and do some form of the drift events with a Volkswagen Passat. And I said, Volkswagen Passat, 4-door, huge car, comes with a front wheel drive. I said, okay, well, how about we put a Chevy LS7 engine in it? And he's like,
why not?
Maybe, yeah, we don't talk about it too much. Volkswagen might be okay with it. And I said, okay. So we started the project, and I said, okay, what can we do that's something different? So on that specific one, we wanted it to sound really cool. So we did a 8-to-1 exhaust. So it's this octopus, tentacles. So you got 4 exhaust pipes from either side merging in front of the engine, all into 8-to-1, and then it had to turn and come back under the car again, and it solved a couple of problems. One, it sounded really cool because then it sounded like it was at 12,000 RPM all the time. But with the front wheel drive chassis with the firewalls really far forward, and the way the Formula Drift rules are, you couldn't get the headers past the firewall and the cross member and still make it legal. So we had to take all those headers and make it into one pipe and just bring the one pipe to the rear of the car so we could fit within the rules. So it actually was still a car that he brings out to demos and stuff like that. He converted it to a he converted it to a 4-seater. We did that a couple years after that, and so now it's the Drift Taxi.
So I'm just throwing it down here. I'm ready whenever. I just saw Tanner recently in Chattanooga. So if you two talk, I'm ready for my ride.
He brings it out a couple times a year. He brings it out for some kind of event.
Yeah, because I just got to tell you how much I find that amusing, and I love things that spark people's imagination, make them smile, make them just love the crazy passion that someone has to go do that. And you're wired that way from what I can see.
Yeah, the working with a company like Toyota and before that Scion in Formula Drift, there was some specific criteria. We have this car that we want to promote, and it's a front wheel drive car, but it's going to be challenging to build. And then so that was the challenge, was to make that competitive against Mustangs and Corvettes and Dodge Vipers and stuff like that. And it's weird. It's like two-sided. It's like one side is, all right, well, this is going to be a challenge, and if we succeed, then it feels, a little bit more like we've achieved more. But at the same time, to be, totally transparent here, if we don't succeed, then we kind of had this built-in excuse, like, we started with a front-wheel drive car, and we kind of started below par. But either way, the way that NASCAR is going with the more spec stuff, and the way IndyCar has gone with more spec stuff, and I think it absolutely helps with the close racing. And it's hard to debate that. You can't really debate that. They have excellent racing, but I think that what they're able to, where they're finding the edge with the teams and the crew chiefs and the drivers, maybe not the drivers, but the team. Unfortunately, you can't really share a lot of that stuff, I think, because they don't want the other teams to know about it.
Yeah.
And a lot of what we do is culture and community and sharing these builds that we do, and having these really obscure cars that no one else really builds and competes with. We can show everybody all the stuff we're doing, and it's not really a competitive disadvantage because no one's using that to build their own front wheel drive converted car against us.
And what's great about it is it reminds me, I've been shopping for retirement homes today because I'm near the end of my cycle. I'm kidding you, but I look at where I started. That was what everybody did. Basically, just about every race car was a science project.
Yeah.
And I loved it. And they built them here. You're in Huntington Beach, not far from us. And So back in my day, you had Dan Gurney building crazy ass race cars nearby. I drove by TRD on the way here today. You had just about every car builder, chassis builder at the top end of the sport was actually here in Southern California, from drag racing to road racing to Indy cars. And there wasn't a lot of same old. And that imagination and ingenuity is kind of a hallmark of what attracted me to the sport. Do you think what you're doing now is one of the last bastions of that?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's the last, but it's one of the, drift is one of the few categories that I know of where the rule book is still pretty thin and quite open, and the technical folks over there are relatively open to new types of builds. So just kind of fortunate to be in that place. I don't know, there's a lot of other racing that allows that.
Yeah, and I think the audience, another one of my sayings is the audience owns you. The audience wants that.
Yeah, well, there is I think as I've researched more and more on more traditional racing and kind of how it's progressed is, you have all these different evolutions, and eventually people find out what is the most competitive setup, and people just kind of gravitate towards that. And maybe that's just the evolution. Maybe eventually drift will be that, and everybody's running whatever chassis and engine is the most competitive because that's the most important thing.
I hope not. I personally hope not, because that's one of the reasons I care about it and watch it, and I'm an advocate of it. Is that there's always something surprising and refreshing, and you see things that you're not going to see somewhere else. And for you, you're at a point where there's not a lot left to accomplish. You've accomplished everything here. What do you want to see, as you're going forward here? What is next? What's your legacy in this sport?
Oh, geez. I don't really think that far ahead about those things. It's just trying to, right now it's having endurance within the sport.
Yeah.
So we want to keep it going. Frederick and Ryan and Jonathan Castro that drive with the 3 cars that we build, love driving and want to continue to do that. So we want to continue to be able to build cars for them. And then the guys that we have working at the shop, Aldo and Sean and Matt and everybody that comes out to the track, they love what they do. So right now it's really, and I have to mention Jennifer Horsey, that really helps us with all marketing and communications, is an instrumental part of our team. All of us love what we do, and it's like, let's just try to keep this going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep having fun with this. And if it's winning championships and if it's winning events, then we're going to keep having that as the bullseye. If it's continuing to create content and get people interested in the cars that we're building and want to watch them on track, not necessarily because they're always interested in the competition, but maybe they just want to see the science project do what it's built to do.
And you're good at that. Your team is very good at that, having watched these content streams. And by the way, Jen, someone we work with as well, and at Racer too. And I think that your sense of you have a sense of what drives community here. And if you're the last speaker on the last day of an event that's run basically for 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, with everybody in the world of motorsports here, from Formula One to WEC, WRC, IndyCar, NASCAR, off-road racing, short track, everything, drag racing was here. You get to have the last word about what this sport should be to the people who care about it, because you've succeeded at doing something. And one of the reasons I was excited to actually have a chance to talk to you is it touches back on something I believe, that the sport succeeds when we give people what they really want, and we give them something to believe in. We give them things that they don't see everywhere else. We're in the inspiration business, not just in the entertainment business. And the cars themselves have personalities. They're things that people care about, not just the wheel-to-wheel competition. The car's a living, breathing thing. And what attracted me to you and made me notice you is you got that from the beginning. And So tell me about what you want this sport to be, you know, because you've defined it here with what you've been doing. You and your teammates have. Tell me what you want to have happen.
Thanks for that. That's deep. Look, I'm a passionate person working in an industry that I'm passionate about, working with a lot of people, male and female, that are passionate about motorsports and whatever it is their category within, you know, motorsports and automotive. And it makes me want to wake up every day and continue to be a part of it. That's the main thing, man. It's just, you know, every time I go to, whether it's PRI or SEMA or a drift event, or even just going to NHRA the other weekend at the Pomona finals,
yeah,
you just continually finding people that want to be there. And I love that, you know?
And you show up with intention to succeed when you're there. And that will to win, I mean, let's go back to Arnold, you know, stay hungry.
Yeah, man, it's you know, I have to balance that because look, I want to stay hungry, I want to win, but I'll tell you what, that's not what that drives me. What drives me is the passion just for motorsport, not just for the passion for motorsport, the passion for driving, the passion for cars, hanging out with like-minded individuals that also have passion for those things. And if winning is what I need to do to stay in this industry, to keep that thing going, then that we're going to keep pointing at that. But I'm telling you what, like, winning is important and it definitely feels good, but we spend a lot of time not winning. And if you can't enjoy not winning, then it's going to be a lot of time that you're not going to enjoy. So I got to enjoy everything.
And those are great words to everybody in the sport and to this industry, because you don't always win.
No, we go to Formula Drift event. There's 32 drivers.
Yeah.
Got 31 going home that didn't win. So, but hopefully a lot of them still enjoyed being there.
And you have an amazing record in life, and it's a privilege to actually be able to talk to you without a bunch of cars roaring by in the background and you being busy, which is how I happened to meet you before. And I'd love to spend, I want to say one thing, I'd love to actually be able to come by and see you at the shop and talk to you, because you're an inspiration to me in what you do. And I like that you're an OC guy.
Yeah, so our shop is in Carson, and you're welcome anytime, and you guys know how to reach out to me, obviously.
Yeah, so you're in Carson now. That's right. Okay, so I'm down with it. I'd love to see I love science projects. So and thank you for being with us, Stefan. This has been really enjoyable for me, and you know, keep doing what you do. You know,
thanks a lot for having me, guys, and I'm honored to be the final guest this week.
Well, you know, it's what a way to end the week with you, Stefan, because you summarize what this industry is about. You're a racer, an entrepreneur, an innovator, and you're passionate, and you really are. And and I just I love everything you do. And you know, we talked a lot this week about engaging audience, you know, bringing new people into the sport, and you found a way to do it too in a different way. I mean, it's just like, so everything you do is so good, and so keep doing it, man. You're awesome. And
you have developed the Papadakis passion delivery system. And it's all feeds into one header that shoots straight up. So, but great job, and thank you for bringing the checkered flag down on ePartrade Race Industry Week 2021. I think that was a great way to finish it.
Thanks, guys, and thanks for having this.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you so much. Stay with us within a second, and then we're going to be wrapping everything. Paul, what a week.
Take care, Stefan. Great. That was fantastic.
He's wonderful.
I can't help but be inspired when I talk to someone like Stefan, because his answer at the end, you know, it is passion. That's what drives me and the people that work here at Racer. Many of us have been involved in racing. We raced, and some of us have won, some of us have competed, but we show up every day for the same, we have the same passion. I think you do as well. And I think the people that joined us this week, I think to a person probably feel the same thing.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right.
We're fortunate to be in this industry and to be with those like-minded people, can-do people.
Yeah, I don't know what I would have done had I not met all these crazy people that I know that do this. But it's been a real pleasure and an honor to work with you. And the only regret I have is that John is not with us tonight.
Yes. And John always came up with the perfect words, especially in closing. So we're going to be missing John's wisdom in closing this week. But what a week, you know, and I just, I'm
John
speechless.
and Robert have been in our memories, our thoughts all week.
And I think the thing that I was thinking about, well, because today I had a chance, I had to actually go work and do what I should have been doing all week long for the business I'm trying to operate here. But I had, all day long, I've had these seminars on. My God, so much amazing information. People describing the NASCAR thing Brad was hosting beforehand, just realizing the huge amount of planning and effort and deployment of resources and process that has taken us to this moment. It reminds me a little bit like a moon launch. We're about to literally launch an entirely new era for America's premier form of motorsport. And it's daunting to realize what they still have. They probably have a to-do list still, and we're barely 2 months away from all this happening.
Yeah, it was so interesting to understand, and all the research and all the people they talk to, the best engineers in the industry, within NASCAR, but with all the OEs, and it's just that was impressive.
And I was thinking last night, when we had Jim Campbell on, and we were talking to Mark Rushbrook, and from Australia, it's a global sport, but I'm also realizing we're seeing the ends of eras across the sport. Big change in NASCAR. Year after this, big change in IndyCar. Next year, big change in Formula One, big change in WRC, big change happening in WEC and in IMSA the next year, after next year. And we're in this place where the sport has a tailwind like I have not seen in so long, probably 2 decades. And it's caught this tailwind at exactly the right moment to hyper accelerate if it hits its marks. And you can see in talking to these people, everybody realizes a lot's on the line going into this.
Always evolving.
And one thing nice about racers, they're drawn to pressure. They're drawn to finding out how it turns out. They want the result. That's why they're in it. They like the absolute measure that's available in racing. And that was it was just interesting to hear so much of this building energy about what's about to be next. And this is really a next era. We were talking about coming out of a complete unknown, which was COVID-19, lockdown, and all the things surrounding that. We still have COVID in the world. We still have challenges, but what we all have, racers figure out how to live with risk and danger, and we led the world back to sport.
Yes. I applaud NASCAR.
And you look at that, when NASCAR rolled to the green flag in 2020 to go back on track, I was filled with emotion. It choked me up. It was like, I'm proud of our sport. And
what a huge undertaking.
Yes,
on their
indeed.
part.
Indeed. And we're in a different place now a year later. And congratulations to you two for what you've done. This moment was perfectly suited for what ePartrade is. It's a reminder to us that the world is on 24/7. It lives digitally. We're in a digitally forward society now. And the marketplace for ideas and products is always open globally, and you are that. You are.
Well, we needed you too, and you're a great leader and have great oversight, and I think we just make a good team.
Yeah, we do, and it just helps that we all get along, and we've been energized working together. And I think what this is a gift to our audience. I've had literally my drive to and from the office, which I hadn't been going to the office very much over the last 18 months. But it's usually replying to people who've called me or texted me and have been just enthralled by watching what we've been doing. They've had it on all day long, and I think that we're onto something.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
And
I've already had a lot of requests for all the web links.
yes,
We're going to get busy and start downloading.
and let's talk to our audience about what we're planning on doing there a little bit, okay? And
Perfect.
you've got a plan here on your end to convert these to content.
Yes. So everything has been recorded. Okay. It takes us about a week to basically cut, edit, and make every single webinar individual webinars. So they will be posted as they come on the ePortrait platform. They are actually right now on YouTube. The whole day for each day is on the YouTube channel on ePortrait, but just give us a little time and then we'll basically be posting every single webinar individually. And after that, they will be available on the platform, on YouTube. We'll promote them through our newsletter. And really the cool part about, and I think that came from you, Paul, last year, that said the live aspect is only one element. And then after that, they are there. They will be on podcast as well, and people can share, download, share with their friends, watch it whenever they want. And that's the beauty of it. And I think before we started Race Industry Week, we already have produced over 130 of those. So this is going to be an additional 50 or 60 or whatever it is. So we're starting to have a library of information that's absolutely priceless. And some are tech webinars, some are interviews, some, are whatever it is, but it's a lot of incredible content. And to reinforce what you just said about we on to something, I think, the world, I was talking with, great suppliers of us this week that has been supporting our platform, saying great things about, what we're doing this week and comparing a little bit what we're doing with, in-person, virtual, etc. And the way he described it was, I never thought of it, but very smart. It says we used to go to the movies and we all love going to the movies and then Netflix came and then it just offered other opportunities. It's not like we still go to the movies, we still enjoy the movies, but then suddenly you can watch some series that you can watch at the movies that are available on Netflix. So it's a combination of both. And that's kind of like the world of tomorrow. It's not what's best or how convenient or whatever. The in-person are priceless. You can't replace face-to-face interaction, but online offers tools that are so useful, so accessible, and so affordable too, that it would be crazy not to take advantage of it. And I love that analogies because my wife loves going to the movies, but she also loves this series on the British royalty on Netflix. You can watch that on I have a blank suddenly, whatever the name of that series is. The Crown. The Crown,
okay?
Yes. So that's, I think I thought I could respond to that, but I think really like this connection and the way we connect in the industry all year round and globally is really the future. And that's really cool to see all these people endorsing what we have done, and there's no...
And we're going to, and I want to tell the core racer audience is that we will uplift all of this content as well. It will be recirculated when it's in individual episode form and pushed out via racer.com, all of our racer social channels that are appropriate to push it out. We'll let you know it's there. Some of the stuff that we hosted, we also house on our YouTube channel on a playlist, but really if you want to see everything that's been created here, ePortrait.com is where you go to see the entire scope and scale of all of this, and it is like the ultimate library for a racer. There's a lot of knowledge and information in addition to all the resources on ePortrait.com. And we also will push this out through our sports car magazine, SCCA social media, and that we have a sports car magazine Facebook page. In addition, we have Vintage Motorsport, which also has a large online following and social following. So I just want the industry to have this, the people that are participating and the people who are working on race cars, the people who are running the racing series and marketing within the sport. This is our gift to all of you. We do this because we appreciate what you do, and we want to share what you do with your colleagues.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And remember, we could not have done this week without our 5 sponsors.
For sure.
Yes, so, and I think we ought to just thank every individual host we've had this week. Do you want to run down the list here on your end, and I'll go through the racer list?
Go ahead, Judy.
No, go ahead.
Well, Jeff Hammond, of course, Brad Gilly, Joe Castello, and I did host my first one.
Yes, I was just stunned, you know, and you didn't blow it, Francisque. I was so impressed.
No, that tells you how difficult this is, but I did enjoy because I was sharing that with Nick earlier. Says like we're always in the back here, paying attention, listening at everything, and so we can't always listen to every single word that they're saying, sometimes. And so I had to really pay attention and make sure I was on my toes, and I couldn't do anything else, but I really enjoyed it. I mean, it's really, that's so much information. And then
it is. And if you see me just grinning when I'm in a lot of these things, I am just having a blast because I love what I'm hearing. I think all I could do was just smile when I was listening to Jeff Hammond and Ray Evernham. I thought to myself, am I really living this moment, listening to these two guys talk about what they're talking about? To be a fly on the wall when I'm not sitting there and be able to hear what they really talk about, because, there was a lot of mental horsepower on that screen, and I wasn't one of the things delivering the wattage. These two guys are some of the brightest people that ever worked in the sport, and the things they're coming up with, I think, are really good for the sport, really, really good for the sport. And they got to be who they are reputationally by thinking well ahead of the competition. And they're onto some things, and that I think the sport will learn from. I also want to say that when we had, I was moved. I had an emotional moment when the win from Peretta Autosport came on the screen, and I realized what they had done. And I realized what Beth had done in the years since we had her on the women's panel, and the world moved a little bit because of what they did and moved in the right direction. And we only had a slight hint of what was possible last year, and to see them here on the cusp of, they're going to go do this again. I have great confidence, but when I shared those metrics, we're only the tip of the iceberg. I've seen the metrics that they generated overall, and it is stunning. I've never seen anything that I've been involved with in motorsports generate the kind of media reach and impressions and engagement well beyond racing that did. And
that was impressive to hear last night.
It was, and I think that what I saw too was a hunger in the eyes of these racers on this team to come back and do it better, to expand what they're doing, and bring it home to even more success. I mean, that was a tall mountain under the circumstance. They had the help of Roger Penske, but having some visibility into the challenges they faced. There were challenges. It wasn't all, hey, you have a Penske team car, you have a Penske relationship. There was a lot of stuff that they had to bring together very quickly. And Roger Penske and his people are the best in the business. But I think the fact that they validated what Beth was doing, and Roger had a direct experience working with Beth in the NASCAR relationship when they won the championship together. So he knew what Beth was about and what her potential was. So he's no fool. I've worked with him as on the agency side, and he knows what he's doing. But I wanted to finish this thought with, that's something that will never be stopped now. That genie is literally out of the bottle, And my perfect imagining of what this world will be in a year or two is it'll be multiple teams like this, where women are very, very forward and very present, not just in a driving role, but in a team role. And I think that if I see that across the sport, I'll be thrilled, because you bring audience when you do that.
Absolutely do.
Well said. This week has really left me feeling excited for the upcoming year in so many different forms of motorsports. There's a lot of excitement.
Yeah, it's like Christmas for me is going to be in January at the Rolex in Daytona, and at the Race of Champions, and it's going to be at the Coliseum in February, and at the end of February when IndyCar opens up, and in March when Formula One starts. We have just amazing stuff happening next year, and I have to thank my friend Marshall Pruitt for the incredible job he did. He's at the very forefront of what we do. He's a man of many talents, a multimedia maven. But today, seeing him crack a cold one with Mike Shank, I'll leave it to those
7
two.
a.m.
I loved it. Well, clearly they're comfortable with each other.
That's the key. That's what I told Marshall this morning. Let's go back to the hosts. How important and how grateful we are to have them, but also on the relationship they have with the people they're with. Okay, like the interviews that Marshall had with Zach Brown, or with Mike this morning, Mike Shank, or with Andretti, because of the history, there is a zone of comfort that just makes it so great and so fun and so engaging, and same thing with like Jeff and Ray Evernham. I mean, or Mario, when we had Mario Andretti, just like being with Linda Hawko. I mean, just like you feel this is the beauty of, we go back to the online aspect.
I gotta say, Linda Vaughn just rocks. I love Linda Vaughn, and I love her sensibility, her sense of humor. Linda Vaughn's such a smart cookie, and just she's this person that actually understands what all of this is better than any of us combined. And she knows the trajectory of all these people that have come in and out of this world. And it was like being in the presence of divine grace, watching that segment. Again, I'm saying to myself, am I really in this moment seeing this? And that was delivered over and over again. Chris Medland with Ross Brawn, and then being able to talk to Chris afterwards. Chris is one of our best and brightest young talents at Racer, and I'm so proud of what he's done in developing our Formula One audience. Now we're in this moment where the audiences have expanded massively for Formula One and NASCAR over the last year, but Formula One, amazingly, is competitive in many months on Racer.com with IndyCar, with NASCAR, with IMSA. That's saying something in our market space. I want to also thank Lawrence Foster for doing an artful job, our editor-in-chief. Lawrence is, another one of these people. He's actually a racer as well as, he's got racing and rallying DNA in him. He's a great editor, but I'll remind everybody he was an aerodynamicist. He's a left and right brain genius, and he's the best magazine editor I've ever worked with. And he is a big part of our creative services agency. I want to thank, George Tamayo for leaning in and doing 2 very important interviews for us. The interview on diversity yesterday with Jimmy McMillan was an important one for us to include. I think for us that's going to be something that we're going to expand as we go forward. Welcoming people to the sport is something we should be doing with this. I think the diversity in our panel lineup is something that can be improved. I think we'll agree on that. And this sport, as Beth is fond of saying, if you can see it, you can be it. that's a lot of what we do in motorsport. And thank you also to Paul Leggett for joining us today with the Taro Koki interview, our illustrator art director, who helped us develop the backgrounds and helped us along the way. And thank you to your team, Reed in particular, for babysitting all of us and keeping us on track.
Both ways, Paul, and I think there's a little magical aspect on Zoom as well. It makes people very comfortable, you know. And like right now we're talking the three of us, and we just feel very comfortable. If you put people on stage, it's a little bit different on television. People may not be as comfortable as they are. But when it's a nice little interview on Zoom with 2 people or 3 people, it feels like we're in your office or living room or whatever. Like Marshall popping up his drink at 7 a.m. with Shank, whatever it is, but makes it so fun. I'm finally able to take my glasses off, or just like.
And let's not forget to thank our 2 producers behind the scenes.
Yes, let's do that now, please.
Absolutely. So big thank you to Rick Keneski and Zach Shapiro, who have been playing
Thank you, guys.
Tremendous part in putting this week together, as well as play a very important part every day in the ePortrait team. So a big thank you to Zach and Rick.
And I'd like to also extend a thank you to Victor Reby, who's our digital ops manager here, who's helped us along and coordinated promotion along with Bruce Kukuk, our associate publisher here at Racer. And I want to thank the Racer.com team, Mark Glendenning, Andrew Krask, and Joey Barnes for all they've done to support us in making this happen. This is truly a team effort. There are not a lot of us. It may sound like that we're running out of people. Actually, that's it. But we do all this because we're passionate about the sport. We're passionate about what all of you do who are engaged in the sport. And from the day I showed up, I realized my job was to help tell the story of what you do. And you do a better job of telling the story than I do when we get you in here on these sessions. And I think that none of our panelists and none of the products and companies talking about the technologies and services they develop have disappointed. You see people's lifetimes poured into these companies and these ideas, and it's inspiring.
And lastly, and just as most importantly, let's thank the attendees, everybody that joined us. We had people on here that have been here every day, all day, and then I've seen people come in and out. So thank you, everybody who has spent any time on this during this week with us.
Absolutely, and I promise you we'll find a way to do this even better next year. I think all of us were concerned that, how do we top that? But I've got to say your team was on fire this year in coming up with ideas and bringing home all of these great folks that we had on from the manufacturers and sanctioning bodies. You really did a great job in helping get that done this year. And I think the other thing that is important to mention is they saw what was done last year and they wanted to be here. And someone once said to me, the hardest thing in the world to stop is a good idea.
Great.
So I submit to you, my friends, that this is a good idea.
Thank you very much. Great, and we'll see you on Monday. No, I'm kidding.
I feel like I've been at a trade show. Less steps, though.
Well, I will confess I forgot my power cord when I came back to the office, so you have me probably for 8 more seconds and I'm gone.
Thank you very much.
I'm just going to go like this.
Have a great weekend, and thank you. We'll see you again soon.